Chapter 101 Whether it's better or worse, I admit defeat. Chapter 101 Whether it's better or worse, I admit defeat. It focuses more on muscle training and Pauru's method. After all, you can do anything if you have strong power. Zoro stretched out his hand to show the muscles on his arm, and then the muscles on his arm bulged a lot. There are also techniques similar to breathing method. One is Gangli Luo and the other is Gangli Luo. It can strengthen my muscle strength, and there are also defensive techniques to reduce damage, but it is not as deep as your breathing method to tap the power in the body. If you have that time, you might as well exercise well. If you can't make any progress, you can study it. That's why I said it is a breathing method suitable for the weak. I see. Ron nodded suddenly. This is the difference in the world. No matter how the Demon Slayer Corps trains, without breathing method it is impossible to compare the physical talents of the pirate. The vitality of the people in One Piece is as tenacious as cockroaches. Some people with some talent can lift boulders without training. The upper limit is obviously much higher than that of the people in the Demon Slayer world. Therefore, the Demon Slayer swordsman, who is limited by the upper limit, created the breathing method. After the external power cannot make much progress, he will focus on improving the internal. Pirate, on the other hand, focus on training to improve their strength but rarely use internal skills. This is the decisive difference brought about by the difference in soil. So, breathing method is of no use to you? Ron asked. No. Zoro thought about it and bowed to Ron to thank him. Your breathing method has given me a lot of inspiration. I would feel that it would be a loss if I created a similar swordsmanship method myself, but if I absorb the breathing method and integrate it into my swordsmanship to take both into account, it may make my strength improve by one level. After all, this is indeed an exquisite swordsmanship method. However, are you really sure that there is no other person in the world who knows your breathing method? He was obviously still worried about stealing the teacher. No, I can promise. Ron nodded firmly. In that case, I will owe you another favor. Ron. Zoro smiled bitterly. Seriously, do you want me to continue protecting you for a while? Let's talk about it when the time comes. There is at least another month. Ron put his hand on the thunder pool and pulled out the green blade. I just feel like it. Why don't you play with me? When he said this, his red eyes ignited with eagerness. Hammer in hand, so naturally everything is a nail. However, there are no enemies here, and ordinary enemies can be easily dealt with, and Zoro is a good target for training. Are you sure? Zoro was a little surprised. Of course, I feel that other enemies in the East China Sea may not be as strong as you. The purpose of sparring is to examine your own shortcomings. It is meaningless if the opponent is too weak, right? You don't have to worry about hurting me. You know my defense. Ron was eager to try, and his palm fingers wrapped with gold patterns tightly grasped the handle of the knife. I usually don't fight meaningless battles, but if it's your request, okay, let's fight. Zoro didn't refuse after all. He owed Ron too much. Lu Yan and Wado Ikemonji were pulled out in their hands, and the green-haired swordsman's eyes were slightly serious. Then start. Ron took a step and leaned over. White steam spewed out from both sides of his teeth like a wild boar digging the ground and about to charge. As the thunder breathing was in operation, a trace of green light rose up around him, gathering and condensing as if it turned into a python and wrapped around his body. At this moment, his agility attribute jumped directly from F to E+1 rating. This is the terrifying improvement brought by the thunder breathing method to mobilize the whole body's strength. Under Ron's control, this power finally gathered on the green blade like a spring that was constantly compressed and then reached the limit. Boom. Fourth type R thunder. The air seemed to be shaking, and the green light illuminated the dark night sky like thunder. Ron held the thunder pool and turned it into a flamme-colored streamer, attacking at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, a green thunder suddenly struck. Dang! Zoro blocked with his two swords and then forcibly shook off the green blade wrapped in flame. Taking advantage of the gap when Ron was shocked back, he held the two swords in reverse, and two cold lights rose from the ground. Two swords, two cuts climbing the tower. So fast! Ron's red eyes shrank, and he wanted to dodge, but his body couldn't react. The cold light mercilessly slashed at his waist and abdomen, and the violent force directly knocked him out. Zoro stepped in pursuit. He stretched out his hands in parallel, his palms turned outward, and the posture before holding the knife was like a rhino horn. When the distance was close enough, he suddenly kicked and turned into a flash and rushed out. Two sword style Zui. Zoro's figure seemed to disappear in an instant, and the dense white gas marks in the form of a net were the place where the slash was. It was like a fishing net that directly covered Ron, and his clothes could be torn into pieces in an instant. Instantly, 5 green rays roared like thunder, tearing the slashing net of Zui. Ron kicked on Zoro's blade and took advantage of the force to fly into the air and directly smashed down with a silver blade. The meteor fell to the ground, and the sword energy it raised burst out and destroyed everything around it. The boulder was chopped cleanly. The valley floor was cut by invisible sharp blades with dense cut like graffiti, which was frightening. Zoro, who was also in the affected area, could not dodge in time, so he simply changed his sword style. He crossed his hands hands at his collarbone and pointed the two swords in reverse grip like two horns in the direction of advance. Two's word style ox needle. The dazzling cold light flashed like a fine needle and the sharp sword energy was torn apart like a needle against a wheat spike. Even so, there were a lot of holes in Zoro's robe. Hey, this is the clothes I have worn for a long time. Zoro seemed helpless and kept his hand in reverse grip, raised his ape arm high and then stabbed fiercely. Two's word style double cut demon bear. A swift blow caught Ron's stiffness when he landed and the tip of the knife directly pointed to both sides of Ron's collarbone. Without time to dodge, Ron poured all his strength into one foot and then burst out in one breath. First form, Thunderbolt Flash. It was too late to swing the sword, so he simply turned himself into a sword. Blue Thunderbolt flashed by and Zoro flew more than 10 meters away and finally embedded in a huge rock. Ron was not feeling well either and his clothes were torn by the blade. The white and jade-like strong chest was suddenly exposed and two parallel white marks appeared on the left and right of his chest. Is it still a little bit worse? Ron sighed. With swordsmanship alone, he could only fight with Zoro, who was a two-sword flow, but it was normal. It had been less than half an hour since he learned thunder breathing. It was already a gift for him to be able to do this. Ahem. In the turbulent smoke and dust, Zoro pulled himself out of the boulder and then walked out with a slightly faster pace. As he walked forward, he took off the headscarf on his arm. The eyes with a little fighting spirit looked at Ron the next moment. The next second, Ron inserted the mine into the ground neatly and raised his hands. I admit defeat. Chapter 102 Toinon Ron. No matter which world, French etiquette can always quickly reflect the unwillingness of the person involved to fight. Zoro, who wanted to move forward to attack, stagnated his momentum and looked at the other party in disbelief. Don't you want to spar? I already know where my shortcomings are and I will improve them next. Ron shrugged. He didn't say the second half of the sentence. There is really no need to fight with you who are serious. Why should I be beaten before I can be enlightened? So cunning. Zoro was a little helpless. The opponent took advantage and wanted to run away. If you are aroused to fight, I can fight, but it's not just swordsmanship. Ron seemed to have thought of something with a look of eagerness. He actually didn't like to lose, and it just so happened that he had both the horror horn and the combination earrings, so why not try the combat power of the dual template fusion state? Okay. Zoro was a little surprised, but he agreed immediately. During this period of time, only Aaron's group was a little challenging, and the other enemies he met were all chickens and dog. Training without any pressure is meaningless, but now Ron can give him a chance. He also wanted to see if he could deal with a strange demon ability user like Ron. On the way to the world's #1 swordsman, it is impossible not to encounter such an enemy. Okay, wait a minute. Ron took out the horror horn and the combination earrings from the four-dimensional chrysanthemum with his hands behind his back and then pointed the horn at himself. The hand hesitated but still pressed the button. Bang! The earth-shaking horn sounded suddenly and Zoro, who was not far away, had to cover his ears. Then he stared in amazement as Ron turned from 1 to 2. What's going on? Are you okay, Ron? Zoro asked hurriedly. It's okay. This is a demonic ability. It's okay. This is a demonic ability. The two Rons spoke at the same time and then put on the combined earrings separately. The next moment the two Rons merged into one in the light. The light faded. A Ron with red gold lines all over his body appeared in the original place and his scarlet eyes looked at his palms and fingers. Big baby template and third baby template. Divine power and Vajra indestructible. The attribute panel changed accordingly. Muscle strength D, agility F, constitution E. This is the improvement close to gigantism, but note that Ron did not perform gigantism at this time. If gigantism is carried out on the existing basis and the thunder breathing method is added, then perhaps the strength will approach the C level, the constitution will break through to D, and the agility will reach D. You know, the assessment of the strength of Aaron in the EC is only at the D end level, while Ron can rely on the Toinon thunder breathing method and Chi to reach the D level of the weakest one-dimensional attribute. Interesting. This feeling is like upgrading. Ron's palm fingers wrapped with red gold lines tightly grasped the handle of the thunder pond and the scattered green thunder surrounded his body again. He poured the terrifying power into 1 foot and just a slight movement crushed the ground under his feet. One type thunderbolt flash. Thunder suddenly rose and the green thunder turned into a flamme-colored streamer like a thunderbolt. Dang! The trembling sound of the golden sword sounded and then Zoro, who was blocking with two swords, was suddenly knocked out. The whole person flew more than 10 meters away and embedded in a huge rock. Still two sword? In that case, I will take it as your surrender. The green light faded. Ron stepped with the sword. His eyes were hot and his momentum was wild. Zoro silently pulled himself out of the boulder, then took off the headscarf on his arm and wrapped it around his forehead, then pulled out the third sword. Sorry, I really didn't respect you just now. It's okay, I'll do it again. Be careful. Zoro bit the third sword in his mouth, holding the Wado Ikemonji and Lihuyan tightly in his hands. The purple Lihuyan blade was visibly wrapped in flames. The flames grew rapidly as if they had life until they swallowed him up. Three Swords Style Burn Demon Slash. Like an evil ghost swaying in the flame, just seeing it can make people feel terrible. However, before they could react, 3 cold lights had already swept over with flame. The second form Rice Soul. The green lightning swam around like a snake, and 5 lightning flashes rose in the flashing lightning arc. After the golden sword trembled, the scorching flames swept over. The violent flames were released along with 2 impact waves, and the gravel flew out, and the surrounding rocks were instantly stained with a layer of charred black. Ron took a step back and retreated far away with the power transmitted. 3 intersecting cold lights rolled with flames and missed his face. Then he suddenly rushed forward, and the blade of the thunder pond was wrapped with green lightning and turned into a stream of light. 3 forms gathering mosquitoes into thunder. The blue sword light like thunderbolt bloomed around Zoro, and the dozens of slashing trajectories were filled with wavy lightning arcs. So fast the speed and power are not of the same order of magnitude as before, but sword style is still wrong everywhere. Zoro's pupils shrank, and the 3 swords low raised dense cold light. 3 swords low. Crow and Demon Hunter. All round continuous slashing. Even in the face of a large number of artillery shells, it can cut them apart. The sword light rolled with flames confronted the thunderbolt, and the trembling sound of the golden sword was like a rapid drumbeat. After the last tremor, Ron, who had used up all his breath, kicked Zoro, who had also run out of breath. The two retreated together and distanced themselves. Is this the sword form? Ron held the thunder pool in one hand, his eyes fixed on himself. The series of fights just now left him with 7 or 8 wounds, and he looked up at Zoro. The opponent also had 4 or 5 blood marks on his body, and the tip of his knife was already stained with blood. The thunder pool was as sharp as lightning, and even if he deliberately withdrew his strength, he could not avoid hurting people. It's amazing. Your swordsmanship is just a lack of practice, so there are omissions everywhere. But in terms of the foundation and sophistication of the moves, it is even better than my 3-sword style. Zoro's eyes were complicated, knowing that the injuries on his body did not become very serious because the opponent deliberately withdrew his hands. If it was a life-and-death fight, the opponent might still be uninjured, but he was already in moderate condition. It's not surprising. You may not know that the sword form of thunder breathing has been perfected over hundreds of years. There are too many people's efforts in it. Even the sword form I showed is very rough and clumsy compared to the peak of theory. Zoro, your 3-sword style is very suitable for you, but in many aspects it is still not as good as the swordsmanship I master. After all, you are the only developer. Ron smiled and said something that made Zoro hesitate. Want to learn? I will teach you. No need to become a disciple. No need to swear any oath. Just as an exchange, I will share everything I know with you, and you have to share the essence you have learned with me, and we can be each other's master and apprentice. Are you willing? Zoro seemed to be moved. No one can refuse to make himself stronger. Of course. Ron smiled brightly and said with a firm tone, first 3 chapters. The remaining 2 chapters are still being written. Chapter 103. Wait for me to come to my room and show you a big treasure. Ron's decision was not rash, but a well-thought-out choice. The thunder-breathing method and the matching sword form are his prizes, and there are no teachers or students in this world. He is the only practitioner of this sword art. In other words, moral issues such as stealing teachers and teachings can be ignored directly. What needs to be considered is how to maximize benefit. Ron's mastery of sword form is very low. After all, he mastered the thunder-breathing method today, and the sword form even relies on brain memory to imitate and manipulate the body to release it. Even so, the thunder-breathing method has caused great trouble to Zoro. Of course, it is undeniable that a large part of the reason is that Ron's attributes are too strong. As the saying goes, a strong force can fly brick, and attribute suppression is the fundamental reason why he can beat Zoro. He needs to work harder on the sword form, but it should be noted that Ron has no teacher. Even a genius needs guidance to become a talent. He does not have this ability. After all, geniuses also reach this standard because of Kenshin. Zoro is different. He has the complete teaching of the school, and he is also a genius who created the 3-sword style. In terms of talent and ability, he is better than Ron, who has a sword heart. If he learns the thunder-breathing method and related sword styles, it is easy to draw inferences from one example and even understand the essence. At that time, Ron can absorb the essence extracted from Zoro and accelerate his growth. What he paid is just knowledge. Mutual benefit is more worthwhile. The most important thing is that Ron also hopes to maintain a good relationship with Zoro. In the past, he certainly didn't think he could keep Zoro without ability, but as the chips in his hand increase, he will also have thoughts about Zoro. What if Zoro is dug into his own people? Wouldn't it be a big profit? Zoro didn't refuse this and agreed at once. Next, they started to return. However, when they boarded the ship, Nami stood on the railing on the 2nd floor in pajamas holding a ruyi stick, staring at them with a pair of beautiful eyes. What are you doing? Why are you making so much noise? I had a sparring match with Zoro. Do you have to do it in the middle of the night? You woke me and my sister up. Nami was very dissatisfied dissatisfied and poked the deck with a long stick. "Ah, sorry, we have already run far away, but I didn't expect the sound to spread so far. I'm sorry, Nami." The former is Ron, and the latter is Zoro. "Are you done fighting?" Nakago happened to push the door open and asked, "Do you want me to cook something for you? How about fish soup, sister?" Nami was dissatisfied and said, "We should scold them now." "It's okay, I just woke you up." Under Nakago's comfort, the angry Nami calmed down obediently. Zoro and Ron laughed and went into the cabin. Nakago was already busy. "The tuna sent by Miss Island will not last long if it is not marinated. Some of them need to be dealt with as soon as possible." When the delicious fish soup was served on the table, Nakago, who was on a diet, went back to sleep. Nami didn't, but stared at them with her chin supported by her fair little hand. "I'm done." Zoro's scalp was numb, so he drank in 2 gulps, threw the bowl away and ran away. Ron, who was eating slowly, was left staring at Nami, speechless. "So, what's wrong?" Ron put down the bowl and reluctantly took the initiative to bring up the topic. "Why did you fight with him? What happened? Why do you think so?" "Because there has been no such thing before, especially in the middle of the night." "Then you are just overthinking. It was really just a sparring match. I just became a little stronger, so I wanted to fight with Zoro to see what level I am at." Ron smiled, then changed the subject, a little teasing. "Are you worried about me?" Who cares about you? I will be free when you die one day." Nami rolled her eyes and stared at Ron suspiciously, as if trying to see something, but the fact is that nothing happened. After thinking about it, she still reminded, "I don't know what you want to do in the future, and I don't know what you are thinking, but you'd better understand one thing. When we were on Miss Island before, Zoro said that he was not on the same boat with us. That guy is a very opinionated person, and he is the kind of person who will not be inferior to others. Strong. You'd better think it through and don't cause any trouble." "I understand. Don't worry about that. I won't let you worry." Ron drank the fish soup in the bowl, then handed the empty bowl to Nami. "Go wash the bowl, and don't pursue the previous sentence about me dying. Just order people around." Nami muttered as she took the bowl and washed Zoro's bowl at the same time. She didn't want her sister to face 2 dirty bowls tomorrow morning. "Well, it's definitely not because of Ron." The faucet gurgled. Nami was scrubbing the bowl seriously, her white palms and fingers holding the rag. Her pretty face was full of seriousness. Ron was sitting at the dining table with his fingers crossed and his chin supported. If he changed the gesture to reading a newspaper, he would have a sense of déjà vu of a newlywed couple. But unfortunately, there was no such thing. "Is there a distinction between us and them?" "It's a good sign." Ron stood up thoughtfully and then made a decision. "By the way, I'll show you a big treasure in my room later." "Now, of course, you don't have any ideas, do you?" "I'm a good person." "You said you were a good person last time, and then you took away my 70 million Baileys. That's for a reason, and now yours is mine, isn't it? And yours is still yours, right, Captain Ron?" "Of course." Nami wiped the washed dishes and put them away with a dark face. "Do you know what time it is now?" "It's 12 o'clock in the evening. Usually I sleep until dawn at this time." "Do you know how much harm staying up late can do to a woman?" "Really?" Ron shook his head regretfully and stood up. "Originally there was a great gift to give to someone, but it seems that someone doesn't need it." As soon as he finished speaking, Nami's eyes were bright and she stopped to wipe her hands as soon as she took a step, and then she grabbed Ron's arm and moved closer to him. "Wait, I didn't refuse." "Didn't you just refuse?" "I just said that staying up late is not good." "Staying up late is not good is not equal to I refuse." "You women are so shameless." "Do you still have such a formula?" Ron shook his head with amusement, feeling the fullness against him while opening the door of the captain's room. Chester in the corner hung his tongue and stared at the eye bone on the bedside table. "So what is it?" Nami sat on his bed very naturally and jumped twice to feel the bed that was obviously better than her room. Chapter 104. The kiss brought by the magic weather stick. The pirate clique is acting again. If there is a chance, just steal it for him. Nami thought so. Or let this man give it to her directly. It seems a bit necessary. It is possible, but I always feel that it will pay a heavy price. Here, this. Ron took out the magic weather stick from the 4-dimensional chrysanthemum and handed it to Nami. It is a 3-section short stick with a sky blue appearance, and the enchanted dark purple surrounds it. There are also spherical holes and spiral patterns at the joint. "What is this? It's so heavy." "If it's a new weapon, the Ruyi stick is quite useful." Nami took it in confusion, feeling a little uncomfortable with the heavy weight. Ron didn't find it strange, but normal. The magic weather stick is suitable for Nami at least 3 years later, if nothing unexpected happens. The voyage on the Grand Line will also play an invisible exercise role for people. He remembered that there was a sound effect of shaving when Nami beat Luffy. It's just that the talents of pirates are not low. Weapons. Weather weapon. Ron told the characteristics and enchantments of the magic weather stick one by one, from the gust of wind sword, black ball, thundercloud stick, shower weather, cream road, thundercloud trap, steam egg, cream bubble, to weather egg, sun of thunder weather egg, thunderstorm weather, and a series of other moves. Finally, Ron euphemistically reminded that this thing needs to be studied before it can be used well. After all, when it comes to weather knowledge, the current Nami is not at the same level as the Nami in the original timeline, but it is obvious that Nami didn't listen at all, just heard those powerful moves. The pair of beautiful eyes became brighter and brighter, and the excitement and joy were completely uncontrollable, so that in the end she suddenly jumped from the bed to Ron, put her arms around his neck and pressed down the mountain. As Ron felt suffocated, the hot red lips were imprinted on his lips and teeth they separated at the touch. "Reward for you." Nami's cheeks flushed. She seemed to stand up in a daze, but the next second she ran away with the magic weather stick. She was in such a hurry when she went out that she tripped. Ron had a question mark on his head, and there was a taste of mandarin orange between his lips and teeth, but it didn't seem strange. Nami was very open-minded and acted in a casual way. Besides, perhaps he was not the only one observing Nami. Nami was also observing him. Ron didn't really hide anything in his mind. It was already in the open. It's just that he didn't act like a licking dog. Interesting. East China Sea. On a large warship that looked like a saber, a burly man in golden armor and a large cloak sat on the seat, staring at the newspaper in his hand, and said that group of fishermen actually fell into the hands of the Navy. The Navy was once again defeated by this group of little scoundrels. Three got a chance to get $1 billion Baileys for nothing. They also set up a pirate group called the God of War. It's really annoying. Ajahn Crick, who had light purple hair and a turban on his head, called out, "I'm here, boss." A man with a face that looked like he had kidney deficiency walked out of the crowd below, with deep dark circles around his eyes. He was the captain of the Crick pirate, known as the Devil. Ajahn, take the newly joined pirate group and take back the $1 billion Baileys, then go to Miss Island and ask why the tribute for this month has not been paid yet. Crick closed the newspaper and grinned. "By the way, there is a woman named Nami in the God of War pirate group. Bring her back alive. I want to know how Arlong and his group were wiped out by those trash in the Navy. The fishmen have been causing trouble in the East China Sea for more than 10 or 20 years, and Click naturally knows about it. It's just that because the fishmen are too powerful in the sea, they have avoided the activities of this group of fishmen. But now, it is said that the Navy has wiped out Arlong's group. There is no joint action, no rumors, and the power of the fishmen remains the same. Just a group of Navy from the 16th branch wiped out the fishmen." Click was the first one who didn't believe it. He even suspected that the Navy had developed some secret weapons, just like his poison gas bombs. "Yes." Ajahn turned around with a cold face and left, and the people around Click's pirate group cast envious eyes. "It's Lord Ajahn again." Leader Click values Lord Ajahn the most. "I wish I could climb to that position." "Just you?" "He is the ghost Ajahn. He once defeated an entire pirate group alone and knocked down hundreds of people with that weapon. You can only take 100 knives." "Asshole, what are you talking about?" The mixed noise faded away. Ajahn set off on his journey without hearing anything. He led a new pirate group under the leader to search for the enemy. The Click pirates are not just a pirate group. The armed fleet is just a guarantee for everything, and there are many subordinate forces, so it is not difficult for them to find a person or a pirate group in the East China Sea. On the other side, in the highest office of the Navy, Zhang Guo stared at the report in his hand with a gloomy face. The title was extremely terrifying. "The New World blockade failed. Red-haired Shanks has entered the Fishman Island route." "Asshole, is Shanks crazy? Why did he leave the New World alone and enter paradise?" Zhang Guo was puzzled and pulled his hair in worry. "If you pull it again, you will become the Mediterranean. That will hinder the dignity of the Navy Marshal." One of the Vice Admirals of the Navy, Vice Admiral Tsuru, was sitting not far from Sengoku, drinking black tea leisurely. "In this situation, it's useless for you to be anxious," the monitoring ship from the New World reported. "Red Hair's subordinates also disappeared, suspected to have entered the doldrums. At present, the purpose of the Red Hair pirates cannot be guessed, and we can only speculate." "What's the result?" Sengoku looked up and asked with a frown. "The result? It is initially suspected that Red Hair Shanks' goal is the East China Sea. There is something or someone in the East China Sea that makes him want to go back at all costs." "What is the basis?" "Hawkeye left only half a month after the man went out to sea to relax last time, and he went to the East China Sea, which is known as the weakest. Is my hawk so bored that he wants to go to the East China Sea for fun?" "The most important thing is that the monitoring ship captured a Den Mushi communication before, although there were only a few words, but it can be speculated that it was Beckman of the Red Hair Pirates who made the call, and Hawkeye left his nest shortly after that." "Do you think this is a coincidence?" Although Crane seemed to be drinking tea leisurely, he actually had grasped the key situation. "Crazy, what are they doing in the EC? Who knows? Maybe they are bored in the New World. If they are bored, they will go back to the EC." Zhang Guo thought of Red Hair's past achievements and said firmly, "That won't work. The destruction of Elijah cannot happen in the EC. If it is a member country, the world will be in turmoil." If you find a typo, you can click on the comment and the author can see the correction in the background, or use the error correction function, which is faster. I am too tired to check the typos close. Thank you everyone. Chapter 105. A new storm has appeared. I think it is meaningless to speculate now. Let's prepare for the worst. Crazy drank the tea in the cup and added, by the way, Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, also disappeared. It is suspected that he went to the EC to investigate how his compatriots died. Along in his gang? Yes, it really causes trouble for people. Those pirates who are separatist and evil can be killed, but the people of the 16th branch of the Navy cannot be retaliated. This is the bottom line, Zhang Guo said coldly, and tapped the table heavily with his fingertips. And the group of pirates who attacked by surprise, they must also be cleaned up. The fierce god pirate. The people of the 16th branch reported the relevant deeds and have issued a bounty order. The highest one is 4 million baileys, which should be within the response range of the East China Sea branches. He reported like this. Too slow. Where is Garp? Still on vacation, watching his grandson in his hometown. Really free. Just right. Let him go to Rogue Town immediately and make sure to stop Shank there. Si. Go and deal with that pirate group afterward. In addition, transfer Kuzan back to the East China Sea. I will be in charge of the headquarters. Zhang Guo gritted his teeth and shouted, 1 admiral and 1 Garp. Even if my Hawk and Shanks go to the East China Sea, they can't do whatever they want. He put down the teacup, his eyes playful. Just like that? What do you mean? This is a good opportunity, an opportunity to eliminate the 4 emperors without too many consequences. Zhang Guo was silent for a while, and then a low voice sounded, the above not allowed. Really? It seems that we have lost a good opportunity. He sighed and said nothing more. The decision of the world government is the supreme will of the Navy. No one can change it. Ron, who was far away in the East China Sea, still did not realize that a storm had begun to brew. After all, in his eyes he was just a small scoundrel in the East China Sea. He did not consider at all that a few big bosses would pop out of the novice village to chop him down. The weather is nice. Ron rarely gets up early. When he woke up, he took out his gilded pocket watch and saw that it was only 9 o'clock. He wanted to take a nap, but he thought of Nami's kiss last night and rolled around like a caterpillar and couldn't sleep. Finally, he decided to get up. After his consciousness was no longer confused, he no longer felt that kind of worry. Calm thinking occupied the high ground. After eating other people's lunch and Ron's breakfast, he began to exercise with Zoro. On the deck, Nami looked at the weather and steered the rudder, and Nakiko helped from time to time. Busy. The process doesn't even need 2 grown men, Ron and Zoro. After all, the weather girl is on the ship. If you are in a hurry to sail in the East China Sea, then it's the ship's fault. Speaking of the ship, Ron is also thinking about whether to find a way to get a good ship out. After all, the area of the mantis shrimp is too small. It's okay if you don't exercise, but once you exercise, you feel that there is too little open space. The cabin is barely usable, but it has begun to feel cramped. Don't be distracted. Zoro knocked on Ron's head with a sheathed long sword, looking helpless. Why do you start to be distracted after meditating for a while? Sorry, let's continue. Ron chuckled and tried to keep his mind focused. So Ron was now teaching him the introductory practice of swordsmanship, meditation, horse stance, postures, etc. Those things that Ron had never touched were gradually supplemented under Soron's strictness. In order to make Ron progress as much as possible, Soron also bought a large number of training tools on an island. If it weren't for the lack of artillery on the Pippi shrimp, there might be no place to put those training tools. This aggravated Ron's idea of changing ships, so in the next half-month the Pippi shrimp ran to several prosperous places and exchanged the stored gold and silver treasures for bailey. 400 million gold and silver treasures were exchanged for 200 million baileys. Fortunately, they found a local bank auction house on the last island. Similar to the saying that a bank affiliated with a member country opened an auction house in a non-member country area, they have a high interest in antiques made of gold and silver treasures, and said that they could take out 100 million baileys for trading, but it just took time to mobilize funds. After being respectfully sent out by the manager, Ron took Nami back to the shrimp. The place they were at was called Gerwin Island, and the auction house was located in a capital city. Yes, Gerwin Island was actually a non-member country, a union of more than a dozen nearby islands with its own soldiers and other armed forces. It was said that it was affiliated with the Crick pirates, so no pirates had any intention of targeting them. When he heard this familiar name, Ron had a subtle sense of déjà vu. After all, the Crick pirates had been taught a lesson by Hawkeye when they appeared, and the rest, all of them, are remnants of defeated troops. But think about it carefully. A large force with 5,000 people and dozens of pirate groups. Can the entire fleet be supported by robbery alone? Of course it is impossible. They must have their own ways to make money to support the pirates who do not produce. Shell Chamber of Commerce and Gerwin Island are examples. If you can't pay the Sky Gold and can't hug the thigh of the world government, you can hug the thigh of the big pirate. The result is the same. However, Nami is very worried about this. Will our whereabouts be exposed? It's been more than half a month, and the things on Miss Island must have been known by the Click pirate. This is their territory. On On the pippy shrimp Nami lay on Ron's bed and her white and tender feet kept shaking forward. The tip of her toes kicked the back of Ron, who was sitting on Chester's head, and the other party was holding a brutal weapon in his hand. Don't make trouble. Aren't I already preparing? Ron turned around and grabbed Nami's foot, pinched it twice and then clamped it with his arm while Nami cried out in pain. His eyes fell on a manual checking the status of the dragon's breath spray. He looked very serious. Nami quickly pulled out her foot, rubbing it, and asked, "Then why don't you leave? Only a thief can steal for 1,000 days, but there is no such thing as a thief for 1,000 days?" Ron said without raising his head. 1 billion Baileys is a problem, because in the eyes of many people we don't deserve to have such wealth. After all, we are just pirates who pick up bargains in the eyes of the Navy. During the time you were away, did you find anyone who knew anything about the so-called fierce god pirate? No. The civilians didn't notice it at all, because the fierce god pirates were too small and the 1 billion berries were too far away. But if Arlong showed up here, the whole Jerwen Island would be in chaos. Even if he brought 1 billion berries, no one would want to attack him. You mean, make a name for yourself? Nami seemed to understand. Hit them until they are afraid. Hit them until they are afraid. Hit them until they turn around and run away when they see us. This is the best way. Ron was obviously prepared. Even in his eyes, the auction house that didn't lower the price might be a lackey of the click pirate. Sorry, I'm lame, because I have an old book to write. I have already written 4,000 plus 8,000 and I really can't write the last 2,000, only 8,000 words today. I will stand up tomorrow. Chapter 106. Draw again. The possibility of drawing a golden den mushi. So, what to do is very simple. Kill as much as you can. I don't know who I am. I don't know where I am. I don't know what I want to do. I just want to kill as much as I can. JPG. Okay, it's a bit like a terrorist speech, but at least that's what Ron planned. The dragon breath spray in his hand was enchanted with fire arrows and infinity, and the data has changed. Astet 12 dragon breaths at fire arrow infinity. Origin Call of Duty /Minecraft. Type hot weapon enchantment. Accessories number 12 lead diameter dragon breath bullet 25 rounds large drum Zalillo 8 sports barrel flash bolt 60 spare drum x2 effect a brutal weapon with high loading capacity and high firing rate. Each shot of the 12 gauge dragon's breath bullet will spread a large amount of hot magnesium particles to ignite the enemy. The short-term temperature is above 1500 degrees Celsius, just like the red flames roaring out of a fire dragon that ignites all flesh and blood. Enchantment Fire Arrow spell will add an additional fire spell to the magnesium particles. This spell has an unknown reaction with the magnesium particles and has a strong flame attachment and diffusion. Enchantment Infinity spell. When the magazine is loaded with bullets and fired, the infinity spell will be triggered and the shot will not consume bullet. However, it should be noted that the overheating of the gun will not be due to the infinity consumption. None. The double enchanted dragon breath spray has a qualitative improvement in sustained firepower and can be fired continuously without changing bullet. It can be said that as long as the trigger is pulled, no one needs to cover. Of course, the power of the dragon breath spray is still limited by the endurance of the firearm. It can be relied on in the short term, but it is not enough in the long run. Ron only regards it as one of the means to clear the miscellaneous soldiers. The other means is the 10 tons of seawater he loaded when he came to Gwen Island. Although the water baby template is lame, it has magical powers after all, swallowing rivers and flooding rivers. It's a waste not to use it. There are 15 magic crystals in reserve, as well as some invisibility potions. There were a lot of potions left before. Based on the idea that they would be dead if not used, Ron prepared Namanakiko, but after Zoro experienced invisibility once, he was not very interested in these external objects. The current chip balance has reached 180 million. Ron is really thinking about whether to have another round of draws. He has a general idea of the system of different template. According to the characteristics of the Tide Rider, there is a high probability that he can draw what he wants. The possible events on Jerwen Island this time can also be regarded as an opportunity for testing. Draw a small one and save the big one to kill the Krieg pirate. Considering the characteristics of the Tide Rider and the good things he had drawn before, Ron still did not draw the silver roulette directly, but spun the high-level VIP roulette. 1 million chips at a time. 20 rays of light were thrown out in an instant. Ron quickly clicked through, except for some unused prizes such as the assault lance of the Krieg Death Corps, which is a pure suicide weapon. There are also common consumables such as magic crystals. There are 2 skills that really suit my taste, but unexpectedly, I drew completely unexpected prizes. Den Mushi Communication Den Mushi Watch X4 Origin Pirate World Type Biotechnology Effect a watch modified by the Navy's Technology Department based on the communication Den Mushi, which can use biological waves as a transmission medium for long-distance communication. When communicating, it will imitate the communicator vividly. The reason is that each Den Mushi individual individual has its own unique radio waves which will be transmitted to the radio wave channel as public information when communicating. The individual is a base station for information transmission in order to ensure that it can communicate with a certain target in a targeted manner. Den-den-mushi will perform preconditions in a biologically directional manner, so each den-den-mushi must imitate the creature it faces exactly the same before it can be put into use to ensure that there are no problems. The function is equivalent to an ordinary phone with strong and weak signals. The larger and healthier the body, the stronger the signal. If special parts are added, faxes can be sent. Consumption: grass leaves / den-den-mushi feed. It looks like a bracelet with a semicircular raised cover on the back of the hand. Open it and you will find a den-den-mushi sleeping, and it is not the same kind. Black den-den-mushi watch X2. Origin: pirate world. Type: biotechnology. Effect: the smaller black den-den-mushi is the type of den-den-mushi that likes to exchange messages with its own kind, so it was modified by the Navy's technology department to be able to eavesdrop = eavesdropping device for radio wave. Due to special modification, this den-den-mushi cannot perform the function of calling den-den-mushi and can only be used for eavesdropping. Consumption: grass leaves / den-den-mushi feed. There is no doubt that den-den-mushi, as the black technology of the pirate world, is undoubtedly powerful. The 1 million Bailey's lottery is completely worth it. But what really made Ron not even look at the skills but directly pay attention to den-den-mushi? It was this silver den-den-mushi in his hand. Silver den-den-mushi. Origin: pirate world. Type: biotechnology. Effect: silver den-den-mushi specially modified by the Navy's technology department will only receive the radio waves of the gold den-den-mushi and sound an alarm usually placed on the vice admiral ship that receives the radio wave. Consumption: grass leaves / den-den-mushi feed. The effect of the silver den-den-mushi is actually not strong compared with the functions of the communication den-den-mushi and the black eavesdropping den-den-mushi. It is simply a waste, but its appearance will bring an extremely terrifying association. Is it possible that the golden den-den-mushi can also be drawn by lottery? Don't forget that Nami's magic weather stick was created out of nothing by the dimensional roulette. As for the use of the golden den-den-mushi, it is very simple. It is just a special den-den-mushi that can launch a demon-killing order, a simple transmitter. It is just a precious species among the den-den-mushi, and its body presents an uncomfortable golden light. But in the future timeline, no, even now, only officers above the rank of Admiral of the Navy headquarters can hold it. Pressing the button above can summon the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters to indiscriminately destroy the island. In Ron's memory of One Piece, there was a place called Judicial Island that was destroyed. That was the court directly under the world government. If it is really possible, the space that can be manipulated is huge. Ron couldn't help thinking so. For example, a demon-killing order in the Sabayati archipelago, or to attack the base camp of hostile forces, or the Holy Land of Marijoa. Forget it, this should be impossible. However, this kind of thing can obviously only be used once. After all, the Demon Slayer order involves too many things. The Navy was fooled the first time, but it might not be possible the second time. And Nami looked at the things that suddenly appeared curiously. What is this? Demon power. These are left to you, alive. Find some grass leaves for them to eat. Ron handed the den-den-mushi to Nami and asked her to figure out the den-den-mushi feed problem. First 3 chapters. The follow-up is still being written, and I will work hard today. Chapter 107 Ghost Management. He didn't continue thinking about the golden den-den-mushi. No matter how he imagined it, he couldn't give up the plan in his hand to extract the golden den-den-mushi. The main thing is, there is no place to use it in the EC. The EC, known as the Weak EC, doesn't even have a headquarters vice admiral, and it doesn't know who to fight after launching the Demon Slayer order. This only opportunity must be used at the critical moment. The topic ended. Ron threw some unused prizes into the sea. He didn't want to see the suicide weapon at all. Then, Ron began to check the 2 new skills. Crystallization. Origin: Attack on Titan. Type: skill. Effect: draw the power of your own flesh and blood to condense a crystal with a hardness far exceeding that of steel. It can cover any part of the body, but it will hinder movement. You can overmake crystals to cover yourself and sleep. Consumption. Stamina. A very universal skill that can be used by both the Big Baby template and the 3 Baby template. Ron thought about the direction of application for a while and then continued to check. Wild Charge. Origin: Legend. Type: skill. Effect: after charging, perform a long-distance charge, causing terrible damage of strength x speed to all obstacles along the way. Enemies knocked away will cause secondary damage to other enemies. However, if you hit an obstacle that cannot be destroyed by collision, you will also cause damage to yourself. Consumption. Stamina. It is also a skill that is quite universal. It also meets the early combat support point that Ron is preparing to build around the Calabash Brothers system. Let's stop while we are ahead. Luck seems to be declining. As expected, I have to find a way to get better luck in the lottery story after the event. Ron glanced at the chips, 160 million, then chose to stop. On the other side, when Ron and the others left, the manager in charge of reception changed his smile and released a falcon with a gloomy face. The sea is vast and there is a lack of communication between islands. It is rumored that there is a kind of den mushi that can cross the sea and communicate no matter how far away, but that special creature is only in the base of the Navy branch and there is no channel for contact from the outside world. So, the forces of the Click pirates tamed a group of falcons for long-distance communication. The manager released one of them. The big net targeting the God of War pirates had been spread 10 days ago. The falcon flew across the sky, across hundreds of miles of sea to a fixed island. The bird breeder in charge of this matter took the letter and brought it to Ajin, who had been waiting for a long time. Master Ajin, the God of War pirates appeared near Gwen Island. The local manager has, we have at least 3 days to delay them with excuses. Notify them that the arrangements in the southeast and west directions can be withdrawn, and let the Big Doe pirates prepare to set sail. Ajin gave the order indifferently. The bird keeper hesitated for a while but asked in a low voice, Gwen Island, the kingdom of Gwen seems to have noticed our actions and has asked someone to ask if the kingdom guards can assist Lord Crick in destroying the enemies of the Crick pirate. They can dispatch thousands of soldiers to help us encircle and suppress the fierce god pirate. A bunch of farmers who haven't had their hoes for a few years can also be called soldiers. Ajin sneered and then said, let them do the surrounding work before the action begins, and then send people to surround it. The Admiral attaches great importance to this matter, and I don't want any surprises. Understood. The bird breeder retreated. A few minutes later, Jin boarded a pirate ship full of pirate. The newly emerged Data pirates joined the Crick pirates as a vassal. Hundreds of pirates decided to cling to the thighs after being beaten by the society. Because the captain, Xinyu, was good at using the hammer and there was a bounty of 5 million, the Crick pirates absorbed this small pirate group. Set sail. We must arrive at Jerwen Island tomorrow afternoon. On the pirate ship, Jin gave orders, looking towards Jerwen Island with a gloomy face. Although they didn't know what enemy they would face since they had become the enemy of the Crick pirate, then they could only say that they were unfortunate. Understand, we will do it. Captain Xinyu nodded and said yes, but after everything was done, he came to Jin's side. What for, boss? I want to ask, after doing this, have we really joined the Crick pirate? Well, what? Captain Crescent Moon seemed a little worried and hesitantly said, I heard that there will be a big operation in our company next. I wonder if we will be included. This will not give Lord Crick many opportunities to make meritorious deed. You know. Ajin suddenly opened his eyes and his cold eyes fell on Captain Crescent Moon's face. Captain Crescent Moon, who once frightened some places, shuddered and said tremblingly, just heard. Ajin was silent for a moment, then snorted coldly, don't ask what you shouldn't ask next time. I'll tell you this time, if nothing unexpected happens, the boss will definitely let you play. The Barity restaurant is not easy to rob. With Lord Crick's character, there is a chance for you to help. Yes, but why did Captain Crick go to fight Barity? Isn't that place just a restaurant? You don't understand. The Admiral captured a few people from the buggy pirates a while ago, and they didn't know who destroyed them. They were chased by the residents of the Old Nest Island and fled to the sea. As a result, they were picked up by our people. In order to survive, they gave a piece of information. What? Do you know the Grand Line? Is that the hell known as the Grave of Pirate? Captain Xinyu asked in horror. Could Barity restaurant have anything to do with the Grand Line? The remnants of Buggy said that their captain had been to the Grand Line. The danger of the Grand Line lies in the weather. If there is information about the Grand Line, many detours can be avoided. It's a pity that our people went to Buggy's old nest to search, but did not find the so-called nautical chart. However, Lord Click accidentally learned that the chef of Barity restaurant, Redfoot Zeph, had been to the Grand Line and even brought back a logbook. Ajin's tone became hurried, as if he was fanatical about Click. As long as we can get that logbook, capture Zeph, and use him as a human nautical chart to avoid those climate dangers, Lord Crick will embark on the Grand Line to become the second pirate king. He will even be more powerful than Roger, ruling the 4 seas and even the whole world. Is that so? It seems that I have seized a good opportunity. Captain Crescent was shocked, as if he saw a bright road spreading out before his eyes. He joined the Crick pirates because he had no ability. In this case, it is obviously more beneficial to serve a powerful master. Chapter 108. Water and fire are ruthless, thunder is mighty. Ron's wait did not last too long. 2 days later, the people from the auction house came to tell them to go to the Chamber of Commerce to negotiate the final price. But before that, Nakago had used the invisibility potion to take a look and brought back the expected answer. In this great pirate era, there is really no place that is clean. Ron sneered and turned to look at Nakago and Zoro. I'll leave the house to you. Don't let anything happen to our ship. By the way, remember to leave someone alive. Yeah, Zoro nodded, his hand already on the hilt. Nokijo hugged Nami and reminded her, be careful along the way. Got it, sister. After After a short conversation, Ron took Nami away from the shrimp just like the previous combination, but this time there was an extra Chester. As they moved forward, the closer they got to the auction house, the more Nami frowned. What's wrong? There's less life. It's normal. Many people have been replaced in this area. Ron didn't care, and Chester followed behind him. Soon, they came to in the reception room where I went last time. A servant came in to serve tea and water and asked them to wait, but what can be heard is that the building where the Chamber of Commerce is located has quickly become deserted. In the end, all the noise was drowned out by the dense footsteps outside. A Jin appeared surrounded by a large number of kingdom guard, and his gloomy face looked at the auction house where only prey was left. Before he could speak, the manager of the auction house appeared with a smile on his face. Master Ajin, the captain of the fierce god pirates and the woman you want are inside, and someone on that ship has taken your data pirates and Captain Zinyu to deal with it. A swordsman with a bounty of 3 million. I believe that Captain Zinyu with a bounty of 5 million will definitely be able to capture him easily. Not under my command. Ajin glanced coldly, and the weapon in his hand, which looked like a crutch but had an iron ball on the top, instantly pointed at the manager. When the latter was pale and trembling, he heard him say, "It is Admiral Crick's subordinate, not mine." Yes. The manager, who was shocked by the flattery, smiled awkwardly and pointed at the soldiers around him. The King of Gwen attaches great importance to the Admiral's affairs, so he sent 500 soldiers to assist you. As if thinking of the experience just now, the manager quickly added, "Of course, I know you are a ghost with a bounty of 12 million, and we can easily crush the enemy without us. However, if there are more people, the two enemies may surrender, saving you some effort." As he said, he signaled his men with his eyes. Immediately, someone began to shout into the reception room, "Ron from the fierce god pirate and Nami, right? Hurry up and put down your weapons and surrender. This place has been surrounded. You have no chance of winning." It seems that the shouting has worked. The door of the Chamber of Commerce was pushed open, and Ron walked out with interest. Nami didn't follow him out. She had already used the invisibility potion and ran to the roof to prepare. The magic weather stick is a real artifact for Nami. Even if the current knowledge is not enough for her to understand and master all the skills, it is enough to deal with the current situation. "Interesting. Is it you who came?" At the moment when Ron spoke, a series of small black clouds wrapped in transparent bubbles had quietly appeared in the sky. "Since you know who I am, don't waste your time." Ajin raised the ball crutch with cold eyes and said indifferently, "Are you decent yourself, or do I help you to be decent? It's really interesting, but I still prefer to help others to be decent." Ron grinned and opened his mouth directly. Template switch water baby. The throat seemed to turn into an abyss, and a surging stream of water suddenly gushed out from the bottom of the abyss. When I first saw it, it seemed like a turbulent stream of water flying as big as an arm, and in the blink of an eye, the water turned into a river again. Ajin opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Before he could react, the turbulent river completely turned into a flat waterfall. 100,000 tons of seawater was suddenly released in just a few seconds, turning into a tide that swept everything in front of Ron. The screams of the soldiers suddenly rang out, and the turbulent water formed vortices that knocked them down, dragged them, and even drowned them. The buildings within a few hundred meters centered on the auction house suddenly had a lake. "This is seawater." Ajin struggled in the seawater with a drastic change of expression. Fortunately, he was good at swimming and could barely compete with the turbulent water flow, so he didn't get up again after being knocked down by the seawater like the manager. He even found that the amount of water sprayed by the enemy was decreasing rapidly. The amount of water was indeed terrifying, but Jerwen Island was an island. Ajin stared at the enemy, trying to find the right opportunity to counterattack, but when he looked at each other, he saw sarcasm in the enemy's eyes. "What do you mean? Isn't this water flow over yet?" As soon as the thought flashed through his mind, a crackling sound suddenly sounded above his head. Ajin only had time to look up, and the dazzling golden light engulfed everything in front of him. That was thunder. The violent golden lightning split into hundreds of lightning arcs and poured directly into the turbulent water flow. The voltage lightning arc instantly spread to the entire lake, and those soldiers who struggled desperately were hit by the thunder. One by one, their skin was torn apart by the electricity, and human bones could even be seen in the flashes. "Taste the taste of lightning." Nami, standing on the top of the roof, was full of excitement. Holding the sky blue magic weather stick, one end continuously released continuous black balls that could produce thundercloud. These small thunderclouds that looked like they were wrapped in transparent bubbles were one of the moves she had figured out. Once the bubbles were broken, thunderclouds that could produce lightning would be released, and she only needed to guide it a little to bring down the thunder. In fact, this attack can't actually cover a wide area of up to 500 soldiers, but who told these unlucky guys to be in the sea? Hot knowledge. Seawater can conduct electricity, especially when part of a person's body is exposed to the water. The damage will be even more terrible. The soldiers were killed by lightning at an astonishing speed and submerged in the water silently. Really capable. possible. Ron, who had just spit out all his inventory, looked up at Nami's high-spirited figure and probably understood her mentality at the moment. Just like a gambler who has been poor for many years, he will be proud of himself when he wins the jackpot. Nami has been weak for too long, even if Ron has enchanted her with a lot of weapons. But the magic weather stick is different. It is a weapon that fits Nami. However, the magic weather stick also has its limit. After releasing the thundercloud for about a few minutes, Nami found that the weapon ammunition was exhausted. Due to the lack of materials and knowledge of Visalia Island technology, she didn't even know how to replenish the ammunition. Chapter 109. Are you decent yourself, or do I help you be decent? It seems that Nami's combat system needs to be replenished as soon as possible. Ron retracted his gaze thoughtfully and then pulled out the dragon's breath from the four-dimensional chrysanthemum with his back. Everything is ready. Let's praise the flame. The violent fire dragon crisscrossed the battlefield in the next moment, and those soldiers who survived by chance experienced the treatment of barbecue. The combination of fire arrows and infinity made Ron a ruthless fire-breathing dragon. The muzzle pointed to the flames, and everything was purified by the flame. It was not until the dragon breath in his hand began to burn that Ron put his weapon back into the four-dimensional chrysanthemum space. It was also at this time that Jin, who had been hiding in the pile of dead bodies, lifted up several corpses that were pressed on his body and rushed to kill them angrily and quietly. The iron ball that hit the enemy's head whizzed down with ferocity. Boom! The air shook in an instant and thunder roared suddenly. Green lightning burst out from Ron's body and the thunder pool swept through the iron ball in the air. As the flame marks rose and fell, the two pieces of the iron sphere fell to the ground with a clang. Jin flew backwards and hit a wall, spitting out blood. I was wondering why I didn't see you. It turns out that you hid in the sea and used your companions to block the knife. Ron turned slowly, staring at the enemy who climbed up in a mess with his red eyes. You should not waste your energy in this state. Just say it directly. The green thunder wrapped around the blade of the thunder pool, and the tip of the blade was aimed at the enemy. Are you going to be decent yourself, or am I going to help you be decent? The same words were said by Jin to Ron not long ago, but now he is using them on himself. Jin's eyes twitched and he silently clenched the half-broken ball crutch in his hand. Well, it seems that you have made up your mind. That's right, there is nothing to say to someone as loyal to Click as you. Ron raised his eyes and glanced. The blade was sheathed and the green light faded as if silently. The next moment the thumb flickered the blade and the sky blue blade popped out and turned into a stream of light in an instant. The first form, Thunderbolt Flash. The green light flickered like a scorpion and the blade swept across Jin's neck with flame. Accompanied by the sound of the long sword being sheathed, the head of the wounded and stubborn man fell to the ground and the headless corpse staggered 2 steps and then fell to the ground. His hands just fell on both sides of his head as if he wanted to pick up the head and fight again. Unfortunately, Jin is not seeing Tian, a very good person, but since he is an enemy, there is no need to pity him. Ron glanced at him and stopped paying attention. He walked around casually to see if there were any survivors. Unfortunately, after encountering the merciless fire and thunder, none of these soldiers survived. Nami did not appear at the scene. She was jumping around in the Chamber of Commerce building like a kitten, looking for possible treasures. It is impossible that such a big Chamber of Commerce has no money at all. Soon, with Nami's effort, she found a strictly sealed treasure room. Although it seems that the process of opening the door is complicated, after staying with Ron for a long time, Nami also learned to simplify the process. One end of the sky blue long stick was aimed at the door, and then a bubble emerged from the hole. Under Nami's operation, the gust of wind released by the broken bubble turned into a sword and pierced through the door. Boom! The fragments of the door flew out and Nami stepped into the treasure room and found the treasure she wanted. The total value of various gold and silver treasures is about 10 million, which is not too much. Considering that this is just a branch in a part-time auction house, the income is actually very good. Besides, Nami has a very important discovery. A box of Bailey. The amount is 100 million. A normal Chamber of Commerce would not have so much operating funds. Are these guys planning to wait for the people of the Click Pirates to kill us and then continue the previous transaction with the people of the Click Pirate? Use this money to buy the goods they like. It's a big profit. Chester, come here. Nami noticed the reason behind it. Happy to take out the eye bone from the valley and shake it. Chester, with his tongue hanging down, jumped closer. Nami picked out a few of the most valuable gems from the pile of gold and silver treasures and stuffed them into the valley, then took out a box of Bailey and stuffed it into Chester's mouth, and finally continued to collect the gold and silver treasures. During this process, she didn't see Ron appear, and then she seemed to realize something. Forget it, that guy won't deduct all of it from me, right? Nami hesitated and took out the gems again and put them all into Chester's mouth. Then, she took Chester to the reception room and found Ron. The man was drinking hot tea calmly, rinsing his mouth and spitting it out from time to time. What are you doing? Tea is for tasting, not Nami asked in surprise. Rinse your mouth, there is a fishy smell in your mouth. Ron sighed, got up and walked outside. Let's go, it's time to go back. At this moment outside some people were already looking around, and then they were shocked by the tragic scene. The original Chamber of Commerce building was full of puddles of various sizes, and dense lightning scorch marks and charred corpses covered the road. The so-called big man was beheaded with a knife, and his body was lying in front of the wall. The cotters of the clique pirates and 500 soldiers were wiped out by the two people. This is a fierce god. An explorer murmured so, and then found the two people who came out, and he was so scared that he rolled and crawled away from this purgatory. Ron raised his eyes and glanced, but he was too lazy to pay attention and continued to move forward. Out of this area there were many more civilians outside, and they were busy watching the two people walk out in the houses on both sides of the street. The sights were full of awe and fear. It looks like the fierce god pirates have become famous, Nami said. Her eyes fell on Ron, and she walked closer. What do you think? I think you are wrong. What's wrong? We are not pirate, not in the past, not now, and not in the future. Ron put his palm on Nami's head and scattered her orange hair in the other's dissatisfaction. The so-called fierce god pirates are a label given to us by outsiders, and that's all. So, what do you want to be? Nami seemed to think of what Zoro said and asked, the future of this ship, what you pursue, the reason for our progress, what is it? Actually, I don't know very well. I just feel that everything now makes me very uncomfortable. Ron quickened his pace and his cold voice fell. So I want to destroy those things that make me feel disgusted. I'm afraid you have a serious illness, Nami complained, quickened her pace to keep up. Soon, they returned to the mantis shrimp, which was also a mess. Zoro stood with his sword in hand, and more than a dozen people knelt in front of him, but there were more bodies lying motionless on the ground. Behind the railing of the ship, Noki, who looked fierce, held a desert eagle and looked down at everything at the dock with a cold eye. But all this was broken with the return of Ron and the others. The last chapter was a bit difficult to write because I had to design the plot of the Barity restaurant, and Sanji would not be recruited, so they were just background board. The position of the chef is Noki. Today is the night's leave. Chapter 110 Barity Restaurant. The upper replacement of the ship, the Flying Dutchman. No one stopped the departure of the mantis shrimp, and those who had the courage had already died under Zoro's sword. The corpses on the ground were the best deterrent, not to mention that Ron returned safely with Nami. Everyone knew what this meant. The little bug that was originally thought to be controllable turned into a fierce dragon crossing the river and directly chopped the claws of another fierce dragon. How dare these local loaches show up? However, these have nothing to do with Ron and his group. What they need to care about now is to get rid of the enemy, the clique pirate. Ron sat on Chester's head, holding his chin and staring at the sloppy man kneeling on the ground in front of him with a sneer. There was a large swollen black bruise on his right eye, and there was some unwiped blood at the corner of his mouth. The other members of the Big Doe pirates looked similar to him, but compared to those dead people who couldn't give a speech, they were already lucky. Captain Zinyu, the great Doe pirate? Yes, just call me Shin-chan. I heard that you wanted to steal the treasure on my ship and burn my ship. Misunderstanding. We were blind. You are the only ones left to die, and you still misunderstood? No. Those idiots were blind and bumped into the sword of the swordsman under your command and accidentally killed him. It's not the swordsman who was wrong, but those blind guys. You are so funny. You are a smart man. Ron smiled. It's easy to deal with him if he is so smart. No, you are the smart one. Captain Zinyu smiled apologetically, complaining in his heart. Before the battle he was full of vigor and thought he could make a great contribution, but who knew that the opponent would be such a fierce dragon crossing the river? Even Lord Ajin was defeated. I just have one question. Ron's smile remained, but his eyes gradually turned cold. How can I find this? Captain Crescent's smile froze, and the crew behind him was in a commotion. Think it over before answering. You are a smart man, and you should know the difference between dying now and possibly dying later. Ron took out a gilded pocket watch, and the ticking hands brought an infinite sense of oppression. 3 minutes countdown. If I don't hear the answer I want after 3 minutes, the sharks in the sea can have an extra meal today. There is actually no one on the sharks' diet. Nami wanted to say something, but she still held back from complaining. This. Captain Crescent's lips moved, and finally his eyes were fierce. I want to talk to you, only you, and me. Boom. The sharp blade in the sheath shot out, and the green light leaped like thunder and brushed Captain Crescent's cheek. The crackling thunder sounded with the sound of a head rolling down. The hot blade was placed on Captain Crescent's neck in the next moment, making him tremble. Go ahead. Ron held the thunder pool in his hand and cast his gaze indifferently. He was lying on the ground with a headless body under his feet, and the wound on the neck was burned by the flames to stop the bleeding, although they didn't need it. Barity restaurant. Captain Crescent, he shouted immediately and told the information he got from Akin one by one. The Crick pirates are about to attack Barity restaurant, and the external vassal forces are being recalled. Barity restaurant? Ron immediately thought of the restaurant restaurant where Sanji was. Of course he had no interest in this night. It just felt that the ripples caused by the flapping of his wings had already blown to other places. I just don't know when it will blow to the new world. When he heard the word buggy, Ron knew that Crick's actions were caused by the aftermath of his actions. If I remember correctly, Redfoot Zeph did have a logbook. The weather on the Grand Line was treacherous and the compass was out of order. From time to time there was a big storm, or winter and summer alternated in one day. If there was a logbook, it would be safer to cooperate with the nautical chart. Very good, you can live. Ron sheathed his knife and pointed to the sea. If you don't want to be retaliated by Click later, your best way is to go to the previous contact point and release the message that Ajin completed the task to deceive your original master. After all, you should know who Click is. Only if we succeed you can live longer. Right, devil? But you are right. Captain Zinyo cursed in his heart and jumped into the sea without hesitation. That's it? Nakago asked curiously. That's it. Because he is a smart man, he will think a lot. If he thinks a lot, he will naturally know what will happen to Click if he doesn't die. Ron shrugged and looked at Nami, who was studying the magic weather stick. Plan the route. How long will it take? It will take at least 4 days to sail at full speed, and 5 days if you count the midway supplies. Very good. Now, the destination Verity Restaurant. Ron clapped his hands and made a decision, either not to do it or to do it thoroughly. This is his usual thinking. Click is a pure villain. Words like cruel and vicious can be applied to him. If he is not dealt with, who knows whether this guy will threaten the Kokosia village. If he comes back tired from sailing one day and finds that the graves of his parents have been dug up, it will be troublesome. The captain gave an order and the shrimp began to get busy. Nami observed the weather and steered the ship, while Nakago and Zoro followed her instructions to adjust the sail ropes. As for what Captain Ron will do you still want your salary? Ron pushed the door open and put the eye bone on the bedside table. Now Chester is like a treasure room on the shrimp. Occasionally, a large amount of meat is even stored, but it is mostly temporary because it cannot be insured. For weapons like dragon breath spray, Ron stuffed them into the four-dimensional chrysanthemum. Although there is only 1 cubic meter of space, it can still be stuffed in diagonally. But to be honest, he could already feel the limitations of the dragon breath spray. The arson at the auction house actually only lasted 2 or 3 minutes. It was not that there was anything wrong with the enchantment, but that the barrel could not withstand the overheating, and in the subsequent inspection it can be found that the life of the dragon breath spray has been greatly reduced. Perhaps this is the limitation of hot weapon. It is a consumable material. Ron sat down on the edge of the bed to check his progress. While examining, he found a skill that has changed dramatically. Killing power. Current killing layer. Evil spirit. Evil spirit? Is it not a killing counter, but some kind of description? Ron scratched his head and clicked to check. Evil spirit. Type. Killing power. Effect. Killing power, which is constructed by the resentful negative emotions of hundreds of people, forms a strong aura on the holder. Evil spirit. Like the bloody smell of a butcher and the cold feeling of a coroner, it will accompany the user forever. It also derives deterrent properties. People with fragile minds will be more easily defeated when facing users. Low spiritual creatures will be afraid of using it and even be forced to obey. This killing momentum can be stacked, and the next stage is Evil Ghost. Note, just like the demon lord in the sky, it is really the Tai Sui god on earth. Interesting changes. I wonder if I can subdue the evil spirit in that broken sword. Ron pondered for a moment and felt that the probability was not high. Let's wait until the next stage of killing momentum is broken. The conditions should be met after the Verity Restaurant incident. The Click Pirates have 5,000 people. After all, the colored roulette wheel appeared in the center of the field of vision, and Ron rubbed his hands and began to prepare for the lottery. The original chips were 160 million, now it has become 260 million. In addition, he plans to give the 10 million Baileys to Nami, Nakago, and Zoro. Although the latter may not accept it, it is still more or less a token of appreciation. Let's see what we can draw this time. Ron took out a silver lighter and lit a cigarette. Lucky up, the goddess of luck's favor trigger. 10 rays of light were thrown out from the silver roulette wheel as usual, and the message popped up in the field of vision like a waterfall. Drawn iron golem synthesis. Drawn Aztec gold coin X1. Drawn pseudo piercing death thorn spear. Drawn Nami's weather plantation. Drawn Blackbeard's trophy flying Dutchman. Drawn disposable skin mechanical wind. Drawn devil making. Drawn bubble coating machine. Drawn Yarkai mangrove refined resin. Drawn giant type map. Putting a pile of items under his feet wrapped in a ball of light. A sailboat model in a transparent glass bottle. A blood-stained gold coin. A scroll. A dark red spear. And facilities that look like a garden. And a large bucket of liquid. And a similarly miniaturized cube machine. And a blank cardboard. Nami's weather plantation. Origin. Pirate dimension. Type. Building facilities. Effect. A plantation composed of a variety of special plants on Visalia Island, which needs to be cultivated in conjunction with planting science. Basically, it completes Nami's combat system, which is worthy of the 10 million Baileys per prize prize pool. Ron was quite satisfied with this and then clicked on other items. Blackbeard's Trophy Flying Dutchman. Origin: Pirates of the Caribbean. Type: Magic Ship. Effect: from the trophy room of Blackbeard, who got everything in a certain timeline. Before the black magic of shrinking was applied, a large number of weapons and equipment were removed, leaving only the ship itself. Because the ship has long been used by David Jones as a tool to transport souls into the underworld, it has also been infected with extraordinary characteristics: carrying souls, ferrying souls, diving, sea ghosts, and flying. Carrying souls: the ship can accommodate souls and transport them to the underworld for reincarnation, but due to the different world, it cannot complete the positioning of the underworld, leaving only the function of carrying souls. Ferrying souls: the underworld cannot be located and cannot be used. Submerging: when the number of souls restrained on the Flying Dutchman exceeds 100. Deep sea diving can be carried out. Navigation is carried out with the help of ocean undercurrent, but the Flying Dutchman will not change the environment inside the ship during this process. Creatures still have to face sea water and sea pressure, and even ocean undercurrent. Flying: when the number of souls restrained on the Flying Dutchman exceeds 500, the ship can be floated by squeezing the souls to lift the bottom of the ship. The more souls, the longer the duration. Consumption: soul. Note: why work so hard in life? You will work long hours after death. 007 of the underworld. Right, I killed you, and I restrained your soul as a laborer. I slightly modified the updated chapters. The approximate word count in the future will be 3,300,400 respectively. This way, the chapters will have a chance to be recommended, and if recommended, this book will have a chance to become a masterpiece. But today is 332 because I was delayed during the day. I'm really sorry. Then, if there are book friends who think it's good, you can give a good review in the book review area. The current book review area is full of bad reviews, and the author looks a little upset. Chapter 111: The Black Cat of Doom. Garp's Punch. Ron slightly supported his forehead, a little helpless, but it is undeniable that this ship is powerful. How many ships in the world can fly in the air and dive in the sea? Besides, he also saw something that was very suitable. Scroll. One-time skin. Mechanical style. Origin: game dimension. Type: rule code. Effect: this scroll records a line of rule-like code which can be used to permanently transform any building target into a mechanical style. The mechanical style is always steampunk. During the transformation, the items carried on the transformation target will be modularly combined and finally perfectly synthesized into a unit. It should be noted that this scroll only involves transformation related to the style. Consumption: none. It was a very subtle description. After Ron roughly understood it, he knew what to do. Draw a pirate bubble coating machine, then tinker with cannons and other things, and then put all kinds of messy things on the Flying Dutchman. Even expand the area of the entire ship. Then use the scroll to transform the style so that he gets a good ship that can go up to the sky and into the ground without looking at it. In the age of discovery, the importance of ships is unquestionable. But did you actually draw this kind of thing? After putting away the glass bottle and the scroll, Ron had a gold coin with a skull engraved on it. It was also an item from the Caribbean world and was notorious. Aztec gold coin. Origin: Pirates of the Caribbean. Type: magic item. Effect: this item is currently in a sealed state. Once it begins to circulate, it will curse the first user and force the user to be frozen in the state of a dead skeleton. It looks like a normal person in the sun, but it will turn into a skeleton in the moonlight. The user will be deprived of taste, touch, and smell, unable to eat and sleep, and isolated from death, and cannot be killed. Even if it is dismantled and crushed, it can be restored to its original skeleton in an instant. It should be noted that this item has been far away from the world where it was born and cannot obtain power from the source. The curse power carried on the gold coin will become invalid after it is consumed. Consumption: curse power. It's a bit interesting. It's equivalent to a one-time continuation item. Ron was thoughtful, and the gold coin turned deftly at his fingertips and then was thrown into the four-dimensional chrysanthemum space. Finally, at the end, there was a dark red gorgeous spear. Fake piercing death thorn spear. Origin: Fate/Stay Night. Type: man-made treasure. Effect: a man-made treasure imitated by an unknown magician, but due to the insufficient ability of the maker, only the fate lock that is far inferior to the original cause and effect is reproduced. After aiming and throwing the spear, it will lock on the enemy and attack, and the attack will hit. If it cannot hit the enemy, it will continue to chase, constantly adjusting its position to continue chasing until it kills the enemy. Due to the second modification of the unyielding magician, the spear has the function of specifying multiple enemies in a large range. Consumption: none. Call it useless. It can chase the enemy and beat them all the time, and it can lock a large area. Call it strong. It can't even guarantee the result of a sure hit. Ron touched his chin and frowned at the dark red spear. He suddenly had an idea. If he enchanted this thing with lightning, he could lock multiple enemies in thunderstorm weather, then throw it out. It is indeed feasible. Ron started to operate and quickly achieved his goal by waiting for time. Based basically the same as the trident. It can draw thunder in a thunderstorm, which is a great weapon for clearing miscellaneous soldiers after the dragon's breath spray. Don't underestimate miscellaneous soldiers. People have their limit before reaching the level of qualitative change and ignoring quantity. The human wave tactic is still worth using. The Deaththorn spear was emitting a dark purple color and it looked very domineering. Ron put it aside and examined the last two skills: Ghost Creation, Origin, Magic Dimension, Type, Soul Refining, Effect. This magic requires 3 magic crystals as charging. It takes a dying person as the target and extracts his soul to create a highly hidden ghost. The ghost is a soul body with a translucent humanoid appearance. It will inherit a little wisdom and instinct of the original soul, can penetrate matter for detection, and move very fast, but it needs magic crystals for irregular charging. Consumption, Magic Crystal Detection Unit, a very convenient skill. However, it needs to kill people to take souls, which makes people feel a little bit killing pirate, that's okay. True magic, I feel it can be used for click. Ron thought so. Iron Golem Synthesis. Origin, My World. Type, Rule Code. Effect, when using this code you can place 4 iron blocks in a T shape and then place pumpkins to synthesize an iron golem. The iron golem will obey the user's instructions, but it lacks intelligence and cannot obey too complex instructions. It can be repaired with iron ore when damaged. Consumption, Iron Block Pumpkin. Note, it will never betray you. I feel like it can be used on the Flying Dutchman as a ship guard. I just don't know how strong it is, and it seems that I need to extract iron blocks and pumpkins from my world. Ron made a judgment. However, considering that this code can continuously produce iron golems, 10 million Baileys is not a loss. Let's opt for now. Ron finished the lottery and went out to help Nami and others sail. At the same time, East China Sea, somewhere in the waters of the Medi Islands, a Navy ship sailed through the wave. The first sail of the schooner was a huge Navy ship and the ship's number, and the second sail was painted with a scale and seagull that all pirate feared, because that was the Navy's unique symbol. However, not all pirate feared the Navy, especially the famous Black Cat pirates in the East China Sea. Zhongjao, there is a Navy ship ahead. The decoration is so strange. There is a dog head on the bow. The lookout of the Black Cat pirates shouted so. His ship passed an island and happened to see the warship. Call me captain. The man who responded to him was a man wearing heart-shaped glasses. Zhongjao, who was scolding with a dissatisfied look on his face. Before the lookout responded, 2 men, one fat and one thin, with fingers as sharp as claws, shouted, "How dare you say you are the captain when you have a mere 9 million bounty? Captain Crow has only been gone for a few years and you can't help wanting to seize power." "Shut up, Sam." "Buggy, Captain Crow is not here, right? If he is here, I must be the vice captain, and if he is not here, I am the captain. I offer a bounty of 9 million, and if you don't agree, fight me." Zhongjao cursed and took out a pair of round pendant weapons with sharp edges, as if he would start a fight if he disagreed with me. Sam and Buggy shrank their heads and pointed at the warship. "What's the point of fighting among ourselves? Let's just compete with that warship. Whoever kills the last person first will win." "The last person? Of course." "Okay." Zhongjao snorted and ordered, "Get over there and use the cannon to slow down the warship." "That's the Navy." "Zhongjao, who do you think I am? Get over there." Zhongjao, Sam, and Buggy cursed at the same time, and the helmsman shrank his head and turned the rudder. The cannons of the Black Cat pirates began to roar, and the explosion of the first shell tore the sails. "What a courage!" Bogart frowned and drew his sword to cut off the subsequent shells. The Navy warship was also in chaos, and the cannons followed. However, the Black Cat pirate quickly evaded the shells with their skilled technique and then closed the distance and boarded the ship. A large number of pirates rushed across the sea and came to the warship to fight with the Navy. The 3 masters on the ship slowed down and rushed out. "Ha ha ha, Navy, die!" Sam jumped out of the pirate ship and jumped onto the rope of the warship. Sail. Boogie and Zhongjao were a beat slower and then boarded the warship. It seemed that they found that they were strong, and a Navy swordsman who had killed several pirates in a row rushed over. Sam, who was standing above, saw everything, and then his expression was stunned. In his sight, the Navy who organized the counterattack surrounded and protected an open space where there was a recliner. On the chair, a man with a dog-head hat on his face was sleeping soundly. "Gan, the Black Cat pirates are here, and you can still sleep?" Sam pounced down angrily and stabbed the Navy's throat with his sharp claws amid the screams of the Navy, who realized something was wrong. "Don't wake him up." Bogart, who chopped off Bush's claws with his sword, suddenly changed his face and turned around to rescue. What kind of challenge was his superior? He just fell asleep after 7 days of not sleeping. "Don't even think about it." Zhongjao shook the hypnotic props and restrained this overly strong Navy swordsman in time. However, when the strong wind raised by Sam's claws blew up the dog-head hat, a pair of cold eyes opened instantly, as if a dark hand made of iron grasped Sam's claws. The bones creaked between the 5 fingers. Sam screamed but couldn't break free, until the man's eyes showed a light of thought and his fingers loosened slightly. "I fell asleep." Vice Admiral Garp, the Navy exclaimed, sweating for the danger just now. Ha 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 ha, I accidentally fell asleep. It seems that the challenge of not sleeping for 10 days has failed. Garp looked disappointed. Is it the Navy hero Garp? Someone said the origin of the awakened Navy with a shocked face, and all the crew members of the Black Cat pirates retreated for a while. What a joke. That's a big man who will appear in the World Economic News. Captain Kuro is not here. How dare they fight against such a strong man? Pirate Garp made a clear judgment of the situation with a glance and disappeared from the spot with a step. When he reappeared, he had already soared into the air. The fist as big as a pot was wrapped with armed color domineering, and a punch fell from the air. Chapter 112 Hawkeye My Hawk. Chapter 112 Hawkeye My Hawk. A terrifying roar suddenly rose, and the hull of the Black Cat pirate ship was instantly shattered into thousands of pieces. The evacuated pirates were torn apart by the violent force, and a bloody rain suddenly fell on the sea. The nearest warship was also affected by the shock wave. The warship seemed to be pushed away by an invisible force for several meters, and the hull then swayed left and right like a rocking car. Swish! The cold knife light raised a bloody color. Bogart seized the opportunity, and his figure flashed, and he chopped off Sam and Bush's heads with a knife. As for Zango, he retreated too fast and was torn to pieces by that punch. The Black Cat pirate, who had been rampant in the East China Sea for more than a decade, were instantly eliminated here. If they were pirates from the Grand Line, they might have seen the source of danger from the dog head decoration on the bow of this warship. Unfortunately, there are no knowledgeable pirates in the East China Sea. For example, the current Black Cat pirate, Captain Garp. I'm sorry, it's my negligence. Bogart put away his knife apologetically with a guilty look on his face. I didn't let you sleep well. It doesn't matter. The challenge failed. I don't care about this. Garp waved his hand and laughed carelessly. Bogart's face darkened instantly. But I'm very worried. You will face Red Hair next. When this title was mentioned, all the Navy on the ship held their breath. After all, that's the 4 emperors. Shang, I don't know why that kid wants to run to the East China Sea. What a troublesome guy. Garp picked his nose and sat on the recliner. Have you reported to the headquarters? Where is Shank? It's impossible to be sure. Shanks disappeared after appearing in the Sabayati archipelago. The initial suspicion is that he passed the blockade of the Navy headquarters by using a bubble-coated ship and then deep-sea diving. Admiral Kingsley has led his team from the Com Belt to the East China Sea. Marshal Zhang Guo asked you to arrive in Rogue Town in advance. Several nearby naval branches have deployed personnel with Rogue Town as the center. Once the trace of Red Hair is found, it will be reported immediately. East China Sea? Are you so sure? Garp was a little surprised. The intelligence from the headquarters is that by monitoring the sea area where Hawkeye is located day and night, we captured his communication with Red Hair, and he mentioned the word East China Sea. Bogart's face was solemn. The problem we are facing this time is very serious. You should not do those boring things. Ha 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 ha. People live for happiness. Garp waved his hand, looking indifferent. Bogart looked helpless and then seemed to remember something. By the way, the nearby naval branch reported that they found the traces of the fierce god pirate from the direction of navigation. It seems to be in the same direction as us. Do you want to deal with it on the way, or go directly to Rogue Town? Under normal circumstances, Bogart would not ask this question. After all, what is the so-called fierce god pirates compared to Red Hair? However, since Mr. Garp received a phone call a few days ago, he started to do some kind of sleep challenge. Bogart, who knows Garp well, knows that Garp is angry, and this anger is related to the fierce god pirate. Garp was silent and couldn't help but remember the one call Smokers Jr. Navy questioned himself. Although he knew that it was the phone number Kuzan gave him, and he called to reveal the real truth, he also heard the truth behind the fierce god pirate and even called Sengoku. But Sengoku said, the face of the Navy is the most important. Garp smiled, lay down on the recliner and covered his hat. Hehe, don't worry about them. Let's deal with the red-haired kid first. By the way, the highest commander of the Navy in Rogue Town is called Smoker, right? Yes, the natural smoke fruit ability user. Bogart seemed to realize something. He behaves in a very unruly style. The headquarters seems to have placed him in Rogue Town for the purpose of polishing. Garp did not answer and fell asleep. Bogart was thoughtful. It seems that there may be one more adjutant on this ship. A black ship loaded out of the doldrums in the East China Sea. The whole body is hexagonal. The base is black and the mast is like a cross. From a distance, it looks like a throne. Behind the throne, a terrifying sea king corpse floats on the sea. My hawk put away the black knife and sat on the throne. The eyes like hawks flowed through memories, recalling his conversation with the red-haired man. It's really rare, my hawk. The red-haired man's voice sounded in the silence, and there was the sound of the current surging around. Isn't it more rare that you want to go to the East China Sea? Beckman really did something unnecessary. What is there in that place that would attract a man like you? Hawkeye ignored the warships approaching nearby and asked, my hawk, when did you ask more questions? Shanks laughed, but it was not as cheerful as before. Beckman said, the red-hair pirates will owe me a favor because I'm going going to meet that Navy hero next. You are Shishibukai, my hawk. It's just Shishibukai. My hawk's voice did not change. I won't die. Neither the situation nor the timing is right. You should wait for me to come back and have a drink together. When can pirate command the Shishibukai? Ha ha ha, it's up to you, my hawk. But I hope you just meet him. I think he will. The memories ended here. My hawk stood up and clenched the black knife and slashed behind him. The unique acceleration method made the boat move quickly. He did not follow the conventional route and he knew where he was going. There were too many people who wanted to please the world's #1 swordsman on this sea, so he had a very fast route direction. It went straight through the East China Sea. The only area with people in that direction was the Barity restaurant. Little guys, tomorrow is the time to act. On the saber, Crick raised his glass and looked down at the densely packed pirate. After we grab the logbook, we will target the Grand Line. I, Crick, will be the man who will become the pirate king, and you will die, quit, or become the king's subject while following me. Long live Lord Crick. A tsunami of cheers suddenly broke out and the nearby pirate ships also became noisy. Crick nodded with satisfaction. The dissatisfaction caused by Akin's delay on the way has subsided a lot. If Akin is not here, then he is not here. Sometimes things are done too well and others have no chance to come forward. Looking at these pirates who are willing to die for him, Crick is excited. I want to see who can stop me. The answer is Hawkeye. Compared to Kobe, I still like Smoker more. Chapter 113 Crick Pirates. The sky changes. In the East China Sea, the Pippi shrimp is docked next to an island in the sea area next to the Barity restaurant. Nami stood at the bow, holding a 10x10 square cardboard in her hand. Her beautiful eyes were staring at the direction of the ocean currents that kept appearing on the cardboard, and there were even some tiny details that she herself did not notice. Is it useful? Ron asked casually while enjoying the sea breeze and looking at Nami's excited expression. The cardboard in Nami's hand was the one she won the lottery last time. Giant map. Origin, my world. Type, rule, props. Effect, a giant map synthesized by multiple basic maps. The map will record all the landforms and environments that the holder has walked through, such as mountains, rivers, etc. It can be scaled, the record can be modified, and text can be added or subtracted. It comes with a compass function to permanently maintain the accuracy of the direction. At the same time, landmarks can be placed in the giant map to mark the things that the holder is interested in. You can also place beacons to mark your location. Consumption, none. From the description, this thing is destined for Nami, so Ron gave it to Nami as a gift. Of course it can automatically record the direction of the ocean currents and landforms around me, although it is limited to my surroundings. It can. Nami was still talking, and she couldn't put down the giant map. She had a deeper understanding of Ron's demonic abilities, various weapons, magic weather stick, and this magical map. Her captain was like a treasure, giving people surprises from time to time, and Nakago was examining the dragon breath spray repeatedly on the side. After Ron found that this weapon could be eliminated, he gave it to Nakago, who had the weaker self-defense ability. He didn't ask her to do anything, as long as she was not threatened by the enemy. Haste makes waste. Nami and Nakago, who followed Ron, improved a lot in a short period of time, but if their mentality didn't keep up, no matter how strong the configuration was, it would be useless. Zoro wiped his beloved sword slowly, and took in all the scenes with his peripheral vision, except for sighing that Ron's demon ability was really convenient. He didn't have much feeling. He was an outsider, and he received too many favors from Ron. The bodyguard of March exchanged for a life-saving grace, the gift of Liuyan, and the teaching of thunder breathing, especially the latter. Zoro could even feel that his combat effectiveness had been greatly improved because of the supplement of the internal system, that kind of skill that focuses on internal development and is extremely refined. No matter where it is placed, it is a secret knowledge, but Ron gave it to him casually. Even Zoro, who didn't care much about sectarianism, knew that he owed too much, so even though the 3-month deadline was approaching, he didn't say anything in advance. I couldn't open my mouth. Let's just follow and watch. Thinking so, Zoro sheathed the flowing flame and pulled out the third knife to continue wiping it. Everyone on the ship seemed to have nothing to do, but in fact they were waiting for the actions of the Crick pirate. Pirates are not the navy, and there is no order even if they form a large group, so they can wait and see in a relatively peripheral place, and there are even many other ships anchored nearby to observe the situation. Barity is a very famous restaurant and a large number of people come here every day, but as guests they obviously won't participate in such a war. Watching until now, the sea area where the Barity restaurant is located has been surrounded by the Crick pirate, and it seems that they have not carried out artillery bombardment due to the existence of the logbook. However, it is certain that the fight has already started. Crick did not negotiate at all, and directly bombarded the flag of the Barity restaurant with a round of bombardment. A battlefield has already appeared on the huge sea. The Barity restaurant is a huge ship with a fish-like appearance, with fish-shaped figureheads at both ends. Because of the fear that the battle would damage the internal facilities of the restaurant, the entire ship can be converted into a combat state, which is called the fish fin battlefield. And now, the two huge fish fins have been unfolded. The fully armed battle chefs swarmed on the battlefield, and the original guest hid in the room. Just on the fish fin battlefield, Sanji, with golden hair and curly eyebrows, stared coldly at the shield man in front of him. Ha ha ha, I told you, just surrender quickly. Baru, who was wearing a shield all over his body, laughed and waved his fist, and the small shields on his fists collided with each other. Sanji's kicks landed on him, but did not break his defense at all. Lord Crick's patience is limited. He has kindly given you 20 minutes to kneel down and surrender. Now there are 5 minutes. Baru kept chattering. Sanji turned a deaf ear to him and carefully observed the flaws of the shield man. Behind him, GP, who had been silent, stared at the sea in front of him. More than 30 huge pirate ships surrounded Verity in a semicircular array. The saber was located in the middle and rear of the array like a moon surrounded by stars. There were many small pirate ships wandering in other directions, and the fluttering flags showed their origins. The Admiral of the East China Sea, Click, who has a large fleet. Why did these guys suddenly attack me? What kind of profit can the restaurant here make Click so ostentatious? GP was puzzled, but Click didn't communicate with him at all. He just sent a ship and a cutter to let them surrender. The time limit is 20 minutes. There is nothing else. As time was running out, GP finally couldn't help it. He held Sanji, who was ready to move, and stepped out. What do you want? You don't need to know. Just kneel down in front of Master Crick. Baru's attitude remained the same, smiling and not taking these people seriously at all. They are the Crick pirate. Asshole, you told us to give up resistance. Let that Crick come out. I'll kick him to pieces. Sanji looked irritable, and the anger in his eyes was almost uncontrollable. Without any reason, he came up and interrupted the flag of the Verity restaurant, disrupting the guest meals and leaving a pile of unfinished food. He didn't kill this man directly because he was too tough. Shut up, Sanji. I'll do it. GP's face darkened. He held Sanji tightly and pushed him away. I don't know what you want to do, but let my guests out first. The guests here have nothing to do with what happens next. Hey? Baru couldn't help laughing. What nonsense are you talking about? Those guys are our next income. The guys who can come to Verity restaurant as guests must be very rich, right? There is a lot of money to be squeezed out of them. How could they give up just because of your word? The shield man sneered and raised his hand to point behind him. There are still 4 minutes. Either kneel down to greet Master Click or die. GP didn't say anything, dragging Sanji, who wanted to rush out, back to in the array. He called Patty and Karn. Go and drive the Bluefish #1 out and prepare for battle. We can't let our guests be kidnapped by Click. Yes, the battle chefs could no longer suppress their anger. What's wrong with 5,000 people and dozens of ships? Which chef present had not been a pirate before? Who dared not to let them cook well? They would dare to let that person never have to eat in this life. Humph, idiot. Baru saw everything, and the disdain in his eyes was about to overflow. Verity restaurant can only pull out about 200 battle chefs, and he has thousands of small fish on his side. If it weren't for the logbook, Lord Click would have directly destroyed the ship with artillery fire. But Baru said nothing, and watched the people in Verity restaurant mobilize coldly. It's better to fight. It's not easy for a Jin to be away, so he can have a stage. How can he improve without fighting? The captain is a man who wants to become the pirate king. If he retreat, does he still have a future? So, the battle between the Crick pirates and Verity restaurant started 4 minutes later, and the first to go were the vassal newcomers. More people from the Crick pirates laughed on the big ship as if they were treating the battlefield below as a game. After all, they had the advantage. 5,000 versus 200. The advantage was mine. However, without anyone noticing, the shrimp had already begun to approach the battlefield. Damn it, how dare anyone rush there? The captain of a neighboring merchant ship couldn't believe what he saw in his telescope, and the ship under his feet had already begun to run away. Several merchant ships nearby took the same action, all thinking that Verity restaurant was doomed. It's almost time to enter the field. Verity restaurant can only attract limited forces. Anyway, they all have to be beheaded the same. Ron stood at the bow. 5 magic crystals turned into powder and scattered from his fingers with the wind. Thunderstorm charge. 3 complex and gorgeous magic circles appeared, unfolding in the form of rings under Ron's feet, waist, and head. The violent magic energy was infused into the triple magic circle. The complex patterns lit up rapidly until the triple magic circle was fully shining. Thunderstorm charging completed. Witness here the day of thunder. Ron pointed to the saber, which was surrounded by pirate ships, and fixed the range around the saber. The magic power stirred the sky, and from the subtle point, it led the weather to drastic changes in a snowballing manner. The white clouds in the sky were visibly replaced by dark cloud, and the sky quickly became gloomy and dark. The light was blocked by the dark cloud so that the sky and the earth seemed to be dark. A strong wind suddenly blew on the surging sea, followed by cold raindrops. It's raining. Crick on the saber looked up in surprise, and then watched the light rain turn into heavy rain in just a few seconds, and then turned into a torrential rain. He began to feel something was wrong. strong, but it was too late. A silvery white snake suddenly snaked across the horizon, and the sudden thunder seemed to usher in a natural disaster. The howling wind blew from afar, and the bleak wind was filled with bitter coldness. A thunderstorm coming. On the not-so-distant horizon, on the dark throne, the man with eyes as sharp as an eagle frowned and raised his head, looking at the dark sky blocking the road and the sea fortress formed by a large number of pirate ships. Chapter 114 Leaping Thunder Snake. A knife that suddenly changed the world. Just in the gap where the click pirates were in chaos due to the change in the sky, the Pippi shrimp had already come close. Ron stood at the bow facing the strong wind, with the triple enchanted trident and the pseudo-piercing deaththorn spear inserted beside his feet. The flash brought by the sudden thunder fell on his face, illuminating a cold face full of murderous intent, and the horn in his hand was suddenly pressed. Bang! The huge noise resounded across the sea, alarming the nearest members of the pirate group. Some realized something was wrong and opened fire directly. However, before the roaring shells fell on the enemy ship, Zoro jumped up and pulled out three-sword style Crow Demon Hunter. The flaming sword light cut through all the whistling shells. Zoro fell to the sea, and the Frost Walker froze an ice fulcrum at the landing point. He stepped on the ice and ran towards the enemy ship. Kill him! The cannons on the pirate ship didn't care about the enemy ship and fired directly in the direction of Zoro, accompanied by the cluster shooting of flintlock rifles. And Ron, at this time, he had already put on the combined earrings to complete the toy nun, and a magic crystal shattered between his fingers. Glory armor! A black hole seemed to appear at the bow, and the light of more than 10 meters around was distorted and gathered towards Ron. The angel dressed in light reappeared in the world in the blink of an eye. The armor forged by the sun was covered with armor leaves that seemed to be forged by flowing light. It continued to expand and finally settled at a height of 3 meters. The pale wings with a light golden halo spread behind him. In the pouring rain, the golden gauntlets each held 2 weapons, and the torrent triggered the angel to soar into the sky along with the rain. Nochigo controlled the shrimp to shuttle through the array of pirate ships, and Nami held up the magic weather stick and continuously released black balls. This was the last bit of stock she had tinkered with. Swoosh! The sharp knife light tore through the rain curtain, and blood splashed out. Zoro killed several pirates with one sword and boarded the pirate ship for a short time. In just a dozen seconds he killed more than 20 pirates. The remaining pirates retreated to the corner and trembled, and then they saw a ray of light flying across the sky. Get out of the way! Seeing the light, Zoro jumped up and used the pirate ship as a jumping point to move directly into the ship array. Ron had only one goal to behead. His goal was to involve other pirates and create chaos. Boom! A thunder suddenly sounded on the ship in the distance, and a thunderbolt was released from the black ball. A dozen pirates were electrocuted and danced twitchingly at the landing site, and a different kind of skinny beauty was revealed in the golden flash. Similar situations occurred almost at the same time. Good job! Ron retracted his scrutinizing gaze, and he had already arrived in the sky above the saber in the torrent. What is that? I can't see clearly. It's wrapped in light. Thor! The pirates on the saber immediately discovered something was wrong and pointed at the light man in the sky. Time for a thunder punishment. Ron cast his eyes indifferently. The gauntlet made of flowing light tightly grasped the deaththorn spear, aiming at the panic pirates under his feet. Destiny locked on the pirate. The dark red light suddenly shot down, and the lightning was activated. The lightning arc in the air was stimulated and turned into lightning, and in the blink of an eye it attached to the deaththorn spear and turned it into a leaping thunder. Ah! Lightning! Lightning! The thunder god has punished. Amid the panicked screams of the pirate, the lightning refracted and jumped on the saber with a roar, cheering as if it had life. Every second a pirate fell, and the pirates who passed by the lightning were pierced and burned by the lightning spear. The hundreds of pirates on the saber decreased at an alarming rate, and the entire deck seemed to have turned into a purgatory on earth. Only the roar of thunder overwhelmed everything. What's going on? Crick, who had retreated into the cabin after noticing something was wrong, was stunned. One after another, his subordinates were struck by lightning and danced with joy, leaving behind burnt and smelly corpses. What happened? Is this weather normal? He had no answer, but someone gave him the answer. A loud bang came from above, and the fragile wooden ceiling suddenly shattered. The wind and heavy rain swept into the cabin, accompanied by an angel in bright armor. The sacred pale golden wings flapped behind him, and the wings spread out to block the outside world. Crick! Ron looked indifferently at the man in golden armor, with purple hair, golden armor, cloak and a big gun. Well, it's right. Who are you? Almost at the same time as asking the question, Crick raised his hand and released a missile and then shouted, gas bomb. The missile with a mechanism inside suddenly bounced off the shell and released more than a dozen sharp darts. Boring! Ron raised his hand and reached out to grab it, and the golden gauntlet slapped the dart away like slapping a fly. Then, lean over, step, and charge. Brutal collision. Boom! The fragile wall burst instantly, and Crick flew out with wood chips flying, hitting the mainmast of the big ship hard. The leaping lightning gun stopped at the right time, as if it had a spirit, and twisted a Z in the air and finally fell into the extended golden gauntlet. How should we proceed? This pleasant torture. Ron held a dark red spear, and the scarlet spear tip drew a long mark on the deck and stopped abruptly. It was as if Crick's lifeline was about to end. Asshole! Crick staggered to his feet and clenched the big gun in his hand. At this time, the saber suddenly swung, and a pirate ship approached tightly, bringing hundreds of pirate. Boss, don't be afraid, we are here. What is that? It seems that he just dropped the thunder, someone said, and the originally noisy atmosphere suddenly quieted down. That godlike figure? No, that is the god of thunder. Fanfiction, armor that seems to be made of light golden wings, driving thunder, and hundreds of charred corpses on the ground. Some pirates have subconsciously shrunk back. The pirate captain who took the lead and prepared to make contributions looked at the embarrassed Crick and then looked at the god, who also cast his eyes. The originally ferocious face suddenly changed into a simple smile, and he smiled and retreated. Well, Captain Crick, come out for tea next time if you have a chance. Before he finished speaking, a group of pirates ran back to the ship and quickly pulled the pirate ship away with shout. He went directly to the ocean outside and never looked back. Fuck you. Even a tyrant like Crick was dumbfounded. He was a typical ruthless person who would sell out his men to protect himself from the enemy's attack if something went wrong. The problem is, you sold me out before I sold you out. Fortunately, there were many pirates in the Crick pirates who blindly followed the admiral, and soon another pirate brought his ship closer. Ron just took a look and threw out the death-thorn gun. The violent lightning leaped on the pirate ships like a snake, slaughtering the ignorant pirates at an astonishing speed. It was also at this time that Crick suddenly rioted, waving the 1TO and golden war gun while rushing forward. A huge whistle was raised in the air, and the wind pressure was so overwhelming. Ron did not dodge, but just raised his hand to grab it. Boom! A roaring explosion suddenly sounded, and the flames engulfed the angel completely. Ha ha ha, you've been fooled. This big gun has an explosive mechanism inside. Crick was extremely excited and wanted to pull back the big gun to finish off the enemy, but when he pulled it, he was shocked to find that the weapon didn't move at all. The smoke mixed with the firelight receded. Ron grabbed the big gun with one hand, and the light armor on his body became a little thinner, but it did not break the defense. There was no attack, as if he was just testing his strength. Crick, who was horrified, moved his wrist, and a stream of fire sprayed out from the muzzle of the machine gun on the back of his hand. The fire directly engulfed the enemy along the gun barrel, and the hot air even dispelled the dampness brought by the heavy rain. However, the next moment the firelight was torn apart by the golden light, and the big gun was violently crushed. Ron rushed past, his shoulders lowered like a charging bull. Jian Shan Klo. Crick's face changed, and the steel cloak on his body turned out dense spike. Then, the golden fist filled all the vision. We. Ron's eyes were cold, and he punched like a ruthless machine. The dense steel spikes were knocked flat one by him, and the violent force hit Crick through the sword mountain cloak. Blood splashed on the deck with wailing, and the last punch hit Crick's forehead cleanly, smashing most of his body under the deck. Hey! Ron breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that loosening his muscles was a real pleasure. At this time, the pirate ship next to him was also slaughtered by the twisted thunder gun. Zoro, who had just stepped onto the ship, looked at the dark red spear flying next to Ron's feet in surprise, and jumped onto the saber with a move of his feet. Salt, beat him half to death, ready to see if I can pry the treasure of the Crick pirates out of him. Ron's body began to shrink and return to its original form, with the armor of glory still on his body. He looked at Zoro, who was surrounded by the smell of blood. Where are Nami and the others? They left after releasing the thunder and lightning. Zoro looked at the surrounding pirate ships. It seemed that some pirates had discovered that the admiral had been defeated, and there was chaos inside. Come over to save the boss. There is a big guy driving thunder and glowing all over here. The captain has lost. If you don't rush over to save, you will lose. What is the loss? No loss. Oh. Under the eyes of the public, the clique pirate suddenly had internal strife. Hee pirate. So beheading is the best way. Ron shook his head and was about to say something. In a glimpse, he saw a small black boat in the distant sea. It was hexagonal and had a single mast like a throne. Ron turned his head subconsciously and saw the violent green light rising from the ground, filling everything in his field of vision. It seemed that there was only one color left in the world. The green light connecting the sky and the earth flashed like the hot breath spewed out from the mouth of an angry dragon, cutting straight through the center of the saber. The violent hurricane rose from the left and right of the green light, tearing apart the ships that were too close. Even the sea trembled and was split into a terrifying abyss. Flying slash! How could there be such a strong man in the East China Sea? Ron was horrified and protected Zoro. The two were blown to a ship hundreds of meters away by the violent hurricane. When the longsword energy subsided, the sea abyss closed and revealed a straight sea road. Chapter 115 Zoro's Occasion. The black boat that looked like a throne, Mihawk, who stood with a knife, slowly put away the knife and sat on the luxurious high-backed chair. The boat under his feet just sailed into the sea as if it was in an empty space. He swung the knife knife for only one reason: the pirates were blocking the way. Everyone present watched the boat moving forward in horror and silence, and there were dense shipwrecks beside the sea. More than a dozen pirate ships, including the Saber, were buried in the knife that changed the world. If Ron and Zoro's beheadings accurately pierced the brain of the entire clique pirate, then the knife of the newcomer directly split the entire formation of the clique pirate. Ron's breathing almost stopped, and he could tell at a glance why Hawkeye swung his sword. The clique pirates blocked his way, so he cut open the sea with one sword. How domineering. But why did Hawkeye appear here? It's only 19 years now. How could the clique pirate lead Hawkeye to the East China Sea when they didn't even go to the Grand Line? Ron, who had no idea that he was the cause of the turmoil, was so shocked, but Zoro was more shocked than him. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, my hawk. Zoro's eyes were full of surprise, but he hesitated when he saw the sea route, but was finally replaced by determination. Suddenly, Ron held him down with such force that the deck under their feet creaked. Calm down. Didn't you see the sword clearly just now? Ron noticed that Zoro looked wrong and immediately suppressed him. Damn, you are too brave. It is understandable that I have never seen Hawkeye take action before, but now he has chopped down more than a dozen pirate ships in front of you. You still want to go up? You can't tell the difference between the big and small king, right? Are you so anxious to be trained by Uncle Hawkeye? I see it very clearly, but this is an agreement between my best friend and me. Zoro's eyes were firm, and he slowly and resolutely broke Ron's hand. I must become the world's #1 swordsman and let my name resound through the heavens. That must be. You have a chance. Can't you see how big the gap is? It's because the gap is so big that I have to challenge to see how far I am from it. Are you serious? Yet Ron looked at Zoro and saw only a firm and unshakable will. He sighed and suddenly took out a gold coin from the four-dimensional chrysanthemum and handed it over. If you don't want me to use the march promise to pressure you, take this and buy a bottle of life potion from me. Zoro was stunned and took the gold coin with a skull engraved on it in confusion. What are you standing there for? He's about to leave. Ron took out a bottle of life potion and held out his hand to Zoro. One bottle, one gold coin. Thank you for your patronage. Zoro handed over the gold coin, took the bottle of life potion and put it in his pocket. The Aztec gold coin that fell into Ron's hand suddenly emitted a black gas which directly surrounded the user. Yes, it was Zoro. The Aztec gold coin was sealed, and only after it was circulated would it curse the original user. That is, it would be unsealed and cursed only after the transaction was made. Zoro used the Aztec gold coin to buy a bottle of life potion, which fully met the relevant requirement, but he himself did not seem to notice anything wrong. Jumping directly to the sea route. Dead skeleton, it should be able to save your life, right? Ron looked worried. Indeed, the original Zoro's encounter with Hawkeye was a major attraction of the pirate, and the swordsman's style was displayed. It was vividly displayed. Even Ron fell in love with Zoro's character at that time. The question is, can it be the same now? It's almost a year earlier. Hawkeye didn't chase the clique pirates because he was bored, but suddenly came to the East China Sea with his own clear direction. Even because the clique pirates blocked the way, he directly cut a sea route with a knife. He obviously has something to do. In this case, who dares to say that my hawk won't kill people? Do you really think that the great swordsman's nickname of Navy Hunter is fake? While Ron was watching, Zoro also came and stepped on a piece of broken deck to block the black boat. Did you use that knife to cut this sea route? Zoro tied a green headscarf in advance and put his hand on the hilt of the sword. That's right. Hawkeye, my hawk on the throne, seemed to realize something and said coldly, since you have seen it, then step down. You are the strongest swordsman, but I will not let you leave me like this. I went to sea for you. Zoro was as upright as ever, full of fighting spirit. His eyes were so hot and determined, as if he was going to a duel where he might die at any time, but he was determined to go. Unfortunately, I am busy. Get out of the way. My hawk stood up and held the black knife in his hand. This is the last warning, only one. If I retreat here, I will be very far away from that goal. Zoro smoothly bit the saber in his mouth and slowly pulled out the Wado Ikemonji and Raijin. How that swordsmanship was done, he didn't know. The gap might be so big that it was unbelievable, so Ron would dissuade him. But if I retreat here, even if I tell myself that I have no choice but to retreat because of the gap in strength, then the next time, and the next time will follow. Swordsman, you should move forward bravely. My hawk narrowed his eyes and didn't want to warn him a second time, since he foolishly wants to continue the challenge, then end his swordsman career with death. After all, he is very busy now. Even if there seems to be a lot of time left, the red-haired man is still far away from the challenge. There is still some distance to the East China Sea, but my hawk didn't want to waste his time on ignorant weaklings. This time, Beckman mentioned the commotion caused by Red Hair. It made him curious, so he went out to sea. Afterward, he guessed the situation that Red Hair would face next, the combination of Admiral and Vice Admiral, by identifying the situation. Although he didn't think Red Hair would fail in front of this combination, but it didn't couldn't prevent him from following Beckman's arrangement and going to the so-called Windmill Village and finally meeting Garp on the scheduled voyage. If he could fight with that Navy hero, it might not be too boring. Compared to an opponent like Garp, the young swordsman in front of him was a bit annoying. Since you are ignorant, then go to hell. Mihawk suddenly swung his sword. The violent flying slash turned into a flashing green light and moved straight forward. The extremely sharp sword energy instantly cut a deep abyss in the sea. Those pirate ships that survived the first lash instantly ushered in the second destruction. Although the scale was not as terrifying as the first time, 2 pirate ships were cut open and sank to the bottom of the sea, and there was no trace of Zoro on the original sea route. Mihawk indifferently put away his sword and turned around to sit on the throne, but his steps suddenly stopped and his hawk-like eyes fell on the sea. A pale hand was on the remaining deck beside the sea route, and then Zoro climbed up from the sea. He still held 2 knives tightly in his hands at this moment, and the third one had been broken in the previous attack. Impossible. Mihawk was extremely surprised. He controlled the strength of that knife, but only because he didn't want to disrupt the sea route he had just opened. In this weakest East China Sea, no, maybe there is a swordsman who can take his sword. I blocked it. Zoro stood up with a dazed mind. Then he heard the sound of people sucking in air all around him, and Mihawk frowned. It seemed as if he had seen something terrifying. Dead skeleton. Ron had come close at some point, holding a gold coin covered with cracks in his hand. Zoro in his eyes was split into 2 by a cut from the top of his head to his hip, but because of the curse, Zoro did not die, and he could not even feel the pain. His appearance changed from the original terrifying half and half to the original appearance. After all, it was daytime and the skeleton's true appearance was not yet revealed. Only the torn clothes told of the danger just now. It's really strange. Is this what you rely on? What race are you? Mihawk's eyes changed as if he saw some magical toy. He flashed to the deck where Zoro was examining this ordinary-looking swordsman. He couldn't find any special race that matched what he had just seen in his memory, and the other party had just crawled out of the sea. It couldn't be a demon ability user. Why on earth? What are you talking about? Zoro didn't realize that he had failed and been killed once, and subconsciously tightened his double swords and then found that the third sword was broken. But the swords in his mouth were broken. Why did he? What a strange guy. You make me feel happy. Mihawk obviously saw this kind of person for the first time. He put back the black sword knight and stared at Zoro. You said you went to sea for me? What's the purpose? The strongest, Zoro answered subconsciously, and then a sheathed long sword flew over and stabbed the deck in front of him. Ron retracted his hand and retreated silently. Although I don't know why, it seems that Mihawk's attitude is not as impatient as before. This is good, because Azek gold coin seems to be unable to hold on. Ron spread out his hands and looked at the Azek coin that seemed to be about to break in front of him, and he complained in his heart, what a waste. Just far away from the original world, you were cut into this state. You only withstood Hawkeye's sword. Why don't you stand up? If the Azek coin could speak, it would probably curse out loud. Mihawk's flying slash almost cut Zoro in half. If it weren't for the characteristic of the undead skeleton, he would never have survived. The strongest? You pathetic weakling. If you think you can compete with me by relying on your talent, you are just a third-rate swordsman. Mihawk raised his hand and took off a cross necklace from his neck, unsheathed the knife to reveal a knife. But since you have aroused my interest, let's see if you can satisfy me. As the world's #1 swordsman, you do have the capital to say such things. But Zoro pulled out the Wado Ikemonji and bit it in his mouth, and took the opportunity to pull out the Lei Chi. Why did you take out such a ridiculous knife? I am different from those bees who will do their best to bite a rabbit to death. I will show my strength to any enemy. Mihawk's eyebrows curved down in a reverse half-moon shape, and he raised the knife helplessly. But unfortunately, I don't have a smaller knife than this one. In other words, if you have it, will you take it out to fight him? Ron's eyes twitched, but he still didn't say anything. He just hoped that the Azek gold coin would be stronger. Don't regret it if you die. Zoro rushed forward without hesitation. Step forward, and the flames ignited from the 2 swords and wrapped him. 3 swords style burn demon slash. It was as if the evil ghost leaping in the flames suddenly pounced forward, and the flames seemed to be like an evil ghost opening its mouth to bite Mihawk. Ding! The sharp knife light cut through the flames and accurately stuck at the key point where the 3 knife lights intersected. It was as if sand fell into the precision running gears, breaking the moves of the demon slash directly. Have you seen it? Frog in the well. This is the gap between you and the world. Mihawk held the knife in one hand and playfully resisted the subsequent force. No matter whether it was strength or skill, the opponent was too far away from him. How did he do it? Zoro's pupils shrank, and he changed his sword style without hesitation. Bull needle, demon bear, 2 slashes, rhinoceros return. No matter how hard he tried, he would be cut by a small and ridiculous knife in an instant. The subsequent counterattacks hit the throat, heart, and spleen. Is he still alive? Mihawk looked more and more surprised. This was a type of opponent he had never encountered before. Not a demon, but he couldn't be killed. If he was a normal person, he would have died long ago. It was too strange. Let's try again. He subconsciously accelerated his attack. The sharp sword light broke through Zoro's sword style like a slow process, cutting into the vital points one by one. Zoro gritted his teeth and persisted. He had already noticed something wrong with himself. No pain, no fatigue, just like a dead body, so he couldn't be killed again. Ron, you really did something unnecessary. When his thought flashed through his mind, a shattering sound suddenly sounded. Ron in the distance let go of his hand, and the Azek gold coin turned into gold powder and scattered all over the ground. Poor Azek couldn't hold on after all. The curse power was consumed too quickly. He died less than a day after he appeared. At this moment, Mihawk's knife pierced Zoro's right chest, and blood flowed when he pulled it out. He was stunned. After trying for a long time, the right chest was the only weak spot. What race is this? The thought flashed through his mind, and the knife light deflected and cut a straight horizontal blood mark. Zoro's suppressed cry of pain followed. This time Mihawk seemed to realize something and turned to look at Ron. What did you do? I saved him from death, but unfortunately my ability is limited. Ron flicked his finger, and the ender pearl flew backward. When it broke, the man appeared hundreds of meters away. The pirates looked at Ron in horror, fearing that he would provoke the uncle below and draw his sword to chop down their ship. So he's a demon. No wonder he's so weird. Mihawk looked at Zoro with disdain. His curiosity disappeared. Back off. I'm not interested anymore. You want to leave before the outcome is clear? Zoro's eyes were still firm. The sword-holding posture did not relax at all because of the injury. A stream of white steam sprayed out along the hilt. I didn't swing the sword until now just to be teased by this little thing. 3 chapters a day. 10,334. But it feels hard to write, and it does mean that the plot is going crazy. Chapter 116. Great. It's really strange. Your companions are powerless, and your immortal body that you can rely on is gone. Mihawk's eyes changed slightly. If that's the case, why do you still have the courage to continue the challenge? Do you want to end your life here? The battle just now was already very obvious. The gap between the two sides was so huge that he only used a small knife to see through all the moves of the green-haired swordsman. The only reason he could hold on until now was the devil's ability of the man who just appeared. Although from the reaction of the green-haired swordsman, he probably didn't know about this. However, the opponent should be able to realize that continuing to fight will only result in death. Maybe it will end here. Zoro clenched the two swords in his hands, and a firm word squeezed out from the hilt. But I don't know why. I always feel that if I take a step back here, the oaths and promises I have always cherished will be destroyed. Many things that I have adhered to in the past will be destroyed, and it is impossible to return here even if I exhaust all the time. Really? It seems that I really underestimated you. I originally thought that you were just an inferior swordsman who relied on the abilities of your companions, but now it seems that you still have your own persistence and beliefs. Very good. There are fewer and fewer swordsmen like you now. Mihawk's eyes were no longer disdainful, and he said solemnly, yes, everything you foresaw was correct. That is the end of failure. The winner gets everything, and the loser loses everything. In that case, there is even less reason to retreat. If I retreat and give up what I insist on, what is the difference between that and death? Zoro took a deep breath and mobilized the power of the breathing method without hesitation. The essence of the breathing method lies in the internal circulation, and the greatest effect is to squeeze out all the physical strength of the user. In certain moments when one needs to fight to the death, the thunder breathing technique can even exert its maximum power at the cost of physical damage. Zoro is undoubtedly a genius swordsman, so with Ron's generous teaching, he has thoroughly understood the essence of the thunder breathing technique and integrated it into his three-sword style. The white steam is the best external manifestation. Even the penetrating wound on the right chest cannot reduce his combat effectiveness in the slightest. As if sensing the change in his momentum, Mihawk lowered his knife-holding hand slightly, his eyes becoming serious. Even if it means death, the strongest is like a flame in the middle of the night to me, and I am a moth chasing the flame. If I cannot bear the cost of chasing the flame, then turning into ashes in front of the flame is also a good ending. It's just a death. Very good answer. Boy, tell me your name. Roronoa Zoro. I will remember you. Mihawk put away the knife seriously and pulled out the black knife. Knight, strong man whom I haven't seen for a long time, I will end your life with the dual etiquette that a swordsman should have. Are you ready to be buried in the sea? If that's the case, I'm really grateful. Zoro remained steadfast and changed his knife-holding posture at the same time. The three blades formed a petal shape, which was an extremely strange way of holding a sword. However, this was not his self-abandonment, but it represented that he had taken out the last resort. In order to give his best, he also pressured himself to improve as much as possible. Focus on one point and reach the pinnacle. The key points of the thunder breathing method echoed in Zoro's mind, and his body suddenly bulged with muscle. Three-sword style Shura body. Based on the 1 and 2 Gunlura, it integrates the essence of the thunder breathing method and transforms it into a self-strengthening move, not only limited to the muscles of the arms but also the muscles of the whole body, and even the blood is accelerating. This is a move he has never had before, and it is a newly created strengthening move under great pressure. The heart and the spirit are united, the spirit and the mind are united, and everything is integrated in the thunderous breathing sound. He has one move, and only one move. After one move there is no more strength left. Will he win? I don't know, because he can't imagine the scene of winning. Will he lose? I don't know, because he doesn't. I am willing to imagine my own failure. Should I retreat? No, of course not. He will never give up everything because of death. What a strong will! Knowing that he will die, he will move forward, and he is willing to accept failure. There are countless powerful swordsmen on the sea, but those people are still afraid when they really face death. I haven't seen such a seedling for 10 years. Can you really be such a swordsman? My hawk clenched the black knife and turned his wrist to point the cold blade at the enemy. Come on, let me see your full strength. 3 swords low secret 3000 world. Zoro turned the 2 swords with his fingers. The cold blade light rolled up a cold vortex in his body, and the rapid airflow lifted the dust around him. Then rush forward. Die here. My hawk stepped on his feet and rushed forward without dodging. The eagle-like eyes saw the flaw in the move, and the black knife in his hand turned into a line of cold light and slashed down. Bang! The golden swords wailed, and the 2 men passed each other. Lu Yan and Lei Qi broke into more than a dozen pieces, and the broken blades fell to the ground. Still, have you lost? You can't help it if you are not as skilled as others. Zoro loosened his hands, and the handle of the sword fell to the ground with an oblique cut on his chest. The skin and flesh rolled up in the cut, and the broken bones were visible. If the double swords were not of high quality and blocked the brutality of the sword, then the wriggling internal organs in his body would have been cut open. How should you choose? This is a real life and death moment. My hawk turned and stared at Zoro, and blood slid from the edge of the black sword knight blade and dripped onto the deck. He watched quietly, waiting for the answer of the young swordsman. He still had a breath, and only a breath left. Is it really as he said, that he would rather die than retreat? Click! The sound of a long sword being sheathed rang out, and Zoro sheathed the Wado Ikemonji and threw it in the direction of Ron. After doing this, Zoro said nothing. He just faced my hawk, opened his hands calmly with a calm look. What do you mean? My hawk's eyes stirred. The wound on the back is a shame for a swordsman. Zoro smiled and opened his eyes wide, trying to remember the last scene before his death. Gray! My hawk suddenly disappeared, and a line of cold light filled Zoro's vision. Puff! The blade cut through the flesh. The violent force directly knocked Zoro out, and he hit his head on a broken deck and didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Gray! My hawk slowly put away the sword and stood up, his eyes full of appreciation. He was really sure that this was indeed a good seedling. Like a hawk, his pupils suddenly turned and fell on a figure that appeared quietly on the side. Ron held the Wado Ikemonji in one hand and the Deaththorn spear in the other, standing aside in silent. Companions? My hawk glanced at him and then said, you were the one who caused the first battle, right? After all, he is a companion. It's a pity for someone like him to die like this. Ron answered truthfully, if you interfere in the duel, I would give you a knife if it were usual. My hawk turned and walked towards the black boat, but for his sake, just help me say something. What? Tell Roronoa Zoro that my name is Joricole my hawk, the world's #1 swordsman. After surviving, I will understand the vastness of this world, fight, kill and sharpen myself beyond today's sword, surpass this painful defeat. At that time, I will be at the end of the world, waiting for his arrival on the throne of the world's #1. My hawk boarded the black boat and disappeared at the end of the sea. As the big guy left, all the pirate present breathed a sigh of relief. It's great to leave. Who wouldn't be afraid after seeing those 2 knives? Hey, even Ron couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Very good, just go away. Sure enough, Zoro and Hawkeye have a very good compatibility. He survived the initial death barrier and showed his character as a swordsman. With Hawkeye's appreciation, a way out naturally appeared. After all, the world's #1 swordsman has been sitting on the throne for too long. Which swordsman who can hold a sword to this point does not desire a worthy opponent? But my hawk is too strong, so he will do something like cultivating seedlings just to make the future have a different color. Ron doesn't understand the mood of this kind of big boss. If he meets an enemy, he will probably crush the other party to ashes, but when the beneficiary is his own side, he won't say much. However, it's time to clean up the scene to prevent those pirates from having any ideas. Ron looked up at the sky, and the sky was still gloomy. My hawk's 2 swords had an impact on the climate and environment, so that the violent wind and rain just now disappeared for a while. However, Thunderstorm still has some power left. He raised his hand and threw the Deaththorn spear at the nearest pirate ship. Destiny locked pirate. Trigger the thunder. A thunder spear woke up the pirates immersed in my hawk's 2 swords with a roar. When the leaping thunder turned the pirates into corpses, they realized that the big boss was gone. But there is still a thunder god at the scene. Although Ron's strength is much worse than my hawk, but it is the one who crushes these pirates. Enough. Before my hawk came, Thor drove thunder to beat them, and after my hawk left, Thor still drove thunder to beat them. If we don't run now, my hawk would have come in vain. Oh my god, run! The surviving pirate ships on the periphery ran very fast, and the dilemma of Barity Restaurant was also resolved. Only the pirate group led by Baloo could not get away for a while. After all, they took the initiative to join the battlefield in order to make merit. Many combat chefs have died in Baloo's hands. Damn, what happened behind? What the hell were those two rays of light just now? Baloo secretly groaned, but fortunately his defense was extremely strong. The loyal brothers gathered around him, and under each other's cover, they still suppressed the combat chefs of Barity Restaurant. Even Sanji's kicks could not do anything to that shield. Here it comes. If there are typos, please mark or comment and I will correct them when I see them. Chapter 117, Cleaning up the battlefield. A lot of gain. While the two sides were deadlocked, there were fewer and fewer pirate ships around, but the violent thunder was getting closer and closer. Even the pirates on the battlefield and the battle chefs of Barity Restaurant could see the winding lightning in the sky. Until a certain moment the thunder suddenly dissipated, but there was no sense of relief, only the suffocating depression before the storm. At some point, a figure appeared on the surging sea. Kill them all. Ron came over the sea with a gun, and raised his hand while sweeping his eyes. Destiny locked pirate. Range Barity Restaurant. A dark red spear wrapped in thunder whistled past. The lightning that originally crossed the sky once again jumped on Barity Restaurant, and one pirate after another screamed and was pierced by the lightning spear and turned into a charred corpse. Who the hell are you? Baloo was hit by a lightning spear just as he finished speaking. The huge shield on his chest was melted by the lightning on the vermilion spear, directly fusing the blood and iron into one and affecting his internal organs. He was instantly burning with flame and rolled on the ground wailing. The lightning spear flying in the sky fell again at this time, and Baloo's body was charred and motionless in the thunder. Sanji, who was almost affected by the thunder, jumped back and landed on the ground, looking at the man coming from the sea in doubt. The other party had already stepped onto the battlefield of Barity Restaurant. Who is that? Is the movement just now related to this person? Ron also saw Sanji, but ignored the yellow-haired man. He walked directly to Baloo's side, and the three magic crystals in his hand shattered into powder, and a magic array appeared on his palm. Then, he reached out to Baloo's still warm body. Ghost-making. Baloo, who was only breathing, was considered dead by the Deaththorn spear, so he was perfectly in line with the requirements of the target of the spell. When the palm fingers wrapped with golden patterns pulled out a soul from Baloo, the magic circle also covered the soul's head from top to bottom, accompanied by the soul's wailing and screaming. It was refined into a familiar ghost. The battle chefs of the Barity Restaurant who witnessed everything felt their scalps tingling. Death is not scary, but it is scary that there is no peace after death. What is more scary is that after being killed by the enemy, the soul is taken away and refined into a twisted body of unknown stuff. Hey, what are you doing? Is it too woohoo? Before Sanji finished speaking, he was covered by Zeph, who appeared quietly. Shut up. Zeph suppressed the restless Sanji and stared at Ron, who came at the right time. It seemed that he found that the person who had an opinion was forced to shut up, and he turned his head to observe the familiar ghost that had just been born in his hand. Translucent color, short arms. The upper body is humanoid, and the lower body is a pointed tail. It seemed to be surrounded by Ron as if it was not affected by gravity, and it seemed to want to get close but was afraid of the aura of the evil ghost. And Ron also got the data of the ghost. Ghost type: half-soul body. Abilities: virtualization, ignition, weak intelligence, vision sharing, consumption, magic energy, voiding. This half-soul body is transformed by magic into a soul. It cannot attack in the virtual state but can penetrate any substance. It can slightly interfere with matter in the non-virtual state, such as knocking over a candlestick. Ignition: inheriting the original owner's innate ability. The ghost can ignite unnatural flames at the cost of its own spirit body. The loss can be supplemented by magic energy. Weak intelligence: the ghost has weak intelligence and instinct, and can obey the simple commands of the creator, such as detecting the situation, recording what it sees and describing it, etc. Vision sharing: the ghost can actively consume its own spirit power and share vision with the creator. The duration depends on the invested spirit power. It's a pretty good thing, mainly because it seems that it can be made in multiple quantities, so the cost of 10 million is not a loss. However, can it inherit the characteristic of Baru, realizing that he is injured and spontaneously combusting? It's really interesting. It's very strong as a detection unit, but I don't know if it will be restrained by Haki. Ron had no answer for a while and let the ghost revolve around him. At the same time, he focused his eyes on the battlefield to observe the situation. Boom! The vertical and horizontal lightning spear tore through all the pirates on the battlefield. Even those who jumped into the sea would be electrocuted by the Deaththorn spear with lightning power, until all the Mar pirates died. The leaping lightning spear stopped in the air and twisted into a Z shape, flying beside Ron's feet. Who is the leader? Ron held the scarlet spear in one hand, and the heat disappeared in the palm, and fingers wrapped with gold gold patterns. He moved forward towards Zeph and the others with the spear in his hand, and the scarlet spear tip left a long mark on the floor. The invisible sense of oppression hit everyone's shoulders like a mountain, and in a trance one could even see the illusory and hideous shadow of the evil ghost behind the person who came. Killing power level, evil ghost. Being stared at by the indifferent eyes that seemed like an evil ghost, even Sanji couldn't help but hold his breath. Zeph took a deep breath, suppressed the fear in his heart, pushed Sanji away and walked out. "It's me, Chef Zeph of Barity Restaurant. Did you make the noise just now? Thank you so much for helping us out." Zeph seemed to want to say something but was interrupted by Ron. "First of all, it's not about rescuing you, it's about saving you. Click is dead. More than half of the Click pirates' ships were destroyed and the remaining pirates are fleeing everywhere. They are no longer able to threaten your Barity Restaurant," Ron said coldly, pointing out the current situation. "Do you admit this?" "I admit it." Zeph thought about it and nodded. He was still not arrogant enough to think that his side would definitely win. The Click pirates had too many people, too many ships and too many guns. If they really got into a fight they couldn't even withstand a round of bombardment. "Then I need a reward." Ron was simple and straightforward. "What do you want?" Zeph changed the address because this was not a friendship but a transaction. "I heard you have a logbook. Make a copy and give me the original." "Beside," Ron thought for a moment then said, 10 million Baileys plus all the recipes and secrets of your restaurant. I won't stay in the East China Sea for long. Then we'll settle. The logbook is for Nami to improve the safety of the Grand Line. The original is for safety to avoid being cheated. The recipes and secrets are for Nakago to improve the chef's skills. So I added that I won't stay in the East China Sea for too long. 10 million Baileys is the last life-saving money. No more, no less. With the size of Barity Restaurant it can definitely be taken out. He didn't plan to have any friendship with Zeph, nor did he plan to take Sanji away, so he didn't need any favors. This is a deal. Although the source was Ron's idea of playing three poles, the fact is that his arrival did save everyone in Barity Restaurant. "What, Hawkeye?" That guy left immediately after the cut. If Ron hadn't killed Click, the Barity Restaurant would still be destroyed. Although Akin died, Baru was still there. If half of the 5,000 people were removed there would be more than 2,000 people and they could be exhausted to death. This is why Ron implemented the decapitation tactic from the beginning. "Okay," Zeph agreed without hesitation. "Looking at the current situation and conditions, this deal is indeed necessary. I will come back to get it later." Ron turned and left, stepping on the sea. When he appeared he had already arrived on the Mantis Shrimp. None of the nearby pirate ships dared to attack here. Ron had already fought a round of pirates here before going to the Barity Restaurant. Nami and Nojigo are now tossing Zoro in Ron's room. The life potion is free, plus the things in the medical box. After a lot of tossing, Zoro's condition has stabilized. After all, my hawk did not kill him. "What did you encounter?" Nami washed her bloody hands in the kitchen and asked. "My sister and I were both stunned when we saw the two flashes. Half of the ships of the Click pirates were destroyed by the flashes. If you had your means you would definitely not cover it up, and the Zoro you brought back was dying. So, what did you encounter at that time?" "The shrimp was not too close at that time, and the view on the sea was blocked by the pirate ships, so we only knew that something happened, but we didn't know what happened. We met the world's number one." Ron roughly described the situation, and Nami and Nakiko were stunned. It was never expected that the Flash would be the so-called Flying Slash, and there would be such a powerful swordsman in this world. Ron just said that this world is wonderful. In fact, it is true. The essence of the four seas is basically gathered in the Grand Line, which is the real stage of the world. Ron also planned to go to the Grand Line, but before that he planned to prepare a trump card first. The next thing is very simple. Ron took Chester with him and used his ghost to help him find the treasures of the abandoned ships. Unfortunately, Crick himself did not survive. Mihawk's flying slash was too fierce, and the aftermath alone tore him to pieces. Ron basically had no chance of getting the treasures of the Crick pirate. He also tried to use the compass with his wish, but the idea was too vague and it didn't work. He could only give up with regret. Fortunately, the Crick pirates were big and powerful, and the remaining heritage was as much as 30 million Baileys. Most of them came from the captain's room on different pirate ships. Ron threw the spoils into Chester's mouth and went to the Barity Restaurant. He received the reward from Zeph very smoothly. Although a yellow-haired man seemed to have some opinions during the process, he still didn't say anything. The Pippi shrimp returned with a full load and left the sea area where the Barity Restaurant is located. That night, Zoro slowly woke up and opened his eyes. Ron came over at the right time and said something that made people's pupils tremble. "Are you awake? The operation was successful, and you are already a cute girl." Zoro, who was still a little dazed, shuddered and hit Ron's head directly, just like the first time they met in the past. Bang! After the teeth-grinding collision, Zoro lay dead due to the reaction force, and Ron squatted on the ground with his forehead covered and grinned. He was very regretful. Why didn't he wear a helmet? Chapter 118. Ron, am I going to die today? Is this Mihawk's Audiobook's last word? After listening to Ron's story, Zoro leaned against the wall with difficulty and clenched his fist. In this case, I will not let him down. In the future, I will definitely defeat him and become the world's #1 swordsman. Ron looked calm and pushed Zoro back. You should recover quickly. I'll give you the room. After saying that, he left the captain's room. After he left, Zoro lay on the red and white bed, looking at the closed door with complicated eyes. He owed more and more. Although he felt that life and death were determined by fate, he could not deny that Ron's methods ensured his life. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to fight Mihawk. He had already died in the first flying slash. Needless to say, you know how precious that kind of thing that can be used as a substitute for death is. Can I afford it? Zoro turned his head and stared at the ceiling with a slowly changing look. It seemed that he was thinking about something. The previous lottery was a bit confusing. The things on Visalia Island only appeared in this chapter. Ron came to Zoro's room, which only had a floor mat and even a lot of sundries. It was definitely not comfortable, which made him feel that it would be better if he could live in Nami's room. Although it would be crowded, at least there was a bed. You can consider changing the ship. Ron sat cross-legged with the scarlet spear in front of him. This time, the triple enchanted Deaththorn spear played a big role in dealing with the click pirate. Basically, it took 3 to 5 minutes to clear a pirate ship with hundreds of pirate, and at least thousands of pirates were eliminated. Ron's killing power was able to break through to the evil ghost stage, which was directly related to the Deaththorn spear. Moreover, the Deaththorn spear itself is very compatible with the triple enchantment. The data is as follows: pseudo-piercing Deaththorn spear, loyalty, ripple, lightning, attraction, origin, fate/stay night/my world, type, man-made treasure / enchantment, effect, a man-made treasure imitated by an unknown magician, but due to the insufficient ability of the maker, only the fate lock of cause and effect that is far inferior to the original was reproduced. After aiming and throwing, the spear will lock onto the enemy and attack. This attack will hit. If the enemy cannot be hit, the spear will continue to chase, constantly adjusting the direction to continue chasing until the enemy is killed. Due to the second modification of the unyielding magician, the spear has the function of specifying multiple enemies in a large range. Enchantment loyalty spell, it will return to the user after completing the attack command. Enchantment riplow spell, it will automatically trigger the torrent on rainy days, greatly increasing the movement speed of the Deaththorn spear. Enchantment lightning attraction spell, when used in thunderstorm conditions, it will attract surrounding lightning to gather on the spear. Since the Deaththorn spear is a special man-made treasure, the material can withstand more lightning. This will form a lightning spear with extremely strong destructive power, and it also has the ability to shoot arcs to cause range damage. Consumption, none. With the triple enchantment of the Deaththorn spear, even the ordinary pirate Bal, who is famous for his defense, can't withstand 2 hit. The means of clearing the miscellaneous soldiers are completely supplemented. Judging from the power of the Thunder Spear, it can be used at least in the first half of the Grand Line. Ron made a summary and then thought of his broken Thunder Pool. First he felt distressed and then he was relieved. How to say it? After all, it is not as good as the Wado Ikimonji, and he is not without a replacement knife. Ron looked at the promoted killing power. Evil ghost. Type. Killing power. Effect. The killing power constructed by the resentment and negative emotions of thousands of people forms a strong aura on the holder. The evil ghost. Like the bloody smell of a butcher and the cold feeling of a coroner, it will accompany the user forever. The deterrent property has transformed into soul stealing, which can affect the enemy's spirit by releasing killing power when looking at each other, causing effects such as daze, trance, and stagnation depending on the strength of the enemy's spirit. And it has the second property, spirit deterrent. The overly strong and violent momentum will make spirit creatures mistake the holder as a powerful evil ghost, thus giving rise to different states such as fear, awe, terror, and submission. This killing power can continue to stack, and the next stage is evil god. Note, just like the demon lord in the sky, it is really the Tai Sui god in the world. What an interesting change. The more people you kill, the stronger the effect. It looks like you can change the knife. Ron was thoughtful and pulled out a dark purple evil blade from the 4-dimensional chrysanthemum with his back. As soon as he unsheathed the pseudo-magic knife, the half of the evil ghost pattern exposed under the knife became scarlet. It flickered like a breathing light, and it was like the gaze of an evil ghost. Along with it came an extremely ferocious evil spirit, which outlined a hideous evil ghost face in a trance. How dare you? Ron's red eyes moved lightly, and the evil ghost aura immediately broke through the evil spirit. If just now it was a wolf opening its bloody mouth to intimidate people, then now it was a person tearing off his skin and turning into a tiger to roar in return. The evil spirit, far surpassing the evil spirit, outlined a more ferocious evil ghost, roaring at the evil spirit behind him. Roar. The sound that humans could not hear echoed in the cabin, and the lines that outlined half of the evil spirit face flickered, and the last bit of scarlet dimmed. Also changing was the description of the pseudo-demon knife Kyunran. Imitation devil knife, thousand blade. Or Origin: Assassin Wu Lai Hoki. Type: Evil Spirit Weapon. Effect: a murderous blade composed of 688 fragments. It is the closest murderous weapon to the demon knife Thousand Blade. It is injected with bloodthirsty evil spirits as the weapon soul. Once the knife is unsheathed, it must drink enough blood. You can inject air to manipulate the 688 fragments to attack, but it has extremely high requirements for the user's mentality, air manipulation, and brain carrying capacity. Consumption: life/soul/blood. The two consumption descriptions of life/soul in the description column disappeared, leaving only the word blood. The dimension roulette popped up a prompt and the data was refreshed. Evil spirit status submission. Description: it is afraid of your powerful evil spirit and thinks that it can cause you considerable damage, but the end will be extinction. So choose to surrender. Give up the life and soul costs to be paid when using it, but still retain the requirement of drinking blood. Whenever the magic knife is unsheathed, the holder must let the evil spirit drink blood, otherwise it will try to bite back. Tisk: you are changing your mind according to the situation, right? When I am promoted to the evil god, I will see what your attitude is. Ron thought so, but such a thing was too far away. Promoting to the evil ghost requires killing 1,000 people. Wouldn't it be 5, 6, or even 10,000? Even killing a pig is not that easy, let alone a human. Ron simply didn't think about it, put the magic knife aside, and opened the dimensional roulette directly. The appearance of my hawk made him a little uneasy. In theory, there should be nothing in the East China Sea that can attract the world's #1 swordsman. The timeline of the original plot did not explain what major events happened in the East China Sea. He was basically in the dark, and he also personally felt the huge gap in strength. He felt seriously uneasy. Coincidentally, there were 160 million ships left. Zeph gave 10 million and 20 million pure Bailey on the battlefield. There were also 10 million in the form of gold and silver treasures, which he directly gave to Nami and Nakago. As for Zoro's minefield, it was all broken, right? The color wheel appeared in the center of the field of vision, and Ron rubbed his hands and began to prepare for the lottery. Let's see what I can draw this time. Ron took out a silver lighter and lit a cigarette. Lucky improvement: the favor of the goddess of luck triggered. 10 colorful lights were thrown out from the silver wheel as usual, and the information popped up in the field of vision like a waterfall. Ron's originally expectant expression froze after seeing those descriptions clearly, and then slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were as big as a copper bell. JPG. It's not too bad, but too good. It's so good that he, as the beneficiary, feels absurd. Extracted undead totem Steve's blood and tears. Extracted undead totem Steve's blood and tears. Extracted iron machine black box. Extracted purple air from the east. Extracted birdgate phantom wing flight. Extracted body protection chi. Extracted Nami's weather experience collection. Extracted Visalia Island weather science. Extracted Visalia Island botany. Extracted 1,000-year-old sculpture clock. It seems to be another ordinary lottery, but the first two prizes are like blockbuster bombs. Undead totem Steve's blood and tears x2. Origin: my world/unknown dimension. Type: rule item/biological alchemy. Effect: a special undead totem made by @U in existence, studying the characteristics of the cube man and combining it with the undead totem. The person holding this undead totem will be regarded as the user. When the user encounters a death crisis while holding the undead totem, the transcend life and death feature will be triggered. The undead totem will lead the user to escape from the god of death and avoid this death. At the same time, the block man feature is triggered: no drop after death, and then resurrect at the nearest resurrection point. Consumption: block man 1/1. Note: every undead totem Steve's blood and tears is a tragedy for a block man. Silent, long silent. Although the content in the description is full of slot, Ron has only one thought in his mind: am I worthy of it? No. Is this prize pool worthy of drawing this thing? Can a prize pool of 10 million once really draw this kind of prop that is equivalent to replacing death? Am I going to die tomorrow? Ron's expression is probably like this: am I going to die tomorrow? JPG. Ron immediately opened the attribute panel and stared at the feature column repeatedly. The wanderer on the other shore of the world / the tide rider of destiny. Origin: One Piece / blue star. Type: soul characteristic. Effect: completely integrated into the world. You will not be rejected, but because of your special origin, you are much luckier than normal humans. But as a person who knows too much, you are endowed with the characteristics of a tide maker of fate. You are more likely to encounter good things and bad things. No matter how you choose, you have been involved in the vortex of fate. This characteristic is one of Ron's reliance on the lottery. It is easier to encounter good things and bad things, which is the same as the literal interpretation but different. In layman's terms, Ron's luck is like a balance. If there are too many good things, the balance will tilt towards bad things. Once it hits the bottom, the disaster will be too big. But on the other hand, if there are too many bad things, the balance will tilt towards good things. Once it hits the bottom, the luck will explode. This is why he will not be the sword god of Shilpo. He will will even often cause trouble for himself, and with Ron's experience of drawing the silver compass so many times, he can be sure that this prize pool should not ship props of this level. It should be possible to draw it only in the next level prize pool, and it is still a small probability. What? Lucky lighter? The favor of the goddess of luck. Counting the 30 silver roulette draws, which one did he not use this combination? It is true that his luck has improved a lot, but it is definitely not to this extent. The most important thing is, Ron has not encountered any bad things recently. The click pirates are indeed a strong enemy, but that is built up by the number of 5,000 people. As for my hawk, it was Zoro who resisted this disaster. Ron essentially did not encounter any trouble. Did some huge bad things happen that I haven't noticed yet? After the shock, Ron thought calmly, the imbalance of luck to this extent will inevitably bring him unbearable disasters. However, there are only 3 possible factors that can threaten him in the East China Sea, a place known as the Weka Sea. First, the golden lion passing by the sky targeted him because of Nami and wanted to grind him to ashes. Second, the aftermath of the Arlong incident, the trouble caused by the report of the 16th branch of the Navy. Probably only Garp, who often goes home to visit Kin Majid. Third, Red Hair Shanks. He killed Buggy. It is normal for him to come for revenge. After all, Shanks is a pirate. You can't think that the other party is a positive image in the original work, so you don't think he will do this, right? He is a pirate. Even someone like Luffy will not let go of those who hurt his friends, let alone the more mature and cold Shanks. However, first of all, Shanks can be ruled out. This is the East China Sea. Shanks can't cross the entire Grand Line to kill me. If he really rushed back, why didn't he make any noise? Then there is Golden Lion. The legendary pirate has great ambitions, and he can also notice Nami's talent, but Nami has been following me and has never come into contact with Golden Lion himself. This possibility can also be ruled out, so there is only one left. Navy hero Garp. Indeed, after the Navy branch turned black and white, Garp's personality, after hearing about the so-called sneak attack by the god of war pirate, is likely to take the initiative. It is even possible that people from the 16th branch will take the initiative to contact Garp for help. After all, if I am not mistaken, Smoker appeared because people from the 16th branch ask for help. When it comes to getting foreign aid, the 16th branch is professional. Trouble. Ron frowned. It is definitely impossible to win, even though Garp was beaten half to death in the Battle of Beehive Island. But Garp is facing a lineup of the Admiral and half of the 4 Emperors. Not to mention Kuzan. Even if he is picked out alone, he is a tough guy who can live on the 6th floor of the Impel Down. Ron and his little shrimps will only end up annihilated when they meet Garp. Chapter 119. Ron, I understand everything. The imbalance of luck happened today, which means that my bad luck will start to explode at any time from today. If you calculate carefully, there are 2 directions for Garp's activity trajectory. The first is from the Navy headquarters. Enter from the comm belt and arrive at Rogue Town for rest. According to this calculation, if I go to Rogue Town at this time, I will definitely be unlucky. The other one is from Windmill Village. If I don't rush to the Grand Line to seize the opportunity to leave, I will be caught sooner or later. Ron thought about it, but he was a little troubled for a while. However, at this time, the door was knocked. Ron, today's newspaper has arrived. No Kai Gao knocked on the door and pushed it open, handing Ron today's newspaper. Since the last time on Miss Island, it was discovered that not ordering newspapers would suffer information losses. The Pippy Shrimp has ordered one every day. There is no shortage of creatures such as newspaper birds on the sea. The most important newspaper delivered is the World Economic News. In most cases, it is Ron who reads the newspaper. He has a broad understanding of the East China Sea. It is possible to infer useful information from some situations. In fact, this is true. The headline of today's newspaper is very interesting. Black Cat Pirates Destroyed Navy Strikes Hard. The pirate group of Klo. Ron's eyes changed slightly, and he carefully checked the content. The spread of information in the age of discovery relied on newspapers, and the source of information in newspapers was newspaper reporters, which means that in most cases the information disclosed was incomplete. The example is 16. The branch was confusing right and wrong, so the newspaper in his hand was very empty, and there were only 2 pieces of information extracted after reading it. The Black Cat Pirates were completely destroyed, and the one who attacked was a big shot from the Navy headquarters, and it only took 1 punch to destroy the Black Cat Pirate, including the people and the ship. The Black Cat Pirates are actually quite strong. According to the original timeline, they could run rampant in the East China Sea for a long time. Now they are suddenly destroyed, most likely because of me, the butterfly, and there is only one person who meets the criteria. Garp, the Navy headquarters, the big shot, 1 punch. Garp, the salary thief, really goes home often again. What a troublesome guy. Do I have to go to Rogue Town and then head directly to the Grand Line? Ron folded up the newspaper and threw it, and solemnly put the 2 immortal totems into the 4-dimensional chrysanthemum. To be honest, he was still uneasy looking at these 2 things. Garp was behind him. him. Judging from the location where the Black Cat pirates were destroyed, if Ron entered the Grand Line he would probably not be able to catch up. Is this near-death fate really just like this? Besides, if he avoided it this time, would it be more serious next time? Now that things have come to this, let's look at the prizes first. It doesn't matter if I go to the guillotine for one more day. Ron had a vague plan and then began to examine the prizes. The most abstract, useless, and suggestive one was probably the so-called 1,000-year-old sculpture clock in his hand. Why give him a clock? Ron sighed, threw the sculpture clock, which had nothing but historical value, into the sea, and then picked up a black machine wrapped in a ball of light. Black box of iron ore generator. Origin, my world. Type, rule integrator. Effect, iron ore generator produced by a certain generation of Steve who was troubled by the difficulty of finding iron ore. It has a built-in my world rule system and can continuously produce weak rule iron ore for casting equipment and making iron golems. Because the outside is blocked by the black box, the internal operation status cannot be observed. Consumption, none. Note, no one knows what is sealed in the black box. Only when you listen closely you can hear the shouts of the villagers, the hoarse roars of the zombies, the burning of flame, and the roaring sound of iron. Perhaps the truth is too cruel to be sealed in the black box. What the hell is an iron ore generator? Although Ron has never made an iron ore generator, he can roughly imagine the structure inside. A fixed zombie and 2 villagers in the zombie hunting range will trigger the rules of my world and give birth to an iron golem. The flame is the bonfire, which is used to destroy the iron golems and collect iron ore. Basically, it is a bug in the rules. However, Ron did not intend to give up. The iron machine combined with the iron golem synthesis should be able to produce a large number of iron golems. He planned to place them on the Flying Dutchman and then integrate them all together with a disposable skin. If possible, the cannons will also be installed all in one go. In addition, there are 2 light groups, Visalia Weather Science and Visalia Botany. Ron took a rough look and threw Nami's Weather Experience collection and iron machine into Chester's mouth without piercing them. These things take up too much space when they are released, so it is better to wait until there is space after changing ships before taking them out. The last ones are 3 books. Yes, not skills, but cheat for learning. Purple Air from the East. Origin, Assassin Wu Lai Hoki. Type, Gongfa. Effect, this Gongfa is the main Gongfa of Assassin Wu Lai Hoki, which is famous for its fast, convenient and strong internal force conversion efficiency. It has low talent requirements and high time requirement. It is necessary to absorb a wisp of purple air as the foundation when the sun rises every day and continue for 100 days before the foundation can be built. After the foundation is built, meat can be used to convert blood and chi, and then assisted by purple air to convert into chi. If there are high energy pills to assist in the foundation, the time for purple chi foundation building can be reduced, and the shortest cannot be less than 49 days. Note, purple air from the east will become the entry stone of most high demand Gongfa in most cases. The converted chi has extremely strong universality and can be converted into the unique chi of any Gongfa. Water grinding Gongfa. This is probably the disadvantage of self-study, but it is necessary to learn it. The Calabash Brothers system can support the combat power guarantee in the early and middle stages. If it is insufficient, you can try to develop the chakra system represented by the Sharingan, but the guarantee does not mean that this kind of water grinding self-study technique has no future. Assassin Wu Lai Hoki's performance is still very strong. I can't always know the result but not the reason. Just like the magic of thunderstorm, if you can use it but don't know the principle and root of magic, it is impossible to change and improve it. It is definitely not wrong to spend time to master a skill that is enough to be a way, and the domineering system cannot be given up. Ron thought so and looked at the other 2 books. It is not a technique but a trick secret book. Flying Bird Gate Phantom Wing Flight. Origin, Assassin Wu Lai Hoki. Type, skill. Effect, based on internal force. The method can be refined into phantom wings. Phantom wings can carry the user to fly. The speed, agility, and other factors depend on the user's mastery. Consumption, chi. A very useful flying skill. Ron can only fly in rainy days now, and the speed is not very fast. Phantom wing flying can make up for the non-rainy days. The vacancy of the sky. Just need to study and master it by yourself. Protective chi. Origin, Assassin Wu Lai Hoki. Type, skill. Effect, based on the internal force. The method can be refined into protective chi, and the defense depends on the amount and quality of the injected chi. Consumption, chi. It is also a skill, and the description shows that the stronger the chi, the stronger the effect. Ron put away the secret book and then opened the dimensional roulette, and the 40 million chips on the account were consumed again. Extracted mystic ring, can't see me. Extracted invisible cloak. Extracted. The first 2 are still useful, and the last 2 are simply garbage that looks useful but is actually of no help. Ron realized that his luck had been used up. He picked up a ring and a cloak to check. Mystical ring, can't see me. Origin, mystical dimension. Type, mystical. Effect, a special ring with the mystical spell can't see me, which can interfere with the sense of existence of ordinary people. After wearing the ring, the wearer's sense of existence will be infinitely weakened, but it is useless for some strong people with strong perception. Consumption: mystical energy / magic crystal. Invisibility cloak. Origin: magic dimension. Type: magic item. Effect: after putting it on, it will automatically trigger a layer of permanent invisibility which can erase the wearer's figure but cannot cover the movement caused by the wearer's actions such as wind, footsteps, etc. Consumption: magic crystal. You can leave it to Nami and the others. Ron made a judgment, then got up and packed up. Then he came to the bow to think in the cold wind. He was thinking about how to solve this disaster with the cards in his hand. It is impossible to escape blindly. The imbalance of luck will only become more and more serious, and when it comes to death there will be no escape. Since Ron obtained this feature, he can get almost anything he wants in most cases. Otherwise there would not be so many things he is familiar with in the prizes. This is a profit, and it is natural to bear the corresponding cost. Now at least there are 2 resurrection armors, and it may not be impossible to get out if you operate carefully. If you count it this way, there is only one place, Rogue Town. But the only trouble is that Guy Smoker. The natural system is really tricky. Ron roughly calculated the process and went back to prepare. He gave the arcane ring to Nami and the invisibility cloak to Nakago. Then he went to see Zoro's condition. What is this? Zoro was lying on the bed holding a bean in his hand. Senzu beans. One can make you fully restored. Don't thank me first. There is something important that needs your help with full status. Ron said so. Senzu beans. 1 bean can fully replenish the state. To be honest, it is a bit of a waste to use it on Zoro. After all, his injury can be slowly healed. However, the breath of disaster is already coming. Ron knows that he does not have much time to wait. At Garp's speed, he will arrive in Rogue Town soon. He must time it well to solve this disaster. Naturally, Zoro's efforts are indispensable. What help? Zoro did not shirk and asked directly. Have you learned Haki? Hey, here I come. It's still 3 updates of 10,000 words. Chapter 120. The Old 4 Emperors. The Generals. The East China Sea is about to become a mess. Haki, the second half of the Grand Line, which is the entrance ticket to the New World, is just a small fish among small fish, not even a small soldier. However, in the East China Sea, there are really almost no Haki practitioners. In the original world view, it is probably because of the patch of the version replacement, but in reality, there is only one reasonable explanation. That is, Haki requires very high physical strength, a certain talent, and a systematic teaching. Otherwise, it cannot explain why there are so few Haki practitioners in the East China Sea and even in the Grand Line Paradise stage. But it happens that Zoro meets the above conditions both in terms of physical strength and talent. As for the systematic teaching, the Haki teaching manual that Ron gave him earlier came in handy. Zoro had studied it for a long time before, and after surviving the crisis this time, he was in a period of rapid progress, so at Ron's request he put all his energy into Haki practice. In just 3 days he had already guided the armament Haki to his hands. Although the quality and quantity are slightly weak, it already has the basic conditions to deal with natural ability users. Armament Haki. Ron looked envious, standing at a corner of the deck and watching Zoro slowly wrap the dark armament Haki around the blade. This is the 36th attempt today, and Zoro has more or less experience. Successfully wrapped the last armament Haki around the Wado Ikemonji. Black sword. Zoro was stunned as he looked at the black sword Ikemonji in his hand, which had changed color. Not really. A real black sword is like Mihawk's black sword. Knight. You'll have a chance to see it later. Ron's envy faded. After Zoro learned it, he would teach him in return. He roughly explained, this is armament Haki wrapped around. The hardness of the weapon will be greatly increased after wrapping. The degree of improvement. Ordinary blades cannot damage your sword at all. If you had enough armament Haki when you fought Mihawk, your 2 swords should not have been cut off. The so-called black sword is actually the user's armament Haki that has been immersed for a long time, which makes the sword transform into a magical black sword. By the way, Mihawk's sword is the black sword he made himself. He can also use Haki, and he can use 3 colors of Haki. 3 colors of Haki: Observation Haki, Armament Haki, and Conqueror Haki. Zoro remembered the contents of the Haki training manual and nodded thoughtfully. I understand. I will not abandon Haki and practice swordsmanship alone because of my prejudice. Ron corrected. Strictly speaking, Haki is part of the power of a swordsman and the way for a powerful swordsman to advance. Zoro nodded and then said, then, is this enough? It should be enough to defeat Smoker unexpectedly. Ron turned his head and looked in one direction of the sea, and the outline of an island emerged. We will sneak into Rogue Town first and take you to collect the sword. Zoro with 3 swords is the strongest. The next step is to make a big fuss in Rogue Town and then escape from Garp. It shouldn't be a problem, right? The entrance to the Grand Line, under the Twin Cape Lighthouse. The roaring vibrations continued to come, and the waves rose and fell, as if pushed by something, and hit the red Earth continent hard. In fact, it is indeed the case. The huge creature crying drowning under the sea kept hitting the red earth continent with its scarred head. Its name is Lab, a famous island whale in the West Sea, but there is no group of it here. Only it and its companions who passed by have gone far away, and there has been no sound for decades. It was unwilling to wait, and in the past 50 years it went from suffering to despair, and finally chose to give up everything. It wanted to crash into the red earth continent and open a channel to find companions at the end of the world. However, the red earth continent is so majestic, even an island whale as big as an island, after years of collision, only caused a wound on one end. It started again. I need to prepare more tranquilizers. Kurika's on the shore side and jumped into the sea water into Lab's body. The whale's stomach, as big as an island, has become a world of steel. This is the equipment modified by Kurika's. It is used as a second home and Lab's life support device. Kurika's activated the mechanism and a huge amount of tranquilizer was pushed into Lab's blood vessels so that the behemoth gradually calmed down. It was also at this time that Kurika's suddenly raised his head and looked at the sea, his eyes stained with confusion. Why did he come? The sea above hundreds of thousands of meters gradually calmed down, no longer as dangerous as before. The two people riding in a small boat breathed a sigh of relief. A woman holding a stick with muscles, dark skin, and great strength, but to be honest, she looks more like a man. And the other one is a beautiful girl. She has long wavy light blue hair over her waist and a graceful figure like an hourglass. Miss Monday, what was that just now? The graceful girl asked with a trembling voice. Didn't we say we were just out to check the surroundings? How could we encounter such a tsunami-like movement? Miss Wednesday, calm down. You are a princess. The muscular girl made a joke with forced calmness to ease the atmosphere. I didn't know this would happen. I heard that there is a giant beast under the sea here, and it will hit the red earth continent at a certain time. Giant beast? What is that? Miss Wednesday looked confused and did not respond to the princess mentioned by her companion as a joke, although she was called a princess after her companion Mr. Nine, the prince. Miss Monday next to her also thought so, but in fact she is indeed a princess, a real princess. Nefert Vivi. Vivi came from the kingdom of Alabasta in the Grand Line. She joined the Baroque Works to investigate the drought disaster in the country. She worked hard to join Baroque Work 9 and was thrown into exile at the Whiskey Peak outside before he could spy on the secret. It was hard to gain Mr. Nine's trust with his appearance, and they were almost a pair, but Miss Monday next to him thought that she had to give the newcomer a boost. She said she came to investigate the situation near the Whiskey Peak, but she made a tsunami-like noise as soon as she arrived. Is this the intensity that a newcomer's mission should have? What kind of giant beast can make a tsunami-like noise on the seabed? That's because you don't have much experience. Miss Monday seemed to notice her companion's confusion and immediately defended herself. You are from the headquarters of Alabasta, which is a large country with desert landforms, so it's normal that you don't have much experience. There are all kinds of creatures on the Grand Line. Do you know the Sea Kings? One may be thousands of meters long and hundreds of meters wide, and the larger ones have an eyeball with a diameter of hundreds of meters. This is the Grand Line. Even if a submarine ship appears in the next second, it won't matter. Just as the muscular woman was about to explain that she had no ill intentions and just wanted to improve her relationship with this seemingly soft companion and win him over as a partner, the sea suddenly shook. Still coming? Waiwei hugged the sloop and saw a sudden bulge on the sea surface with a panicked look. There seemed to be some giant beast in the bulge, trying to rush out of the sea. When the bulge swelled to the extreme and broke, a large amount of sea water fell down and turned into a waterfall. The waves rose and fell violently, and the sloop was pushed aside with the tide. Instead, there was a two-masted sailboat. Strange. Miss Monday uttered the last two words with a dull face, looking at the big ship blankly. A group of pirates hugged each other and cried on the deck of the ship, and at the bow stood a domineering man with red hair and 3 scars on his left eye. He turned his head and looked at him as if he had noticed something. The two looked at each other. Miss Monday suddenly opened her eyes wide. A chill ran up from her tailbone to her forehead, and her throat seemed to be blocked by a hot iron block. How could she not recognize that person? All bounty hunters will see and remember the top wanted posters when they get started. One of the top legends on the sea. The 4 Emperors. Red hair Shank. How could he be here? This is just the Grand Line. Who is that? Vivi hugged the mast blankly and found that something was wrong with her companion. Who on earth could shock this muscular woman who looked down on all men? The 4 Emperors. That's the 4 Emperors. Miss Monday turned the rudder as if she was running for her life and tried to leave here quickly. Although the 4 Emperors are also pirates and prey of bounty hunters, but how dare mortals hunt dragon? Although the metaphor is not appropriate, the gap between the two sides is so huge. Shanks also retracted his gaze at the right time and ignored the two girls. He turned his head to look at the pirates who were huddled together and trembling behind him, and smiled apologetically. Sorry, because you attacked me. I brought you to the entrance of the Grand Line. I can walk the rest of the way by myself, but you have to walk it again. No, it's okay. It's our honor to carry you. The captain of this pirate ship ship almost knelt down and begged him to leave quickly. He was extremely lucky to survive the attack on the 4 emperors. Besides, it's just back to the starting point. At worst they can walk it again. Goodbye. Don't make things difficult for that ship. Shanks looked at the towering sea road that seemed to reach the cloud, and the whole person disappeared on the spot. The pirates of the Crocodile Pirates breathed a sigh of relief, honestly ignored the small boat and began to turn the bow backward. Guys, I remember there is a route ahead called Whiskey Peak. Let's go there to grab supplies and then set off. The captain of the Crocodile Pirates was excited. Starting over might not be a bad opportunity. He ate a devil fruit in the Grand Line. It was an animal-type devil fruit crocodile man in the form of a crocodile. Set sail again. I must seize this opportunity. Endless ambitions swelled in Captain Crocodile's heart until he really came to Whiskey Peak. Then they met a warship. The bounty hunters revealed their identities in time and nothing happened, but the pirates were scum to be purged in front of the navy. Although Captain Crocodile was surprised that a navy warship appeared here, he still laughed wildly and asked his men to fire and prepare to destroy the warship and the town of Whiskey Peak together. Then on the warship, the man with a green eye patch on his forehead stretched out his hand. If there are typos, please mark them. I will correct them when I see them. Chapter 121. What's wrong with a man entrusting his dream to another man? A cold air as strong as the collapse of the sky followed, freezing the pirates on the entire pirate ship, and ice sculptures formed in an instant. Even Captain Crocodile, who turned into a giant crocodile, only lasted a few more breaths. The terrifying cold air even froze most of the ocean current, forming a protruding underwater iceberg. In the small town under the Whiskey Peak, a Kalem with golden curly hair stared at the man in amazement. Admiral of the Navy Aokiji Kyuzan. Mr. 9 next to him trembled and expressed the same doubts of the two. Admiral of the Navy, why are you here? No one would answer them. The reality is completely unpredictable. On the warship, the artillery has been mobilized, and the roaring artillery threw shells into the sea to blast the frozen sea surface. Admiral Aokiji, because of some accident, we need some time to open up the route. The adjutant reported this, looking embarrassed and not mentioning that the accident was caused by Kyuzan's action. However, Kyuzan knew this better than him and did not shirk responsibility. He just smiled gently. Sorry, I have troubled you. If it weren't for you, I think many of our Marines would have lost their lives in the battle. After all, the total bounty of the Crocodile Pirates is already 100 million baileys. The adjutant explained hurriedly. That's it, you speed up. The tall man looked into the distance. His eyes solemnly said, I'm afraid I can't make it here. Shanks used bubble coating to dive from the sea, and was lucky enough to catch several undercurrent. Even if the warship is moving at full speed, there is no way to catch up with him. Now, we can only look to Mr. Garp, hoping that he has arrived in Rogue Town. At this time, the signalman suddenly appeared, hesitantly said, excuse me, just now the EC branch sent a message. What? Kyuzan turned around and asked. The 77th branch witnessed Mihawk's appearance. Judging from the route, it seems that he will collide with Vice Admiral Garp. What? At that moment, just like this moment, on the Doghead warship, Garp, who was still sleeping, suddenly stood up and looked at the end of the sea with a serious face. In the blue sky and sea, the momentum of a sharp sword rose into the sky. The cloud slowly cracked into a bottomless crack. It was like the sky was falling. Hawkeye, my hawk. Bogart's pupils shrank, and he squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. How dare you? Compared to the fierceness of other places, Rogue Town is as peaceful as ever. Smoker's return undoubtedly suppressed a group of pirates who wanted to riot. The Navy prison is now full of pirate captains with bounties of millions. Of course, Rogue Town is the only sailing supply point to the Grand Line after all, and there are too many pirates hiding here. Ron and others are naturally one of them. The shrimp entered the port. This ship, which had never appeared in front of the Navy, was unremarkable. Moreover, in the eyes of those Navy soldiers, only a weak woman came down. In fact, there are 3 more people who can't be seen. Ron used 2 bottles of invisibility potion. Zoro put on an invisibility cloak, and Nami wore mystic ring. The anchorage was handed over to Nakago, who rarely showed up, and everything went smoothly. The Navy soldiers at the port were completely unaware that the scum that the Navy headquarters considered to be disposed of fierce god pirate, they had already entered Rogue Town without causing any commotion. Fortunately, Ron did not plan to cause trouble now, but went to the weapon shop in Rogue Town first. The owner of the weapon shop, which claimed to have been passed down for hundreds of years, was called Yi Bensong, and his wine-grooved nose was a bit conspicuous. But what was conspicuous was his hairstyle, which was like wings, probably to make his Mediterranean look less ugly. Of course, this was not said by Ron, but by Nami, who took off the ring. What Mediterranean? What are you talking about? I'm in my prime. Ibensong had a dark face. If it weren't for the fact that this was a pretty girl, he would have rolled up his sleeves and started. Okay, boss, I'll buy a knife. Where is the cheapest knife? Ron spoke at the right time. What? So you're a poor guy? Ipamatsu pointed impatiently at the swords in the barrel in the corner. 50,000 berries each. No bargaining. Go find it. The sword you like is the one I'll give you. Ron also pointed, urging the surprised Zoro to find the sword. Zoro's expression was strange at first, and then he suddenly froze when he was rummaging in the barrel, and then he took out a strange long sword. The head and buttocks are decorated. The blade is a cross, relatively simple, with a handle shark and a handle roll. The blade has a long blade and a large arc. The blade pattern is a typical flame pattern steel burn blade, giving people a sense of weirdness. Why is this kind of knife in here? Zoro's eyes changed slightly. Even if he just glanced at it hastily, he could find that this knife was not a cheap knife of 50,000 berries. At least it is a good knife of the razor-sharp level, and one knife is worth more than 1,000,000 berries on the market. How did Ron find it? Is he supposed to make a fortune quietly and buy the dusty razor from the boss who doesn't know the value of it? However, the momentum of this knife is so strange. It's like similar to Ron's magic knife, but not as fierce as the Thousand Blade, giving him a restrained feeling. Should it be called a demon sword? However, before Zoro could think clearly, Ippondo shouted first, "Hey, you'd better give up that knife. I won't sell it to you. If that's the case, what's the point of putting it in a wooden barrel worth 50,000 berries?" Nami spoke at the right time, looking surprised. Ippondo glanced at it but didn't explain, just said, "Anyway, I won't sell it. The truth is actually very simple. He just wants to sell this sword to someone who doesn't know how to use a sword and just wants to buy a sword on impulse. Only in this way can this demon sword not harm people. At least it won't kill a real swordsman." And the green-haired man can identify the Sandame Kaititsu at a glance, so he is obviously a real swordsman, so he won't sell it. Demon sword. Is it because of this? Zoro spoke thoughtfully, causing Ipponmatsu to change color slightly. "You know, I can feel an ominous breath. If you know, put it down quickly. This sword is the Sandame Kaititsu. During the long time it has been circulating in the sea. The final end of each owner is not very good, and basically no one has a good end. Even if a smart person sells the Sandame Kaititsu early, it will have been broken by then." Ippondo snorted coldly, drooping his eyelid. His eyes fell on the black-haired man. He could see that the black-haired man was the leader of the trio. Ron noticed Ippondo's gaze, ignored it, and just looked at Zoro. "How do you feel? In terms of evil spirit, it is still inferior to your magic sword. Yours really feels like it will devour its master at any time. This one is not clear, and it can only feel that it is a demon sword." Zoro answered truthfully. "Are you confident?" Ron asked again. Zoro grinned. "Who do you think I am? I am going to take then convince him." Ron looked at Ipponmatsu and chuckled. "We have a swordsman who aspires to be the best in the world. The demon sword is not a problem. Hey, how many swordsman's words do you think I have heard so far? Most of them ended up with broken arms or missing leg and sold the Sandai Kaititsu to me at the original price. Otherwise, why do you think it stayed in a wooden barrel worth 50,000 baileys?" Ipponmatsu looked at Zoro's thin figure with disdain and sneered. "Really? Then let's do this." Zoro pulled out the Sandai Kaititsu and raised the blade upward. "My luck and a curse. Let's see which one is stronger." "What are you talking about?" Ipponmatsu impatiently stood up and wanted to take the demon sword away, but suddenly found that Zoro had thrown the Sandai Kaititsu high up and the sharp blade was spinning in the air. Under the sharp blade, Zoro stretched out his arm and closed his eyes. "Hey, that knife is very sharp. Your arm will be cut off." Ippondo was horrified and almost thought that this group of people were blackmailing him, but it was too late to react at this time, and those who could react just watched quietly. Nami subconsciously pulled out a finger-sized ruyi stick but was grabbed by Ron. The broad hand opened 5 fingers like a swimming fish and crossed with the white fingers and covered the ruyi stick in the palms of the 2 hands with 10 fingers interlocked. Ron looked straight ahead and calmly watched the demon sword spinning down. He had seen the end. The third generation of Kaititsu seemed to have its own will, or maybe Zoro was lucky. The tip of the knife barely scraped past his arm and cut off a little bit of the tip, and then the back of the knife, curved like an arc, turned around Zoro's arm. Click! With just one sound, the free-falling third generation of Kaititsu was inserted into the ground, almost without a handle. "You can see how sharp it is." The voice of the excited Ippondo suddenly stopped, like a drake being strangled by the neck. "It seems that he is better." Ron stepped forward and stared at Ipponmatsu. "So, can you sell it now?" "Yes, your swordsman is a good swordsman." Ipponmatsu stared at Zoro, watching him calmly draw out the Sandai Kaititsu. "Swordsman? Good swordsman. Not the swordsman I met before who only talked big and made bold statements all day long but had no willpower, but a real, excellent swordsman who was not afraid of any problems. He seemed to see himself a long time ago, and he seemed to be like this at that time." The long-lasting memories were so long that Ipponmatsu could no longer remember his shortcomings at that time, and he also forgot why he went to sea. "I only remembered that high spirit, just like the swordsman in front of him. If there hadn't been his father's commission before he became seriously ill, his wife's appearance, and the inheritance of the weapon shop, perhaps he would have taken the family heirloom sword and left his own story on the sea, or he would have died unwillingly and regretfully somewhere in the sea, ending his adventure." But Yai Bensong also also knew that he was not the person he dreamed of. Time could not be reversed and the lost spirit could not be recovered. Everything collapsed into this boring and warm family. He could never leave Rogue Town to experience the adventure of his dreams, but he could do another thing. Wait a minute. Yi Bensong suddenly turned around and ran up to the second floor. His steps were so hurried that it seemed like he was chasing his lost youth. Nami felt the warmth transmitted by the broad palm, and thought of the ring that scared her, and asked absent-mindedly, what is he doing? Who knows? Maybe he is chasing his lost youth. Nami's question was not answered because Ipponmatsu appeared with a cloth-covered stand. The heavy knife stand fell on the counter, causing a heavy shock. What is he going to do? Zoro sheathed the Sandai Kaititsuo and approached in surprise, but Ipponmatsu lifted the dusty cloth, revealing a long sword that was polished and sheathed. The blade is made of black lacquer tachi. Ipponmatsu skillfully and unfamiliarly pulled out the bright blade and held it high. The blade is a small ding-shaped blade fast sword. Suezu, although our store is not a famous store, this knife is already the best. What do you mean? Do you want to sell it? Zoro looked at Suezu's blade in surprise, and it was indeed a good knife. No. Ipponmatsu looked serious. I am entrusting it. This knife was my knife in the early years. I originally planned to use it to make a name for myself on the sea and leave my own story. Beauty also saw that I inherited the shop passed down by my ancestors. No, shouldn't it be cherished better in that case? Nami couldn't help complaining. No, Suezu was born for fighting. The meaning of the sword is to kill. Just sealing it up is to let it be covered in dust. Ippondo glanced at Nami and secretly said that he was a big bear. Then he looked at Zoro, who sheathed Suezu and raised it to his chest. Now, I hope you can accept it and take Suezu to see the scenery it should see, but I can't give it. It seems that this is only the first day we met. You don't even know what kind of personality I am, and you entrust your beloved sword to me? Zoro looked surprised and didn't take Suezu. So what? Ippondo was serious. He handed the sheathed snow walker forward. What's wrong with a man entrusting his dream to another man? Zoro's pupils shrank and he subconsciously looked at Ron. You can do it yourself, but you can't entrust it to me. Ron pulled Nami back. Is that so? Zoro pondered for a moment but took a step forward, bowed slightly, and took the snow walker. Then, it's disrespectful to refuse it. Ha 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 ha. Ipponmatsu seemed to have unloaded a big stone in his heart and laughed very relaxedly. That's it, that's good. His past dreams, past ambitions, past aspirations, and Snow Walker were entrusted to this man. Maybe they really didn't know each other. Maybe they were just passers-by. But as long as the man's spirit was passed on, it would be enough. He would stop in this small family that he found boring but enjoyed and didn't want to leave, and watch the man who took away his dreams and beloved swords to the end of the sea. Maybe in the near future he will see the legend of the green-haired swordsman and Snow Walker. That's enough. Of course, only Suezu was entrusted, and the third generation of Kaititsu Zoro still paid. He is not poor. After all, Ron will still force some money on him, and he still has 1 million Baileys accumulated. Chapter 122. I just want to make the world what I want. Did you know it a long time ago? After walking out of the weapon shop, Zoro, who had restored the 3-sword configuration, asked. When he came, he said he would get him 2 good swords, and it was true after leaving the weapon shop. It's just that this process is too coincidental. Ron was not even surprised. Guessed it. Ron let go of his hand and walked side by side with Nami, taking out the eye bone from the 4-dimensional chrysanthemum. Chester, wearing an invisibility cloak, was waiting at the door. Neck, if you want to purchase something, you can throw it into Chester's mouth for storage. After all, it has 9 grid. The sound of beating followed the 3 people. Ron held the eye bone and smiled. Devil power. I can't say more. When in doubt, just use the devil power. Anyway, his so-called devil power has many magical examples. At this time, I see. Zoro nodded as if he wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. Sister. At this time, Nami suddenly saw Nojiko coming back. She was the only one in Ron's group who could move freely in a town full of navy without getting into trouble. So, Nakiko naturally went to investigate the situation nearby. Then she brought back a message that Rogue Town was still very safe in most cases because of smokers present. Therefore, Navy soldiers were generally stationed near the port, and only a small number of Navy soldiers formed a team to patrol the town. Many pirates also mixed in, as long as they were not so famous that they would be recognized by civilians. It is not too dangerous to operate in Rogue Town. Is that so? Then move around freely. I'll collect information and then prepare to do something. Ron waved his hand and simply disbanded the team. In fact, only Nami and Nakiko would move around freely, and Zoro would probably follow him. As long as he didn't leave too far, he would react quickly when encountering something. Great sister, let's go. I saw one on the way here. Nami excitedly pulled Nakiko to a clothing store. Rogue Town was more prosperous than the island towns she met along the way. She couldn't wait to go shopping. Is this okay? After all, it's a town dominated by the Navy. Zoro asked as he looked at the 2 people's backs as they walked away. It doesn't matter. We can just move around near them. Ron found a seat in a beverage store near Nami and Nakago. He ordered 2 iced drinks and sat opposite each other on the chairs outside the store. Just now you seem to want to say something. Is there something? Ron spoke first. It's almost 3 months. Yes, it's almost March. Zoro's eyes were a little dazed. Time really passed quickly. It has been almost 2 months since he was rescued by Ron on the sea. At the beginning it was agreed to protect for 3 months and then the favor would be settled. But Zoro also knew that his life was not so cheap. So whether it was Cuckoo Island or the Fishman incident or all the battles he participated in during the period, he did not share any benefit. After all, in his opinion, this was another way to repay the favor. Otherwise, even if Ron only looked at the 3-month period, he would feel bad. But the problem now is Zoro owes more and more favors, including Thunder Breathing, Flowing Flame, Thunder Pool, the gold coin that saved his life, and the 3 generations of Kaiditsuo and Suezu he has now. Even the domineering he has learned. He owes too much, and he doesn't know what to give in return. Haki Guidance. The original manual for practicing domineering was given by Ron. Swordsmanship Guidance. Zoro knew how valuable the Thunder Breathing technique was. So Zoro now had mixed feelings about Ron. He owed too much and couldn't pay it back, and the 3-month deadline was approaching. It didn't fit his philosophy to withdraw, so he chose to ask questions. I still can't see clearly what you want to do. Zoro's straightforward question surprised Ron. He couldn't help but think seriously about this question, a question that has always existed but has never been really thought about in depth. What does Ron want? He called himself a good man a long time ago, but his behavior is not related to that of a good man. Whose good man would take the initiative every day, and the number of people killed could cover the street in front of him or even half of Rogue Town. Not to mention, Ron's current killing momentum has accumulated to the level of evil ghost. But is he a bad guy? Of course not. He would choose to temporarily add the Bloodhand Gang to the hunting list in Cuckoo Town because of a stranger. Kokozia Village killed Arlong and his gang, and Miss Island destroyed the entire Shell Chamber of Commerce. Cunt Island killed Buggy and destroyed 90% of the Buggy Pirate and slaughtered Crick on Gwen Island, the minion of the pirate group. Finally, he killed Click in the Barity restaurant, which directly led to the disintegration of the Click pirate group that had been wreaking havoc in the East China Sea for a long time. Almost all the people he killed along the way were villain, thug, and pirate, and he did not hurt or help many civilians and good people. But he himself did not think that he was the kind of order and justice like the Navy. At least when he was sure that he could not win, he would not necessarily fight for outsiders. He just... Ron fell into deep thought. Zoro did not interrupt but watched quietly, waiting for the other party's answer. He knew that Ron must have his own philosophical answers, but those things existed in instinct as subconsciousness and became the basis for Ron's judgment when doing things. After getting along for a long time, it was not a problem to see this. After a long silence, Ron suddenly said, I think it's a change. Change? Zoro was puzzled. If it was just to change the bad situation in the past, wouldn't Ron have achieved his goal now? You know, I like the excitement of this world, whether it's adventures in the sky or fighting with enemies or talking about love with beauties. I like it. I even fantasized about opening a harem. After all, men are greedy. However, I don't like the underlying logic of this world. It is very different from the logic I am used to. It's like moving from my own home to someone else's home for a while. There are many things that I can't adapt to or even reject. For example, the weak here are like grass, being cut, squeezed and even burned as consumables. It makes me feel uncomfortable, disgusted and rejected from the heart to the body. In fact, many people have this situation. Life is not satisfactory in 9 out of 10 cases. Most people can only endure and adapt to the logic of the operation of this world. Who said that the rules of the operation of this world are made by the strong? As a powerless weak, they can only obey or be destroyed by the rules or go into exile as pirate. Ron grinned, his crimson eyes filled with coldness. But I am also a little arrogant, and I think I am also a strong man, even though I am actually very weak now. But I am confident that in the near future, as long as I don't die, I will definitely stand on the top. What do you mean? Soran's eyes changed slightly, and he seemed a little surprised. It's very simple. The weak adapt to the environment and the strong change the environment. Ron smiled as before, and his words revealed the manifestation of his self-will. If the rules of the world must be made by the strong, then why can't I be the one who stands above everyone and makes the rules of the world? And what I want is actually very simple. That is to turn the world into a world that I adapt to. This is the reason for my progress. A very simple reason. Simple? This is an amazing ambition. Just because the world makes him feel uncomfortable, he has to change the world and let the world adapt to him in turn. How can ordinary people have such ambitions? Do you have a plan? Zoro asked. There is a little, but it is meaningless to say it now. The bold words without the support of strength are just a joke. I am not the strongest yet, nor am I invincible enough to make everyone unable to resist. Ron shrugged. Get strength first, and on the way to the strongest peak, I will find the winning formula I want. want, because on the way my heart will tell me what do I like, what do I hate, and what do I want to kill. Is that so? I see. Is this your ambition? It really fits your style of doing things. Zoro suddenly realized Ron seemed to have noticed something and asked, so what is the reason for the inquiry? I don't know. I haven't thought about it yet. Zoro was simple and straightforward. Then wait until you think it over. Ron didn't waste any words, picked up the drink and walked towards the clothing store where Nami and Nakago were. He saw Nami waving at him. As soon as he entered the store, Nami and Nakago approached with a set of men's clothes. What for? Buy you some clothes, otherwise you wear the same 2 sets of clothes every day without changing the style. Hurry up, I feel it's going to rain soon. Ron has never bought clothes. His clothes are just random things drawn in the lottery. How to say it? Basically there is no matching and they don't even fit well. Not to mention whether they look good or not. They are purely based on the number of piles to find similar sizes. So Ron currently has 2 sets of clothes. Switch back. Zoro is similar to him. Men may not care much about such things, but Nami thought it was too annoying, so she decided to change Ron's clothes after communicating with Nojiko. The color matching and clothing style were left to the 2 sisters. Ron chose to sit on a stool like a puppet. He would move when he needed to change clothes and sit there in a daze when he didn't need to. Basically he moved when he was poked, showing his helplessness. He didn't care about the clothes as long as he didn't move and broke into pieces, leaving people naked. But Nami obviously didn't think so. After fiddling with it for half an hour, he finally chose 3 sets of clothes. Nami started bargaining and Nojiko picked up the clothes they bought. Ron looked bored and leaned against the door. A news bird fell from the sky. It wore a white black-brimmed hat and a small red bag was hung in front of its neck. The corner of the paper was exposed from the gap in the bag. Only 2 words were seen. Extra. First 2 chapters, 6,000 words. The last chapter is still being written. Chapter 123. Everything is calculated for what red hair? Chapter 123. Everything is calculated. What red hair? It's a special edition. Come here. Ron popped out a Bailey coin with a face value of 100 yuan and took today's newly printed newspaper. Special edition. The 7 warlords of the sea turned against the navy. Ron's pupils shrank. Events in the world are happening all the time, but only a few will be registered and published in newspapers. These events must have a wide impact or attract people's attention. For example, a certain navy strangled a certain famous pirate group, or a coup d'état occurred somewhere, or a certain pirate rose. These seemingly distant things actually have an impact on many people. One day, the pirates in the newspaper may appear at your door. If you recognize you and run away in time, you can survive. If you don't recognize you and don't escape, you will be killed directly. This is not a joke but a real example. In addition to the lack of entertainment, newspapers are also a major channel for ordinary people in the era to relieve boredom. But things have priorities, and newspapers naturally have different levels of importance. The so-called extra edition is such an example. The news that can be included in the extra edition is the kind of news that must be rushed out and released immediately once it appears, because it is too important. The newspaper presented in front of Ron is an example. There is only one photo in the newspaper. At one end of the photo is a huge doghead warship, and a burly man wearing a doghead hat stands on the warship. His identity is written in black and white: Vice Admiral of the Navy hero garb. At the other end of the photo, on the black boat that seems to have shrunk a lot, a black-clad swordsman stands with a knife looking at the warship from a distance. The clouds in the sky on both sides have already split. From the photo alone, the Navy has an overwhelming advantage in momentum. The black boat, which looks much smaller because of the shooting angle, and the swordsman standing with a knife appear to be a little weaker, but no one would think that a black swordsman alone would be really weak. After all, that was the current Shishibukai Hawkeye Mihawk, who was known as the world's #1 swordsman. Fuck, what's going on? Ron would naturally not forget Mihawk, this acquaintance, and carefully looked at the photo and the accompanying content. This photo vividly depicts a tense feeling. The main writer of the news even wrote thousands of words with this photo, but Ron couldn't see it at all. He didn't know why Mihawk appeared there, nor why he confronted Garp, but he knew that Mihawk's actions would involve the energy of most of the East China Sea Navy, and Garp, who might have come to chase him, would not have the energy to chase Ron and others. Mihawk's world's #1 swordsman was not a boast, and Ron even suspected that the other party had the combat power of the admiral level. No matter what Mihawk's intention was, after the two confronted each other, Garp had no energy to come to Rogue Town. Then, here comes the problem. What exactly is the disaster caused by the imbalance of luck? Boom! When Ron tried to think, a loud noise suddenly erupted in the sky. He subconsciously looked up, and the dynamic vision and insight of the Sharingan were maximized. The smoke and dust splashed high from the direction of the port, and the fragments of the ship could be vaguely seen in the smoke and dust. And the source was a flying slash that slowly disappeared in the sky. It was not the green color of Mihawk, but left a dark red tail. Ha! A section of red and white bed fell from the sky on the distant street and the nearby civilians fled in panic. With just one glance, Ron saw that it was the bed in his room. The shrimp gone? Ron's pupils shrank and he guessed the truth by comparing what he saw. Just then, an angry shout came from the sky behind him. Who dare to attack the port? Smoker attacked angrily and the white smoke of his lower body pushed forward, turning into a white meteor and flying towards the port. What happened? Nami and Nojiko appeared with bags and looked at the port blankly. Zoro also came over with a frown. His eyes fell on the red and white bed. He had slept on that bed. I don't know. Ron also frowned. The newspaper showed that Garp and Mihawk were restraining each other, so it couldn't be Garp's move. Just now there was another slash and Smoker also attacked, which meant that it was not the C. Others in the army, such as that Bogart, that is, only the pirate, at least the strong ones who can use swords to perform flying slashes. The question is, are there such pirates in the East China Sea? One person was thinking, and the three were puzzled. A white smoke suddenly rose from the direction of the port, crossed the sky and hit the towering bell tower in Rogue Town. Broken stones and tiles rolled down, and the pointed roof collapsed. The unconscious Smoker was buried in the earth and rocks with blood all over his body, and a big bell fell on his head. Boom! A dull roar echoed over the town, and the clouds in the sky suddenly darkened. Endless haze enveloped all the buildings in Rogue Town, as if the end was coming in an instant. Under the leaden cloud, an invisible pressure like the sky swept across the entire town. The civilians on the street in front fell one after another, and then Nakago, who subconsciously protected Nami behind him, suddenly trembled and fell into Nami's arms. Before Nami could react, the terrifying pressure brought by the wind exploded in her heart. In a trance, a pair of cold red eyes appeared. It was like a god looking at mortals like ants, and the pressure like the sky directly made Nami lose consciousness. Even Zoro changed his color and shook his body, and used his sheathed long sword to stab the ground to stabilize his body. He subconsciously looked to the side, but suddenly saw a hideous evil ghost appear behind Ron, and the violent murderous aura tore open the big net formed by the pressure, but it only tore it a little. Ron hugged the two of them and looked at the end of his vision in silence. It seemed that he could see a domineering man looking at him, with hairs on his skin standing up, as if the great fear turned into a big hand grabbing his heart. Domineering hacky attack. Fuck, red hair. After all the calculations, it turns out that it's not Garp who's coming, but red hair. No wonder Mihawk showed up in the East China Sea and confronted Garp. It turns out the source is here. All of Ron's current arrangements are aimed at Garp, and now it feels like everything is calculated. What red hair? Gah. Zoro, can I trust you? Ron made a decision instantly, looking at Zoro with a stern expression, and the latter frowned and nodded. Then do you believe me? I do. Mihawk's incident was not an isolated case. You have to remember this. I will be fine. Then take Nami and Nakago away. No matter what happens to me next, don't make a move or even speak. If they make any subsequent moves, suppress them, and then quickly leave Rogue Town and disappear. I will contact you with Den Den Mushi. There were omissions in the previous work of Quint Island. The disaster has come. I can do it alone, but you can't survive with me. Ron finished the whole story without leaving any misunderstanding, and then threw the eye bone to Zoro. He took out a totem doll with a dark red light from the four-dimensional chrysanthemum and chose to use it. Undead Totem Steve's Tears of Blood. The totem doll expanded rapidly in Ron's field of vision, and the dark red blood-like light filled everything. The next second, the vision suddenly disappeared, as if everything was an illusion. Only the description that suddenly appeared on the attribute panel explained everything. Let's begin. My curtain call. Ron pulled out the magic knife from the four-dimensional chrysanthemum space, injected chi into the blade to make the 688 fragments that made up the magic knife scatter, and followed his steps close to the ground. As he moved forward, he opened the dimensional roulette, and the silver roulette turned once, and a skull gold coin appeared in his hand. My luck has turned a little, because I chose to live towards death. Ron looked at the second ASIC gold coin, and suddenly smiled and flicked it away. The skull gold coin spun and fell on a table in the beverage store just now, and finally lay down in front of the fainted customer. Ron passed by at the right time and took a bottle of strong liquor from the table. The name of the wine Excitement. He bit the cork and spit it out on the ground, and drank most of the bottle of strong liquor mouth to mouth. The strong liquor went into his throat like a long line of fire that aroused the blood in his heart, and in a blink of an eye it burned through the panic. Gradually he could not feel anything. The undead skeletons could not feel the joy of material things, only the surging anger was burning in their heart. It was like the roaring of war drums in their ears. The road ahead was cut off, and there was only death. Ron walked like this, and the horror horn was pressed, and Ron under the big baby template, the third baby template, and the water baby template appeared one after another. Without word, Ron under the water baby template dissipated and merged into one of them, and with the wearing of the Dragon Ball earrings, the remaining two Rons also merged into one. One by one, the magic crystals turned into powder in the palms and fingers wrapped with red gold patterns, followed by the weather changes caused by thunderstorms. Finally, Ron took out the triple enchantment enchanted trident and held it tightly in his main hand. At this time footsteps sounded at the end of the street. The red-haired scar-reedied man put his hand on the hilt and slowly walked out of the shadow of the corner. Shanks stared at the boy standing with a knife with his cold eyes, and it seemed that he was not surprised that the other party would appear here. This matter was too big, and some people wanted it to end quickly. Although the East China Sea is vast, it is also their base, and there are countless demons working for them. It is very simple to determine where his enemy is. 4 emperors. Shank, right? Ron chuckled. His indifferent attitude was as if he was not meeting the 4 emperors, but something else. What an ordinary enemy, you know? Shanks carefully looked at the man, who looked very young. Although he was a young man, he still had a childish look on his face. Although he was a teenager, the scar between his nose and eyebrows made him look mature. It was also such a man who killed his old friend Buggy. He said so. Ron crushed the last magic crystal, and the light twisted and gathered on his body to form a light armor. The darkness faded, as if an angel wearing light had returned to the world. The pale golden wings spread behind him, accompanied by a crackling sound. Layers of hard crystals extracted blood and filled the gaps in the light armor, as if injecting blood into the bones to support the dazzling angel. The last chapter gave me a headache. I felt a little out of control and couldn't write the kind of feeling I wanted, but things have come to this point. I will try my best. I may not be able to write it today. Chapter 124. Born Fearless. Fight to the end. Ron fell into a brief weakness, and the passive breathing to restore blood pulled him back up. He looked at Shanks calmly, and his indifferent voice sounded like a declaration. But I still killed him. Ron said so, glancing at the sky. It was originally rainy, and the thunderstorm magic took shape much faster than before. The colorless magic power stirred the sky, and from the subtle point it led the weather to drastic changes in a snowballing way. The gray leaden clouds in the sky turned into dark cloud, and the original haze environment was aggravated. It seemed that it was almost dark in an instant. A sea breeze blew in the distance of the town, carrying cold raindrops in the wind. Is that so? Shanks' eyes fluctuated for a moment, and he slowly drew out his sword. Griffin, you are very good. You can keep your sanity under the impact of the Conqueror's haki, and you are not afraid of me. If you attacked me, I probably wouldn't kill you, but you killed my friend. It's not that you are ignorant, but if you kill my friend, I will avenge him. Ha, he wanted to kill me for the treasure, so I killed him in return. Is there anything wrong? Ron chuckled, and the golden hand armor held the handle of the knife with a few blade fragments left. The fragments on the ground were silently moved closer under the control of Qi. A person who kills others will always be killed. This is an eternal truth. It will not change because he has a friend from the 4 emperors. I don't expect you to show me any mercy because of the difference in identity or status. After all, if someone kills my friend, I will not let him go. The reason is the same. Ron said it very toughly. The main reason is that he didn't expect Red Hair to come to the East China Sea because of this. However, there is no need to talk in this situation. If that's the case, then there's no need to say more. Shanks suddenly raised his hand, and the dark red overlord lightning wrapped around Griffin. The terrifying overlord color turned into a substantial wave that distorted the surrounding atmosphere. All the surrounding scenery faded rapidly, as if eclipsed, and only a dark red knife light filled the entire world. A silver bright white snake suddenly passed through the horizon, and the sudden thunder and earth rumble intertwined. Like a bolt from the blue, and like the vibration of a dragon turning over, a dark red flying slash passed through the earth, and the ground collapsed wherever it passed, and a continuously extending abyss was cut out. This was not a divine avoidance, but simply covered the flying slash of the overlord color. Even so, a knife cut out a sinking abyss. The huge abyss was only more than 3 meters wide, but it extended to the end of the field of vision. If you look from a high altitude, you will find that this flying slash used the road of Rogue Town as a line, and it split half of the town abruptly. This was just a casual attack. Is this the disaster that Ron mentioned? Zoro stood in the tower, staring at the sword of disaster in shock. It was undoubtedly a swordsman of the same level as Mihawk. With his strength, he could not tell how strong the swordsman was compared to Mihawk. After all, an ant on the ground could not see the whole picture of an elephant. He was far behind. Nami and Nakago, who had just woken up, also saw this scene at the right time. They looked pale as they watched the residual light left by the dark red sword light that could be called destruction slowly fade away. Where is Ron? Nami suddenly shuddered and grabbed Zoro's collar and asked, why are there only us here? Where did Ron go? He's there. Zoro repeated Ron's original word, and Nami collapsed backwards as if her strength had been drained, and was hugged by Nakago, who was also pale. Is it all my fault? Nami held her little head and seemed to think of something. Ron, will there be a chance of winning? Who is he fighting against? Nochigo looked at the battlefield that suddenly became quiet after the sword light faded, and asked with difficulty, that's the 4 emperors. Shank. Some difficult voices suddenly sounded from the ruins, and the dying smoker pushed away the bricks and tiles to reveal his pale face. The fierce god pirate, your captain should be dead now. I didn't expect that the bastard Red Hair came to the East China Sea because of you. You can really make trouble. Smoker stood up shakily with blood dripping all over his body, and it seemed that he could die at any time. He himself seemed to have noticed it and wanted to transform into a natural element with smoke, but the speed was very slow. Red Hair's attack was something he had never encountered before. You want to move hand? Zoro's eyes turned cold and the armament haki wrapped around the Snow Walker blade from his palm. Although the situation was completely different from what Ron said, he was already prepared to deal with Smoker. No, our Navy framed you in the Aaron incident, but I'm sorry, I can't clarify it for you. Now, I have to save the civilians affected and drive the red-haired man out. Smoker staggered to the edge of the tower and his lower body turned into white mist and flew out. The next second, he withdrew from the natural element again, crashed through the third floor of the residential building and got stuck in the window with his head facing inward and his butt facing outward. Smoker obviously wanted to do what he thought the Navy should do, but he still underestimated the damage caused by the red-haired man's casual punch. He was already at the end of his strength, and just waking up could be said to be a last gasp. The three people present were silent, but they didn't care about Smoker. The Navy had already discovered him and approached him. Ron, is he dead? Nokijo said dryly. I don't know, but I don't think he will die so easily. Zoro seemed to want to say something, but suddenly there was a thunder in the sky. The brilliant thunder exploded at the place of battle, and the violent thunder was so shining. Is that attracting thunder? Time goes back. In the abyss after the red-haired man slashed with a knife, the dark purple trident was inserted into the earth wall. Ron, who turned into a dead skeleton, was stuck on the trident, stretched out his hand to grab his head and pressed it on his neck. The red-haired man did not hold back, and the knife cut off most of his body and a head. He felt this wonderful state, unaware of death, fatigue, and pain, as if the whole person was sublimated. The body and the mind seemed to have become two unrelated and interfering things, so he died but was still alive. Shanks stood at the starting point of the crack in the abyss, and his sight and hearing color repeated. After not finding the enemy's original breath during the sweep, he wanted to turn around and leave. A green light suddenly lit up in the abyss, and the broken angel flew out of the abyss with a trident in his hand, and through it, raging water attracting lightning. The lightning arc in the air leaped, wrapped around the trident and turned into a lightning light. Under the mighty momentum, a round bead was quietly shot out. Boom! The light arrived before the sound. When the thunder sounded, the trident had already hit Shanks's backslashing knife. The blade was as unstoppable as a mountain, and it directly chopped the trident into pieces. But in an instant, a blade composed of fragments shot out from the original smoke and dust as if it had a spirit and crossed the short distance. It stabbed at Shanks from all directions, and in the blink of an eye, it cut open the robe and shot sparks on the dark skin. Hee hee ha ha ha, you don't think you can kill me with one knife? Ron laughed wildly and seized the opportunity. He used the wild collision skill to transform himself into a chariot and smashed down from high to low. You are not dead at this level? I really underestimated you, but it is too stupid to rush over like this instead of pretending to be dead. Shanks raised his hand, and Griffin slashed down again. A dark red flying slash rose from the ground, determined to tear the enemy apart completely. It was also at this moment that the round bead that fell at the right time shattered. The blade pressed on his face, and even Ron, whose face was wrinkled, disappeared in an instant. When he appeared, he was already face to face with the stunned Shanks. The attack that had been prepared for a long time suddenly broke out. White steam burst out from between Ron's teeth, and the power mobilized by the thunder-breathing method was fully poured into his hands. He held the handle of the magic knife with the remaining fragments in reverse and smashed it down at the right time. Death, don't underestimate me too much. Born fearless, fight to the end. The handle of the magic sword turned into an afterimage and smashed Shanks's face as if with the sound of iron hitting iron. Shanks was thrown into the ground. Boom! The ground was shattered into a hole the size of a human head, and the violent impact of the domineering color turned into substantial killing and raged simultaneously. Amid the sound of gold coins breaking in the distance, hundreds of blood arrows shot out of Ron's body, and the bones covered with hard crystals were torn everywhere. It was as if thousands of invisible blades were chopped and disassembled in an instant. At the moment of death, Ron stretched out his hand without realizing it, clenched his four fingers into a fist, and poked his thumb downward. Fuck you, red hair. Ron laughed wildly and kept his gestures. He had already done the limit of what he could do, and had too many advantages in intelligence and opportunities. Shanks didn't know his intelligence, and even if someone provided it, it would only be an extremely backward version. After all, Ron's strength changed a little every few days and a big change every half a month. Even Gar, who had naval intelligence, was deceived by his backward intelligence. His tactics were formulated based on this point, focusing on a surprise attack, but the target was changed to Shanks, so there were changes in the details. But it doesn't matter, he succeeded. The lightning strike is the first attraction in the tactic, focusing on attracting attention. The magic sword fragments are to distract the enemy's perception and disrupt the perception of the observation color with a large large number. The requirements are not high, just distract the attention for a moment, and what really works is the Ender Pearl thrown in the thunder and flash. Ron's own wild collision is the second attraction after the lightning strike, which seems to be going head-on with the enemy. In fact, it is to trick the enemy into taking action so as to use the Ender Pearl to seize the only effective attack opportunity. Of course there are also many luck in this, such as accidental factors such as red hair. A dark red knife flashed, and the fragile body was instantly cut into broken by the sword. There is a 2-finger length knife injury on his face. He glanced at Ron's body, which could only be described as fragments on the ground, and slashed at the abyss in front of him, expanding the crack to his feet until the crack round on both sides swallowed up the remains of the body. Shanks turned and left. Although he was surprised at the opponent's ability and skills, Shanks would not change his bad feelings because the opponent killed Buggy. Just because the opponent buried Buggy after killing him, he also gave him a place to bury his bone. Ron? The soft murmur echoed in the silent street. Shanks walked to the port and looked at the sea in the distance calmly. At the end of his sight, a man with an afro riding an ice-cast bicycle slowly appeared. Cusin wore a green eye mask on his forehead, and his eyes were solemnly looking at the devastated rogue town and the incomparably powerful aura. It's too much. Red hair. At that moment, ice vapor like a tide emerged from Cusin's body and hit the rising dark red light like a tsunami. Ice Age vs God Avoidant. Outside the town of Rogue, a movement as loud as the sky collapsing suddenly broke out. No one could get close to the battlefield between the two peak strong men, and even the Navy could only protect civilians as much as possible in the aftermath. The whole town was in chaos at this time, but on the tower, 3 people seemed to be petrified and saw the end of Ron through a telescope. He died? Nakago's voice was a little trembling, and he couldn't even hold the long tube of the telescope. How could it be that guy was so amazing? Why? Nami couldn't say anything more. Smoker's words had already pointed out that the one who came to kill Ron was Red Hair, one of the 4 emperors. That was one of the 4 emperors of pirates in the world. That kind of strength, just like my hawk met before. There was no possibility of winning. Even Ron couldn't. Nami felt a pain in her heart, as if a piece of it had been dug out. Is Ron important to her? Actually, there shouldn't be any. She got on the ship because of the bet at first, and then she changed her mind little by little. In the early days, the shell merchant incident on Miss Island, the Ruyi stick, the Quint Island incident, the magic weather stick, and the giant map. Through these big and small events and gift, Nami gradually accumulated a good impression of Ron. During this period, she even chose to give Ron a little sweetness out of some subtle mentality. It's like riding a pig and hanging a carrot. But why do I feel the pain of emptiness now? Nami couldn't understand it, and she didn't even dare to think about it. She just blinked and shed tears. I don't think so. That guy won't die so easily. Even the 4 emperors can't really kill him. Zoro reached out his hand calmly and resolutely and grabbed Nami and Nakago. What are you doing, Mr. Zoro? According to Ron, we must leave here. But Ron's body, he won't die. Zoro's voice was still firm. After deleting and revising 2,000 words, I still feel dissatisfied, but I can't write better. I can only say that I am still a good person. After this chapter, Nami and others will gather together again. At that time, it will not be a situation of 4 people and 3 hearts on one boat. At most, they will set sail again in a few chapters. Don't worry, I won't dig a hole for the protagonist. Let's write it in a proper way next. I feel that this kind of plot is too easy to go crazy. Chapter 125, Zoro's Choice. The shrimp has undoubtedly sunk to the bottom of the sea. Fortunately, in most cases, the most valuable things on the ship are in Chester's mouth. After all, the ship is too small. There is no space to store many things, and they feel that they have no opponents in the East China Sea. Naturally, Chester is used as a storage room. It's just that Nami and Nakako suffered a great loss. In addition to the money they carried with them, many things sank to the bottom of the sea. However, now the 2 of them are in no mood to care about external things. Nami fell into a long silence after knowing that Ron was because of the incident on Quint Island, which attracted the revenge of the 4 emperors in the East China Sea. As a sister, Nakako could see that Nami was probably blaming herself for this. After all, if there hadn't been the incident on Miss Island, they wouldn't have met the buggy pirate, and Red Hair wouldn't have appeared. But everyone knew that it couldn't be said that way. It was meaningless to put the blame on one person for the common fault. Neither Zoro nor Nakago would do this, but Nami is a kind girl. Because of her kindness, she blames herself. It's okay, it's not your fault alone. Nakago hugged Nami. Zoro silently shrank back a little, and the 3 of them squeezed into this small transparent glass chamber. Outside the glass chamber, 007 was happily rising and falling in the sea. People's sorrows and joys are not shared, let alone seals. It took a day for them to arrive at the sea area next to Rogue Town. It was not a large uninhabited island, which was temporarily a good place to stay. Ouch. After completing the task, 007 began to ask for a reward, but Nami and Nakago were both depressed. Zoro looked normal and caught some fish for 007. After all, he had seen Ron feeding 007 and the scroll was also used by him to remind Nakago. Zoro rolled up his trousers and waded in the sea, holding the motionless fish and throwing it into 007's mouth. After finishing the feeding, Zoro picked up the scroll body after 007 returned, frowned, and looked in the direction from which he came. He could clearly feel a chill, which made the temperature in the air drop by several degrees. Can it still affect here from such a distance? Admiral of the Navy Aokiji Kyuzan, what a terrifying guy. Those people are probably the strongest in the world. Zoro remembered that when they were about to leave Rogue Town, the scene seemed to have turned into ice and snow, just like a natural disaster. Even the sea was frozen, and the coverage area was endless. I learned from several Marines that it was a fight between the Admiral of the Navy and the 4 Emperors. There are such examples, but they basically happened in the New World of the Grand Line. When did such a scene happen in the weaker sea like the East China Sea? Therefore, the newsbird of the East China Sea rushed to deliver another special edition newspaper, and the entire East China Sea. It should be the whole world that was shaking. But this has nothing to do with Zoro and the other two. After all, their captain is dead. The death was as miserable as it could be, and there was not even a complete body. That was what they saw in the telescope. So Nami and Nakako were in such a state. However, Zoro shook his head. He didn't think Ron would talk nonsense. Turning on the shore, he picked up branches and stones to build a simple bonfire, and then prepared the remaining fish and grilled them. After the grilling was almost done, he called Nami and Nakako, who were still mentally exhausted. Let's eat. Zoro handed over the grilled fish that was almost done, 1 skewer for each person. Are you not sad at all? Nami hesitated to take the grilled fish and said vaguely, or are you planning to leave? After all, Ron is dead. Nami, don't talk nonsense. Nakako stopped her at the right time. Zoro shook his head, his face calm. Do you think that with Ron's demonic power, he will die so easily? It is reasonable that he is dead. Nami's eyes were red and watery, as if she wanted to cry again. No one expected the appearance of the 4 Emperors, that's for sure. Otherwise Ron would not have brought her and Nakago into Rogue Town. The shrimp would not have been moored at the port of Rogue Town. Perhaps Ron was indeed prepared to deal with a strong enemy, but the red-haired man who came was obviously not in his expectation. Moreover, no matter how powerful the demonic power was, she saw Ron being chopped into a bloody mist, and he died without even a complete body left. But he said that he would be fine. Zoro smiled. Mr. Zoro, why do I feel that you, an outsider, believe him more than we do? Nakago couldn't help asking. Zoro's certainty made her feel strange and began to have a glimmer of hope. What if Ron is still alive? I believe that a man like him would not die in a small place like the East China Sea. If you must ask why, it is probably because of the trust between men. Didn't I tell you what he said when he left? I just know that he would not talk nonsense at this juncture. Zoro remembered Ron, who left resolutely, and the rising momentum of the other party at that time. It is also possible that he chose to bear the consequences alone to protect us. Nami lowered her head and her mood began to decline again. Compared to her sister Nakago, her relationship with Ron is much more complicated. I have also considered this issue. Zoro picked up a skewered grilled fish and handed it to Nami, and then said, but I saw his demeanor and momentum when he left. Rather than saying that he knew he was defeated and chose to die alone, it was more like a long-awaited performance. He has turned into blood foam. How can he survive? Nami was a little out of control, and even had the intention of venting her anger on Zoro, but she was quickly controlled by Nakago. For a while, there was silence around the campfire. Finally, it was Nochigo who broke the silence. Speaking of which, Mr. Zoro, are you going to leave next? The 3-month term will be over in a few days. No, I promised him that I would protect you, and he trusts me to do it. Zoro ate by himself and said calmly, I will always protect you before he comes back. So, if Ron comes back, will you leave, Mr. Zoro? Nochigo seemed to have thought of something and continued to ask. I don't know. Don't know? Well, I owe him too much. Zoro sighed lightly. So I asked him one thing, what he wanted to do when he moved forward. While waiting outside, he told you the answer? Yes. So, what was Ron's last wish? Nami suddenly looked up, wiped away her tears, and seemed to be a little serious. Tell me, since he is dead, I will continue the adventure with his wishes for the sake of the past. That guy will not die. Zoro repeated and emphasized, then looked at Nami with an inexplicable expression and shook his head. You can't do it. Ron's wish is to change the world he doesn't like, and turn the world into what he likes. I think it is probably a world with a stable order, without the law of the jungle, without committing numerous crimes for a bite of food, and without cruel fighting and darkness. Is that so? Nami was stunned, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be in line with Ron's style. Excuse me, you are too weak. You are not qualified to take over his ideal. Zoro's blunt comment instantly made Nami's face dark. I'm not weak now. Have you forgotten my lightning? That's what Ron gave you. Nami was like a deflated ball, and quickly deflated again. What about you, Mr. Zoro? Why do you ask ask about Ron's ideals. If you owe a debt, you just need to pay it back, right? Nakako interrupted. I can't pay it back in 3 months, a year, or even 3 to 5 years. Zoro seemed to have his own considerations. Not paying back a debt is not my creed, and I don't want to slow down my strength improvement for external things and affect my ability to become the world's #1 swordsman. After seeing my hawk's strength, I know I'm still far behind and have a long way to go. So, I think maybe I don't have to stubbornly stick to the idea of going it alone. What do you mean? Nakako asked in astonishment. Ron's ideal is so big that it can accommodate Nami's dream of drawing and my dream of becoming the world's #1 swordsman in the future. I think maybe it's not a bad thing to go with you. At least I don't hate you, nor do I hate his ideals, and I don't hate everything he has done along the way. Zoro's mouth curled up and he smiled. When I met my hawk, Ron helped me achieve my long-cherished wish. It prevented me from falling before the second flying slash and gave me the opportunity to fight with my hawk. It was my own problem that I didn't win in the end, and I can't blame anyone. In this case, I will help him achieve his long-cherished wish. If you want to achieve such an ambition, how can you do it without the support of a companion who is the world's #1 swordsman? When saying this, Zoro was thinking of Ron, who resolutely turned back to find the enemy in Rogue Town not long ago, and the fight between Ron and Red Hair, just as he said when he shouted, "Born fearless, fight to the end." Whether or not Ron had a backup plan, he had done all the things in that sentence. Zoro, who had the same experience, felt that since he owed too much and couldn't pay it back, why not just entrust his long-cherished wish and the life he owed to Ron? Such a person would never let him down with his current choice. So, you still think he's alive? Nami raised her head, tears welling up in her eyes. Pay attention to the latest newspapers. That guy won't stay still for long after escaping. Den Mushi should also pay attention. Zoro got up, found a big rock not far from the campfire and lay down. He fell asleep after a while. Nami and Nakako looked at each other. Zoro seemed to believe Ron's words more than them, so much so that both of them began to waver. In fact, if they hadn't seen Ron's death with their own eyes, they would have thought that a guy like Ron wouldn't die easily. However, if a person was blown into a blood mist, how could he be resurrected? Sister, do you think it's possible? Nami asked hesitantly. I don't know. Mr. Zoro rarely expresses his opinion. This is the first time I have seen such a firm belief. Nokai Gao sighed. I hope he is really still alive. Here it comes. 6,000 first and 4,000 are still being written. If there are typos, please correct them. Thank you all. Chapter 126. Some people are dead, but they are still alive. Yes, it is me. Death. It is a very distant thing, and there is no experience, because life is fair. No matter poor or noble, there is only one life. When you die, you will usher in a complete end. You can't bring anything with you when you are born, and you can't take anything with you when you die. It represents the end of everything. So, even if he has used the undying totem, Ron is actually a little uneasy when he is going to die. He truly experienced the death that originally existed only in his memory. Although the way of death is different, he can feel the despair and nothingness of the extinction. It seems that nothing has any meaning. That is death. It's just that Ron didn't experience it deeply. Some people died, but they are still alive. Yes, it's him. The effect of the undying totem was triggered, and the user escaped death before he completely died. The effect of transcending life and death was activated, and then there was no drop on death. The things Ron held were also transferred. Of course, excluding the broken trident, the non-drop on death is not a death retrospective equipment save. When Ron opened his eyes again and felt the color of life, what he saw was the familiar yet strange ceiling. It is familiar because in memory, when the predecessor Koya woke up and opened his eyes, it was this ceiling. It is strange because Ron himself did not expect to be resurrected here. But think about it carefully. When the bed that can be used as a resurrection point is damaged, what other place can compare to this place? The starting point of everything, the town where the 16 branches are located. Interesting. Ron looked at the ceiling quietly, just lying there motionless. It was not because of any sequelae, but simply wanted to rest for a while. He was not in a hurry to contact Nami and Zoro, even though he knew that the three would fall into sadness and anger because of his death. It is better to say that this is part of the plan. Zoro's questioning made Ron truly integrate his own answer. Change the world with your own heart and make the world the shape you want. Although he felt that this ideal was very simple, if he couldn't change it, he would change the surrounding environment. But reason told him that it was extremely difficult to achieve this ideal. He needed not only his own strength but also companions who would truly support him. However, in a strict sense, Nami, Nakako, and Zoro are not companions of this level. Nami went to sea with the ideal of drawing the world's sea map. She followed Ron at first because she had no better choice, and also because of the bet and debt. At that time, at best, she was just dependent on and grateful to Ron. After all, there was the image of a villain in front of her. After the accumulation of big and small things, she had a better feeling about Ron. However, if you really want to be serious, it is probably just a concept like it seems good to follow follow him. Even now, it is probably to the extent of we are in the same group. Nakako went to see the world and the safety of her sister. She had a good feeling about Ron from the beginning. After all, it was Ron who led people to solve the Arlong incident, but Ron also knew that this feeling was similar to Nami, and it was also to the extent of it's good to follow him. And Zoro, in order to become the world's #1 swordsman, he went to see and did fight Mihawk at the Barity restaurant. Even though he was defeated, he showed no sign of giving up his ideal. And Zoro's feeling towards Ron is probably that if I owe you too much, I have to pay it back. In other words, look at it from a very utilitarian and cold perspective. None of the three people mentioned above went to sea because they agreed with Ron's ideals or himself, but they temporarily became people on the same ship for various reasons. So, Ron changed the more peaceful part of his original plan, that is, to contact his companions as soon as he was resurrected. It became the current unhurried silence. Being tired and wanting to take a break is only one aspect, and more importantly, it is to let the incident ferment. If nothing unexpected happens, Nami and Nakako will also learn about his ideals in the subsequent conversation. This is the starting point. The follow-up depends on the reaction. Humans are complex creatures, but there is one thing in common. That is, only after losing something will you realize what the lost thing means to you. The few days that Ron chose to be silent were enough for the three to figure out the most critical thing. After that, he will make some contact and make some noise to see who will leave, who will come, and who will become his real companion when there is no restraint. After all, Ron did not do nothing. He supported Nami's ideals and gave a lot of investment. Nakako's investment was slightly weaker, but the two sisters are one. Not to mention Zoro, he is the one who owes the most. Moreover, Ron also respected his companion's ideas and assisted in the incidents on Miss Island and Mihawk. As a leader, he has done enough. The rest depends on luck or human nature. Since Nami cried in his arms after the Arlong incident, Ron has not regarded these companions as characters in his impression. Since they are living people, they should be treated with an equal attitude. Those who think they are so smart and can control all external things are truly stupid. As for the risks that may be brought about by the silent period, Ron believed that Zoro would carry out his last wish and suppress the irrational behavior that Nami and Nojiko might have. Then stay here for now. After lying for a long time, Ron got up from the ground. Kai's house seemed to have been searched by Navy soldiers, and it was a mess everywhere. Many furniture disappeared, most likely borrowed by neighbors, but he didn't care. Ron took out the black Den Mushi watch from the four-dimensional chrysanthemum and put it on his wrist, keeping it turned on all day. Nami had found food suitable for Den Mushi before, and Ron had some of it. It can ensure that the Den Mushi will have food for 2 weeks and will not starve to death. The reason for turning on the Den Mushi is very simple. Next to it is the 16th branch of the Navy. If something big happens in the East China Sea, Den Mushi will communicate. He can use the black Den Mushi to get the news. Then, Ron began to stay silent in Kaya's house, but of course he didn't do nothing. Afraid of making too much noise, he simply practiced the secret book. The body protecting energy is defensive. He didn't need it for now, but he could use the phantom wings of the bird gate. Then he found a very unfamiliar problem. The secret book was hard to understand. Fuck, why write so profound? Ron had no choice but to open the dimensional roulette and check the account. Number of silver roulette 55. Chip balance 40 million. The author will check the account every 20 chapters. The previous account was wrong by 20 million, and it has been corrected. There will be no less learning like this in the future, so I'd better rely on the dimensional roulette to get it done in one step. It just so happens that I have already survived the death brought by the red hair, and my luck should be greatly improved. Ron thought about it and took out the lucky lighter from the four-dimensional chrysanthemum. The flame ignited Hwazi, and the favor of the goddess of luck was triggered. The silver roulette suddenly rotated, and 4 rays of light were thrown out. Extracted cognitive conversion knowledge. Extracted medical and martial arts knowledge infusion machine. Extracted backpack expansion scroll. Extracted inventory expansion scroll. A very subtle prize. Ron looked at the small scroll in his hand thoughtfully. Inventory expansion scroll. Origin, game dimension. Type, rule item. Effect, after use 3 additional inventory slots can be opened up to accommodate equipment items. Consumption, none. Extra opening. I don't even have a normal inventory slot. Ron twitched his mouth and continued to check. Backpack expansion scroll. Origin, game dimension. Type, rule item. Effect, used for space items or abilities. Additional space can be opened up. The degree of space opening up depends on the consumption ratio of the scroll power to the original size of the space. Consumption, none. A very useful item. Ron's Deaththorn spear was stored in Chester's mouth because of its size. Because a 1 cubic meter space cannot hold a long spear. Now I see a chance to make up for it. And the last item is a helmet that flashes blue light. Medical and martial arts knowledge infusion machine. Origin, Assassin Wulaihoki Stir Country. Type, technology product. Effect, a learning machine made by the Advanced Research Research Institute of Stur Country to study Suanweo country's martial art. This machine can instill Suanweo country's medical and martial arts knowledge into the human brain at an efficient speed, usually used on numbered personnel who are research consumables, helping them to master Suanweo country's martial arts as soon as possible and finally become qualified test target produced by the institute. Consumption, brain power, research consumables. Ron was speechless, but it was undeniable that this thing was very useful to him. At least he wouldn't be confused when reading the secret book. The last one is the skill type. Cognitive conversion, knowledge, origin, unknown dimension. Type, weak concept rewrite. Effect, after activating cognitive conversion, the knowledge text seen by the user will be converted into a text description that is more suitable for the user. Consumption, none. It seems to be a skill that is matched with the infusion machine, but the description is very subtle. Ron thought about it and still didn't activate it. He took out the small scroll and used it directly. The small scroll broke and disappeared, but 3 more grid spaces appeared in his senses. You can't see or touch it, but you can communicate and interact. Ron picked up the pseudo-magic knife Kyunran from his hand. This fierce blade was brought back by the characteristic of not dropping after death. Just a thought, the magic knife appeared in one of the 3 grid. Another thought, it appeared in Ron's hand again. Interesting. Ron commented like this and then took out everything in the 4-dimensional chrysanthemum. Then he used the backpack expansion roll. The 4-dimensional chrysanthemum shrank instantly, and when it appeared, it had already expanded a lot. Originally, it was only 1 cubic meter of space, but now it has become 4 cubic meters, and the degree of expansion is limited. But considering the price of 10 million per ticket and it involves space expansion, it's not too bad. Chapter 127, The Chaos in the East China Sea. What does it have to do with me? Ron finished the lottery. After putting the things back into the 4-dimensional chrysanthemum, he took out a bottle of invisibility potion. First of all, as Koya's original home, there are too many people in this town who can recognize Ron's face. Secondly, Shanks' whereabouts after killing him are unknown, so he can't make too much noise for the time being. Avoid Shanks coming to kill him. Although there is another immortal totem, he can't waste it like this even if he has a trump card, right? Finally, people are made of iron and rice is made of steel. If you don't eat for a day, you will be like that. In summary, he planned to sneak into the 16th branch of the Navy and get a free meal with the help of the invisibility potion. The process was not complicated. There were thousands of soldiers in the 16th branch of the Navy. After the Aaron incident, a group of Navy soldiers were lost and a new group of Navy soldiers were added, and the discipline itself was very low, and there were money-oriented people everywhere. Furthermore, the Navy's control over personnel was not high. In Ace's story, it was clearly written that he pretended to be a Navy soldier and ate and drank in the Navy base in the New World. Ron did it more safely than Ace. First, he entered the 16th branch of the Navy with the help of the invisibility potion, stole the Navy uniforms, and even found the archives room to tamper with the files, creating a new Navy identity out of nothing. Then within 2 days, through various in this way, the possibility of being discovered is reduced to the extreme. Finally, he openly ate in the Navy cafeteria and began to learn how to fly with phantom wings. During this process, the events in Rogue Town also fermented and spread to the whole world. An extra edition almost shocked the world. 4 emperors and admirals fighting. Why did red-haired Shanks appear in the East China Sea? Another newspaper from the World Economic News Agency. The newsbird risked its life to take a photo in the distance. The originally vast sea turned into an endless ice land, and the main author also drew a small map. There was a white painting as big as several islands in the sea area next to Rogue Town. That was caused by Kyuzan's ability, and corresponding to it, the sky clouds were torn into an abyss-like crack, and the deep crack was as terrifying as the sky's sorrow. Under the thousands of meters of crack, there was red-haired Shanks holding a griffin. Standing in opposition to him was Kyuzan wearing a navy coat. The news did not disclose the battle between the 2 top masters. Even newsbirds find it difficult to film the battle in the aftermath of a natural disaster, so the following is the author's speculation. For example, the ambitions of the 4 emperors and the quick response of the Navy headquarters. The whole article is basically based on speculation. After all, Smoker, the only one who knows the truth, is still being rescued. Even so, it has caused an uproar in the 16 branches of the Navy, and the Navy soldiers are all sighing at the strength of the admiral. It's just that a dog can't change its eating habit. Afterward, those Navy soldiers who sighed began to think about how to make money by relying on the Navy as a big backer. Even in terms of proportion, it has reached as much as 70%. It can be said that the 16 branches are rotten. The Navy here is either a rat, a jackal, or a ghost. Newly joined Navy members are either assimilated or encounter accidents when going out to sea. Unfortunately, Ron, who joined the Navy, is such a hard-headed person. He doesn't like to follow the crowd and only eats a lot. One person can eat as much as 10 people. The current base chief of the 16th branch frowned and put down the report in his hand. That guy is called Yan, right? He has been the target target of public criticism after only 2 days. He is obviously not suitable for our 16th branch. Everyone is working hard to make money, but he only cares about eating. He eats a lot but does little. He will be transferred to the field next week and dealt with quickly. Colonel Ryan looked disgusted. He hated this kind of guy who had no vision the most. When Colonel Mouse was alive, he had to clean up this kind of unsociable bastard every time he recruited new members. He gradually became Colonel Mouse's confidant based on doing this well. Finally, he was able to maintain the original interest group of the 16th branch during the gap after Colonel Mouse's death, and he went a step further and became the ruler of the 16th branch. Yes, the subordinate answered, then took the report list and pushed the door to leave. It seemed that he walked too fast and the wind blew past his ears. The man subconsciously looked back inside the room but saw Colonel Ryan, who was frowning. "What are you doing? Is there anything wrong with getting rid of that guy?" No. The subordinate immediately turned around and closed the door, leaving quickly. The colonel's promotion was accompanied by blood and rain, and he didn't want to become another chicken. What the hell? Colonel Ryan frowned and took out a document from the drawer. It was a summary of the internal situation of the Navy in Rogue Town, which was directly transmitted using the fax function of the communication Den Mushy. Before the transmission, it was only prompted with a specific code confidential file, which shows the importance of this document. But after all, it involves the investigation document of the Four Emperors Shank's sudden visit to the East China Sea, as well as the subsequent situation report. In theory, the 16 branches are not qualified to access such confidential document. However, who made the Four Emperors' arrival in the East China Sea so bizarre and terrifying that the Navy headquarters mobilized all the naval forces in the East China Sea to investigate the reason why Red Hair appeared in the East China Sea? It was inevitable that Ryan had access to this confidential document. 2 days after Red Hair Shanks fought against Admiral Aokiji in Rogue Town, the Red Hair pirate ship suddenly appeared. Beckman appeared and took Shanks away, and the sniper Jesus blocked Admiral Aokiji's pursuit by sniping. This information was reported by Admiral Aokiji afterward. On the third day, the Red Hair pirates ship entered the doldrums in the sight of Admiral Aokiji and could not be tracked for the time being. On the afternoon of the third day, Mihawk, who was confronting Vice Admiral Garp, left and no battle broke out between the two sides. It is suspected that Mihawk was driven by Red Hair to come to stop Vice Admiral Garp from supporting the battlefield in Rogue Town, and the inside story is not clear for the time being. Due to the appearance of the Four Emperors in the East China Sea, the local pirate groups in the East China Sea entered. The East China Sea has entered a period of agitation, so the headquarters ordered all naval branches in the East China Sea to enter an emergency alert state. Ryan muttered the confidential document in his hand, and his eyes fell on another additional page below. According to the existing clues, it can be determined that Red Hair entered the East China Sea for revenge. The East China Sea attacked the 16th branch of the Navy. The God of War pirate took away the treasure of the Dragon pirate and met the Buggy pirates near Miss Island. Buggy died after the battle, and the Buggy pirate collapsed. According to the investigation of the Navy headquarters, it can be determined that the Clown Buggy in the East China Sea is a trainee crew member of Roger's pirate ship, and he was a former colleague of Red Hair Shank. The two should have a good relationship. Friends. After the Battle of Quint Island, a few survivors of the disintegrated Buggy pirates fell into the hands of the Click pirate, which led to the Barity restaurant battle. The inside situation is still under investigation, but it is certain that Mihawk appeared in the Barity restaurant battlefield and left after a short stay. A few days later, the Fierce God pirates appeared in Rogue Town and encountered Red Hair. The captain, Fierce God Ron, was confirmed dead. The ship was chopped up by Red Hair, and the whereabouts of the rest of the crew were unknown. Colonel Ryan dropped the documents and couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha, it's really a coincidence. It's worth it that I secretly put an advertisement in the newspaper saying that you have a wealth of 1 billion Baileys. Great, Ron, you are really my lucky star. First, you killed Colonel Mouse so that I could take the opportunity to become the base chief of the 16th branch. Then you made so many troubles. Kill all the capable pirates and leave some rotten date. Now there is no need to worry about the emergence of another evil dragon pirate group. The chaos in the East China Sea has caused martial law everywhere, which is also an opportunity. I just want to make a fortune with this name. I just want to be like Colonel Mouse, step by step, step by step, step by step. I want to be the one with the highest power in the Navy. Ryan's eyes were burning with ambition, and he couldn't help laughing. How can I thank you, Ron? It's easy. Just give me your head as a reward. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in his ear. Colonel Ryan's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously wanted to jump up and fight back. But before he could make a move, a big hand pressed on his neck, and the violent force pressed his head and smashed the table. What are you panicking about? Don't you want to thank me? I'm here. Ron slowly lifted Ryan, whose face was covered with blood, and looked at the stunned and terrified Colonel Ryan with a playful look. You are Ron? Aren't you dead? Colonel Ryan had never seen Ron. Even though he had just transmitted the photos he found from Koya's house to the headquarters yesterday morning, he had no interest in dead people. He forgot everything at a glance. The headquarters was looking for Ron's photos only because it involved red hair, the 4 emperors. That's why the file record level of the evil god Ron was raised and the photos needed to be found. But this guy who could suddenly appear in his room said such words. Who else could it be but Ron? Evil god, you can't, you shouldn't, you should be dead. Colonel Ryan's mind was in a mess at the moment and he couldn't understand the current situation at all. How did the other party deceive Red Hair? How did he get here from Rogue Town in just 5 days? He wanted to come up with the answer, but his 5 fingers, like a hydraulic press, increased their strength and his skull was violently cracked and made a crackling sound. Wait, we can talk, don't kill me. You must be pretending to be dead to survive, right? I can help you cover it up. Ah! Colonel Ryan screamed and he felt that the enemy's 5 fingers had sunk into his skull. He began to cry and beg for mercy and all kinds of words came out. Some of them were even a collection of the crimes of the 16 branches, which surprised Ron a little bit how bad this branch was. Finally, Ron let go and threw Colonel Ryan to sit in his seat. Do you want to live? Yes. Colonel Ryan tried to force a smile, but Ron's word froze his smile the next second. Then write down everything you just said and fax it to your Navy headquarters. Ron smiled and pulled out the magic knife from the 4-dimensional chrysanthemum and 688 fragments turned into 3 handleless blades against Colonel Ryan's throat. You have to understand one thing, dying early or late is death. It's better to die later, right? Why do you do this? It's not good for you, right? Colonel Ryan was horrified and faxed those events to the headquarters. Not to mention him, 90% of the Navy of the entire 16 branches will be sent to the Naval Criminal Investigation Bureau for trial. It's just a pirate. Why do you care about this matter? He said excitedly. You don't need to care about this kind of thing. The East China Sea is in chaos. You can leave and lie dormant for a while and then set sail again. Why are you making such a fuss now? Attracting everyone's attention. We can't survive and you can't survive, Colonel Ryan said very confidently with a fierce light in his eyes. What does the chaos in the East China Sea have to do with me? Ron sat upright in the back chair, laughing mockingly. Let me ask you a question, Colonel Ryan. Do you think the truth is more important to me, or is it more important to be alive? The truth? Colonel Ryan seemed to realize something and gritted his teeth. Wrong. Ron shook his head. Is it more important to be alive? Then we can talk. Colonel Ryan was interrupted before he finished speaking. Still wrong. What is that? You only gave 2 directions. Colonel Ryan was almost crazy and he was just about to shout a riddle and die. Without you, the 16 branches, it is very important to me, Ron said meaningfully, and he was not just talking about killing but a series of events related to the 16 branches. The predecessor Koya needs an explanation and the Kokojians also need an explanation. The reversal of black and white in the Aaron incident also needs an explanation, and he will clarify some things in this explanation and prepare for something in the future. The position of the 7 warlords of the sea. Mad. Colonel Ryan cursed. Had Ron completely ignored the dirty words and just moved his fingers. The broken blade against Colonel Ryan's neck was instantly stained with bright red blood, making it stop abruptly like a drake being strangled by the neck. Hurry up, I'll give you 10 minutes. If you don't do what I said after 10 minutes, your head will be moved. Under the threat of life, Colonel Ryan, who had long been corrupted by money, chose to live for his own life. At least if he survived, he could argue that he was coerced. Of course, during the period he also tried to deceive but was exposed by Ron, who had penetrated the inside and understood most of the situation. At the cost of 3 fingers, he retransmitted the sins of himself, the 16th branch and Colonel Mouse to the distant Navy headquarters through fax. And outside the island where the 16th branch was located, a dog-headed warship emerged from the edge of the sea and sky and slowly sailed towards the 16th branch. Vice Admiral Garp, we came here without saying anything, which seems to be against the rules of the headquarters. Bogart dissuaded with a helpless look. If we really need to notify in advance, won't we see nothing? Garp laughed heartily, his tone revealing determination and indifference. He is already old, and when he was young he had no ability to change those things he didn't like, so he could only stay away for peace. But if he can't even overthrow a mere East China Sea branch, that's too much of an underestimation of this old guy. Garp looked at the island outline that could only be seen a little bit in the distance and said, I don't want to be questioned by the younger generation again. Bogart, here it comes. 4000 chapters. Chapter 128. A nest of rats. All guilty. Colonel Ryan has a good habit of taking a nap which lasts about half an hour. No one is allowed to approach his office during this period. Ron, who traveled through the entire 16 branches in 5 days, knew this very well. After eavesdropping on the communication from the Navy headquarters with a black den mushy, he used the invisibility potion to sneak into the office so the previous scene happened. However, Colonel Ryan obviously didn't know that he knew the situation of the 16th branch very well, and the marine that Ron pretended pretended to be had only cold words as a report. Under the reminder of Broken Blade, Colonel Ryan didn't dare to slow down his writing speed to get time. The second best details were used to extend the time. With the operation of the Den Den Mushy fax function, the crimes of the 16th branch were sent to the liaison office of the Navy headquarters one by one. The liaison officer in charge of the 16th branch looked at the documents that kept coming out with a confused look on his face. Then he pressed the warning button. But no matter how fast the Navy headquarters reacted, it was impossible to reach the 16th branch in time across tens of millions of kilometers. Hurry up, if you're slower, I'll cut a piece of your meat. As Ron urged, he smiled and watched Colonel Ryan tighten the rope around his neck little by little. Of course, the enemy would not honestly wait for his neck to be killed. He also knew, however, the method was a little unexpected. Before the lunch break was over, the door was knocked immediately, accompanied by panicked shout. Colonel Ryan, Vice Admiral Garp, showed up at the port with his men and asked us to receive him immediately. Garp, both Ron and Colonel Ryan were stunned. Obviously, no one expected the situation to develop like this. The former thought that Ryan would ask for help from the headquarters through a fax document, which would then cause the 16 branches to be fully alert, and the latter did so. However, no one expected Garp's arrival. Colonel Ryan almost immediately thought of Smoker, who had returned alive. After knowing the truth, the other party tried to overturn the case of Aaron many times, but he was suppressed and ignored by the forces within the Navy. Now it seems that the reason behind Garp's arrival is not simple at all. However, for Colonel Ryan, who is already in a desperate situation, it is an opportunity. Let me live. I will help you. Colonel Ryan gritted his teeth and stopped writing, staring at Ron. Vice Admiral Garp is a hero of the Navy, a big figure in the Navy who is not much weaker than that red-haired man. If you kill us, we will definitely not be able to escape. You are really interesting and smart. Do you want to rely on Garp to escape from my control? Save your own life and then fight back? Ron sneered and saw through Colonel Ryan's mind at a glance. The latter looked ferocious and said in a hurried tone, so what? You can also hold me hostage. It's better to be discovered later than earlier, right? Just like you said, it's better to die later than earlier. Wrong. Ron shook his head and hooked his fingers lightly. Under the control of Chi, he manipulated the broken blade to instantly pierce Colonel Ryan's throat, mocking him in the other's unbelievable eyes. I have a choice, but you don't. The short conversation and the smell of blood made the Navy outside the door react instantly. Instead of shouting or attacking, they turned around and ran away. The next moment, the bloody broken blade turned behind Colonel Ryan and turned into a stream of light that penetrated the gate. With a plop, the Navy officer was killed on the spot. Is Garp here? It seems that the Navy has also noticed the problem of the 16th branch, or just happened to pass by. Ron's eyes flashed with thought, and his other hand took out 5 magic crystals from the 4-dimensional chrysanthemum. After all, he is Garp, and he still has to escape from him. It depends on your ability. There is no need to stay and fight Hedon. He is not that capable yet, and the job is done. The only thing left is to finish it off. Kill all of them. Thunderstorm charge. 3 complex and gorgeous magic circles appeared, unfolding in the form of rings under Ron's feet, waist, and head. 5 magic crystals turned into powder from his palm, and violent magic energy was poured into the triple magic circle. Those complex patterns lit up quickly until the triple magic circle was fully shining. Thunderstorm charge completed. It started from here and ended from here. It's a good cycle. Ron stood up and looked at the sky outside the window. The clouds on the horizon were quickly dyed black, as if God had changed his mind and frowned in an instant. The original sunny day turned into an immeasurable thunderstorm. The sky quickly became gloomy and dark, and the light was blocked by dark clouds, so that the sky and the earth seemed to be darkened. The power of magic was stirring the sky, and from a subtle point it led the weather to a drastic change in a snowball-like manner. A strong wind suddenly blew on the surging sea surface, followed by cold raindrops. Boom! A silver-white snake suddenly passed through the sky, and the sudden thunder seemed to open the prelude to a natural disaster. The hissing wind rolled the cold rain into the window, accompanied by the screams of the Navy soldiers. In the sudden sound of the siren, the cold rain gradually turned into a torrential rain. At the end of the rain curtain, the burly man with a doghead hat on the warship suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already stepped into the base of the 16th branch. He saw the chaotic 16th branch base, and also saw the killing from top to bottom. Before Garp arrived at the 16th branch, Ron, who walked out of the base director's room, began his finishing work. It is true that Garp has arrived, and the old Navy hero is still not an enemy he can deal with. He doesn't even have the capital to fight him twice, but so what? Ron will be afraid of Garp and choose to retreat, but he will not change what he should do because of Garp's existence. Just as he knows how many enemies his ideal will face, but he will still move forward firmly. Some things cannot be left unfinished. The 688 fragments of the pseudo-magic sword Thousand Blades turned into 12 handleless broken blades, circling around like a swimming dragon. It's not that Ron doesn't want to refer to Aki magic sword, but his limit is 12 blade. More than that he can't control it. The whistling blue blade group shuttled through the corridor. 12 broken blades cut throats and splashed hot blood, or cut off head, pierced heart, spleens and other vitals. In the whimpering and sharp cry, all the enemies Ron saw were killed. The figure wrapped in golden patterns turned into a gust of wind and swept across the corpses on the ground. From the outside, only a golden figure could be seen flashing by, and then scarlet blood splashed on the window. The sound of gunfire and screams and wails sounded and then stopped abruptly within a few seconds. Only the bloody corridor that seemed to be painted red remained. In just a few minutes, Ron seemed to have turned into a painter, and he methodically painted corridor after corridor blood red from top to bottom. How many Navy soldiers died in it, I don't know, but Ron knew that each of them had a way to die. When the war song of killing gradually died down, Ron stood at the door of the building of the 16th branch of the Navy. When he raised his eyes, a burly figure appeared in front of him, wearing a doghead hat and a Navy justice coat. The white-haired old soldier stood in the rain and looked up. The sky suddenly passed by a silver snake, and a face full of grief was illuminated in the roar. "Why, you are still alive." Carp lowered his head and stared at Ron at the door of the building, his eyes full of anger. "Why did you kill so many Navy soldiers? Did they all participate in the sins of Colonel Mouse? You know, it's really interesting." The one who answered him was Ron, who turned into an angel again. The extreme darkness gave birth to the brightest light. The flowing light cast the armor, and the light golden wings spread behind him. There was also a dark purple gas wandering around the body, erupting at the shoulder blade to outline a dark purple gaseous wing. Fei Niao Men's unique skill, phantom wing flying. Although it was only the most superficial secret technique of opening the corresponding acupoint, it did give Ron an additional means of flying, and now it is a thunderstorm. The superposition speed of the torrent and the phantom wing flight will only be faster. Of course, it also brought changes in appearance. When the purple gaseous wings spread out, the power of the glory armor covered them and turned them into another pair of pale golden wings. The two pairs of wings formed an X shape behind Ron, and from a distance they looked like a four-winged angel that had fallen into the mortal world. Even Garp was stunned when he saw this. "Then you should know that there are no innocent people here. Colonel Mouse is a big rat, and the 16th branch is a nest of big rat. Can those big rat cubs who eat human blood be called innocent?" Ron took out a handful of beads from the four-dimensional chrysanthemum and held them in his hand, looking at Garp calmly. "Don't be kidding. The truly innocent people have been engraved on the tombstones of the 16th branch. A nest of big rat, all guilty and punishable." Phantom wings flying. The pale golden wings flapped, and Ron floated into the air. 12 magic knife broken blades suddenly tore through the rain curtain and slashed at Garp from all directions. An ender pearl was mixed in it, flying silently in a curve. However, at the intersection of the broken blade there was no Garp. A terrifying scream exploded beside his ear, and the violent power made the torrential rain stop for a moment. Ron's Sharingan, which he tried his best to activate, only captured fragments of the picture. A dark iron fist was getting bigger and bigger in his eyes. Boom! A large pit several meters deep suddenly burst out on the ground, and Ron, who was knocked down by a punch, was wailing all over his bone. The crystals filling the inside of the angel armor continued to explode and turned into fragments, barely saving the owner's life in this destructive punch. Of course, it was more because Garp's punch was not really full of strength. After knocking Ron down with a punch, he opened his 5 fingers and pressed on the overly young face, and then pressed his leg hard, pushing Ron out like pushing good. The burly figure seemed to turn into a war vehicle and crashed through the branch building, leaving only a deep ditch burning with flames which seemed to have no end. In an instant, Garp, who had rubbed Ron for hundreds of meters, raised his fist and said, "Do you have any last word? I say goodbye." Ha! A subtle and imperceptible cracking sound came from afar, and Ron disappeared in Garp's hands. When he reappeared, he was lying in the position where Garp first appeared. Unexpectedly, "This is my escape route, JPG." Without any hesitation, Ron didn't care about the injury on his spine, and flew into the sky with the flapping of his 4 wings. Boom! A fist mark pierced through the building of the 16th branch, and Garp, with his white hair dancing, chased after him. But what greeted him was a huge flood like a waterfall hanging from the sky, swallowing rivers and flooding rivers. 100,000 tons of seawater fell from the sky, turning into a huge palm that drowned Garp. Even though the second fist print instantly penetrated the tide that fell from the sky, it could not really stop the seawater that could be called a flood on land. Garp's roar echoed above the 16th branch, and Ron, who was sensing with his observation color, flapped his 4 wings and disappeared at the end of the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the building of the 16th branch of the Navy suddenly collapsed. The Navy, who had just come to support, screamed in fear, but could not dodge the huge half-broken building in time. Garp, who wanted to chase, slowed down his pace, sighed, and appeared in the branch again. A fist print was thrown, tearing half of the building apart. The old soldier with flying white hair stood on the ruins, looking coldly at the Navy soldiers who escaped but showed fear to him instead. He seemed to realize something, and these Navy soldiers didn't want to see him appear more than the natural disaster. It seemed that Garp was the enemy. It turned out that the passive ability of breathing to recover blood was extremely powerful. After flying away from the island where the 16th branch of the Navy was located, Ron found an uninhabited island to land. After a few hours of rest, the wounds on his body had almost healed. The way of recovering blood without paying attention to the wounds was really terrifying. Ron felt that his spine was damaged at that time. I was still greedy. If I had used the last immortal totem, it shouldn't be difficult to escape from Garp. Ron was lying on a big rock thinking so. Then he laughed again. If that's the case, the balance of luck will be unbalanced again, right? Sometimes it's no big deal to suffer a little, it's just really painful. He extinguished the thought and headed towards the distant sea again. Finally, after spending a day running far away, he was sure that he would not be tapped by the black phone. Ron took out the communication Den Mushy watch in the four-dimensional chrysanthemum space. He directly dialed the number that he had not called for 6 days. Brew brew. In the distance of the sea, Nami, who had just set foot on an island, stood on a captured pirate ship with the captain of the pirate ship under her feet being beaten up. She seemed to want to say something, but suddenly there was a vibration in the valley. Brew brew. Nami's pupils shrank, hands trembling a little. She quickly reached into the deep valley between her chest and took out the small communication Den Mushy watch. Nakago, who was standing by, and Zoro, who had just found a bottle of wine, stopped their actions at the same time, and their eyes instantly fell on Nami's hands. Nami said nothing, but her breathing became rapid. It's better to say that her eyes were instantly filled with light, as if she had expectations. Pick it up. Zoro said so. The Den Mushy watch was connected, and a familiar voice sounded. I'm Ron, and I need a companion to come to an island to pick me up. That's it. Well, because I have something important to do today, I can only update 4,000 readers. Please forgive me. Tomorrow is a normal day. Chapter 129. The strategy of the Navy headquarters. Navy headquarters. In the highest office. Still alive? A roar almost overturned the roof. Zhangguo slammed the table and stood up, totally unable to believe the brief report in his hand. It's true. Garp wouldn't joke like that. Is that guy a demon ability user? Zhangguo calmed down, read it again and asked, are there any summary findings? Currently confirmed. There are probably weather changes, driving thunder, flying, controlling weapons to attack in the air, teleportation. This when he enters combat mode, he will turn into an angel similar to the Christians. At first it was a pair of wings, but when Garp reported, it became 2 pairs of 4 wings, which seemed to indicate that the development of the fruit ability had increased. He is also very resistant to attack and can ignore bullets and shells in the transformed state. The most important thing is that he can still be resurrected. If Red Hair takes action, he will definitely kill Ron, but he appeared in the sea where the 16th branch is located 5 days later. It is currently suspected to be a devil fruit mythical beast, but it is not certain which devil fruit it is. As for the resurrection ability, there should be more stringent conditions, and it can only be fixed in a specific place. He is indeed a resourceful type among the vice admirals of the Navy. He relied on his own experience to draw a more comprehensive summary based on the report alone. Another tough guy. Warring states began to have a headache. Since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, the frequency of difficult pirates has increased exponentially. The pressure on the Navy has also increased. However, pirates as difficult as Ron are really rare, and there may not be one in a few years. No, it is better to say that pirates who can cause a stir like this have never appeared in the past. They did not even go to the Grand Line, but they stirred up a big wave in the East China Sea, and several pirate forces that had been entrenched for many years were destroyed. During the period, they also killed the deeply hidden buggy, which directly led to the red-haired man's rampage into the East China Sea. It indirectly led to the battle between the Admiral and the 4 Emperors, and the environmental topography of Rogue Town changed drastically. It can be said that Mihawk's entry into the East China Sea to confront Garp was the aftermath of the consequences caused by Ron. Not to mention their Navy headquarters, they changed some of the strategic arrangements for the Grand Line Paradise stage for this matter. Although the world looks peaceful on the surface with the red-haired man, the pirate group entered the calm belt and returned to the original state. But there are so many things because this matter is undercurrent. Let's not talk about anything else. Zhangguo himself knew that those member countries were about to blow up the communication lines of the world government. The red-hair pirates appeared in the East China Sea. Red-hair Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, went to the East China Sea in person just to kill an enemy. Does that mean that the 4 most brutal and difficult pirate emperors in the world can do the same thing? They will inevitably worry about some things and even shake the prestige of the world government. There are too many chain reactions of all kinds. Zhangguo feels that the energy he has consumed in this period of hard work can make him live at least half a year less. In addition, there is the most critical point. The 4 emperors went to Rogue Town and took action personally, using a full 3 sword, but they still didn't kill Ron. This is the most most terrifying. You look worried, of course, but judging from his deed, this person doesn't seem to be a special pirate. He poured himself a cup of black tea skillfully. Most of the 16 branches in the East China Sea were destroyed, and at least a third of the Navy soldiers were killed by the evil god Ron, but that was because the sins committed by the 16 branches were indeed true. The reversal of right and wrong in the Arlong incident was just one of them. The village where he was born suffered years of oppression from pirates because of the protection of Laoshu. Except for revenge, Ron has never attacked civilians. Even since he went to sea for 3 months, he has almost solved all the most difficult pirate forces entrenched in the East China Sea that did not enter the Grand Line. To be honest, he was also surprised when he saw this report. Putting aside the 16 branches, the target of the god of war pirate seems to have always been pirate, and they specifically catch those powerful pirate forces to deal with them, even more like bounty hunters than bounty hunters. From the investigation report of the Barity restaurant, it seems that they are a group of guys with a bottom line. They don't even admit that they are pirates. So far, even the pirate flag has not been hung up. Justice is justice, evil is evil, and those who cross this line are the enemies of the Navy and the world government. Zhang Guo couldn't help but frown and emphasized, "But who are you going to send to deal with him? He has already escaped from Garp once. Or do you plan to let Garp stay in the East China Sea just to deal with a pirate who is not a pirate?" He took a sip of black tea and sighed softly. "You and I both know that this is impossible. Although Garp is unreliable and lazy, he can really get things done. Leaving him in the East China Sea to chase after Ron, whether he can kill this guy who can be resurrected or not, at least it will waste a good combat force. You have to know that it's not just Ron that is in a bad situation. There are other places as well." Zhang Guo couldn't help but be silent because he was right. The Navy is the most powerful force in the world and the biggest fist to defend order, but its power is not unlimited. The top 3 admirals, one has to stay in the headquarters, one has to stay in the New World, and the other has to watch Mary Gosa. Under the 3 admirals, there are as many as 24 vice admirals in the Navy headquarters, but each vice admiral has a lot of tasks on his backlog: fixed garrison, patrolling the sea, hunting down more brutal and vicious pirate groups, solving the rescue requests of member countries, and so on and so forth. If it weren't for the Navy headquarters being close to Mary Gosa, and for safety reasons, a certain number of vice admirals and at least one general would have to be left behind. They have long been like spinning tops, busy. Even he, the marshal, would not sit here, because the order they belong to has too many enemies to face. It is precisely because of this that there is a grand strategy. The upside-down mountain passage from the 4 seas to the Grand Line is right there. Their navy is not blind. Why not completely destroy that passage and cut off everyone's pirate dream? Because the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. The 4 seas are too vast. If all pirates do not go to the Grand Line but stay in their own seas, even if the number of navies doubles, it may not be able to curb the growth of pirate. There are too many unacceptable factors in terms of sailing speed, personnel garrison, and material pressure, and the emergence of the Grand Line is very appropriate. It's like opening a hole in a blood bag that is destined to swell to vent pressure. From the perspective of topography, apart from factors such as trade, the Grand Line is like a straight road of no return. Extremely bad weather environment, special magnetic force, and a sea area that is narrower than the 4 seas. Pirate destined to the Grand Line can only move forward and cannot turn back. The Navy only needs to deploy heavy troops at some key points and open its pockets to become sharp blades to cut off the pirate forces. At the same time, due to the existence of the doldrums, pirates who cannot absorb nutrients from the outside world will kill each other. 90% of the pirates are eliminated like raising poisonous insect, leaving only 10% of elite pirate. But even if they get through the first half of the journey, the Navy headquarters next to the Sabayati archipelago will open its doors to welcome them. This 10% of pirates will be reduced by half. The remaining half, after arriving at the Sabayati archipelago, will have to face the life-threatening voyage to Fishman Island. It would be good if 1/10 could survive. Those who survive will also face the pursuit of the Navy when entering the New World later. But the real big deal is the crushing and absorption of the 4 emperors. It can be said that the current stability of the world is maintained entirely by the grand strategic policy. But you have to know, it is not just the grand strategy that is awesome, but the grand strategy that is supported by the Navy. With this kind of effort, the Navy can't actually give out too much. What do you mean? Crane, that guy can survive from red hair. If he is left alone, God knows how difficult the future will be. After a moment of silence, Sengoku slowly said, "Not everyone can be the defeated general of the Emperor." More than 20 years after the opening of the Great Pirate, the New World, as the final gathering place of pirate forces in the grand strategy, has only produced 1 pirate king and 4 pirate emperors during this period. Don't think that the defeated general of the Emperor looks like a loser. Don't forget that Ron is not even 20 years old. He even has more than 1 life. life. I was just thinking, if Ron just needs revenge, why would he go to so much trouble to have Ryan fax all the crimes of the 16 branches to the headquarters? He put down the porcelain teacup, his eyes flashing with wisdom. Maybe he is sending some kind of signal in order not to become the mortal enemy of the Navy. That's why he does this. Mortal enemy? He is not now. Jean Guo narrowed his eyes as if thinking of something. You mean the 7 warlords of the sea? You want to use him to fight against the pirate forces? Whether it is or not, we can only say that it remains to be seen. He smiled. If I guessed wrong, wouldn't it be better to annihilate him on the Grand Line? At least it's better than going to the East China Sea to encircle and suppress it. In that case, we don't know who to send. Then follow your plan. Jean Guo shook his head. Of course, there is actually another choice, which is to give the news of Ron's resurrection to Red Hair. But to be honest, they can't afford to have such a thing happen a second time. Even the world government would not be willing to let Red Hair enter the East China Sea for the second time. What about the bounty? After all, he attacked the 16th branch. Let's hold it back for now, at least until that bastard Shanks returns to the New World. Otherwise he'll turn around and come back. Apart from anything else, the member states of the East China Sea will be in turmoil first. Jean Guo sighed. When I get old, I really can't stand the second stimulation. If it happens again, he feels that he will lose a year of his life. Here it comes. Chapter 130. The crew gathers, and the great success. Ron, who was far away on the East China Sea's An Island, didn't know the attitude of the Navy headquarters towards him. He was rarely sunbathing on the beach leisurely. After leaving the 16th branch, he flew for a day and randomly selected a group of lucky pirates on the sea. He randomly sent the captain, the vice captain and a group of corps members to reincarnate on the spot. Let the convinced pirates send him to the nearest island and then send the remaining pirates to reunite with the captain. Ron took the money of this group of pirates and temporarily settled on An Island. Although it was not in the waters of a member country, the people on the island did not dare to trouble him because of the previous experience. Ron was also very relaxed and even went to the beach sunbathing that he had dreamed of in his previous life. Of course, without bikini beauties, An Island is just a small place. During this period, Ron did not make any phone calls to see where Nami and others were, but just calmly waited for the result of his choice. He just lay there in the sun with a sun umbrella on the beach. Only on the third day, the sail of a schooner blocked the sunlight, accompanied by a voice of dissatisfaction. You are so leisurely. Under the golden sunlight, Zoro, with one foot on the bow, looked down at the man on the beach. Behind him were Nami and Nakago, with their eyes wide open. Even though they had been warned by the phone call before, they were still stunned and shocked when they saw Ron alive. It was Ron, alive, not the kind that was chopped into pieces. You are too slow. Ron got up lazily, jumped onto the boat where the three were, and looked around in surprise. Where did this ship come from? I met a group of blind pirate. I didn't have a ship, so I killed them and took it. Zoro looked at Ron carefully and then couldn't help but sigh. You are amazing. You didn't die like that. No, it was dead and alive again. Ron shook his head. Strictly speaking, the undead totem was activated only when he died. Otherwise, he wouldn't have experienced the feeling of death again. Resurrection? What a terrifying ability. Zoro couldn't help but be surprised. At this time, Nami and Nojiko finally reacted. This was indeed their captain. Is it really Ron? Nami was the first to approach, and her hands groped Ron up and down, as if she wanted to confirm whether it was real or fake. Don't touch it. It's alive and hot. Ron took Nami's hand away helplessly, and then he was hit hard. You don't know how to say a word when you're alive? Are you dumb? Or you can't speak human language? I finally called you and you just said coldly, I'm Ron. I need a companion to pick me up on An Island. That's it. And that's it. Who do you think you are, bastard trash? Nami was furious and started to attack, using her superb physical skills to slam Ron on the head. She beat and scolded him at the same time, and she showed no mercy at all. Nakago didn't participate in the attack, but she didn't stop Nami either. After all, this was normal. On the day the captain died suddenly, Nami cried all night, and she didn't feel good either. The reason why she argued with Zoro was that she felt that the other party didn't care whether the captain was dead or alive, so she was extremely optimistic. But now it seems that Zoro really knows Ron. It's just that they don't trust him as blindly as Zoro. But it can't change one thing. Ron didn't contact them for nearly a week after his resurrection. I don't know what he was busy with. Finally, he called him belatedly. He said a word on the phone and hung up without saying anything more. Nami and her both had sleepless nights that night, and they almost thought it was their own hallucination. So, it was normal for Ron to be happy and pleased to come back, and it was also normal for him to be angry, dissatisfied, and even violent. Who told their captain to be a rude person? Fortunately, Nami's physical strength was not very durable, and she ran out of strength after beating for more than 10 minutes. I won't do it next time. Ron, who was grinning in pain, had no choice but to hug Nami and suppress the other party's small fist that wanted to hit him from time to time. The passive ability of breathing to recover blood continued to work. At least he didn't didn't turn into a pig head. Follow-up. Ron boarded the brig and saw the 2 large boxes that Zoro had put out. 200 million Baileys. We found a prosperous island the week you left. In exchange for helping them wipe out a pirate group, we cashed in the last 200 million in Arlong's treasure with their help. Zoro introduced the origin of the 2 boxes of Baileys and then smiled. I think you should start to be short of money. Ron's demonic ability can create many magical things, even resurrection. However, Zoro knew that it was not without a price. The price is Bailey. So, Zoro, who knew from the beginning that Ron was not dead, after leaving the uninhabited island, he took Nokago and Nami to work on cashing in the treasure. Even considering that the mantis shrimp had sunk to the bottom of the sea, he robbed a pirate ship back. Are you planning to join? Ron's eyes were subtle, and he had obviously realized it. I think it's not a bad thing to follow you. Your ideal can accommodate my dream, and you will support other people's ideals, right? If one day you achieve your ideal, you won't leave by yourself, right? If there is such a day, I will say, my work is done, now it's your turn. Ron thought carefully, and then gave a very solemn answer. I think so too. You are such a person. Zoro was very frank and straightforward and expressed his thought. So, I choose to go with you, but if you do something that disappoints me, I will also leave. Partners recognize each other and support each other to move forward, but if we go our separate ways, I will not follow you stubbornly. If you can accept this, we are a group, then you should change your name to Captain. Ron grinned, and Zoro laughed with him. Then Zoro got up and left, handing the space to Nami and Nakago. When the door of the room was closed, Ron asked at the right time, what about you? Are you sure you want to follow me? Did you do it on purpose? Nami suddenly asked with red eyes. After she calmed down, she realized the other party's silence at that time was not without reason. Ron's personality would definitely make him think clearly before doing things. Unreasonable silence, even only one sentence during communication, is abnormal. Ron did not speak. Silence is the best answer. Sure enough, Nami was so angry that she took off the ruyi stick hanging on her necklace and wanted to hit Ron on the head. But after 2 gestures, seeing Ron's expression of I'll take it if you hit me, she still didn't hit him. She threw the stick away and sat back with a snort. So, what's the answer? Ron seemed like an incomprehensible straight man at this moment, asking for the answer he wanted. Nami hesitated, seemingly wondering whether to continue to be angry, but then she thought that Ron had chosen to remain silent for 6 days just because of this incident. Finally, she came down the stairs. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be able to leave the East China Sea, right? For the sake of the past, I'll follow you. I understand. Ron curled his lips. Nami at this time seemed to be a little arrogant, perhaps because his status was too special, but it was enough. After he finished speaking, Nami snorted and got up to leave, obviously not wanting to forgive Ron's silence. Now, is it my turn? Nochigo spoke up, and the dark-skinned beauty looked at Ron curiously. I really didn't expect that your ideal would be so lofty, Ron. It should be said that it is arrogant, but the appearance of my ideal world conforms to your impression of beauty. Ron corrected, so please don't think of me too sacred. I am just an ordinary person with ideals. I am a little paranoid in character, and my temper is just so. I am also greedy, lazy, lustful, and even have the idea of taking several wives. Is that so? It seems that Nami is not wrong. What? You are greedy for her body, and even have ideas about me. Cough. What nonsense are you talking about? Ron awkwardly clenched his hollow fist and coughed to ease the atmosphere. Then, Nakago said seriously as if she had made a choice. I don't hate you. I even think you are pretty good, just like sharing with Nami when we were kids. I don't hate your ideals either. I even think it would be a good thing to help you achieve such ideals. Besides, I also think you can do it. After all, Ron, you can even resurrect. But when Ron heard the word but, he subconsciously became nervous. Then he heard Nakago's low voice, but I don't know how I can help you. After all, Nami is very good at weather, and she has a magic weather stick. Mr. Zoro is a very strong swordsman, and his strength can also help you. And I am not so good at fighting. In most cases I can only hold back, and I may even become a weak point that can be broken through by the enemy. Even so, Ron, do you want me to join as a companion? She actually had a little inferiority complex. After all, she had never been able to help, and the reason she was in charge of logistics was that she could only be in charge of logistics. This was the reason why Nakago hesitated. It's not that I don't recognize Ron, but I don't recognize myself. Haha, so it's because of this? Ron suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Nakago, sailing is not just a matter of fighting. Food and comfortable environment are also important factors. If it weren't for you, we would probably have to live on instant noodles. And you may think it's not important, but in my opinion, you are an indispensable neutralizer in the team. If you are only worried about strength issues, don't forget what my devil fruit ability is. Since I can help Nami improve her strength, I can naturally help you. What do you mean? Nakago hesitated, just like Ron, who just asked. You can call me Captain. Ron grinned, especially cheerful. Compared to the worst expected, no one can. came. The current ending is a great success. Chapter 131 New Ship Renovation. Enlightenment. Standing beside him is no longer a person who came together by chance but a real companion. Is there anything better than this? Okay, Captain, I have to go cook. What are you going to eat tonight? No. Kai Gao stood up, put his hands on the back of the chair, and asked with his way slightly bent. Ron was dazzled by the whiteness and subconsciously narrowed his eyes. It's up to you, the chef, to decide. Then let's have paella. It just so happens that I have studied the menu of Barity restaurant a little bit. No. Kai Gao blinked, then turned and left. Ron breathed a sigh of relief, always feeling that he was suppressed. Then he remembered another thing. Just now, No. Kai Gao's words seemed to have mixed in a remarkable word. He fell into deep thought and then gasped. 5 minutes later, Ron, who had calmed down, went to Nami's room to comfort her first. But when a woman is angry, she is mostly unreasonable. Ron was inevitably beaten twice again, and finally hugged Nami and comforted her with the promise of apologizing. After all, this matter is not a big deal, but it is not a small matter either. After resolving the internal conflict, Ron notified Nami to go to a more prosperous island and then recharged all 200 million berries. The treasure of the dragon pirates has been completely transformed. There is only one thing to do next. Change the ship. Ron has achieved his goal in the matter of the 16 branches, and he is also happy to kill. But his resurrection is definitely exposed. Although Ron thinks that the Navy headquarters may not dare to disclose the information about his resurrection. After all, Red Hair has not been away from the East China Sea for a long time. He doesn't want to see the two of the four emperors enter the East China Sea, and the Navy headquarters is even more unwilling to see it. However, it doesn't mean that the Navy will leave him alone. The pursuit is certain, and it may be that Garp chases him. There is a saying that if you want to work, you must first sharpen your tools. If you want to run away, you must first make the ship good. The pirate ship that Zoro robbed can barely be used, but it is just usable. During the Age of Discovery, it is obviously very important whether the ship is good or not. Ron chose to take advantage of the rare gap to get the Flying Dutchman first. Then, let's draw the lottery first. Ron roughly formulated a strategy and then began to act. Balance of chips 200 million. The silver lighter lit the flower, and the goddess of luck's favor triggered. The silver roulette wheel began to spin, and 10 rays of light were thrown out in an instant. Extracted redstone intelligent core. Extracted advanced decomposition machine. Extracted stance generator. Extracted thunder shelter. Extracted corn cannon X3. Extracted corn cannon X3. Extracted electricity. Extracted treatment cabin. Extracted sapphire X9. Extracted pseudo dragon talisman. 10 rays of light were thrown out. The last thing that appeared in Ron's hand was an octagonal gray stone with a red dragon shape in the center of the stone. Amulet. But there's a pseudo word. Pseudo dragon talisman. Origin: Jackie Chan Adventures. Type: magic item. Effect: a modern magician accidentally obtained the dragon talisman. In order to obtain controllable and replicable flame power, part of the power of the dragon talisman was extracted to make it. The normal flame temperature is maintained at 800 degrees Celsius, and the power is higher when it explodes. It has the characteristics of fire holder, summon flame, fire blade armor, flame jet, and fire pillar. Fire holder: when holding this characteristic, the talisman user will be immune to the flame damage of the dragon talisman and moderately immune to external flame damage. Summon flame: when holding this characteristic, you can use energy to summon flames to cover yourself. Fire blade armor: when holding this characteristic, it will trigger other magic implanted in the dragon talisman, and the summoned flames will form armor and weapons on the body. The specific type depends on the user's imagination. It can expand the air through high temperature to resist sword slashes or bullet. Flame jet: with this feature, you can spray a compressed high-energy flame from the palm of your hand, covering the 810 meters in front of you in a cone shape. Pillar of fire: with this feature, you can summon a pillar of fire under your feet, covering a 3 meter range around you. Consumption: fire element. Note: when lacking energy, you can place the pseudo dragon talisman in the flame to draw power. It has many abilities, but the upper limit is not high. It is not too strong or too weak. It is meaningless to me, but it can be used by Noki to make up for her shortcomings. Ron thought about making a plan and continued to check. 9 huge sapphires, but the origin is not ordinary. They are from the Don't Starve world. From the description, it can help Chester evolve into Frost Chester. However, there is a time requirement. It must be on a full moon night. Coincidentally, Ron also felt that Chester's 9 grids were not enough, and he should have 12 grids after upgrading. Continue to check. Treatment chamber. Origin: Assassin Wulaihoki Stir Country. Type: technology item. Effect: built-in energy battery and adaptive charging head. Can be used as a treatment chamber when there is energy. The machine will automatically detect and treat common injuries such as fractures, internal bleeding, external bleeding, etc. Consumption: electricity. Is the healing ability the team lack the most at present? It's okay, but I have to think about the electricity. Ron focused on the description of adaptive charging head and then put away the light ball of the treatment chamber. Corn cannon exec. Origin: Plants vs Zombies. Type: Fantasy weapon. Effect: after being placed it will absorb sunlight to generate shells and automatically attack enemy unit. Each shell is extremely destructive and can easily destroy a THRESTRE building. However, the cannon shells attack in a vertical takeoff and landing mode and the attack speed is slow. After each attack the absorbed sunlight will be consumed to regenerate the shells, but it takes time. Consumption: sunlight. It's useless but it feels okay. After all, the number is there and the power is also okay. Ron pondered. When the time comes, the 6 corn cannons can be placed on the Flying Dutchman and integrated with disposable skin. The next prize is also a prize that can be placed on the ship for integration. Redstone Smart Core. Origin: My World / Unknown Dimension. Type: Rule Props / Rule Programming. Effect: the redstone technology produced by @U in existence. Researching the Iron Golem army plan. Can chain take the Iron Golem and give it simple intelligence. Can follow the owner's instructions and perform simple work or fight. Consumption: none. War unit. Ron was a little surprised. Perhaps he had high expectations for the new ship. Most of the prizes this time were related to the ship. Even the next prize is the same. Stance generator. Origin: Technology Dimension. Type: Dan Technology. Effect: after charging it can open an invisible stance, perform repulsion counterattack on designated foreign object and push away attacks such as shells and lasers. The coverage range is 50 meters in diameter. Consumption: energy. Note: it can be replaced by magic crystal. What a subtle thing, but it would be good to add a layer of defense to the ship so as to avoid any problems caused by shells. However, if you meet an opponent like Carp, setting repulsion for defense is probably useless. This thing has a low upper limit and it feels like a defective product. Ron touched his chin and threw the ball of light into the 4-dimensional chrysanthemum. The last item was a machine. Advanced Decomposition Machine. Origin: DNF. Type: Rule Item. Effect: can disassemble any item. Extract essence to form colorless small crystals containing a lot of energy. The higher the energy content of the item, the more colorless small crystals will be produced. However, during the extraction process some energy will be collected as maintenance loss. Consumption: none. Remark: colorless small crystals have extremely strong universality. Do you have this thing? I feel like we can develop the swordsman path of DNF. This remark is also very interesting. I wonder if it can be used to replace magic crystals or electricity. Ron's thoughts were scattered and after he converged he looked at the skill prizes. Thunder Protection. Origin: Magic Dimension. Type: Magic. Effect: after activation you will be protected by thunder and can interfere with the thunder around you, avoiding the possibility of being struck by lightning. Within a range of 20 meters you can interfere with positive and negative charges to create thunder. Within a range of 50 meters you can slightly manipulate thunder, and within a range of 100 meters you can slightly deflect the direction of thunder. Consumption: 2 magic crystals. Remark: you can replace it with colorless small crystals. It feels very powerful but it costs money. But can colorless small crystals be replaced? The dimensional roulette seems to have a certain degree of commonality in consumption. Ron raised his eyebrows and continued to check. Electricity. Origin: Magic Dimension. Type: Magic. Effect: after activation designate 1 to 10 targets as enemies of thunder, and both natural and unnatural lightning will be guided to attack the marked target. Consumption: 1 magic crystal. Why do I feel like I'm going to be the son of thunder? But it's okay. Ron finished this round of lottery and felt that the benefits were not bad. In a certain sense, Thunderstorm Sky and the matching lightning attack are a major combat system in his hands. Before the thunder breathing method and Qigong method are significantly improved, magic can still be relied on. Of course, Ron's daily training was not left behind. After the lottery he pushed the door open. When the sun rose in the east he began to practice the purple chi eastward. He took a breath of purple chi on time every day and even his bedridden syndrome was cured. At the same time he also used the blood chi pills drawn in the previous lottery. Try to shorten the time of purple chi foundation to 49 days. Today is the 8th day. After absorbing the purple chi, Ron went to eat and practiced the thunder breathing method. He began to prepare for the new ship. The Flying Dutchman sealed in a glass bottle was placed in the water and soon returned to the size of a 3-masted sailing ship. From the volume point of view, it is at least 3 times the size of the mantis shrimp. Ron gradually renovated the layout of the shipyard on the island where he landed, leaving 3 additional rooms for the new crew members. He began to install all the devices that were previously drawn. Nami's weather plantation, the training ground that Zoro requested to be added, Nakago's large kitchen, iron brushing machine, position generator, redstone smart core, iron golem, the refrigerator with black balls made by magic weather stick, lighting system, warm air system, warehouse storage, etc. The complex devices and venues quickly filled all the space of the Flying Dutchman. While meeting the performance function, the comfort is all almost maximized. After all, there are only 4 people in Ron's group. The 3 additional crew rooms are blank, and the corresponding crew members will be recruited and let the other party decide how to decorate them. And all this was completed in just 3 days. Of course, the price is that all the public funds in Ron's gang's accounts were consumed, and even the pirate ships that were originally seized were given away as asset. It is said that money makes the devil work. Although there are no devils, there are many people willing to work hard. After the people in the 2 shipyards on the island were exhausted, they finally completed all the work in a short time. After everything was ready, Ron stood in front of the Flying Dutchman that sailed to the corner of the island and launched disposable skin mechanical wind. The silver-gray color, accompanied by the roar of steam and gears, enveloped the Flying Dutchman. Ron also I got a strange perspective, just like the God perspective plus the creation mode. I can change the ship at will. Some hidden dangers and roughness that were originally thought to exist due to the rush of the construction schedule were quickly wiped out. Some changes have also taken place in the building, and everything on the Flying Dutchman has been integrated. Many unnecessary workmanship that was completely unreasonable in the eyes of the shipwrights was perfectly integrated in the fusion. Finally, what was presented was a silver-gray 3-masted sail, and the surface of the hull seemed to be covered with heavy metal armor. It was a bit matte under the sun. The main paint on the hull was like clouds or steam of various shapes and large and small gears. After the transformation to this point, it was naturally impossible to call it the Flying Dutchman. Let's call it Enlightenment. Ron casually named it and looked at his companions behind him. What do you think? It's okay. Okay, you are the captain. Listen to you. Nami, Nakago, and Zoro expressed their opinions and then curiously looked at the Enlightenment, which could be said to be a different ship. Zoro was the first to go up and went straight to the training ground. Nami activated the cream road in the magic weather stick. The sea clouds existing in the sky island appeared and turned into roads, sending them to the Enlightenment. Nami went to see her weather plantation first, and Nakago went to see the kitchen. Ron then boarded the ship and looked at the wonderful scene on the vast deck. The first thing that attracted him was the puppet that looked like a steel knight. It looked like a knight wearing armor, and the decoration style was gears, steam patterns, and vines. There were red spots of light in the eyes, and steam would spurt and gears would turn when it moved. The originally slender upper arms became normal limbs, but there was an extra door panel sword. It can't be said that it is somewhat similar to the Iron Golem. It is completely a different style. Ron looked closer and saw the jet hole on the sword. He could vaguely see that when the Iron Golem attacked, the jet hole on the sword sprayed steam and then smashed the enemy with one sword. Considering the scroll of mechanical wind, it didn't seem strange. Ron put his hand on the cast iron knight and called up the light screen to check. Chapter 132 Concept of the Cast Iron Knights. The power system of the Enlightenment. Cast Iron Knight. Origin, My World. Type, Hybrid War Unit. Effect, the Iron Golem made by the Iron Golem synthesis technique. After connecting the Redstone Intelligence Core, the Redstone Core dominates the influence and merges with the disposable skin and mechanical wind. The characteristics: Air War Unit, War Wisdom, Gear Body, Steam Power. War Unit. When this feature is held, the Iron Golem will transform into a Cast Iron Knight, evolving from a Guard Unit to a War Unit. The internal structure of the Iron Golem transforms steam gears into the main structure, and the energy power is converted into Redstone energy. War Wisdom. When this feature is held, it will be linked to the Redstone Intelligence Core, thus having a higher intelligence. It can understand tactics to a certain extent and effectively execute the instructions issued by the operator, such as squad attacks, sieges, rescues, etc. However, this feature can only be obtained within the radiation range of the Redstone Intelligence Core signal, with a maximum effective diameter of 3000 m. Gear Shell. When this feature is held, the Cast Iron Knight will switch to steam power drive to obtain a stronger output force. The disadvantage is that it will have a joint weakness due to the existence of exposed gears, but it can be repaired with iron ore. Steam Power. When this feature is held, the Cast Iron Knight can drive the steam engine by consuming redstone energy, thereby obtaining properties far beyond the Iron Golem period. When the unit is fully powered, its strength is constant at E, its constitution is constant at E++, and its agility is constant at F++. WC. Ron took his hand back in a daze because the parameters of the current Iron Golem, the Cast Iron Knight, were different from those he had seen before. After studying it for a while, he found that the Redstone Smart Core was not just a computing power plugin. Strictly speaking, after the Redstone Smart Core is linked to the Iron Golem, it will become a brain instead of a rigid formula plugin. It is equivalent to 1 + 1 greater than 1. The main three-dimensional attributes of the Cast Iron Knight are almost all a level. It is equivalent to the strength of a pirate with a bounty of several million, which is only one level weaker than the monster level ones like Aaron and Click. NB. Super high strength, constant morale, 24hour labor, and will not complain of tiredness and give up. Ron looked around. There were a total of 12 12 cast iron knights on the Enlightenment, which was also the number of redstone smart core links. As for why there were 12 instead of more, it was because the iron ore output of the iron brushing machine was just enough to build 12. There are only 12 pumpkin heads drawn by lottery. However, if you really want to make these two turtle guys move, you still need to add redstone block. Ron started the lottery on the spot and then found that there was a reason why the cast iron knight was strong. Redstone blocks were drawn from the 1 million high-level VIP prize pool, just like the magic crystals. Redstone origin, my world type, energy effect. Redstone energy blocks synthesized by redstone blocks contain a lot of redstone energy and can be connected to redstone technology as an energy drive. Because it is far away from the native world and does not have regular characteristic, redstone cannotust as unlimited energy. Each iron knight needs a redstone to enter the driving mode. 12 redstones are 12 million Baileys. Ron studied the light screen prompt, and 1 redstone can roughly maintain the iron knight for 15 days of activities. But in the case of just doing chores, if it enters the combat state, the duration will be determined according to the duration and intensity of the battle. If the efficiency is fully opened, it may be enough to last for 1 day. This made Ron a little surprised. After all, it is really expensive. However, the Iron Knight did make up for the shortcomings of Ron's team, that is, insufficient manpower. After all, including Chester, there are only 4 people and a dog. The Enlightenment look 3 times larger than the mantis shrimp, but if the internal space is calculated together, it is at least 5 times larger. If you really encounter a boarding battle, many places cannot be taken care of, and the Iron Knight can also follow and deal with some not so powerful enemies and even act as a barrier to artillery fire. The most important thing is, it's really cool. Sharp-edged, fully covered steel armor, eyes flashing crimson light, gears turning constantly with movement, and roaring steam. It can be said that it fits every boy's childhood fantasy about Gundam. Even Zoro, who was supposed to enter the training ground, stopped to watch these active cast iron knights. They were distributed all over the ship and would move and patrol from time to time. When they met Ron, these cast iron knights who looked like steel knights would stop and bow their head. Of course, it was not because they were intelligent. Ron came to the room where the redstone intelligent core was placed and performed detailed operations. This thing is like a game with many options, and you can even customize the input of what you want for the core to understand. Normally, there is no thing in my world, but Ron clearly remembered that this thing came from the unknown existence who integrated Steve into the undead totem. It seems normal. After all, redstone technology itself can do a lot of mathematical performance. 12 is still too few. Doubling is fine. Ron walked out of the room of the redstone intelligent core, leaving a cast iron knight to guard it. He continued to check the changes of the Enlightenment to see if the scroll really combined everything perfectly. After all, before he used the scroll, he also drew lots to place a lot of things on the ship. First, the power source, a huge steam generator. Ron pulled it out from the silver roulette in the dimensional roulette, a huge steel block 5 meters long and 8 meters wide. The disposable skin mechanical wind turned it into a very sci-fi look, but it is essentially a steam generator with all the structural functions of a steam generator, but only without fuel. Ron originally planned to burn coal until he pulled out this thing. Bonfire. Origin, my world type, rule, props, effect, an ordinary bonfire. The only special thing is that it will burn forever. Consumption, none. Yes, a bonfire that looks like an ordinary bonfire can burn all the time without adding any fuel. Even the torch drawn from the roulette wheel has the characteristic of eternal burning. After Ron found out, he directly modified the steam generator and stuffed the bonfire and torch into it as fuel. Directly saved the process of adding fuel in the future, and the space required for fuel storage. However, these two props were drawn from the ordinary silver roulette wheel, but the high-level VIP roulette wheel did not have the characteristic of eternal burning. Ron guessed that if he wanted to draw a redstone with infinite energy, the silver roulette wheel could not be drawn, but the next level roulette wheel might be able to. The built-in eternal fuel directly consumed Ron's 60 million Baileys, but the fuel space was only filled with less than 1/10. It's not that he doesn't want to run the generator at full efficiency, but he really has no money to continue. Let's start. The power system of the Age of Discovery depends on this. As Ron pressed the start switch, the fuel tank began to rise and contact the pool to produce high-temperature steam, and then the power generation system started to generate electricity. The first to light up was the treatment cabin placed on the upper floor. Then came the electric lighting, water heater, cooling and heating system, etc. on the Enlightenment, and finally the external rotary propeller at the bottom of the ship was also connected to electricity. The propeller that controls the direction of the bow also began to self-check and rotate. Of course, with the general technological level of the One Piece world, there are no such functions. Ron had previously connected all these things to the redstone intelligent core with redstone powder, allowing the brain of the cast iron knight to handle these things. He only needed needs to operate the Redstone Intelligent Core to fully control the Enlightenment. It can be said that the Enlightenment jumped directly from the sailing age to the electric age. However, due to insufficient fuel filling, the electricity generated by the steam generator on the Enlightenment can only meet 50% of the electricity demand. So soon the lights in the corridor went out, followed by the cooling and heating system. Only the power system of the TUS Park is kept at a normal level. The freezer is working normally and some water heaters are able to work. Okay, I almost fully met my expectations. Next is the non-electric drive area. After inspecting and confirming that there was no problem, Ron took out a magic crystal and went to the position generator room to charge it. A magic crystal activated the position generator, but it could only maintain a low energy consumption state. In addition to the necessary combat need, Ron actually didn't have many magic crystals. For now, he can only make do with it and replenish it in sufficient quantities when there are spare chips. After completing the most critical steps, Ron left the kitey and entered the freezer at the bottom, which is where food is stored. Considering that in order to enter the Grand Line, there may not be a chance to replenish food all the time, Ron made the freezer very large, equivalent to the area of a basketball court can hold a lot of food. There is no problem here. We can start filling the food. Ron reached out and felt the cold air in the freezer and left after confirming that there was no problem. There are 3 floors under the deck of the Enlightenment. The bottom floor is the freezer and the sundries. Some of the sundries Ron obtained were thrown into the sundries here. The second to last floor is where the Redstone Intelligence Core, steam generator, and treatment cabin are located. The floor under the deck is the training ground. However, because there is not much money, most of the training grounds are empty and Zoro is just trying to swing the knife here. How does it feel? Ron walked in and asked. The place is much larger than the previous Mantis Shrimp and it feels like a lot of training equipment can be added. Zoro answered truthfully and then seemed to think about something. By the way, it just lit up here. Is it the kind of electric lighting you said? Yes, but the fuel is not enough to support all the power-consuming systems, so it is closed again. The first 2 chapters are 6,000 words. I am a bit stuck. I wonder if I can write the next 4,000 words. Chapter 133. I want some money. I see. So you said it is still a semi-finished product. I guess the money is not enough again, right? Zoro nodded and said meaningfully, so which pirate group are you going to find next? When will you set off? I haven't decided yet. Let's talk about it after the supplies are finished. Ron didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zoro obviously knew Ron's demon ability very well and understood Ron's personality. In his opinion, Ron either didn't do it or did the whole thing. There is obviously a reason for this semi-finished product. That is, there is no money. In fact, there is indeed no money. The balance of chips is now 0. After chatting with Zoro for a few words, the two left separately. Zoro went to see his room, while Ron returned to the deck. Ron, see, there seems to be something wrapped around the ship outside. Nami had just discovered something unusual in the room and hurriedly ran to the stairs leading to the 3rd floor on the deck, where she happened to meet Ron. Following the direction she pointed, you can see a cover composed of countless octagonal polygonal blocks appearing on the outer space of the Enlightenment. It's very sci-fi, and the color is also cold and hard silver gray. It's the barrier of the field generator, something that protect the ship. It can block the bombing of artillery shells. Ron took a look and roughly understood what was going on. After the field generator was started, he set the parameters to block artillery shells. However, it seems that because of the disposable skin mechanical wind, the field barrier that should have been invisible is in a visible state. He couldn't help but frown, feeling a little too ostentatious. Is that so? Nami didn't think there was anything wrong, and she felt a sense of security when she looked at the silver gray barrier. How is your lair? Ron turned to ask about Nami's situation. It feels good, much larger than the previous Mantis Shrimp. Nami nodded happily, and the depression of having her private money used up was much less. It's just that the silver gray color inside and outside the room is too cold and hard, so she plans to paint it when the time comes. That's good. Ron nodded. The Enlightenment has 3 floors below the deck and 3 floors on the deck. The first floor, starting from the deck, is the layout of the kitchen, dining room, observation deck, living room plus Zoro, and 3 crew rooms. Basically, it occupies all the space outside the front deck, leaving only a concave square table at the junction. There is a bubble coating machine inside, and Ron poured the bucket of Yarkiman red resin into it. If you encounter a threat that you must escape, you can make a bubble coating layer to go deep sea diving. The second floor is the territory of Nami and Nakago. Towards the front deck is Nami's weather plantation and Nakago's orange grove. After the railings on the second floor were erected, a walkway was left as a balcony. There are also power systems, heating and cooling, and water heaters. Behind are the sisters' rooms, their respective workrooms, and a public living room. As for the 3rd floor, it is naturally Ron's territory. Go and do your work and get your weather plantation done. Ron let Nami move around by herself and then inspected the front deck of the Enlightenment. The space is very wide and there are 6 raised square platforms on the left and right sides of the ship covered with lid. What is it? Ron, who was looking for the corn cannon, walked over confusedly and opened it and then saw the silver-gray missile. He subconsciously shrank his head and almost thought he had walked into the wrong set. However, after checking the light curtain, he found that these 6 square platforms were transformed from corn cannons. It was just that the magnitude of the change was so large that even Ron, who was operating it personally, did not notice it at the first time. The shells of the corn cannon were very thick and long, and because of the combination of disposable skin and mechanical wind, they became the appearance of missile launch holes. It was equivalent to changing the horizontal placement to vertical placement, but in fact, the essence has not changed. It is still the same corn missile. Before Ron used the combination of disposable skin and mechanical wind, he also put some redstone powder in it and connected it to the redstone intelligent core. Referring to the intelligent standard of the cast iron knight, the originally rigid corn cannon has the functions of advanced calculation and coordinate designation. From the description on the light curtain, under the operation of the redstone intelligent core, the dispatched cast iron knight can even call for missiles to wash the ground, or Ron himself can rely on the invisible connection with the redstone intelligent core to operate. Let the missile wash the ground. Okay, the description is exaggerated. In fact, it is to specify a coordinate and let the corn cannon throw the shells to the specified location. This range is the range that the redstone smart core can affect, that is, the radiation range of 3000 m in diameter. However, Zoro and his team can't do it because they don't have the corresponding ability. Ron went to the bow again and saw that the ramming angle at the front had turned into a staggered gear cutting machine, and even the railings on the side of the ship had turned into a collection of large and small gears. However, if you touch it or even destroy it, you will find that it is still wood in nature. Ron didn't dare to continue destroying it after trying a little. After all, it was his own ship. He left the front deck and came to the 3rd floor on the deck. The entire 3 floors are like a cake, one layer smaller than the other, but even so, it is big enough for one person. Pushing open the door of the room, you can see the floor-to-ceiling windows facing the front deck and the sea. It is also the bulletproof glass that Ron got from the 100,000 Baileys per time prize pool, which is very strong. From here, you can see everything in front of the Enlightenment. There is even an exit, so if there is any emergency, you can jump out directly. In the room, a large bed was placed in the middle. Strictly speaking, it was made of 3 beds from Minecraft combined together. One of the few prizes that Ron spent on his room. As for the purpose, those who understand will understand. Anyway, a red and white bed is enough for a normal person. Ron sat on the edge of the bed. On the left side of the door was a huge advanced decomposition machine, which reserved a lot of empty space. The original enchantment table and iron felt sank to the bottom of the sea with the mantis shrimp. There is no spare money to rearrange it for the time being. The enchantment system seems to be out of date, but you can try to see if it can be used on the cast iron knight to enhance it from the direction of external equipment. The current situation is that I am short of money. Ron couldn't help but have a headache. All the famous pirates in the East China Sea were dealt with by him. The dragon pirate, buggy pirate, click pirate, who else? It seems that there is no more. The black cat pirates met Garp and were wiped out. It doesn't seem worth it to go all the way to find a CLO. At most he could make an anonymous phone call to the Navy to report CLO. Next he would have to face the pursuit of the Navy. Garp might chase him, and the East China Sea might not be safe. Is it time to go to the Grand Line? Ron pondered his future plans. There is no doubt that his main goal at the moment is to get money. There is no faster and more convenient way to get rich than robbery, but he would definitely not rob the weak and civilians, so he would only target pirate or evil forces. The secondary goal is to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The more he knows about the Navy, the less he wants to confront this behemoth. After all, Ron has no fundamental conflict with the Navy. If it weren't for the 16 branches of the Navy, he wouldn't even be wanted as a pirate. He himself does not admit that he is a pirate, nor does he recognize the so-called fierce god pirate. This time, the Enlightenment did not fly the pirate flag as always. There is no need to be hostile to the entire Navy because of the pirate identity planted by others. After beating the younger ones, the older ones come. The more you fight, the more difficult opponents will come. The key is that there is no benefit in winning. If you calculate it this way, Alabasta must be visited. It is not easy to ascend to the throne without killing Old Sand, but it is not clear how strong the opponent is at this time. The godfather of Sand in the early stage and the emperor in the later stage. The gap is too big. You can only walk and watch. In that case, the first stop is Whiskey Peak. Although I don't think I am a pirate, but those bounty hunters may not think so. But there seems to be Vivi there, which can be used as a springboard to enter Alabasta. But the process needs to be discussed. Ron lay on the red and white bed and roughly finalized the direction of the plan. Then he checked the data of the Enlightenment soul carrying 0. Ron attaches great importance to the 2 functions of diving and flying, but both functions require souls to maintain. He studied it and found that this thing requires the user to restrain the soul himself and inject it into the ship. Very curious. Ron's first idea was to use a familiar ghost to make it, but the cost of making a familiar ghost was 3 magic crystals, so he gave up. He was thinking about drawing a magic crystal that could restrain and kill the prize of the enemy's soul. There seems to be similar magic in the Elder Scrolls series. You can try it. After learning about the inside and outside of the inspiration, Ron and others started to work. First, food reserves were included in the Todo list and some furniture was added. Nami and Nakago seemed to be unable to accept the silver grey theme, and there were no other outsiders on their floor. It seems that they really planned to redecorate it. Ron and Zoro thought the silver grey main tone was quite good, and they argued to keep the outermost appearance unchanged. Maybe this is the difference between men and women. After the plan list was listed, the first problem encountered was no money. In the living room on the first deck, Ron played with an empty pink wallet. Don't get me wrong, this is not his. The real owner of the pink wallet, Nami, was staring at Ron's arm and angrily said, "It's really gone. Not even 100 berries left. You took it all away before. God has pity on her. This is the first time she has been asked for money by a man, not from a man. The key is not just the first time. This is the third time." Nami even felt that in Ron's eyes what's hers is his, and what's his is still his. "If it's urgent, I still have about 100,000 berries in my own pocket." Nochigo seemed to sense the difficulties of the group and offered to help. Chapter 134 Cast Iron Knights dispatched calling for missiles. "Too little. It's gone after buying some food. I still have 1 million Baileys here, but it's probably hard to make up for the shortfall." Zoro shook his head and looked directly at Ron. "I think it's better to rob than to gather. You drove the boat to the sea area in the corner of the island, and you were so ostentatious about spending money to rush the work. You don't just want to be discovered, right? After all, you are very good at fishing. Then people have to deliver it to the door themselves." Ron sighed. "I threw the bait out, but what can I do if the fish doesn't bite the hook? I can't just slaughter the whole island indiscriminately, right?" The island group that Nami chose was very particular. It was not the sea area of a member country, and the tentacles of the Navy rarely extended here. It avoided Garp from hearing the news. After all, Ron's group was not very famous for various reasons, and it was difficult for the Navy to notice it without making a big fuss. Moreover, the best island where they were located was still orderly, but it was not a fair and just order. It was an order that relied on the existence of pirate. Therefore, this place can basically be regarded as a territory unrelated to the Navy, and pirate forces are everywhere. The complex and intertwined forces form a gray area. In most cases, pirates will not attack people on this island. Places where people gather are meaningful. This also leads to the fact that there are indeed many people who are not pirates and evil forces who make a living there, and live a hard life just to survive. That's right. Zoro thought about it, and just as he was about to nod, he suddenly heard a bang. Boom. The black shells were repelled by the force field of the Enlightenment and finally exploded in midair. In the continuous flame, the pirates shouted excitedly, "Rob the ship, rob the ship, rob the ship back and sell it for a lot of money." The sudden explosion did not panic people. Ron almost subconsciously looked at Zoro, and the two looked at each other and immediately showed a slightly hideous smile. "It's delivered to the door." At the beginning, Ron and others did not encounter any trouble, but when he spent a lot of money to rush the work and rushed the work of some ships that were completely incomprehensible in the eyes of ship workers, Ron and his gang were easily regarded as fat and stupid lambs. So, after they went to a more remote place on the island, the pirates who were targeting them naturally took action. After all, this is still the territory of pirate. A fig leaf is enough. The first thing to greet was naturally the cannonballs. However, considering that the ship can also be sold for a lot of money, the cannonballs that had just been fired stopped again. "Damn, it's another cannonball of poor quality. It's a pity, otherwise the ship will be damaged and can't be sold at a high price." "Idiot, what are you firing cannonballs? Get over here." The captain of the fist pirate ship angrily scolded his own gunners and at the same time asked the pirate ship to approach the target at a high speed. Although he didn't know why the color and style of the target ship didn't match, he saw the appearance of the 4 people through the telescope. It was that group of fat sheep. There were 2 beauties that he had long coveted. There was no doubt about it. Although the 3-masted sailing ship looked a bit strange, it could still be sold at a high price in terms of size. As for accident, with about 100 guys under his command, could there be any problem dealing with 4 people? "What are you going to do now, Captain?" Zoro strolled on the silver grey deck, squinting at the howling pirate. "You are not needed. Let them start moving." Ron looked at the 12 cast iron knights that appeared at some point and said in a cheerful tone, "All attack, crush them." Battle permission has been obtained. The intelligent corps assigns tasks to start fighting. Sizzle. Steam suddenly gushed out from the jet holes on the cast iron knight, and the precise gears started to run at high speed. The sound of puffing and puffing echoed throughout the deck as the levers operated, and pairs of scarlet mechanical eyes stared at the pirate ship that was getting closer and closer. "What is that?" Nami was a little surprised and asked about the confusion when he found it before. "Iron golem. It looks completely different, right? The Enlightenment didn't look like this before." While Ron and Nami were talking, the pirates on the pirate ship finally noticed the existence of these 12 big guys. At first they thought it was some kind of sculpture art, but when these cast iron knights moved, they realized that this was a deadly enemy. However, it was too late. Steam sprayed and the cast iron knight jumped across the sea and jumped onto the pirate ship. The cluster shooting of flintlock rifles sounded almost instantly, and lead bullets splashed sparks on the knight's armor. The flat bullet fell to the ground with a clang, and only the white marks appealed to the results of their attack. But it was useless. "What the hell is this?" The pirate cursed and retreated, and some people had already called for the artillery to turn around, but it was all too late. The 12 cast iron knights maintained the cone formation and tore through the pirates' array. The roaring swords spewing steam were swung in unison, and a bloody scene was raised as the dense cold light swept across. More than 20 pirates were cut in half, and their warm internal organs were smeared on the deck. The scarlet blood splashed on the cheeks of the fist captain, making him feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. He roared and fought back, slashing one of the cast iron knights with his swung long sword, only emitting a series of sparks. Then, the sword tore through the air, and a cold light flashed. The captain of the fist pirates was directly cut in two. His liver and brain were splattered on the ground. Then, 12 cast iron knights scattered and staggered, directly cutting the pirates into more than a dozen pieces. The most threatening artillery was paid special attention to at the first time, and the gunner was cut in half without even being able to fight back. Almost 3 minutes later, there were few survivors on the entire pirate ship. If Ron hadn't called a halt at the right time, there wouldn't have been even a few survivors. What a high combat quality! They can even judge the threat level of the target and even use tactic. Ron, who had been watching, was surprised by the strength of the Iron Knight. With a strength level close to the three-dimensional level, even Zoro would have to work hard to defeat them alone. After all, they are made of very strong steel. What's more, there are 12 of them working together. Except for being expensive, there are almost no other disadvantages. It's amazing. Is this something your demon ability can do? Zoro couldn't help but admire it and saw the strength of the Iron Knight at a glance. Yes, but not all. I should have a chance to see it next. As Ron said, the Iron Knight brought a few survivors to him and then interrogated them. Where is your lair? On Best Island? No, not there. Best Island is too complicated. We dare not settle down there, so we occupied a nearby island as our lair. Is there no one in the lair now? No, we are a branch pirate group affiliated with a large pirate group. There are also Zangbu pirates and Scissors pirate. They are resting in the lair. Rock, paper, scissors? Nami couldn't help but complain. You guys are really casual about naming. Ah, because our captain and the captains of the other two pirate groups are triplet. The man explained with an awkward smile, and then volunteered to lead the way. Nothing, just hope to give him a way out. Ron naturally agreed, and the Enlightenment rushed straight to the lair of this group of pirate, an island that looks like a crescent. The lair of the rock, paper, scissors pirates was built in a valley on the crescent island. There were also personnel stationed, but when the three-masted sailboat blocked the door, everything was meaningless. In order to test the combat endurance of the Iron Knight, Ron simply did not take action and only let 12 Iron Knights complete the order to eliminate the enemy. Zoro seemed to have no interest in these small fry, and simply watched the actions of the Iron Knights with great interest. However, unexpectedly, when these Iron Knights received the order, the first thing they did was not to rush out. Instead, they stayed on the deck for a while and made sure that the enemy clusters were close. They called for missiles. The 6 corn cannon launch ports were connected to the redstone circuit constructed with redstone powder and the redstone intelligent core, and the combat brain of the Iron Knight itself is the redstone intelligent core. In other words, they can indeed do what Ron expected. So, Ron, standing on the deck, watched the 6 launch ports open their covers, and then 6 silver-gray missiles flew into the sky and disappeared into the cloud. When they appeared again, they had already fallen vertically and landed in the large force of the Scissors and Rock Pirates for the first time. What is that? The captain of the Scissor Pirates heard the whistling overhead and looked up to see a beam of light falling. Boom boom boom. From beginning to end, there were 6 explosions in a row, and the sky-high flames and shock waves instantly affected most of the island. The Scissor Pirates and Zangbu Pirates had a total of more than 300 pirate, and more than 200 were directly killed in the explosion of the landing missile. The aftermath, accompanied by the flames, killed and injured another 20 people. In an instant, only about 50 people were left. Awesome. When the strong wind and the heat wave hit their faces, Nami and Nakiko couldn't help but open their eyes wide. There was even a moment when Ron was surprised to think that the description of the corn cannon was the so-called THRESTRE building, probably refers to a reinforced concrete building. This power is almost as powerful as Buggy's special bomb. However, Ron checked it later. It take 3 hours for the corn cannon to regenerate, and if there is not enough sunlight during this period, the time will be longer. It can only be said that the terror burst in a short period of time is not sustainable. After the missiles washed the ground, the cast iron knights were divided into 3 teams and moved forward quickly. The roaring steam jets and the accelerated swords killed the panic pirates one by one. Even the cast iron knights could break the bones and tendons of the pirates, blocking the way with a collision. Finally, in just 5 minutes, the remaining pirates were wiped out. Ron also took Nami and Chester off the ship and found the treasure of the rock paper scissors pirates under the protection of the cast iron knight. It was not much. The treasure plus Bailey was only about 10 million, but it was enough to clear the list. On the return trip, the Iron Knights were also asked to carry the gold and silver treasures into Chester's mouth. After the incident with the mantis shrimp, Nami began to distrust the ship. Back on the Enlightenment, Nami and Nakago sorted out the treasures for identification, and Zoro threw all the guides into the sea. Although Ron promised not to kill them, it was Zoro who did it, so it was not a breach of promise. As for the real owner, he looked at his toys with excitement. It has been decided that at least 24 Iron Knights will be needed. Today, I can't do 10,000, just 9,333 distribution. I can't write the follow-up. I have to enter the Grand Line quickly. There is nothing to write about in the East China Sea. Chapter 135. The Navy waiting for rabbits and the rabbits who don't play by the rules. East China Sea, Rogue Town, Navy branch base. That guy, isn't he still alive? This time I must arrest them all. Smoker folded his arms across his chest, looking at the end of the sea with a slightly warlike look. Half a month has passed since Red Hair attacked Rogue Town. The branch's doctors are skilled and he has a strong will to survive, so he has recovered from the dying state. It was also fortunate that Red Hair's killing intent was only directed at Ron at that time, and he just hit him with an iron fist covered with armed color. After recovering almost completely, Smoker returned to the Rogue Town branch to take over the work. As a result, he received an order from the headquarters in a blink of an eye. Pay attention to the whereabouts of the fierce god Ron and report to the headquarters in time. It was Vice Admiral Garp who brought this order, so it was not a joke. The guy who turned the East China Sea upside down is really still alive. He is even alive and kicking. For some reasons, the headquarters took the initiative to suppress the other party's news. The only thing that can be confirmed at present is the intelligence obtained a few days ago. The fierce god pirates attacked the Best Island group and destroyed the lair of a group of pirate. Then they used the money from the pirate extermination to make a lot of purchases and even clashed with the Best Island group and destroyed another group of pirate forces. It's so weird. The fierce god pirates were short of money, so they set up traps on islands and killed pirates to earn money to buy food and furniture. Is this what normal pirates should do? Smoker didn't understand, but he felt that those guys should still be arrested. Ha 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 ha, I want to too. Garp laughed loudly and sat on the sofa. For the warship to get here from the 16th branch, 10 days would definitely be enough. Vice Admiral Garp, I'll do it myself. Smoker looked at the famous naval hero and said with a slightly complicated expression, why don't you stay in the 16th branch? Find out all the dirty things that the 16th branch has done by relying on its naval status. I can't do that kind of thing. I have handed it over to the Naval Criminal Investigation Bureau. Naval Criminal Investigation Bureau? Haha, I reported the situation to them a long time ago. Smoker sneered, his eyes a little angry, but the word passed on fell on deaf ears and there was no progress. It's as if the Naval Criminal Investigation Bureau doesn't exist. Now the 16th branch has been destroyed by Ron's revenge. Ryan took all the evidence of the crime, and don't vent your anger on me. You have to go find trouble with that guy Tianzheng. But I told you, if you stay at the bottom, you won't have the chance to see him and question him. Garp raised his hand to pick his nose, looking aside and changing the subject. Also, if you are alone, you may not be able to deal with that guy. The defeated general of the Emperor met a guy who didn't die even with red hair, and he was able to escape from me. If you are alone, you may not be able to take him down. Will the fierce god pirates come here? Dashiki's voice sounded softly, and this beautiful female soldier hugged the sheathed long sword and pressed the sheath into the mountain on her chest. It was a bit unnatural to Garp's presence. After all, he was a big shot. Yes, Rogue Town is the only supply point to the Grand Line. No matter where he departs from in the East China Sea, no matter which route he takes or how much supplies he brings, he must replenish his supplies in Rogue Town. Otherwise, the fierce god pirates will not be able to reach the upside down mountain. Smoker said coldly, looking at the carefree Garp beside. Vice Admiral Garp is not in Rogue Town now. Hey? Dashiki was confused and turned to look at the living Vice Admiral Garp. Ha ha ha, after all, I ran here by myself and it took me a long time to get here from the sea. Garp laughed and flicked his nose, staring at Smoker eagerly. I think more and more that you should change your place. How about it? Have you thought about it? Be my adjutant. I will train you well. Let's talk about it after we catch Ron. Smoker did not refuse and put his his hand on his chest with complicated eyes. He will always remember that he was so weak in front of the red-haired man that he couldn't even resist a punch. Even as rebellious as he was, he had to admit that he needed to improve his strength. Is that so? No wonder there are fewer Navy patrols in the town, but more secret lines. Dashiki looked stunned, as if she had just reacted. Just 20 nautical miles from Rogue Town, the Enlightenment passed directly through the sea area next to Rogue Town. It did not approach the only supply point on this route at all, but went straight to the upside-down mountain. Hey, Ron, are you really not going to replenish any supplies? Nami, who was at the helm, asked worriedly. Nakago on the side was directing the Iron Knight to raise the sail, and Zoro was leaning against the railing of the ship to wipe the knife. Ron was sitting cross-legged in front of the second mast without raising his head, and said, "No need. If nothing unexpected happens, that guy Garp will definitely wait for me in Rogue Town, and I have no chance of winning against him now. As for supplies, it's very simple." He opened the dimension roulette and directly drew out a bunch of food. "Oh, it's this thing. If I have these things in the short term, I should be able to survive." Zoro approached with interest and picked up the paper barrel with the words he couldn't read. When he and Ron were alone before, they used this to fill their stomach. Later, after Nakago got on board, he didn't eat it anymore and missed it. "What's the matter with your demon ability? Can you even make food? Water, too?" Nami just finished steering the ship and fixed the direction of the Enlightenment and came over with a giant map. Although he couldn't understand what the words were, he was sure that it was food. "It's okay." Ron nodded, and the chips in his retina changed for a while. Finally, it was fixed at chip balance 1 million. In return, there was food and water all over the floor, from cakes to rice, from farmers' 3 punches to bottled water. "It's amazing." But Nami squatted down and pinched Ron's cheek with a warm smile. "Shouldn't you tell us about your demon ability, lest everyone ask questions that you think are unnecessary without knowing anything? Actually, there is nothing special. As long as you have money, you can make a lot of things. It's just like gambling. As long as you have money, you can start gambling. If you are lucky, you can get what you want, but if you are unlucky, you may not." Ron roughly simplified his dimensional roulette and named it the ability of the devil fruit. "But aren't demons afraid of the sea?" Zoro asked curiously. "How do you know?" Ron was a little surprised. "It's mentioned in the domineering training manual you gave me. There is a kind of demon called natural system. Only the sea stone, an armed color domineering can attack. The smoker who can turn into smoke in Rogue Town is such a natural system, right?" Zoro showed a very high ability of inference and thinking, as well as memory. "If I remember correctly, you don't seem to be afraid of the sea water." He had seen Ron jump into the sea to take a bath for convenience. At that time, the other party did not show any fear of the sea. "There is nothing to hide about this. I am not afraid of the sea or sea stone." Ron thought about it and did not hide this from his companion. It would be bad if he fell into the sea at a critical point in the battle and his companions came to rescue him at all costs, causing any bad effect. "It's really special." Zoro sighed and did not continue to ask why Ron was an exception. It's impolite to ask too much. Although he is a companion, there is no need to dig into the details. "Then I'll put these things in the warehouse." Nochigo walked closer and asked as he looked at the mountain of drinking water. "Put it in the sundries. These things don't need to be frozen." Ron asked Nochigo to command the Iron Knights to move all these things to the grocery store. The steam engine on the Enlightenment provided stable electricity, so the cold storage was already running. Even Nami and Nochigo could take a hot bath at any time. He would always happen to pass by the second floor at that time and hear or encounter Nami or Nochigo coming out in a bathrobe. But the difference is that Nami would roll her eyes at him and then walk away on her own. Nochigo would ask him if he was hungry, and since he was not sure which hungry he was, Ron would usually laugh dryly and go upstairs. Thinking of this, Ron looked at Nami. "When will we arrive at Upside Down Mountain? If the journey is fast, it will take more than 2 days." Nami picked up the giant map, looked at the patterns that kept appearing on it, and gave the answer by verifying the nautical chart in her memory. The logbook of the Barity restaurant and the nautical chart obtained on Quint Island in the hands of her super-standard navigator. Many navigation troubles were avoided. It can be said that finding the Upside Down Mountain is a certainty. Just look at the description in the log. The current on the Upside Down Mountain is particularly turbulent. She was a little worried, so she just asked it out to see if Ron's magical demon ability could solve it. Turbulent current? Ron recalled the ocean current that could carry the ship straight up the mountain when entering the Grand Line. It is indeed very troublesome. If you are not careful, the ship will be destroyed and people will die. He thought about it and said, "It should be no problem. I will take action when the time comes." "Okay, that's it." Nami nodded immediately, stretched lazily, and her white and slender waist was exposed with the movement of her arms. Ron looked subconsciously and then covered his nose with hot air. Today, Nami wore a pink top and pants that were shorter than before. The white skin was a little dazzling under the sunlight. "Just watch it. If you find the Upside Down Mountain or anything unusual, notify me. I'll go look after the weather garden first." first. Nami didn't care about Ron's gaze. She was used to it, and she was wearing it for Ron to see. After she changed her clothes, she usually observed Ron's reaction. The clothes that reacted too little would not be worn a second time. There are only 2 chapters today. I'm a bit stuck. I haven't figured out the plot after the Upside Down Mountain. I want to insert the plot of the Golden Ship, but I think the plot of Alabasta is also good. But on second thought, what should I do with Old Sand? The role that was padded for Luffy in the early stage and then directly became the Emperor's father in the later stage. I don't know what to do. Chapter 136, Nami's 1000 Layers of Routine. Although it would be embarrassing to say it, it is the fact. Otherwise, just based on Ron's behavior of passing by the bathroom on the 2nd floor on time every time, he should have been jointly punished by the 2 sisters. He didn't pass by earlier or later, but he passed by at that time. Everyone knows why he passed by, but Nami didn't hate him either. In the nearly 1 week after learning of Ron's death, she was the saddest one among the 3. Zoro firmly believed that Ron was not dead, and Sister Nakako was also sad, but to be honest, the degree was not very deep. Her good impression came from the Arlong incident. The dragon pirates were once the nightmare of the Kokojians, but after Ron came back, he solved this nightmare. Sister Nakako's attitude towards Ron was mostly gratitude mixed with dependence, but that was all. Nami herself was different. After Arlong's death, her good impression of Ron increased significantly. If it weren't for the fact that the other party came to her house to rob the money first, she would not have been picky and confronted Ron on trivial matters at first. But people will change. On the island of Mist, Ron destroyed the Shell Chamber of Commerce for the sake of her and her sister's ideals. Then he simply handed the entire Shell Chamber of Commerce to her to deal with, and did not ask anything about the Shell Chamber of Commerce's vault during the period, although it seems now that she was selecting companions at that time. However, Nami did not think Ron did anything wrong, and she even decided to get closer to him. On the one hand, it was because of her gratitude, affection, and dependence on Ron. It was as if she didn't have to worry about many things with Ron. On the other hand, it was very cold from the perspective of interest. If she could get closer to Ron, Nami felt that she could stay safe. This is very important because drawing a map of the world is not something that one person can do. She was very weak at the time, and she had to worry about her sister's safety. When she ventured out to sea to steal treasures, she also witnessed the cruelty of the sea. Not everyone is like Ron, who has strong strength but can naturally respect them. That kind of respect is not to keep an eye on them when seeing something springy. It is another kind of respect in the true sense. She will not hint or even force her to do something she is unwilling to do because of her weakness, but she can only yield to it from a realistic perspective. When Nami first boarded the ship, this was what she was most worried about. However, Ron proved through their time together that he would not do such a thing. Even in many details, one can see that he is instinctively humble. There is a feeling of she is a girl, so it is normal to retreat. In this cruel and bloody era of pirate, it is extremely rare for a powerful person to do this. In Nami's opinion, she has seen too many people who bully the weak because of their strength. In terms of rarity, it is difficult for her to meet a second person like this except Ron. As for Zoro, he simply regards women as weak and does not want to bully the weak. There is a fundamental difference with Ron. After realizing this situation, Nami thought about it. Ron is the best choice she can meet, but at that time their situation with him was very complicated and not so stable. She even thought that if there was another disagreement like the one on Miss Island, would Ron go his separate ways because of her persistence. This is also why she hesitated and dared not agree after hearing the thin boy's plea. At that time, no one knew how many times Ron would respect his companion's choices and support them. Nami herself was not sure. Fortunately, Ron decided to take action directly on the rumor of the 1 billion treasure. But what about next time? I don't know. There is no answer because she didn't know Ron very well at that time. That ideal was even known from Zoro later. At that time, Nami's idea was actually very simple. Since she didn't want to give up the principles she had adhered to in the past, she would change to a simpler way. That is to make Ron closer to her. If she could become a girlfriend or a closer relationship, then if she encountered a similar situation again, even if Ron had an opinion, she would just have to act like a spoiled child. At most, she could satisfy some strange fetishes, such as before the mantis shrimp sank to the bottom of the sea. She cleaned Ron's room and found a set of sexy lingerie under the bed. For a girl like her who was originally very open, that kind of thing was not unacceptable. Moreover, she knew how she looked and knew that Ron had further ideas about her. So, it was not the so-called seduction, but a very normal two-way rush. The difference is that Nami knows that men's nature is that if something is too easy to get, they won't cherish it. So she would hold back Ron and not tell him everything at once. But it cannot be denied that she really invested in her feelings after making the decision. So, even though she was accidentally seen naked that time, she didn't get angry and chase him afterward. When she was given a very powerful magic weather stick, she would give a kiss. After all, a give and take is a two-way trip, otherwise it would be a joke. That's why, when Ron died in Rogue Town, Nami was so sad and felt like a piece of her heart was missing. She really invested in her feelings and lost this part of her feelings. Of course, this is what Nami thought clearly when she was sad. Later, Ron really returned as Zoro said, and she was the happiest one. But she was not the only one. The other one was her sister. When Ron asked the three people, she left but didn't leave. When she heard her sister's words later, she found that her sister seemed to have the same idea as herself. It's just that my sister is more radical. The core point of my departure is one person, while the core point of my sister's departure is two people. Because she grew up with her sister, Nami is also used to the habit of sharing good things together, so she didn't express any opinions, but everything was normal. Of course, the fact that men can't get it too easily has not changed, so she didn't say anything when Ron gave her a gift to apologize. The tears she shed when she cried were real. However, in normal times, Nami would also change some clothing styles that Ron liked more. This is probably her little trick or routine. Today looks the same as before. Don't you have any preference for color? Nami concluded, muttering as she walked up the stairs and met Nojiko, who came back. Thinking about these things again? Nojiko stared at Nami with a smile, and the latter blushed and threw herself into her sister's arms. Then he seemed to think of something, raised his head and said mischievously, "Do you want me to share my experience with you?" "Forget it. Ron won't have all this stuff in his head." Nojiko pointed his finger at Nami's forehead with anger and amusement. If there is a very beautiful female enemy, after losing to Ron, she begged to use her body as the price to save her life. Do you think Ron would agree happily, or just shoot her head off? It should be the latter. Although that guy is a normal man, he has a high bottom line. He draws a clear line between public and private. Nami thought about it and answered firmly, "So, think about what's next. Isn't it possible to fight against one of the 7 warlords of the sea?" "The 7 warlords of the sea? That sand crocodile?" Nami shrank her neck and was a little nervous. "I don't know if I can grow the plants needed for the magic weather stick before the next battle. I don't know. Maybe you can ask Ron if he has any ideas. Isn't his demon ability amazing? He can even resurrect, let alone give birth to some plant." Nojiko pushed Nami into his arms, followed her upstairs, and casually suggested, "Maybe there is a way to help you quickly grow those weather plants. I always feel a little embarrassed to say it. After all, he is very short of funds now." Nami thought of the last time Ron gave her 2 great knowledge of Visalia Island that could build a small library in order to appease her. Following, he gave her a book of weather planting experience that was obviously copied by Ron himself. With that book of weather planting experience, she has initially mastered the technology of planting weather plant. At present, she has obtained a lot, but she hadn't considered the scale of her response. She couldn't just send herself over with a clean name, right? That would be too much. Are you worried about that? That guy probably won't care, but if you insist, maybe you can go over there after his training. The amount of training Zoro teaches is terrifying. I see that Ron always suffers from muscle soreness after training. Nojiko suggested this, smiling mischievously. "I can teach you how to massage, the real kind." "You can do this?" Nami was a little surprised. "Before. When you are not at home, if Mr. Jian has any backache, I will help him massage." Nojiko sighed lightly, thinking of Mr. Jian, who was almost like his adoptive father. "I don't know how he is now. Without Aaron, the villagers of Caucasia will definitely get better." Nami comforted her sister, and the two disappeared at the end of the stairs. On the other side, Ron started some simple exercises with Zoro while waiting, trying to make the best use of his free time to strengthen himself. His current schedule is actually very full. In the morning, he gets up and breathes in the purple air to build his foundation, and practices the purple air coming from the east in the morning. At noon, he studies the flying of phantom wings, and from afternoon to midnight he keeps practicing swordsmanship. Basically, he only feels relaxed when he passes by the 2nd floor at a certain time in a day. Time passed. After a few days, the outline of the towering wall emerged. Red Earth continent. Ron held the crystal telescope, looking at the towering continent covered in mist. He couldn't help but smack his lips. How high is it? How did Tiger climb up there? Hey, pay attention. I see the entrance to the upside-down mountain. Nami at the helm reminded loudly, and the most dangerous stage of entering the Grand Line appeared. It roughly describes Nami's mental changes along the way, which I think is normal. It is well reasoned, but whether it conforms to the original depends on what you say. Chapter 137, Upside Down Mountain. Enter the Grand Line. The Red Earth continent towers into the cloud. From a distance on the sea, it looks like a wall of clouds covering the sky and the earth. Only when you get close can you see the towering cliffs made of jagged rock. Above the cliff is the Red Earth continent that surrounds the entire planet. At the top of the continent is the legendary kingdom of the god Holy Land of Marijoa. You can see how majestic this Red Earth continent is. Even on the sea of the Red Earth continent, if you get too close, the turbulent current will carry the ship and hit the land wall. all. The ship will be destroyed and people will die directly. Of course, for Ron and his group who have a logbook and a nautical chart, they will not be so reckless. As a navigator, Nami holds a giant map and uses her own opportunities to communicate with the giant map. The magic of the map accurately found the turbulent ocean current that leads directly to the entrance of the Grand Line. That is the so-called uphill canal. In a blink of an eye, a crack suddenly appeared on this endless rock wall. Nami subconsciously picked up the crystal telescope and finally found that the crack was actually a passage. At the entrance of the crack there is a towering door. The water of the East China Sea rushed to the door under the influence of the ocean current, sucking the sea water up like a straw. But in fact this is an illusion caused by vision. What really pushes the sea water upward is the turbulent ocean current. The Enlightenment rode on this extremely fast ocean current and rushed straight to the entrance of the door engraved with complex pattern. Is this the uphill canal ocean current? What Ron said is actually true. The only way to cross the incredible high mountain rock wall is the upside down mountain entrance. Nami was a little nervous and couldn't help but remind her companions loudly, "Hey, pay attention, I saw the entrance to upside down mountain. I saw it." Ron changed into a black windbreaker and jumped down from the third floor. When he came to the railing of the ship, he looked up and saw the door approaching at a very fast speed. From a distance it seemed to be a very small door, but in fact the closer it got the bigger it felt. No one knew who built this door. The rumors in the East China Sea only described that seeing it meant coming to the entrance of the Grand Line, but it was not something to be happy about, because if you are not careful, the ship will be dragged by the turbulent ocean current and hit against the land wall or the door, and will be smashed to pieces by the huge force. Even a skilled helmsman will find it difficult to control the ship. Nami was a little panicked at this time, and her beautiful eyes looked at Ron for help. "What should I do? I can still get out now, but I will definitely not be able to do it in a while." "What are you afraid of? Just go straight ahead." Zoro's voice came from afar, and he ended his training when he heard the noise. He appeared on the front deck with 3 swords on his waist, holding the railing and staring at the door that was getting bigger and bigger. He looked excited. "It's incredible. The sea water is actually going up. Is there really such an ocean current that can make the ship go up the mountain? Is this the entrance to the Grand Line? It's really a strange view." The magical scene happening in front of him was obviously something Zoro had never seen before. "It's because the ocean current is too fast, so it's like this," Ron commented, and then looked at Nami, who was waiting for the captain's response. "Just go ahead, do your best, and leave the rest to us." After the words fell, there was a dull thumping sound. No Kaigao commanded the cast iron knight gathered on the deck, ready to execute Nami's orders at any time. All the electricity generated by the steam generator was transferred to the power system, and finally turned into various functions gathered on the rudder in Nami's hand. The outer wheel device began to operate, trying its best to control the ship in the hands of the helmsman in this turbulent sea current. Entering here is the initial stage of the world. Ron calmly watched the next development, and the towering door came to the top of the Enlightenment in an instant. The hull of the Enlightenment shook, and the perspective suddenly changed from parallel to oblique. The towering door, it appeared layer by layer like a ring. From a distance, it was as if the ship suddenly took the elevator above the oblique transport, rushing to the top of the upside-down mountain that seemed to go straight into the clouds. Soon, they came to a very high position, and the clouds covered everything they saw like mist. At the same time, the Enlightenment also began to shake violently. The speed of this elevator was too fierce, and the currents that lifted the bottom of the ship surged and pushed each other. The direction of the ship was rapidly deformed and out of the control of the helmsman. Turn. The cast iron knights kept adjusting the ropes and sails at Nami's command, but in the end they broke through the critical balance and dragged the Enlightenment into the rocks on the left. "Ron!" Nami screamed in panic. Even if she tried her best, she still couldn't control the huge 3-masted sailing ship. "I'm here." Ron flashed to the left, template switching water baby. He opened his mouth, and his throat seemed to turn into an abyss, with a surging current suddenly gushing out from the bottom of the abyss. When I first saw it, it seemed like a turbulent current as big as an arm flying, but in the blink of an eye, the current turned into a river again. A huge amount of seawater filled the gap between the side of the Enlightenment and the rock, and the 3-masted ship narrowly avoided the fate of ship destruction and death. But soon, the Enlightenment began to crash to the right again because of the push of the seawater just now. Ron dodged and sprayed a large amount of sea current as a buffer in the same way. This repeated when half of the 100,000 tons of seawater was used up. The Enlightenment finally arrived at the top of the upside-down mountain, and a red sun jumped out just after it jumped to the cape. The bright and dazzling sun appeared, and the sea and sky were suddenly filled with golden light, turning from dark blue to a deep blue that was the same as the sea and sky. Nami and Nakako held their breath together and lost their voices for a moment. Zoro narrowed his eyes, and his eyes were full of expectations. Even Ron couldn't help but be distracted for a moment. The rigid memories of the past resurfaced, bringing the sense of amazement when he first saw it. when the illusion turned into reality before his eyes, and the things that he envied but could not get in the past appeared in front of him. Every cell in Ron's body seemed to be jumping for joy. This was what he wanted, different from the previous life, exciting. However, the feeling of falling that followed quickly broke everything. The bottom of the enlightenment left the water surface for only 2 seconds and began to ride the ocean current again with gravity, but this time it was not rising but a very fast dive. The corners of the bow split the sea water, raising the mist in the face. Then the wind blew and it dived downwards like a falling roller coaster in the whistle. "Ah, I'm going to fall!" Nami screamed in panic. She wanted to grab the rudder but was afraid of affecting the direction of the enlightenment. If she didn't grab it, she felt that her feet were not touching the ground and the whole person seemed to float up. "Be careful!" Zoro grabbed the railing with one hand. His face slightly changed. Nakago commanded the Iron Knight to protect her in his arms, and he was a little anxious when he realized that Nami was in a bad situation. But the next second, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Ron came to the rudder from the bow without knowing when, and hugged Nami's thin waist with one hand to provide support, and his feet seemed to be rooted on the deck. After a few seconds, the enlightenment stabilized with the help of the sea current and then descended rapidly. With the last splash, it flashed 100 meters high and landed safely at the exit of the upside-down mountain. "Is the knot over?" Nami collapsed in Ron's arms, her face pale and her little hands tightly grasped the man's collar. The enlightenment was safely sent far away by the ocean current and entered the range of the Twin Capes. A large number of wreckages of ships that were wrecked can be seen everywhere, and even human bones are rolled up and down by the sea. It is obvious that the pirates who set out first in the 4 seas did not survive the crisis test of the upside-down mountain. Their ships were destroyed and they were finally sent here by the ocean current. From another perspective, this is actually a way to reach the Grand Line. The difference is that Ron and others are alive and these guys are dead. Well, it's over. Ron looked far away at the end of the ocean and saw only a Twin Cape lighthouse. He did not see the black giant mountain of lava, nor did he feel the vibration of the sea. Is he in a state of being sedated? He felt a little regretful, but he thought it was okay. After all, there was no point in really understanding Lab's story. After all, he could not help much. What an amazing sea! Nakago sat on the palm of the cast iron knight, holding a monocular telescope in his hand and looking into the distance. Should we approach that lighthouse? Ron was not the only one who discovered the Twin Cape lighthouse. Nakago also saw it. No, there's trouble there. Ron shook his head. Although Crocus at the Twin Cape lighthouse looked like a novice instructor in the novice village, he would most likely get the record pointer for the next voyage. Unfortunately, Crocus was a veteran of the Roger Pirates and Buggy's predecessor. If he was recognized in close contact, he might be killed. Moreover, when Ron took out his hand with his hands behind his back, there was an extra record pointer on his hand, a combination of a brown wristband and a transparent glass ball with a compass-like pointer hanging inside the glass ball. Since he knew he was going to the Grand Line, he was naturally prepared. A suitable record pointer had been drawn in the previous lottery, and the only pity was that the permanent pointer of Alabasta was not drawn. Is this the recording pointer you mentioned? It looks so strange. Nami leaned on his broad arms and looked at the pointer in Ron's hand curiously. She vaguely remembered the popular science he had taught her before, so she took out her compass and found that the pointer was completely in a disordered state. As Ron said, it kept spinning like a gyroscope and could not point south at all. Is it a problem with the magnetic field? Noki was high up, so she naturally saw the disordered compass that Nami took out. It seems that nothing can escape Ron's calculations. Zoro approached at the right time and looked at Ron thoughtfully. Before entering the Grand Line, Ron had popularized some things. The inverted mountain and the disordered compass proved that what the captain said was true. The islands of the Grand Line contain a large amount of magnetic minerals, so the magnetic field of the entire route is very abnormal. In addition, the climate is hundreds of times worse than that of the East China Sea, and the direction of the ocean currents is also complex and changeable. There may even be terrible weather conditions with local winter and summer alternations. Here it comes. 2 chapters of 6K first, and 1 chapter of 4K is still being written. Chapter 138. Do you know what the bounty of 10,000 Baileys is? Chapter 138. Do you know what the bounty of 21.1 million Baileys is? Therefore, ordinary compasses are useless. Only the recording pointer made specifically can be used as a navigation tool. Since the information about the upside-down mountain is true, it can be foreseen that what Ron said later is true. However, if he remembers correctly, this is also Ron's first time to the Grand Line, right? Please call me Lord Prophet. Ron heard Zoro's inquiry and smiled as he put the recording pointer on Nami's fair wrist. As I said, the islands scattered all over the Grand Route are all connected by magnetism under the influence of a certain law, but it is not the same magnetism but 7 magnetic route. In this strange sea where you can't locate where you are, only the magnetism recorded by the pointer can be trusted. Every time you arrive at an island, you must record the magnetism with a recording pointer and then find the direction to the next island through the same magnetic chain. The recording pointer in my hand points to the Whiskey Mountain, the starting point of one of the magnetic chains, so please keep it safe, navigator. Yes, Captain Nami winked playfully and left Ron's arms. She raised her hand and pointed this magical pointer she had never seen before to the sky, and the glass ball reflected bright light, and all of this fell into a monocular telescope. Hey, is that the record pointer the old man mentioned? The lookout asked. On a pirate ship flying a pirate flag under the Twin Cape Lighthouse. It seems so. The deputy captain, Dury, who was wearing a black hat, had a sawtooth-like beard and one tooth missing, took the telescope and looked at it. Then he nodded and looked at the other pirate. Where is Boss Bonnie? She's eating. Before, Boss Bonnie tried to rob the old man of food to replenish supplies, but she couldn't beat him and got beaten. She started eating because she was unhappy. That's the last of our remaining stock, the pirate who looked like an honest fisherman said. But there's no way. Boss Bonnie has a special physique. We must reach the next island quickly, otherwise the food on the ship will not be enough for Boss Bonnie. I know. Now move the ship over to intercept and get the record pointer back. Deputy Captain Dury immediately gave an order, and the helmsman calculated the distance and started to intercept. The other pirates on the ship began to mobilize, and sword, musket, and artillery were all ready. Something is wrong. That group of people don't seem to be pirate. The lookout frowned and retracted his gaze. He was just observing the other party's flag, but strangely he didn't see the pirate flag. In this weird situation on the Grand Line, are there non-pirates coming in? Are you dazzled? Derry took the lookout's monocular telescope in surprise and then put it down with a weird look on his face. It really is. What should we do? Do it. The lookout looked a little hesitant. Let's ask clearly later. I don't want to attack innocent people, but if the people on that ship are stubborn, I can only say that Boss Bonnie is the most important. We must repay the kindness of the bear. His hand of salvation has saved too many people in the kingdom of Salbai, including our relatives. We owe the bear to Bonnie. Derry put down the telescope, looked at the lookout with a firm expression, and said, but there is no need to be pessimistic. It's not time to do anything. Go and get the captain's bounty order. It will be useful for the landing operation later. With a bounty of 21.1 million Baileys, they will understand what kind of opponent they are facing. The Bonnie pirate, who had planned to use their power to suppress others, began to block. The cooperation between the helmsman and the navigator was perfect. After all, before becoming pirate, they were the strongest fishermen in the kingdom of Salbai. On the Twin Cape Lighthouse, Kurikas, dressed in old man's clothes, frowned and watched the pirate ship go away. As a veteran of Roger's pirate ship, he naturally has a den mushy in his hand. Not long ago, I finally learned about Buggy's death. In addition, people are more sensitive as they age, so I haven't been in a good mood recently. So when the rude girl robbed the food in his warehouse, he taught her a lesson without hesitation. The record pointer he was going to give was not given for the time being. I had wanted this group of pirates to be more sincere, but I never thought that they would leave directly and choose to attack the strange ship without a pirate flag. Forget it. Everyone has their own life. Kurikas shook his head and looked at the strange ship for a few more times. He didn't think much about it. Having lived for so long, he had seen merchants from all over the world who planned to expand the Grand Line. Most of them didn't end well. Since it's such a stupid choice, let's die. So, they are targeting us. Ron stood at the bow, staring at the strange pirate ship that was coming diagonally with a strange look in his eyes. According to Nami's estimate, if nothing unexpected happens, it will just stop the Enlightenment. However, they can turn to break through directly, and the enemy will fire a few rounds of artillery at most. Of course, none of the 4 people present had that idea. What kind of people dare to rob them? What a good way to kill time. Zoro stepped to the side deck with interest, his eyes lit with fighting spirit. It's been a long time since we met an enemy of sufficient weight. I'm also interested. Nochigo took out an octagonal talisman engraved with a red dragon, eager to try. Will there be treasure on their ship? Nami looked expectant, as if the symbol of money jumped out of her eyes. After all, if they are pirate, there must be a treasure room, right? Probably. Ron glanced at his teammates who were in an excited state, shook his head helplessly and looked at the flag of the enemy ship. A strange flag, most likely some garbage, right? Thinking so, the 2 ships began to meet. Hey, what's the point of being on guard? You don't even use artillery? I feel like we're being underestimated. Isn't this great? It avoids extra casualties. After all, we can't be sure if they are pirates yet. Okay, get ready for battle. Give me the bounty. Derry began to command. At the same time, he saw 4 people on the deck of the 3-masted ship and a bunch of strange sculptures. He felt something was wrong, but when he thought of Bonnie, he waved the bounty in his hand. Hey, guys over there, stop the ship immediately. Now you're being robbed. We're pirate, and the captain is the 21.1 million Bailey pirate Joel Bonnie. If you know what's good for you, surrender immediately. Don't resist in vain. Bonnie? Ron's eyes changed slightly, and he cast his eyes at the pirate ship that was getting closer and closer, but he didn't see Bonnie herself with obvious features. A coincidence of the same name? At this time Zoro stood up and blocked Ron. Now, it's not time for the captain to appear. Can you give me, the vice captain, a chance to appear? When did you become the vice captain? Nami took out the magic weather stick and looked at Zoro's back with dissatisfaction. Of course the captain of this inspiration is Ron, but she thinks the position of vice captain is also quite good. After all, she can get more money and she still owes 400 million. Women should leave here. Zoro stood there with his sword without looking back, looking at the pirate ship getting closer and closer with a cold look. Ron saw everything and twitched his mouth. It's not surprising, even Zoro in the original timeline, after seeing Nami's toughness, he also tried to seize the right to speak. It seems that although I am not the captain, I must at least be a vice captain. However, because of Nami's toughness and his own character of not considering women as opponent, he finally succumbed. Now, we can only wait and see. Derry, why do they feel like resisting? The lookout felt something was wrong and his eyes became serious. Then beat them first. Can we lose to them in close combat? 67-4. The advantage is mine. Derry drew out his saber and held his captain's bounty in one hand. Then, the two ships came to a distance where they could board. The crew of the Bonnie pirates jumped onto the three-masted merchant ship and surrounded the enemy in a half-moon shape. Last warning, surrender. Derry walked out past the crowd, stared at the black-haired man who was obviously the leader, and raised the bounty in his hand. Do you know what a bounty of 21.1 million Baileys is? It's really her. Ron was a little surprised and then chuckled. Go ahead, just don't kill me. What do you mean? You're still thinking about counterattacking after seeing the captain's bounty? The lookout was confused and almost thought that these four people might have brain problems. However, the next second, a green-haired swordsman's speech made him realize that his opponent had a brain problem. How arrogant, a pirate with a mere bounty of 21.1 million. Zoro sneered and drew his sword, holding both swords and rushing out. Stupid, my name is Deli, and I will teach you a lesson next. Deli drew his sword and strode forward, intending to teach his opponent a lesson. Oneo none. Then, he flew back at a faster speed and knocked over a group of confused pirates. You are stupid, Zui. Zoro held his sword and turned into a stream of wind and blew into the crowd, and in an instant chaotic sword light flashed through. Athena storm was set off on the spot, and dense white gas marks suddenly burst out and intertwined to form a grid. More than 20 pirate covered in it screamed and rolled on the ground. Sword of Sufeng. Almost at the same time, Nami held a section of the magic weather stick and pointed it at the enemy. A small bubble appeared at the mouth of the stick. When the bubble burst, the explosive high-speed whirlwind turned into an invisible sword to cut several enemies. She moved closer with agility and combined the three sections of the sky blue short stick together. A black ball of thundercloud wrapped in bubbles quickly emerged from the hole at one end. The bubbles broke into black belt-like thunderclouds in the blink of an eye. Magic weather stick thundercloud staff. Nami swept it vigorously, and the black belt thundercloud immediately covered the remaining enemies. The restlessness of positive and negative charges turned into golden thunder and roared up. More than 30 pirates were instantly electrocuted, and they fainted and fell down with black smoke coming out of their mouth. Don't steal my prey. Nami. Zoro slashed Derry, who got up again and turned around to glare at the guy who was trying to steal his prey. After roughly calculating the time, the protagonist's current timeline is from August to September 1519. Bonnie arrived at the Sabayati archipelago earlier than Luffy, and it took a year from the South China Sea to the Sabayati archipelago. The reverse calculation is about the same time. It is logically no problem to meet Bonnie, who has just entered the Grand Line. Chapter 139. Bonnie, you don't want to be a bear either. Ron didn't say they are all your prey. Nami stuck out her tongue and winked playfully, but unlike making such a playful expression to Ron, she was not trying to be nice this time but provoking. She also wants this Vice Captain. Nami, who has repaired the magic weather stick, is now full of confidence. She saw how powerful Ron's bone powder is yesterday, although the price is that she will have to knock Ron's legs and rub his shoulders for the next week. However, the weather plants in the weather plantation change every day. This woman. Zoro's face darkened and he was about to say something. A furious shout suddenly sounded, accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air. What did you do to my men? A black shadow flew over the enemy ship, swooping down like a hawk. Nakago's eyes flashed and he picked up the talisman and wanted to summon fire to kill the enemy captain to make up for his presence. Nami and Zoro also reacted together until a flash of lightning flashed. Boom! The violent blue lightning arc flashed with a roar, and the unsheathed magic knife slashed on the fist of the person who came. The violent power was transmitted. The deck under Ron's feet cracked into spider web-like fragment, and the black shadow took advantage of the force to do a backflip and landed, staring at the enemy with a serious look. She had long straight pink hair and a golden semicircle face spike under her right eye. She was wearing denim shorts, a white short-sleeved shirt, brown high-heeled boot, and heart-shaped lipstick. She was dressed similarly to the other members of the Bonnie Pirate who were dressed in Western cowboy style. To answer your question just now, it was your people who robbed us first. Ron held the magic sword Thousand Blades and stared at this acquaintance with cold eyes. Although he knew who she was and had an impression of her, but if she was his mortal enemy he could kill her. Hey? Bonnie realized that the position of the ship was wrong at this time and turned to look at the pirates who had collapsed on the ground. Captain, I'm sorry, I acted on my own. Derry struggled to get up with blood all over his body, picked up his saber and stood a little in front of Bonnie, but he was immediately pushed back by Bonnie. Stop talking, I probably understand why you're acting. I'll take care of this now. Bonnie pushed Derry to the back and stared at Ron fiercely. I'll make you pay. Then it's a matter of winning or losing. Golden patterns appeared on Ron's palm holding the knife and he disappeared on the spot with the next step. Zoro frowned, thought about it and still didn't intervene in the battle between the captain. Nami and Nakago retreated together, protected by the cast iron knight. After all, they were characters who could fight Ron. On the open deck, Bonnie, who was shouting angrily, didn't know when she put on a pair of extremely sturdy brass knuckles, and every time she punched, it was like a heavy artillery roaring and setting off a violent whistle. Although she looks slender and thin, if you really treat her, a pirate with a bounty of more than 20 million, as a little girl, but you will feel the monster-level power from this iron fist. Ron would not underestimate her. The magic knife swung and brought up a green blade light, colliding with the bombardment of the brass knuckles. The deck was blown by a strong wind, and dozens of fights had been fought while the sparks were swaying. Although Bonnie did not have a bounty as high as that of Shabayati Island at this moment, her strength was not weak at all. The appetite of the Big Eater brought extremely powerful strength, and even Aaron could hardly defeat this seemingly slender girl. And this was not the most difficult part for her, because Bonnie was still a demon ability user. Even Ron had to be cautious to suppress the enemy with speed and then look for opportunities. I'll kill you, Bonnie shouted angrily and increased her strength, and her strange power drove the brass knuckles to smash the extremely fast enemy. The fist wind tore the afterimage, and then the blue thunder was blazing. The leaping lightning arc tore the air, and the high temperature expanded and rolled up the hot wind. Three forms gathering mosquitoes into thunder. The green sword light like thunder burst out with lightning arc, and more than 20 slashing trajectories were released around Bonnie. The latter kept roaring but was completely unable to break the enemy's offensive. Wave-shaped lightning accompanied by slashing blade light filled the entire space like a volcano about to erupt, constantly gathering momentum just to erupt in anger. Bonnie's scalp numbed, but she could not stop the enemy's accumulated attack. The next moment, the flickering lightning arc pattern became clear in an instant and then quickly gathered and converged to one part of the lightning pattern. Then it turned into a tree-shaped lightning arc and exploded from several meters away. Blue thunder wrapped around the magic knife and slashed straight down. Type 5 Heat Realm Thunder. Boom! The air shook instantly, and a blue thunderbolt wrapped in high temperature slashed through the air. It was as dazzling as the wrath of the thunder god. Bonnie waved her fist and smashed, but suddenly heard the wailing of steel. The brass knuckles on her hand cracked and turned into fragments and fell to the ground. They were actually cut open by the enemy's sword. Her face froze, and hot wind suddenly blew in her face. The cold blade slashed into the extremely tough shoulder in the next moment. You've been fooled, you slippery guy. Bonnie's face was grim as she lowered her shoulder and crashed into the strong wind, and her other hand stretched out to grab the enemy. Even if the enemy seemed to have sensed it and grabbed her wrist, he only needed to turn his hand to touch her body. So, she won. The devil's ability was activated. Almost at the moment when Bonnie's heart was jumping for joy, Ron grabbed Bonnie's wrist with one hand and opened his lips. Swallow the river and fill the river. The cold sea water came out of the throat, turned into a tide and hit the enemy's forehead, smashing Bonnie's abacus. You are the one who was fooled, Bonnie. Ron looked at Bonnie, whose strength was taken away by the sea water, mockingly, and turned his wrist with the knife and hit the handle of the knife hard on the soft abdomen. Ahem! Bonnie's eyes widened and she bent down with a painful look on her face. Then, the cold blade was placed on her neck and the purple tip of the blade was stained with blood with just a slight movement. Don't move. If you move, they will die with you. Ron put a knife on Bonnie's neck, making her afraid to move for a while, and then asked Nami to get a rope to tie up these people. Because the opponent was too weak, he was knocked down too quickly, and Ron said not to kill, so the people in Bonnie's pirate group were surprised to find that no one died. It was just a little serious, but if he was treated well, he could still recover. Derry was the first person to react. He looked at the seriously injured brothers on the left and Bonnie, who was tied up like a caterpillar, on the right. He immediately struggled to kneel down in front of Ron, knocking his head on the deck. I made all the decisions alone. If you want revenge, you can take my head. Although it's not very powerful, there is also a bounty of 8 million Baileys. This guy is really quick to react. Nami split the magic weather stick into 3 parts and stood behind Ron with Zoro on both sides. Ron ignored Derry. When he heard the noise, he turned around and saw the 2 gate gods, and then heard Nakago's low laughter. He shook his head helplessly and turned to look at Derry. If you want revenge, it's normal to leave no one alive. Besides, what's the use of your head? Isn't your captain more valuable? Do you know what the bounty of 21.1 million Baileys is? Derry's face froze and his eyes glanced at Bonnie, who was tied up like a caterpillar with a rag stuffed in her mouth. He ruthlessly kowtowed again. You can also take all our lives. Do whatever you want. I just hope you can let our captain go. She didn't know about this at first. What use do I have for you? Ron shook his head with a smile. If there is any use, it shouldn't be the one of you who is more beautiful. Yes. He didn't finish his words because Nami kicked him expressionlessly. Derry showed a desperate expression for no reason and didn't know what to do. Forget it. Shut up. Let me talk to your captain. Ron moved forward and looked at the struggling Bonnie. I declare in advance that you have seen the feelings of your crew members towards you, right? If you dare to curse as badly as before, I can guarantee that I will chop off one person's head for one more swear word. After speaking, he reached out and took the rag out of Bonnie's mouth. The latter took a deep breath and then coughed repeatedly because of the stench, but her beautiful eyes still stared at Ron fiercely. Who are you? What happened just now? Do you know my devil ability? What a boring question. Ron held his chin with his hand, his eyes teasing. You are too famous, Big Eater. Isn't it well known that devil fruit users are afraid of sea water? The moment he recognized Bonnie, he was on guard, because Bonnie is the user of the devil fruit Paradamanti Pier's old fruit, the devil fruit that can freely control age, and what is more special is that she can also touch people to make them older or younger. If she succeeded in using the devil fruit ability just now, Ron would instantly become an old man or a child. This is a very terrifying devil ability. The most important thing is that Bonnie thought Ron didn't know and deliberately pretended to be incompetent and furious, leaving a big flaw to the enemy, and finally took the opportunity of Ron's charge to use his devil ability. But what she didn't expect was the ability of the years-old fruit was known to the enemy from the beginning. After Ron found out why a pirate with more than 20 million combat power was so weak, he realized that there was a problem. He set a trap and covered Bonnie's head with seawater to take away Bonnie's strength, and then in one fell swoop. This is the importance of intelligence. Don't look at it, Ron just answered, but if you look closely at the content you will find that he actually didn't reveal anything. Pure nonsense. Asshole, you didn't say anything, Bonnie screamed angrily, but after seeing Ron put the knife directly on Deli's neck, she was like a deflated ball. That expression of swallowing anger is similar to Nami at the beginning. Tell me how to solve this matter. Ron teased Bonnie for a while and then asked frankly, what do you mean? Are you going to let us go? Bonnie was stunned, as if she noticed something. It depends on your sincerity. Ron sighed and ignored the puzzled eyes of Zoro and Nami. To be honest, it's not that he wants to let Bonnie go because Bonnie looks good and wears hot clothes, but Bonnie's dad is really awesome. The current king of the 7 warlords of the sea, Tyrant Bear, has the ability of the meatball fruit. His combat power is comparable to that of a vice admiral in the navy, not the ordinary vice admiral at the bottom, but the level of Garp. To exaggerate, he can even fight with an admiral for a while. In addition, Bear's own demonic ability is the most terrifying in the sea in terms of mobility. Even if it is Marijoa or the Navy headquarters, he can come and go as he pleases. For example, from the New World to the Navy headquarters, Bear may arrive in half a day. Of course, this refers to things that can be done with demonic abilities, and other situations are ignored. If Bonnie is killed here today, Bear will come to the door soon. That is not something that an immortal totem can solve. It's a similar drama to killing Buggy and Red Hair. Once is enough. There are treasures in the ship. I can give them all to you. Bonnie bit her rosy lips and offered a price. Really? How much? Nami's beautiful eyes turned into $, and her voice became excited. Why does this woman feel less reliable than before? Is it because she is getting closer to Ron that her true nature is beginning to be exposed? Zoro was very upset. How could he let the enemy go for money in this situation? Nami, don't interfere with Ron. Nakago came close at the right time, covered Nami's mouth and dragged her back. Ron, who knew Nami's true nature well, was not surprised but said lightly, from the moment you were defeated, your so-called treasure is already our spoils of war. Are you going to compensate me with my things? What do you want? Bonnie looked irritable but had to restrain herself. She gritted her teeth and asked, if you don't want to kill me, then be straightforward. If you want to kill me. At this point, Bonnie did not continue. After all, if she were to die, she would probably beg for life desperately. She couldn't die before seeing that person. In just over a year, her illness will be cured and she can live with him in the sun. She went to sea just for that man, and she must not die here. You seem to have a reason not to die. Ron looked at the wavering Bonnie and probably guessed the reason. In his memory, the relationship between Bonnie and Kuma was like a daughter chasing a father who ran away from home. Very stubborn, considering Kuma's ability and his elusiveness, as well as his bargaining chips with the 7 warlords of the sea. In addition, because of some relationship he didn't know, or maybe Kuma had reached a deal with the world government. The world government issued an order that the Navy was not allowed to hurt Bonnie. There was probably only one thing to do. Work for me, Ellie. Bonnie. Ron simply gave his price. What are you talking about? Bonnie was confused, and she didn't expect things to develop like this. Is this an invitation for her to join the enemy's pirate group? This kind of thing is actually not uncommon. Many powerful pirates defeat powerful opponents. There will also be situations where instead of killing the enemy, they invite the enemy to join them in order to expand the team. But aren't these people businessmen? Zoro on the side also frowned, unable to see through Ron's thought. However, considering the captain's prestige and Ron always being very smart, so he said nothing. On the contrary, Nami and Nakako stared at Bonnie, who was dressed hotly, with suspicion. It seemed that they thought of something. Here it comes. Today's day. Chapter 140. This 9 years old. Chapter 140. This fucking 9 years old. Bonnie came back to her senses from the confusion, frowned and said coldly, "What are you talking about? If you want to ask for a huge compensation, you might as well hand me over to the Navy. I am worth more than 20 million Baileys alive." She said so, but she had subconsciously shrunk her body to prevent herself from showing too much of her overly exposed body. She had already begun to regret why she had to wear such cool clothes. No one could beat her before, so she didn't care. But now, it may sound strange, but we are well known in the Navy. If they really tie you up, maybe they will catch us first. The bounty may not be as high as theirs, but I think the Navy will definitely not give up on catching us. Ron's eyes were strange. It was a good idea, but it was another matter for them. If they just sold Bonnie to make themselves appear in the Navy's field of vision, that would be the real trouble. A question mark appeared on Bonnie's head. So you guys are also pirate? But why? You don't have any reputation at all. You can't even see the pirate flag? Bonnie had 10,000 question marks at the moment, but the situation was stronger than people. She still gritted her teeth and continued to look for ways to keep everyone alive. So what do you want? This doesn't work and that doesn't work. Just make an offer directly. Simple. You work for me. Ron pondered for a while and simply confessed his calculations. I know why you went to sea. You want to meet Bartholomew Kuma, one of the current 7 warlords of the sea, right? The tyrant of the kingdom of Salbai. You. Bonnie's pupils shrank and her expression instantly became alert. She didn't know when her secret became known to everyone, and only the crew knew about the existence of the bear. How could this person know so much? Don't rush to deny or lie. Because of some unspeakable reasons, I know your relationship with the big bear very well, so I won't kill you and cause trouble for myself. Even because of some of my own interests, I really hope to establish friendship with the big bear. But Ron looked calm and hooked his fingers. The magic knife broke into dense fragments and pressed against the necks of Deli and others. Only you are an exception. They are not. As the loser, it is natural for me to take their lives and the treasures on the ship. So, do you accept the deal? Use their lives in exchange for your work for me? Boss Bonnie. Duri's face changed and he was about to speak when he was kicked over by Zoro. The blade flashed and pierced into the big mouth and pressed against the tongue. Our captain didn't let you speak. Zoro's eyes were cold and his wrist holding the knife turned a little bit, pressing Duri's tongue firmly. The others were in a commotion, but there was a jingling sound beside their ears. Nami held 3 pieces of sky blue short pipes and stared at them with ill intentions. The cruel reality once again turned into a slap in the face, slapping everyone in the Bonnie pirate. The so-called transaction was only based on the words of the other captain. From a realistic point of view, they were still meat under the knife. Okay, I promise you. Bonnie gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, then looked at her crew. Shut up. If you lose, you lose. As long as you are not dead. Very good, Miss Bonnie. You made a very wise choice. Ron nodded happily, and the broken blade flashed and cut the rope on Bonnie's body when his fingers hooked. Then he used the air blade to cut the ropes on other people. What are you going to do with us? There are 68 people here. Bonnie got up and rubbed her blue wrist, but her eyes changed slightly, quietly examining the positions of the 4 enemies. Too naive. She is a pirate, so she believed this kind of surrender so casually. You will become my worker, but they are not. At most, I will send them to the next island. Ron stood up straight, smiling, but I have to remind you that if you plan to take action, there will be no so-called transaction. The olive branch I extend is limited, so don't regret it at that time. Bonnie's expression froze, and she pouted and stretched out her hand. Is this okay? Yes. How long do I have to work for you? We have to settle the accounts first. Ron looked at the crew members of the Bonnie pirate. Each of them is worth 10 million Baileys, so you owe me 670 million. I will not accept bargaining. If you insist, I will let them leave the equivalent of body part, and your monthly salary is 1 million Baileys, and there will be extra bonuses if there are battles. Wait a minute, are you going to let me work for you for the rest of my life? Bonnie widened her beautiful eyes, and Deli and others were angry. These rough guys, even if they are sold at the bear paw price, they can't get 10 million. Isn't it worth 10 million to buy a companion's life? Ron tilted his head, and the broken blade pressed against Deli's throat while his fingers were hooked. Is he worth 10 million? If it's not worth it, I can only regretfully give up 10 million. This is a threat, a naked threat. Bonnie gritted her teeth but dared not say it was not worth it. Since the other party is a pirate, we must look at him from his cruel perspective. Only in this way can we avoid those uncles from being hurt. Okay, don't look like a punching bag. Ron shook his head, and the broken blade under the magic sword was pieced together to form a complete blade. He put the sword back into the sheath and said calmly, I won't let you return it all by yourself. Remember what I said before? I really hope to establish friendship with Big Bear because of my own interest. If I keep squeezing you, it will only backfire. As he said, he came to Bonnie and stretched out his hand. So, I can guarantee that within a year you will meet Bartholomew Big Bear. This is my sincerity, just like I know what your devil ability is. So, give me your answer. Bonnie, aren't you afraid that I will turn you into a child? Bonnie's eyes fluctuated. She didn't expect it to develop like this. Ron smiled and said nothing. Zoro stepped forward silently behind him, and his hands were already on the handles of the 3 knives. Derry and others changed their expressions, and Nami and Nakako also began to be on guard. What a confident guy. Bonnie reached out and held the broad palm, and everyone's spirits tensed up. But nothing happened. Very good. It seems that we have established initial trust. Ron happily pulled out his hand, then remembered something and asked curiously, for this initial trust, can you answer me a question? What? How old are you now? Bonnie looked down at her chest and said coldly, Gee. A question mark appeared above Ron's head. Nami and Nakako's eyes pierced his back like a sharp sword, and Zoro frowned and said nothing. Ahem, you've grown up really well, but that's not what I'm asking. Ron clenched his fist and coughed, emphasizing, I'm talking about your real age. You look like a 17 or 18-year-old girl, but from the point that you can trust me, I think you should have used your demonic power to change your appearance, and what I see now is not your real age. So, can you tell me how old you are? You mean I'm as easy to fool as a child? Bonnie tasted the meaning of the word, widened her beautiful eyes and stared at Ron fiercely. No, you mean you were lying to me just now? No, calm down, just curious. Ron spread his hands helplessly. He was indeed curious about Bonnie's age. After all, it was her demonic ability that could change her age. There was even an example of her turning into a child. Bonnie looked at Ron suspiciously, who looked sincere, and then said coldly, 9 years old. 9 years old? Ron looked at Bonnie, her hot outfit and her great figure. This is fucking 9 years old? What? You're only 9 years old? Nami opened her beautiful eyes wide with an unbelievable look on her face, and Nakako was also confused. If it's a demonic ability, it doesn't seem impossible, right? Or is she actually lying? Zoro narrowed his eyes, hinting, Boss, Bonnie didn't lie to you. She is indeed 9 years old, and her birthday was a few months ago. Derry spoke at the right time, defending himself seriously. Taking the opportunity to speak, he stepped forward to block Bonnie and looked at Ron. I don't know what you want to do. I don't know whether what you said is true or false, but I have to tell you first. Boss, Bonnie is a big eater. If you can't afford her, we won't hand her over to you. Derry, you have no right to speak here. Bonnie's face changed, and she dragged the much taller deputy captain to the ground. Before Ron spoke, she glared at Derry fiercely. Shut your mouth and leave honestly. This is the captain's order. Derry smiled bitterly and said nothing. I will take care of myself. Bonnie saw him like this. Her tone was firm. This was the truth. She was ready. Bonnie felt that she was no longer a child. Although she was only 9 years old, she had seen much more than people of the same age. She would naturally not be fooled by the enemy's words and completely trust him. Did the black-haired man really just want to make friends with the bear and exchange some interest? No other reason? No intention to use her to threaten anything? These are all what Bonnie needs to worry about in her heart. But even if she doesn't trust him, what can she do? Even if she just seized the opportunity to turn the other captain into a child, making this powerful guy lose his fighting power, and she still has the trump card was not used. But in the subsequent battle, can she really protect Derry and the others? The other side just took action with only 2 people and killed all of Derry and the others. Moreover, would that guy who looked very smart really let her use her demonic power without any defense? Bonnie still remembers the sudden spurt of seawater. The situation is stronger than people, there is no doubt about it. Besides, Bonnie herself discovered that the Grand Line is not the same as the original South China Sea. The old man with a Mediterranean hairstyle who is extremely weird, and the black-haired man in front of him who is unknown but can defeat him in a few moves. 2 chapters for 6k. I can't do 10,000 today. I'm not in a good state. I'll work hard tomorrow. Chapter 141 One Piece comic. They are all people I have never met before, but I met 2 of them just after entering the Grand Line. Will it be rare in the future? The answer is obvious. Bonnie knows that she is weak, but Derry and the others are weaker. In order to repay the kindness of the bear, these strongest fishermen in the kingdom have done the best they can. She is very grateful, but she also knows that she can't let them accompany her on the road ahead. This failure does not have too serious consequences, but what about the next time. Bonnie knows the answer very well, so she accepted the so-called deal of the other captain. Taking the opportunity that the other party still needs her, she put Derry and others in on the next island. At least they won't die in front of her. As for the future, that's another story. If the situation is not right, she will run away. Of course, this can only be done after Deli and others are safe. So, Bonnie said this very firmly. Is that so? Deli seemed to realize something, smiled bitterly and stopped talking. The other members of the Bonnie pirates had the same expression, with a bitter smile full of unwillingness and lament. They are still too weak. Okay, what's your name? Ron. Okay, I'll go with you. But you heard what he said just now, right? I have a special physique and I eat much more than others. I don't ask you to let me eat enough, but at least you can't let me starve to death. Bonnie stared at Ron, her tone a little apprehensive. After all, she knew how much she ate. Okay, enough. Ron thought about it but didn't ask Bonnie too much. He turned to look at Zoro and Nojigo and pointed to the pirate ship of the Bonnie pirate. Go and bring back all the treasures on that ship. Don't move anything else and be careful. Bonnie's mouth twitched when she heard this, but she still said nothing. She found a corner and sat cross-legged, staring blankly without saying a word. When they come back, you will return to your ship and follow us. After finishing the business on the next island, you will leave on your own. Ron gave instructions to Derry and others and then looked at Nami. Follow the direction of the record pointer. We will go to Whiskey Peak. Got it. Nami glanced at Bonnie and her envious eyes fell on the other's towering collar. That guy, is he really 9 years old? Is he growing up? Ron ignored Nami's wild thought, and while watching over Derry and others, he was also thinking about his decision. It was an unexpected thing to meet Bonnie, who went out to sea, but it did not prevent Ron from keenly perceiving the benefits to himself. First of all, Bonnie went out to sea to find Kuma, and for unknown reasons the Navy will not arrest Bonnie. Current speculation is that Kuma may have made a deal with the world government. Therefore, for Kuma, Bonnie must be very important. In other words, killing her will bring huge troubles. Refer to the incident of Red Hair's surprise attack on the East China Sea. Moreover, for Ron, Kuma is even more dangerous. The identity of the 7 warlords of the sea is different from that of the 4 emperors, and the Navy will not create resistance for Kuma, and the ability of the meatball fruit gives Kuma extremely terrifying mobility. In other words, faking death and escaping is useless unless he hides his identity for a lifetime, but there is obviously no need for that. However, Ron is not so generous to release Bonnie and others directly. He simply compromised and wanted to gain benefits from Bonnie. At present, the main goal of Ron and his group is to make money, and the secondary goal is to become a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. If Crocodile is really defeated or even killed according to his plan, Ron will certainly gain a lot of reputation, but he may not be favored by the world government to send out an invitation letter to the Shishibukai. Therefore, an intermediary is needed to recommend him to the world government to become one of the Shishibukai. Kuma is the best candidate he can think of. With Bonnie in hand, he can completely explain the whole story and then use Bonnie's safety as a trade in exchange for Kuma's recommendation. As for how to contact Kuma, Ron's current plan is to find a way to contact the Revolutionary Army. Coincidentally, his actions in Alabasta must use the power of the Revolutionary Army. In this way, Vivi must be held in hand first, and I need the power of the royal family to find the Revolutionary Army. The simple plan in Ron's mind gradually took shape. Yes, he does not intend to deal with Crocodile by himself. It is true that Crocodile in the original timeline was defeated by Luffy in the early stage. Don't forget that the opponent's performance in the top war was extremely eye-catching. Disdain for Xiaoming fighting with Hawkeye and Akainu all had a certain degree of impact on the situation of the war at the top. Although there is an explanation, people who have lost their dreams and will be rapidly weakened in all aspects. This is true for strength, appearance, and even domineering. For example, under the brush of a certain Tien, Nami, whose dream failed, almost looked like an old woman when she was old, but in the context of a successful dream, she can maintain her beauty in her 50s and 60s. There is a similar saying about domineering training. However, those are not actually the rules shown in the plot, but just imaginations to make up for the lack of logic. Ron can't bet on this. Coincidentally, there is a person in Alabasta that the Revolutionary Army cares about very much, Nico Robin, and the historical text that records the Pluto battleship. He thinks these 2 cards are enough for the Revolutionary Army to dispatch a tough guy at the level of the commander. They do the work and Ron gets the reputation. Everyone has a bright future. Isn't this a win-win situation? As for the loser Crocodile, he probably wouldn't care. While thinking, Zoro and Nojiko also came back with 2 large boxes to ensure that the captain had enough food money. The people of the Bonnie pirates took great pains to convert all the treasures into Bailey so that they can take out money to eat as soon as they arrive. Only a small part of the treasure was not converted in time. According to Deli, they were chased by the Navy and got it from a group of pirates they met on the road. However, these are now Ron's spoils of war. The treasure is worth 8 million, and Bailey has was 12 million. After taking over the spoils, Ron asked Deli and others to return to their ship and keep a distance from the Enlightenment. It is worth mentioning that Zoro originally wanted to destroy the cannons on the Bonnie pirates' ship, but later he remembered the characteristics of force field repulsion and gave up. Use these cannons as early warning devices. If other pirates in the Bonnie pirates have any bad ideas, they will regret it in their next life when the cannons sound. Ron did not say anything about this. He divided the treasures first. Nami, Nochigo, and Zoro each had one. The rest was placed in the team's public account. He recharged 12 million and then asked Zoro to watch Bonnie, and he went straight to the third floor. What? Of course, it was a lottery. The silver lighter lit the flower, and the favor of the goddess of luck was triggered. The silver roulette wheel turned. An array of light spit out drawn low concentration sea stone handcuffs. A pair of handcuffs and a copper key appeared in Ron's hand. The light screen popped up and the data was refreshed. Low concentration sea stone handcuffs. Origin: pirate dimension. Type: binding item. Effect: although the sea stone content is not high, it can still suppress the demonic ability of the demon ability user. Only a certain degree of mobility is retained, and it is extremely strong. Only the matching key can open it. Obviously, this is prepared for Bonnie. You don't need to handcuff both hands, but at least one hand must be handcuffed. People's hearts are separated by their stomach. This is the minimum insurance. After completing the main goal, Ron took a look at the dimension roulette. Balance of chips 4 million. Let's try a small draw and see how lucky we are today. Ron decided to play the advanced VIP roulette and draw directly. 2 rays of light were thrown out, which stunned him. Draw none. Piece comic. Draw none. Piece comic. What the hell? Ron had 2 more books in his hand, and his mind was a little confused. He opened it and saw the extremely familiar black and white painting style and the plot of One Piece. I really didn't expect to draw such a thing. What is this? Can I play the role of a prophet? Ron didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he still read the comics in his hand very seriously. Although there was not much content, it was the future content he had never seen before. At least one thing can be confirmed. Bonnie is indeed 9 years old, and Crocodile is indeed very tricky. Baki, who was shot dead by me, became the 4 emperors. Bounty of 3.189 billion Baileys. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. Ron's mouth twitched, and he couldn't believe the scene of Buggy becoming the 4 emperors. This doesn't count as him killing a future big man. And is Crocodile's bounty 1.965 billion Baileys? Ron began to have a headache. He was more and more glad that he didn't underestimate the other party too much and wanted the Revolutionary Army to deal with this sand crocodile. Even if the factor of arrogance is true, Crocodile may not be so easy to deal with. He put the 2 black and white comics into the 4-dimensional chrysanthemum and then picked up the sea stone handcuffs. From the description, it should be the kind worn by Luffy in Wano country. It can suppress the power of demons without excessively depriving the wearer of strength. So, Bonnie, who was in a daze, was handcuffed with a pair of handcuffs with an inexplicable look on her face and then quickly became weak. What are you doing? She asked angrily and anxiously, raising her hand to use her ability but found that she couldn't use it at all. Low concentration sea stone handcuffs are very strong and can suppress the demonic abilities of demon users. After wearing this, you can't use your demonic abilities and your strength will also be greatly reduced. But don't worry, this is just a necessary insurance measure. Ron threw the key into the 4-dimensional chrysanthemum space and said calmly, we have to be on guard against your hypocrisy, right? I don't care, but I can't help but consider my partners. Besides, I only handcuffed one hand. Bonnie's face was dark, but she didn't say much. It's already been handcuffed, and it's too late to turn against each other. At this time, Nochigo just walked out of the first floor and shouted, dinner is ready. Chapter 142. The stratification of swordsmanship. Ron's progress. Ron usually has a plan before taking action. In most cases he is in a state of that's it. However, on Bonnie he suddenly found that he seemed to have underestimated the title of the so-called Big Eater. That was not a personal nickname but a title that could be registered by the Navy on the bounty order, which was a signature feature of a pirate. So, Ron found that he might have failed. Zoro could eat meat several times his own size, but Bonnie was 5 times stronger than Zoro. The whole eating process lasted more than 2 hours. Nakago was so tired that Bonnie could only eat 70% full, and her stomach was swollen like a ball. I've said before that I'm a big eater, Captain Ron. Don't break your promise. Bonnie had a thick bandage wrapped around her shoulder, and the knife wound on her body had no effect on her eating. She put one foot on the table as she spoke, and raised her chin slightly provocatively. It's too late even if you regret it now. Eat more than a pig, Ron commented frankly, and then his eyes fell on Bonnie's foot on the table. But if you don't want to cause trouble, don't put your feet on the table so impolitely. Hey, what do you care about me? Bonnie sneered, and then her expression froze. Because Ron said, very good, then let's calculate the debt of 670 million. It's natural to pay back debt, isn't it? If you can't take it out, I can only regard it as a failed deal. Hey, I've been like this since I was a child. Bonnie retracted her foot in dismay, muttering unyieldingly, eating is the happiest thing. Why bother about so many rules? On my ship, rules are necessary. Ron shook his head and stood up, going to the lower deck. Nami and Nakako held down Bonnie, who wanted to slip away, and supervised her to deal with the chores of washing dishes and pot. Yes. After Ron found that Bonnie was a big eater, he added a task requirement to deal with the chores. Bonnie, who had the handle in his hand, could only do it. He went to the training ground on the lower deck, took off his shirt to expose his strong chest, and then changed into tight pants and walked into the training ground. Today is still 1 hour. Zoro sat cross-legged on the smooth ground covered with a thin layer of steel. Suddenly opened his eyes, stood up and drew 3 swords. Well, you always have to turn your thoughts into actual improvement in battle. Ron stepped forward, and the steel floor under his feet was covered with dense sword scratches. These were left when he competed with Zoro. On the way from the East China Sea to here, they would often compete in the afternoon and evening. In hundreds of battles they improved each other. Now, it is no exception. The more he studied the sword form, the more Ron realized his shallowness. In the battle with Zoro at night, it seemed that several thunder sword forms were used, but in fact just used the literal sword type moves. If it is described in terms of painting, it can be roughly divided into painting skin, painting bones, and painting spirit. Even with the blessing of the sword heart, Ron is only at the level of copying a tiger. There is no bone structure, nor the essence of the sword type. He realized this very early, so he kept increasing his time on sword training. A little bit of accumulation plus the talent of the sword heart. Finally, in the battle with Bonnie not long ago, he figured out the sword type of the painting bone level. Then let's start. Zoro didn't waste words. The Sandai Kaititsu, Yokaizo, and Wado Ikemonji were drawn out one after another, forming a 3-sword style. Ron drew out the magic sword. Golden patterns wrapped around his palms and fingers, and at the same time he injected chi into the magic sword to link the fragments together. He did not enter the state of double fusion. After all, this was just a swordsmanship exchange. In the case that they couldn't kill each other anyway, it didn't matter whether they used their full strength or not. It's better to say the weakness in attributes can promote the improvement of swordsmanship. Bang bang. The next moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly sounded regardless of front and back. Zoro rushed forward. Ron was a little slower and put all his strength into it. Infused into one foot, it suddenly exploded. Amid the hissing of the air, a ferocious green lightning flashed out. One type thunderbolt flash. Dang. A ferocious green lightning arc exploded on the blocking double sword, and a white air wave suddenly rose around the collision point. The steel ground made a creaking sound as if it could not bear the weight. Shua. A line of sword light slashed past. Zoro bit the Wado Ikemonji and left a cut on Ron's chest. Then he exploded with brute force to shake off the magic sword, crossed his hands at the collarbone, and pointed the double swords in reverse grip at the direction of advance like double horn. 2 swords bull needle. Like a needle tip, 20 or so blade lights whistled out but were shattered by 5 azure thunderbolts that suddenly exploded. Type 2. Rice Soul. Ron chopped Zoro's ox needles with one sword and suddenly exerted force under his feet to turn into a zigzag lightning. First he avoided Zoro's subsequent blade in a zigzag shape, and then the lightning flashed. Type 3. Gathering mosquitoes into thunder. The azure blade light with thunder turned into a net and bloomed around Zoro, and the trajectory of the slash was filled with wavy lightning arcs. Zoro's pupils shrank as he swung his sword to block, and he keenly noticed that his opponent's attack was heavier than the other. The azure blade lights that slashed down were extremely fierce, but he retained 3/10 of his strength and transferred them to the next sword, as if in the situation of unlimited strength is constantly gathering momentum. The sword that defeated Bonnie. Zoro's thought flashed through his mind, and he was about to move, but Ron saw through the subtle details, and the blade turned, and the wave-like lightning arc suddenly gathered in a lightning pattern and gathered inward. The green light leaped, and the tree-like lightning arcs crackled. Zoro, who was enveloped by the lightning arc, felt a tingling sensation in an instant, and his movements inevitably hesitated for a moment. Then the lightning light became blazing. The blue lightning wrapped around the magic sword, and it slashed straight down. A thunderbolt left the sword and roared and hit the Wado Ikemonji. Zoro turned his neck at the critical moment and blocked it with the blade. Lightning sword energy. When the lightning arc exploded, he was paralyzed and flew more than 10 meters away. Ron stepped out of the fading lightning and chased after him. Zoro immediately turned over and fought with Ron with 3 slashes. The roars continued for an hour before gradually disappearing. Looking at the training ground again, Ron was lying on the ground in a big letter shape, panting like a dog. Zoro was not far away from him, not much better than him. High intensity fighting with equal strength is the most physically demanding. Even if death is not considered, the tense nerves, the crazy thinking brain, the thinking that makes several decisions in less than a second, and the constantly moving muscles, these are all big energy consumers. Of course, this is not the physical limit of Ron and Zoro, but they are sparring rather than fighting to the death, so they should pay attention to to knowing when to stop. After an unknown amount of time, Zoro got up, sat cross-legged and said, "You have made progress again. After a while you will probably be able to fully master the commonly used sword move. As long as you understand the essence of swordsmanship, the realm of sword light you mentioned will not be far away from you." Breathing and blood recovery continued to work. Ron quickly recovered and smiled. "Really? That's great." The sword light they were talking about was not a flying slash, but a realm of swordsmanship that Ron believed in. To give a simple example, Zoro's Wado Ikemonji blade is 88 centimeters long, but it can cut a wooden house in one stroke. Whether it is horizontal or vertical slashing, it can be done easily. The problem is, even if Zoro's swordsmanship is superb, the blade that can be used as a carrier is only 88 centimeters long. How can you cut a house of at least 10 or 20 meters in length in one stroke? The answer is sword light, or sword energy, a kind of air slash that will be generated when the three-dimensional attributes of the swordsmanship meet the standards and the swordsmanship reaches a certain level. In layman's terms, it is to use a terrifying force to compress the air using kinetic energy when swinging the sword, then add skills to make the compressed air become part of the slash, thereby achieving the effect of expanding the slash range. Zoro has demonstrated it many times. He stood still and just waved dozens of cold light. Then the big rock selected as the target broke into dozens of pieces. This is the so-called sword light. I think it will be fast. You are improving faster than I expected. Zoro sighed with emotion, and there was a rare envy on his face. It's really cheating to be able to improve swordsmanship talent with demon power. Ha ha ha, after all, it's me. If I'm not special, how can I be your captain? Ron laughed loudly, and then stood up and sat cross-legged on the spot, his eyes full of expectation. I don't know when I can become a great swordsman who can use a flying slash with just a raise of his hand. That's too far away. Zoro shook his head. The one who can use the flying slash is the great swordsman, and there is a swordsman realm before the great swordsman. You are now a master of swordsmanship, but if you want to compare the gap between you and the swordsman, you are far behind. The so-called swordsman can cut steel with one sword. Steel? Tell me more. Ron seemed to have thought of something and asked curiously, "Do you want to know?" "Actually, I don't know much about it. This is what my master said." Zoro sighed, looking a little disappointed. "A sword that can't cut anything can cut steel. It's a completely incomprehensible description. In my opinion, a knife can't cut steel because the knife itself is made of steel. If you want to cut steel with human power, the most reliable way is to have a good knife and overwhelming power." Obviously, Zoro at this time still couldn't comprehend the steel cutting breathing. "Didn't your master tell you more trick?" Ron couldn't help but ask curiously. "After all, if you can make a summary, you must be a swordsman, right? Who knows? I haven't seen the teacher take action for a long time. I just saw him cut off an iron sword with a bamboo sword once." Zoro's eyes were dazed, and he seemed to fall into a response and murmured, "At that time he said that he wanted to be a swordsman. You need to comprehend extraordinary power. Listen to, feel, and breathe all things. Your life breathe, the sword also breathe, and so does steel. The so-called way of a swordsman lies in breathing." "Well, it's still 6,000 today, and the subsequent plot has not been arranged properly. I'm a little stuck. The main thing is that I have to revise the articles in the free period. Too many readers say it's too long-winded." Chapter 143, Zoro's Epiphany. The realm of a swordsman. It's really detailed. Do you have any clues? Ron seemed to realize something and began to try to guide. "I don't know. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have even thought that the teacher had lied to me. But I think that breathing should exist." Zoron's aura changed subtly, and his eyes were blurred as if his mind was no longer here. He continued to speak, speaking to Ron, and as if speaking to himself. "Every time I practice the thunder breathing method, I always hear a sound. It's like the endless thunder running in the wilderness, and it seems to be my own life rhythm, my own breathing. To be honest, I thought it was absurd at first and thought I was hallucinating. However, as I practiced the thunder breathing method, when integrating those useful methods into myself, the sound became clearer and clearer. The contraction and expansion of the heartbeat, the flow of blood, the rhythm of muscles, and many other inexplicable sounds mixed together and finally became the same sound." Zoro unconsciously pressed his hand on his chest, lowered his head and murmured, "I heard it. That is the breath of life." "Epiphany?" Ron said nothing, and the envy in his eyes was almost overflowing. "Damn, it's true that people will die if they compare themselves with others, and goods will be thrown away if they are compared with goods." Zoro was still immersed in his own world, and his hand dropped from his chest and rested on the hilt of the Wado Ikemonji sword. "The sword also breathes and can even tell me a lot of things. I have had this feeling before. I don't know where the sword is flying to, but at the moment I want to hold the sword, I always know where it is naturally." His eyes flashed with wisdom. Scenes of past memories kept emerging, and he firmly grasped the gradually formed thing in his hand. "Yes, the sword also breathes and has its own life rhythm. I seem to remember." "Right, remember the wailing of Liuyin and Lake when they were broken, which was the echo of their death. So, life has its own voice, its own breath, and the sword also also has its own rhythm, its own breath. Then inject your will into the blade, see the breathing of all things, and decide for yourself whether to cut or not. Zoro stood up suddenly and closed his eyes. Then he stretched out one hand and bent it in front of him, and suddenly pulled out the Wado Ikemonji with the other hand. The sharp blade was unsheathed, and a line of cold light slashed on the arm. There was no gushing blood, and there was no sound of the sharp blade cutting through flesh and bone. The blade, which should have been extremely sharp, slid down along the flesh, and nothing was cut. Cut the steel. Zoro opened his eyes suddenly, and the cold blade slashed down again. Swish! Ron lowered his head. Looking at the floor between him and Zoro, a layer of thin steel quietly cracked a straight cut. In fact, with the sharpness and firmness of Wado Ikemonji, if you add a lot of strength, it is not difficult to cut the thin iron with one knife. However, Ron saw clearly that Zoro did not rely on brute force, but in a way that he could not understand for the time being. The so-called steel-cutting breathing. With a seemingly light and actually not much strength, the blade did not even touch the ground. The thin iron was cut. It seemed that it was not steel, but a thin layer of paper. It's amazing. Is this steel cutting? Ron was the first to break the silent atmosphere, raising his hands and applauding. Congratulations, you have become a swordsman. Well, I didn't think it would be this way. Zoro's eyes were complicated, and he fell into a brief silence again. Ron did not interrupt. He knew that the other party was remembering the experience just now, and turning the sudden inspiration into his own strength. After a while, Zoro let out a long breath, sheathed his sword and sat cross-legged on the ground, and suddenly said, "Thank you." "Thank you for what?" Ron was confused. "Breathing method. If it weren't for that, I think it would be difficult for me to really realize the existence of breathing. It made me realize that life also has a unique breath which then extends to sword, and then I can feel the breathing of steel. Then I will accept your thanks." Ron chuckled and didn't refuse too much. He asked curiously, after crossing the threshold of swordsman, "How far are you from the great swordsman?" "I don't know. The characteristic of the great swordsman is flying slash. According to my understanding, it is probably to improve the sword light that can extend more than 10 or 20 meters to a point where it can be used for hundreds of meters or even hundreds of meters. Just like my hawk, but I can't do it now." Zoro thought carefully, then shook his head and denied, "Not enough strength, and the skills seem to be much worse. And I think if I want to master the flying slash, I may have to study the steel-cutting breathing." "Really?" Ron touched his chin, not knowing what to say. Although he knew the original plot, he knew very little about the way of the great swordsman. When Zoro performed the flying slash on the Sky Island in that timeline, he did not explain the specific principle. Under normal circumstances, it is probably that the powerful flying bricks hit the air to form a blade, but to form a flying slash with an effective range of hundreds of meters, it is a bit wishful thinking to rely solely on the powerful flying brick, not to mention the storm kicks performed by those people in CP0, and various variants of the storm kick. Those are all related to the flying slash, that is, the flying blade. It is impossible to do it with a simple powerful flying brick, and there must be some skills that he does not know. However, it seems a bit too far to think about this. Now there is still the threshold of the swordsman stuck in front of Ron. Zoro seemed to have thought of this, and laughed and said, "It's too far to think about these now. It's better to look at the closer present. By the way, I have roughly summarized my experience on armament haki. Do you want to listen? I'm all ears." Ron naturally wouldn't refuse. Armament haki is also one of the power systems he coveted. With the experience of Zoro, the pioneer, it will be much easier to step into the path of haki. In fact, this is not the first time that Ron has listened to Zoro's teachings on armament haki. However, he is not a genius, so the progress will be slower. Slow. If possible, I really want to draw a domineering qualification, but judging from the performance of the Dimension Roulette's prize pool, I'm afraid it will take at least a normal 100 million level prize pool to draw it. Ron left the training ground more than an hour later than usual, exhausted. His steps were a little shaky, and his brain was simply clanging. It's not that one overtime made him so exhausted, but it has been like this every day for some time. Ron knows very well what kind of enemy his ideal will face. It's even more clear that without strength, everything is nonsense. So, even if there is a Dimension Roulette, even if there is a Calabash Brothers system to support the combat power guarantee in the early and middle stages, even if there are all kinds of wonderful skills, you can have combat power without training. He still trains himself without slacking off, and his hard work is almost the same as Soran. It is precisely because of this that Ron likes to appreciate the beauty of the bathing when passing by the bathroom on the second floor. As a man, he always has some hobbies, otherwise the pressure will crush him. Ron still can't be like Zoro, who regards hard work as a part of life. Besides, the two people being watched don't hate his behavior, but today he is late, so he must not be able to have sex. Ron went up to the third floor with some regret, and smelled a faint fragrance as soon as he opened the door. He turned on the light switch, raised his eyes, and finally fell on the figure on the red and white bed. Nami, wearing a bathrobe, lay on the bed with her eyes closed and her blow-dried hair was tied into a bun. Half of her pretty face was buried in the pillow and she was breathing lightly. She was holding a sci-fi helmet in her arms. It was the medical and martial arts knowledge infusion machine. Wait for me to fall asleep. Ron probably guessed the reason, because the weather plants in the weather plantation grew slowly before. Nami felt that it was unsafe without the magic weather stick, so she asked him at Nojiko's suggestion. The result was naturally solved by using dimensional roulette. The bone meal of the self-world in the high-level VIP roulette has the magical effect of allowing plants to skip a growth stage. The disadvantage is that it is expensive. One lottery only allows 1 unit of weather plants to skip a growth stage. Ron only had 1 million chips left not long ago, and a large part of the reason was the consumption caused by bone meal. And now Ron and his gang are in a state of public and private. However, Nami, who values money as her life, naturally did not take out a dime, but only paid for a week of massage and leg dipping services. Today is the 3rd day. Unfortunately, because of the domineering experience shared by Zoro, Ron came back more than an hour later than usual. This guy, don't you know to go back first? Ron approached with a smile, stretched out his hand to pick Nami up by the waist and send her back to the room. However, as soon as his hand touched the fair skin, he met a pair of beautiful eyes that suddenly opened. Nami's eyes seemed a little confused, and she subconsciously raised her body. It's time to go back to sleep. Ron took advantage of the situation and put his hands around her slender waist, holding her in his arms. But suddenly a moist breeze blew in her ears, accompanied by Nami's teasing. I'm not asleep, I just want to see how you react. Nami buried her head in Ron's collarbone and leaned lazily. I'm not so stupid as to wait. I just came here to lie down not long ago. Why not open it? Ron was about to ask, but he remembered that Nami just wanted to see his reaction. Suddenly he said with a smile, are you bored? Not really, it's mainly because that guy named Bonnie snored so loudly. Nami sat up straight, moved to the side, and then stretched out her hand. Speaking of which, she is really only 9 years old. I was not sure before, but now I can be sure that she is indeed only 9 years old. Bonnie's demonic ability is to change her own apparent age and the apparent age of the people she touches. It's troublesome to explain in detail, but it's not uncommon to turn yourself into 18 or 19 years old. Ron explained. His puzzled eyes fell on Nami's outstretched hand. But what is this for? To give you a massage. Nami looked as if it was a matter of course. Otherwise, what am I waiting for here? Chapter 144 Nokago's first try. Ha, I thought you. Never mind. Ron put his sore legs on Nami's knees, feeling the strength of the white 5 fingers massaging. If at this time he was not lying at the end of the bed but resting his head on Nokago's knees, that would be perfect. Nami snorted lightly and then began to massage Ron's legs and back, taking care of his leg, waist and back. Ron could feel that her technique was much more skilled than before. It seemed that Noki taught him very well. After about half an hour, okay, that's it for today. Nami shook her sore hands and got up from Ron's back, but she didn't hear a response, and when she got closer, she found that Ron had fallen asleep. He was also very hard-working. Nami poked Ron's cheek lightly with her finger, and seeing that he didn't respond, she covered him with the quilt, got up and left. It was getting late and she was going to bed too. It turned out that Bonnie's nickname of a big eater was really not in vain. One person could eat as much as hundreds of people. In addition, the Enlightenment did not replenish supplies in Rogue Town, and its own supply storage the equipment was not enough. So after a few days of sailing, Enlightenment had to stop at an island on the route for supplies. Ron could use the dimensional roulette to replenish supplies, but he was running out of chips. Besides, it was an uninhabited island on the way, so it was a waste. He simply ordered to stop and pick the fruits and wild beasts on the island. To be honest, theoretically, Bonnie should have suffered some internal pressure. After all, she was an enemy at the beginning, and her current situation was similar to that of a prisoner. However, when Ron really confirmed that Bonnie was only 9 years old, and Bonnie herself seemed to realize something and turned herself back to 9 years old, after starting to act cute, many things changed. At least, Ron no longer heard Nami's complaint, but instead saw her holding Bonnie in her arms with shining eyes and rubbing her hard. Although the change was so great that people were speechless, but seeing Bonnie resist several times and being educated by love, she finally looked angry but dared not speak. Ron still thought it was quite funny. However, Bonnie herself couldn't stand it anymore. This time when they stopped at the island, she jumped onto the island first and ran away under the pretext of hunting. Following them were the crew members of the Bonnie pirate, who also didn't have much food. At this moment, on the side of the Enlightenment, Nami held the railing and shouted to the shore, "Neck, I'll ask everyone to find food. Listen carefully, mice and frogs are exceptions, especially you, Zoro. Don't let me hear you propose to add mice and frogs to the supply reserves for the second time." On the shore, Ron walked side by side with Nochigo. Zoro, who was a few steps behind, responded with a look of incomprehension, "I really can't stand willful women. Isn't it the same if you eat them? There is a big eater on the ship. If we don't reserve more supplies, what will we do if we don't encounter a resource-rich island next time? Boom! A black ball flew out from the enlightenment and a thunderbolt roared down. The landing point happened to be a tree that Zoro passed by, and the tree was split into charred remains on the spot. What are you doing? I can hear you anyway. Don't bring those strange things back. You guy. The noise gradually faded away. Ron didn't care about the secret fight between Nami and Zoro. It was normal for companions to get along with each other. Nami's toughness is in her bones. Don't look at her acting very well in front of Ron, even a little flattering. But the fundamental reason for this part is the image of a villain that Ron planted at the beginning. Some of it is also due to the environmental factors at the beginning. Nami instinctively showed weakness, which means to make herself less noticeable. Zoro didn't have any conflict with Nami at the beginning because he didn't think he would get on Ron's ship at the beginning, so he has always remained an outsider until the incident in Rogue Town. Zoro really joined Ron's group, and Nami and Nojiko also confirmed that they would stay on this ship. Naturally, they will enter the state of ranking and sharing the fruit. Nami wants the position of vice captain and share more profits in the subsequent adventures. After all, normal groups do this. They are as close as a group, but they must also sort out the public and private affairs. Zoro did not consider any interest. He just felt that if the captain was not him, he should at least be a vice captain. According to normal groups, Ron should choose a supporter as his right-hand man, but in fact he did not intend to participate at all. When Zoro feels Nami's toughness, he will succumb in the gradual confrontation. As always, after crossing a forest, Ron and Nojiko came to a larger barren mountain forest. A cat-like beast lurked outside quietly, crawling forward. The animal-like vertical pupils stared at the prey they had never seen before, and at the same time a pair of indifferent eyes met the animal pupils. The big tiger suddenly fell to the ground and was motionless. Ron retracted his gaze and looked at Nakago. It seems that there is no need to look for it. Are you sure it is it? Of course, I really want to try it. Nakago held a red talisman, and his expression was eager to try. Then it's up to you. Ron had no intention of stopping him, and watched Nakago walk towards the cat-like tiger that was comparable to a small truck. The climate environment of the Grand Line brings more than just bad weather. Many creatures found on the islands are of the gigantic type. Obviously, this cat-like beast belongs to the category of Beast King. If calculated according to the bounty of pirate, it can at least defeat pirates with a bounty of 1 or 2 million in a Oneonon fight. Taste the fire, little cat. Nakago clenched the dragon talisman in his hand and suddenly felt his blood boiling. It was like the first time he followed his mother to plant orange trees, and it was like the first time he followed Aegean to go to sea. Novelty, joy, excitement, and even expectation. As his mind was agitated, a wisp of flame emerged from his palm and quickly turned into a huge spark as if the air was ignited. When the flame faded, a red shadow appeared in the original place. The armor made of flames covered Nojiko from head to toe. The angular helmet covered the pretty face, leaving only 2 points of red light that was brighter than the flame. Below the neck was a polymer armor that looked like a polygonal prism. The flame twisted at the hem of the armor. It expanded and turned into a gorgeous armor skirt made of red flames. Almost at the moment when the flame armor was formed, a ring of flames suddenly spread out and the surrounding grass and trees were bent. The flames licked up and ignited the dead leaves and plants within a few meters. The power of fire. Nokai raised her hand high, and the hand armor like a beast claw controlled it, and a cluster of flames jumped on it. In a blink of an eye, it stretched back and forth and turned into a bunch of muskets about 1.78 meters long. She held the red flame musket and strode forward. A series of charred footprints were left under her feet, and the flames followed. It was like a fire god. Roar. A roar full of warning sounded, and the dust in the forest was disturbed like fireflies. The fierce tiger bent down, and the beast pupils suddenly shrank several circles, staring closely at the strange creature wrapped in flames. The blood memory engraved in the genes revived, and the likes and dislikes and fears about fire emerged in his heart. Then, it instinctively wanted to put out the flame that didn't seem to be that big. The sturdy hind legs dug a big hole in the ground, and the fierce tiger suddenly pounced forward, rushing through the forest like a heavily loaded tank. The trees along the way were smashed mercilessly, and the prey was getting closer and closer. The distance is enough. Nokai Gao kept walking at a fast pace, holding the musket with one hand and raised the other hand with the palm facing outward. Flame spray. A beam of red flame surged out and hit the big cat at a very fast speed. Amid the screams of the angry beast, Jia Ying crossed a range of several meters and raised his hand to shoot through the fierce tiger's chest. The violent flames burned the skin and flesh, dissolving the thick fat and flesh. Roar. With a suppressed roar filled with pain, the severely injured fierce tiger struggled in the flames and revealed a beast pupil. The moment he discovered the enemy, he immediately turned his head and opened his bloody mouth to bite. It was also at this time that Nokai Gao finished charging, and the skirt armor that fell to the ground covered the ground like water. The intertwined red flames drew a 3 diameter fire circle with Nokaigao as the center. The next moment the flames were blazing and the violent red flames went straight up and a beam of fire engulfed most of the tiger's body. When the red flames subsided, the forest was already charred. The nearby trees were charred everywhere as if bitten by the flame, and the ground sank to show a circular scorch mark. In the middle of the fire circle, Nokaigao bent his elbow and pulled out the musket. The original fierce tiger fell to the ground with a bang, and only half of the skeleton was left in the front half of the body, and a lot of charred matter adhered to the bone. The back half of the body outside the fire circle exuded a smell of cooked meat and burnt smell. Very good. Ron, who appeared nearby at some point, applauded and praised Nokaigao's fighting performance. It's not all my credit. This thing told me how to use it from the beginning. Nokaigao raised his hand and opened his palm and fingers. The flame on her body trembled and then flowed into the dragon-shaped red pattern that appeared in her palm. When the flame subsided, the dragon spell reappeared, emitting warmth all over. It doesn't make any difference. At least you performed well and were not scared by that guy, Ron said, looking at the half-killed tiger, and shook his head slightly. Burning alive is one of the more painful ways to die. However, who told it to be blind and stare at someone it shouldn't stare at? When his thoughts were in chaos, Ron suddenly felt that he was hugged, and the towering mountains pressed on his chest and made him a little breathless. Looking down, he saw that it was Nokaigao who hugged him. What? To show my gratitude. Nami said you would like it. Nakako blinked her beautiful eyes and stepped back with a smile. Or did she guess wrong? Well, Ron thought for a while and gave a thumbs up. You are really good at judging people. But is this okay? He meant something. Nakako seemed a little surprised and then fell into deep thought. After a moment, she said firmly, no, we are sisters. I will consider her and she will consider me. I understand. Ron did not go into this topic in depth and turned to take Nakako to find new prey. Soon, the fruits and adult beasts on this island were swept away by Ron and his group and the Bonnie pirate. Here it comes. 2 chapters as usual, and 1 4K is still being written. Chapter 145, The Fiery Passion of Whiskey Peak. Whiskey Peak Tavern. So I said it, I really saw the 4 emperors shank. Do you know? On a wine table in the middle of the room, Miss Monday, who was covered in muscles, slammed the table and shouted angrily. She stared at her colleagues around her, who questioned her with her big eyes like copper bells. Hey, do you know what the 4 emperors are? If you really saw them, would you still be alive? Mr. Nine, who was next to him, laughed and patted the Mayor Igraboy next to him. We really saw the Admiral. You know, with a wave of his hand, half of the river was frozen. Everyone on the pirate ship became ice sculptures. Finally, the Navy was thrown to us to deal with, and we found that it was a pirate group with a total bounty of hundreds of millions. You talk as if those hundreds of millions are a dime of ours. The muscular woman rolled her eyes and looked at Miss Wednesday, who was timid beside her. Miss Wednesday, testify for me. Tell them that we really saw the 4 emperors. That I stop threatening Miss Wednesday. She's been sick for a while since she came back. God knows what you did with her at sea. What do you mean, you bastard? I mean, Miss Wednesday should be my partner. A prince and a princess. Don't they match well? Well, stop arguing. Wei looked at a loss. She had never expected that the situation would develop like this. Since she joined Baroque work and met the secretary Miss All Sunday, who looked very sinister, she felt that she had been having bad luck. First, she was transferred to Whiskey Peak for no reason. Then she was caught in a situation where 2 executive command members with higher numbers wanted to pull her into a partner. She was originally going to agree to the man with a beard, number 9. After all, the prince and the princess looked the same. But halfway through, Miss Monday showed up and said that she wanted to change her impression and become her partner. She was also forced to perform an observation mission, but she didn't complete the mission and met the 4 emperors. Oh my god, that's the 4 emperors. The pirate emperor who is more powerful than the 7 warlords of the sea. Vivi was stunned at the time. When she hurriedly fled with Miss Monday, she encountered a big storm. She had a fever for several days after returning, and then she had to recover for several days. If it weren't for the care of Igraboy, no, it was Akaram, the captain of the Kingdom Guard, who followed her infiltrated. Vivi felt that she had been kicked out of Baroque works a long time ago. As a result, she almost recovered and came back, and found that the 2 executive commanders still wanted to snatch her as a partner. Vivi herself didn't know she was so popular. It was because they wanted to snatch her as a partner that the muscle lady and the 9-shaped mustache man quarreled. The reason was still very strange. Whether they had met the 4 emperors or the admirals, Vivi felt that this kind of question was completely irrelevant. She wanted to slam the table and shout angrily, but she didn't dare. We pitiful, humble, probably like this. Bang! Just when the muscular woman and the mustache man were about to use physical force to persuade each other to give up, the door of the tavern was suddenly pushed open, and the ordinary members of Baroque works appeared, panting. Get ready, there are pirates outside. It's the Bonnie pirates with a total bounty of more than 30 million. There is also a 3-masted ship without a pirate flag, which should be the pirates' spoil. miles. This is a big business. After it's done, the funds to be paid to the headquarters this quarter will definitely be enough. Get ready for battle. Akalem, who used the alias Igraboy, quickly issued an order. Baroque Works chose to establish a base at the Whiskey Peak at the entrance of the Grand Line in order to hunt down those pirates who had just debuted. This is the starting point of one of the 7-island magnetic chain. A steady stream of pirates will provide funds for bounty hunters, and the method is very simple. Just lend them their head. With the mayor's order, the town under the Whiskey Peak quickly entered the state. A large number of people brought ribbons, food, and drinks to the two sides of the river that runs through the town. Not an ambush, but standing directly on both sides. Yes, this is why their Whiskey Peak base has never failed. It is not a fierce confrontation at the beginning, but a silent paralysis of the pirate. At the beginning, the town of Whiskey Peak will disguise itself as a harmless town that loves wine and music and loves to welcome pirate. As the mayor, Akalem will take the lead in expressing friendship and put all the wine and food on the table to give to the prey. Banquet, music, evaluation. Whatever the reason, when the pirates are drunk, they will quietly harvest the pirates' treasures, head, and ships. Even if some vigilant guys feel that it is wrong to refuse the invitation to the banquet, they can also put drugs in the food and drinks provided by the tavern. After all, the entire town of Whiskey Peak is made up of people from the Baroque Work. The 14 executive commanders are the backbone, commanding hundreds of bounty hunters. Even if someone found something wrong and wanted to escape, it was impossible for them to survive in a town-wide hunt. Akalem was very sure of this. He put on a neat white suit and curled his hair into an adult look with 6 curls, 3 on the left and 3 on the right, pressing on his shoulders. Then he carefully loaded the gun mechanism in the curls. Finally, he took the special-shaped wind instrument and came to the shore. At this time, all the civilians in the town came to the two banks. When the two pirate ships entered the river, the cheers that resounded through the sky were accompanied by handheld salutes and ribbons flying into the sky. Welcome, welcome, warm welcome. The pirates are here. Great, today I can listen to Mr. Pirates tell about their adventures again. Wow, look, the green-haired guy on that 3-masted sailing ship is so elegant. The black-haired guy is also good, but I still think the green-haired guy is good. My black-haired guy is good, and I also think the green-haired guy is good. The chaotic voices sounded and fell with cheers, and Ron, who heard everything, turned his head expressionlessly. Zoro, it seems that there are many ladies below who like you. Hey, aren't those enemies? Zoro looked puzzled and put his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. The scrutinizing eyes swept across the two banks and finally stopped at a dark-skinned woman wearing a monk's robe. He could feel that the life-breathing strength of this person was much stronger than that of others. It seems that they are all rotten fish and shrimp, only this one is a little interesting. The ladies who were discussing Zoro on the shore probably didn't expect that the real master had already classified them as rotten fish and shrimp, and he was scrutinizing the prey with the eyes. Isn't it good to look down on you, or do you want to have something with the enemy? Nami took the helm and approached, stepping on Ron's foot. As the relationship got closer, the tiger nature in her bones began to be somewhat uncontrollable. Ron had no choice but to pull his foot out and turn to look at the child held in Nakago's arms. Bonnie was responding to the teasing from her elder sister with a frustrated face, and she didn't want to be like this, but the sea stone handcuffs on her hands continued to work, and she had to be called to do chores to keep the adult status, such as washing the floor and washing dishes. If she disobeyed, Ron would talk to her about debt. Bonnie had to choose the lesser of two evils and return to her original state so that she could eat less. Noticing Ron's gaze, Bonnie quickly struggled to grab the life-saving straw. What do you want to say? Say it quickly. I can do anything. Get this guy to take his hands away. Bonnie, that's not what you said when you slept with me last night. I just don't want to sleep on the floor. Okay, go back to your ship and inform your crew of what I notified you last night. I don't want you to ruin my plan. Ron stopped the two from getting angry and looked at Nojiko helplessly. Put her down. Okay, Captain. Nojiko did as he was told, and Bonnie breathed a sigh of relief after she came down. Then, he stretched out his hand to Ron and shook the sea stone handcuffs on his wrist. Untie this. I'll fight you later, and I won't be able to use my strength with this. Ron thought for a moment, took out the key to unlock Bonnie's handcuffs, and threw the key into the four-dimensional chrysanthemum space. Tisk, I should let you feel my feelings. Bonnie rubbed the red marks on her wrist with an unhappy look on her face, turned around and jumped to the pirate ship behind. Then, two large and small ships docked at the simple port of Whiskey Peak Town. Akalem hurriedly put on a professional smile and waited for the arrival of the leader pirate. 1 second, 3 seconds, 15 seconds, nothing happened, and the cheers were weaker. What's going on? Akalem hurriedly looked up and saw that the people on the small pirate ship had come down, led by a hot woman, but no one came down from the large 3-masted sailing ship. A black-haired man dressed in black and white stood on the gangway and stared at him with a smile. Akalem was shocked. We were discovered. Impossible. We are flawless beauties. Wine and food are all on display. This performance has been used hundreds of times and it has never failed at the beginning. He was still thinking about it and the man with a mustache poked him in the back. Mayor, don't worry about the people on the big ship. They should be small people. The real big boss is the bijading girl Bonnie who came down from the small boat. Ah, right. Akalem felt that it should be impossible to be exposed at the first step. Maybe it was really as Mr. Nine said. He hurriedly smiled and approached Bonnie. Bowing to Bonnie, you are pirate. Welcome to Whiskey Peak Town. My name is Igraboy and I am the mayor of this town. He stopped consciously and waited for the pirate's response. However, there was only deathly silence. Bonnie crossed her arms and looked at him coldly, then turned her head to look at the three-masted sailboat. Ah, isn't this the boss? But that one? From the attitude, it seems that this is the case. After all, the younger brother cannot make decisions for the boss. However, looking at the bounty order, isn't Bonnie the one with the highest bounty among all of them? Ron, whose reputation is currently only circulated in the high-end range, is obviously not someone Akalem can get in touch with. Knowledge Blind Spot JPG Chapter 146 Why wait? You don't want the kingdom to fall, do you? What's going on? Akalem was a little confused, but he still turned his head with a smile. He looked in the direction of the three-masted sailing ship. It seems that I am short-sighted. I didn't expect that this side is the captain who can make decisions. Don't worry, we are a town that welcomes pirate and we make a living by music and brewing fine wine. What I like most is to have a banquet with pirate, offer fine wine and food, and listen to the legendary careers of the pirate. What an interesting place. Ron spoke at the right time, and his scarlet eyes swept over the people present. His eyes fell on the children in the crowd. Some of them looked at him as if they were prey, but some did not. He sighed in his heart, then walked down the gangway and stood in front of Akalem with a unique hairstyle. This is the first time I have seen a town that welcomes pirate. Aren't you afraid of encountering bad pirates who will rob you of everything? Ha ha ha, how is that possible? We have never encountered such bad guys. Akalem took a step back, put down his wind instrument and raised his hands. Of course, we can understand your vigilance. But please believe us, this town is absolutely friendly and we welcome the arrival of pirate. If you still insist, we will cancel the party. After all, we can't force guests to be happy. He acted quite harmless and even looked a little aggrieved. Really? In that case, let's start your so-called party. However, I won't participate. Although we didn't encounter any bad weather on the way, the sea voyage is still very tiring. Ron turned his head and looked at Bonnie and her group. Bonnie, take this opportunity to eat to your heart's content. After saying that, he turned and left, but he went straight into the town and walked towards the wilderness. It seemed that he was planning to visit the island. Zoro followed silently. Nami and Nakako were a little surprised, but then they remembered the previous instructions and went directly to Bonnie. Akalem was stunned when he saw this scene, but he didn't dare to alert the enemy. A big pirate with a bounty of more than 20 million and an unknown guy who could make that pirate surrender. Sure enough, we still have to weaken them first. Although it's a pity that the two of them are not participating, the banquet is not prepared for a single person. We also have selfish desires to listen to adventure stories. If everyone has no objection, shall we start the banquet? Akalem put on a warm and enthusiastic smile, but received no cheers. The two unknown beautiful ladies in the crowd just stared at him curiously, which always gave him an offensive feeling. It was like watching a monkey show again. He was the monkey performing. When Akalem felt something was wrong, Bonnie, who seemed to be distracted just now, reacted. She rushed to Akalem with shining eyes and lifted him up. Banquet? Do you want to feed me? Of course. Akalem nodded hurriedly, shocked by the other party's strength. His weight was not just weight. There were also machine guns in his hair and miniature cannon. This woman actually lifted it with one hand. It really was a monster pirate with a bounty of more than 20 million. Then let's get started. Bonnie's eyes seemed to have fleshy shapes and the corners of Deli's mouths twitched, but they did not stop the captain. Although I don't know what the man is planning. However, if these people have any bad intentions, the captain alone can defeat them. Nami and Nakako said nothing but looked forward to the townspeople organizing the banquet. However, compared to looking forward to the banquet itself, they probably have other purposes. Nakako put his hands in his pocket, stroking the dragon talisman with his fingers. I still want to burn people to see. Where will the treasure be? Nami quietly looked around the layout of the buildings. On the other side, at the edge of the Whiskey Peak Island, Zoro followed behind Ron. After realizing that he had kept a certain distance from the townspeople, he asked, wouldn't it be better to defeat them directly at the port? Things have changed a little. Ron narrowed his eyes and saw the white dots on the cactus rocks as his Sharingan shrank. Zoro, how many of those guys do you think are bounty hunters? I don't know. A large part of them are definitely, but for the others, I don't know. I haven't had enough contact with them. I only found out after I arrived, Ron said as he moved towards the cactus rock and said calmly, there are children here. Some of them are probably bounty hunters' children. They are all 9-year-old kids, but they all look at us with murderous eyes. But some of them are not. If you think about it carefully, it's normal. A pure killing organization cannot build a town. Some of the people in the base here are full-time bounty hunters, but some are non-combatants responsible for logistics such as brewing and music. After all, aren't they all enemies? Zoro frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. In his eyes, Ron was not a soft-hearted guy. If you say Ron is a good guy, then you have to ask those guys who were sent to Hades by the good guy whether they think so. Yes, they are all enemies, but there is nothing we can do about it, right? After all, we are pirate. The so-called bounty hunters are actually hunters targeting pirates. Civilians are not hunted by bounty hunters in most cases, and they should belong to the lawful 9 grid. Unfortunately, in their eyes, Ron and Bonnie are all pirate, and they are evil and chaotic, which are hostile to law. Although Ron himself doesn't think so, he has to admit it. When the Navy puts a bounty on them and defines them as pirate, they are pirates in the eyes of the world. Just like what the lighthouse man said in the previous life, it will always be regarded as a golden saying by something on the other side of the ocean. After all, the right to public opinion is in the hands of others. But it doesn't mean that Ron will change his mind just now. His ideal is to change the world he doesn't like and turn it into something he likes. To be honest, he actually has no ill feelings towards bounty hunters and even towards the Navy outside the 16 branches, probably because he instinctively regards these people as lawful justice and instinctively believes that he is not an enemy of order and justice. This is the sensory confusion caused by the mixture of Koya and himself. Theoretically, Ron should adjust his mindset as soon as possible, and now is a good opportunity. However, don't forget what his ideal is: to make the world what he wants. That is to say, he will not do things he doesn't like. For example, destroy the entire town of Whiskey Peak. Of course, the enemy is still the enemy, and it is impossible for him to change his hostile position because of his ideas. Ron will not blindly play any kind of soft-hearted drama. At most, he will let the bounty hunters finish the show. Wait until the other party thinks it is the main hunting ground, that is, night. Then send those who want to kill him on their way. As for the reason, just like when the leader of the Blood Hand Gang questioned Ron, he answered, "Destroying you has nothing to do with you. This kindness is just because he wants to do it. You are still as arrogant as ever, Ron." So Ron couldn't help but complain. Any opinions? No, it's better to say that if I didn't have this arrogance, I wouldn't admit that you are the captain. It's an honor. While talking, they came to the cactus rock. The white dots they saw before turned into dense tombstone. Names were engraved on them one after another. Ron walked closer and stood staring, waiting for the person he expected to arrive. Zoro looked at the hundreds of tombstones around him curiously and couldn't help but smack his lips. The people from Baroque Works seem to have killed a lot of pirates. That's right, the pirates who come to the Grand Line triumphantly always have the idea that I am the center. It's not surprising to fall for such a trick. People are always self-centered. Even you and me are no exception. Ron said so, and at the same time turned his head to look in the direction they came from. Something was approaching. Zoro turned around and put his hand on the hilt of the sword and entered a state of alert. A moment later, dust rose and a duck-like creature galloped across the land. Although it looked like a yellow duck, when you got closer, you would find that the duck was incredibly huge. It was more than 1 person tall, and it was carrying a person on its back. The most eye-catching thing was its speed of movement. It's as strong as a cheetah, and it looks like it can last for a long time. Zoran made a comment, not surprised by the appearance of the newcomer. I think this should be in Ron's calculation. His captain always likes to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In a flash, the strange duck creature came closer, and a pretty beauty jumped off the duck's back. After a moment of hesitation, she stepped in front of the two. The long water blue hair was tied up in a single ponytail, and 2 strands of long hair longer than the shoulders were suspended on both sides of the slightly wide forehead. Under the forehead was a face with delicate features, forming a beautiful face. At first glance, it was quite like a classical beauty. It seems that because of the weather, she was wearing a light-colored velvet coat, and the towering mountains pushed the front up high. The mountains that were flattened by the restraints showed their majesty unyieldingly, and finally formed an hourglass-like figure with the hips that had similar experiences. While walking, a pair of white long boots alternated back and forth. The black stockings that just passed the knees left shallow marks on the evenly plump thighs. It gave people a shivering feeling inexplicably. In fact, it was a bit shivering. Vivi noticed the scrutinizing eyes of the black-haired man and thought of Akaram's instructions. Considering that the strength of this group of people must not be that simple, she hoped that she could invite them back to the banquet. In this way, Akaram could use this opportunity to let Vivi make contributions and transfer back to the headquarters of Alabasta so that she could continue her investigation. As the Princess of Alabasta Nefertiti Vivi, she had already decided to risk everything to investigate the Black Hand behind Baroque Work. After a year of investigation, she has discovered that this company is the cause of the unrest in the Kingdom of Alabasta. The country has not had rain for years, and horrific things such as the rebels and dancing fans are happening. Only by finding the root cause can she save her country. So, at all costs, boss. In just a few seconds Vivi adjusted her mentality and naturally put on a smile to talk. You too, I don't know what to call you. My name is Vivi and I'm the winemaker in this town. Vivi? Ron retracted his critical gaze and tilted his head. This guy, he uses his real name online, right? No, it should be said that he uses his pseudonym as his real name and his real name as his pseudonym. After thinking for a while, he said, Ron. Zoro's voice followed. Zoro, it's like this. I admire pirate very much and I want to hear your adventure stories. It just so happens that a batch of fine wine made from fine grapes has been released from the cellar recently. Can you two taste it? Wei said, looking at Ron with admiration. Although other people's senses are more fond of the one called Zoro, when she saw this person, she felt like she was looking at a sword. Instinct told her that Zoro had no interest in women, but when it came to fine wine, the other party was obviously shaken. That is to say, one has been taken down. The other one is the guy who just examined her whole body, so she set her subsequent target on Ron. Wine? Maybe you are more interested, Zoro. Fine wine is indeed worth tasting. Then do whatever you want. We'll do whatever we want to do tonight. Really? See you later. Zoro left without hesitation, without even looking back. He trusted Ron's strength and brain, and it was definitely not because of the fine wine that the woman mentioned. Well, so what does good wine taste like? Okay, get one. The next one is this one. It doesn't matter, Vivi. These guys are all bad pirate. Cheating them is also to eliminate harm for the people. Let these two arrogant guys see the shock of bounty hunters. Vivi was excited. Her expression was expectant and she pressed her fist with her wrist inward on the towering mountain. The rhythmic pressing seemed to express her uneasy heart. Puff. The sound of pu was even more difficult to ignore. What kind of constitution? Nami seems to make the same sound when she does this kind of action. Ron's mouth twitched. From Vivi's expression, he could not see anything wrong. Sure enough, the old saying is right. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to deceive. On the other hand, the more beautiful a woman is, the easier it is for people to be deceived. A distracting thought flashed through his mind, and Ron just extinguished it. His cold will made him proceed according to the plan. He grinned and decided to give Vivi a little shock. I'm not interested in wine, but I'm very interested in you. Under such a straightforward offensive, Vivi couldn't help but break her defense and showed an expression of as expected. Immediately restrained herself, pretending to be shy and hesitant. Mr. Pirate, if your story is exciting enough, I don't mind if you want to. No, I mean. Ron's smile became a little cold. He opened his white teeth lightly as if he was about to bite the prey in front of him. I am very interested in you, the Princess of Alabasta, Nefertiti Vivi. At this moment Vivi's pupils shook as if a loud bang exploded in her head. Found out? While her mind was still confused, the black-haired man's voice sounded again, like a devil's whisper. Vivi, you don't want to see the kingdom fall, do you? Here it comes. Although the way it unfolds is very bizarre, it is in line with the protagonist's usual style. Hehe. Chapter 147 Princess's Suffering Day. Just as Zoro thought, Ron's activities were mostly planned. Vivi's arrival was also in his plan. The information about Whiskey Peak was almost known to him, and the personnel configuration, number of bounty hunters, etc. were all semi-transparent. So, Ron knew that when he left the town and came to the Cactus Rock where many pirates were buried, a Kalem would definitely react to prevent them from seeing through anything, and the one who best met all the conditions was Vivi, who had a fast-running duck. The running duck was fast enough to arrive in a short time, avoiding the two from noticing anything wrong. Vivi herself was beautiful enough, and her appearance was almost the same as Nami. As for her figure, even at the age of 17, she already had an hourglass-like figure. That is the so-called shape figure. The positioning of her identity was impeccable, with fine wine, beautiful women, and admiration, which almost gathered all the factors that pirates were interested in. But unfortunately, Ron was not among them. He was just waiting for Vivi. What are you talking about, Mr. Ron? Vivi put her hands on her chest and her eyes subconsciously moved to the side. What princess of the kingdom? I'm just a winemaker. So, the life of a pirate is really hard. You are starting to talk nonsense. Looking at the obvious lying characteristics of the eyes shifting and the very far-fetched way of changing the topic, and the topic is getting more and more off-topic. Ron couldn't help but be speechless for a moment. The well-created good guy image was almost broken. After thinking about it, he sat on a tombstone neatly and watched Weiwei's performance with interest. Slowly, Weiwei's voice became smaller and smaller. She subconsciously stepped back and waved with her hands behind her back. The fast-running duck named Kalu approached quietly and did not lose the chain at the critical moment. Want to leave now? Ron took out a video Den Mushi from the four-dimensional chrysanthemum. This Den Mushi came from the 16th branch. He found it when he destroyed the branch building and stuffed it into the space. Now, it just came in handy to record the dark history. After turning on the video Den Mushi, Ron put it on a tombstone and stared at the hairy Vivi with a smile. Don't explain anymore. Explain that you are not the princess of the kingdom of Alabasta, and you don't have a king father named Cobra. You didn't join Baroque Works to find the Black Hand of the Cholera Kingdom? Go on, I'm listening. There's still a long way to go before the night stage expose. Although she had no idea why, Wei realized that she had been seen naked by the other party. Identity, purpose, and secrets were all exposed. Once this person comes into contact with the people of Baroque Work, my intentions will be exposed and I will definitely be eliminated by the unlucky duo. The company's purpose is mystery, and they will not allow me to find out the truth. Then there is only one way. Get rid of him. Wei opened her hands behind her back, and the two-lit Lethe clever perfume bottle quietly released colorless and odorless paralyzing gas. The extremely precise cover blew towards the enemy, and at the same time she did not forget to perform, pretending to be at a loss. Mr. Ron, I really don't understand what you are saying. If you don't want to participate in the banquet, I will go back. Hello. The duck responded to the sound, and Wei jumped on the duck's back, first unbuttoning the white coat, revealing the t-shirt that was stretched to bursting. The raised mountain stubbornly squeezed out a half ball on the t-shirt collar, and the white rabbit attracted people's attention like a magnet. Ron seemed to be attracted and did not move at all. The video recorder placed on the side worked faithfully, and the slightly glowing eyes recorded the next scene called Black History. Charming perfume dance. Wei seized the opportunity with ease, crossed her hands in a spire shape, and twisted her waist. The trembling Snow White was like solidified fat, and it took away all people's vision without any explanation. The buttock, which are too plump for a 17-year-old, give people the illusion of a safe berth. This is also another killing point for pirates sailing on the sea. It is simply an irresistible killer. Even a heartless person will stop for a while, and this is why she was promoted to executive command after winning all battles. The last gas was released from the small perfume bottle. Even the powerful pirate captain would be deprived of the ability to move by the paralysis gas she carefully prepared. In her opinion, the enemy who was seduced and lost the first reaction time has become a lamb to be slaughtered. After all, he was motionless. No, he was desperately moving. She saw the hateful man lowered his head. A suppressed voice came from the throat that was deprived of the ability to speak. He must want to call for help, right? His shoulders were shaking, and he must want to move, right? But it was useless. That's it. Akalem was really too cautious. Wei raised her lips unconsciously, threw away the empty perfume bottle, and took off a pendant from her neck. The pendant was hooked on her little finger and pulled, and the heart-shaped jewelry that seemed to be just a decoration became her unique weapon. Peacock saw. Wei turned her wrist, and the peacock saw spun rapidly with her little finger as the center, turning into a real saw. What a good kid, but you don't have a chance anymore. The last blow. Peacock saw. Kalu moved instantly, running out at a speed that surpassed the cheetah. Just like a knight driving a fierce horse to run, the rotating peacock saw is a saber, and it must cut off the enemy's head in the moment of passing by. Interesting. Ron looked up suddenly, and in front of Wei's surprised eyes, he turned into a sheathed long sword. Ha! The thumb flicked the blade. The azure blade popped out and turned into a stream of light in an instant. Boom! The green light, accompanied by thunder, tore through the dead silence in the cemetery, flashing for a moment like the awakening of insect, and then quickly disappeared. The lightning faded, and the thin line of the peacock saw broke directly, followed by the cracks of Wei's t-shirt and the shorts under the coat. The cut marks tore the t-shirt from the north and south hemispheres of the bulge, and the shallow white marks flowed down to the shorts of the hips. Most of the hemispheres were exposed, along with the entire white abdomen, and the end of the cut marks was a pure white camel toe. Ron's pupils shrank, and when his furious eyes slanted down, the terrifying aura burst out instantly. The cemetery was flat, and a wailing wind rolled up, and the temperature within a radius of more than 10 meters suddenly dropped. In a trance, a hideous and twisted evil ghost rose from the ground behind him. The inverted scarlet light gap and the V-shaped black crack formed a roaring evil ghost face. If it were a person with a fragile mind, he would be frightened to death at this moment. Wei was able to sneak into Baroque Works at the age of 17 and climb to the position of executive command. Naturally, she was not that kind of fragile guy. Even so, she sat on the ground in a daze. Kalu sat even more unbearably. His eyes rolled up and no light appeared, and white foam overflowed from his duck mouth. She was frightened and fainted. Backlash. Ron ignored the man and the pet, and the evil ghost aura he released was aimed at the magic knife in his hand. The half of the evil ghost face under the knife stalk lit up a little red, as if it was fighting against the sword holder. No matter how it was used before, it could not change the nature of the magic knife. Evil spirit weapon. After experiencing the bloody storm of the 16 branches, the bloodthirsty evil ghost was not satisfied but became more and more hungry. It was its riot just now that led to the current situation. Of course, it was not aimed at Ron, but only at Wei. The evil spirit did not dare to backlash against the sword master, but dared to be a little too sharp when attacking. It was similar to the scene when Zoro had just received the third generation of Kaititsu to test the sword. The demon sword would not move with the owner's mind and would be sharp on its own. However, the evil spirit was a little worse. It radically extended the broken blade a little bit. The sword that was supposed to only cut the peacock saw became a sword that could disembowel the enemy. The evil spirit was eager to drink the blood at that time. However, Ron's practice of martial arts did work to some extent. With his increasingly skilled control of chi, he forcibly suppressed the restlessness of the evil spirit. Vivi was able to save her life. This kind of weapon cannot be kept in hand. It's better to prepare to change the sword. Ron silently confronted the evil sword. Evil spirit. The evil ghost aura finally suppressed the roar of the evil spirit. Half of the evil ghost's face, the red dot on his face, dimmed. At this time, Wai Wei also came back to her senses from the terror of life and death, staring blankly at Ron, who had put his knife back into the sheath. She seemed to want to say something, but she couldn't say anything. When she was at a loss, she found that Kalu had fainted. She was the only one facing such a terrible enemy, and there was no hope of victory. Should I beg for mercy, or should I wait for death, or something else? The sea breeze blew. Wai Wei shivered and covered her chest and abdomen, and moved back helplessly. To be honest, this mind is already tough enough. If it were an ordinary person who almost died and was hit by the evil ghost aura, he would go crazy. She just looked scared. Ahem, can you understand your situation? Ron coughed with a hollow fist, pretending that the situation was still under control. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Vivi made up her mind and closed her eyes to wait for death. At least she died and Akaram was still alive. The clues of the investigation were broken, but there was still hope to find out the mastermind. In her opinion, the survival of the kingdom and the lives of the people were far more important than her own life. That's it. It's better to end it here. Are you thinking that if you die, the curly-haired mayor will be safe? What's his name? Igraboy? No, it should be the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom, Guardi Karam. Suddenly, Ron's voice sounded like a devil's mockery. Vivi felt like she was falling into an ice cellar, and her whole body exuded a color of despair. It's over. Everything is exposed. Swish. Amid the footsteps, Ron walked back to pick up the video Den Mushy and turned off the video. Wai Wei didn't move, keeping a desperate expression. How are you going to kill me? What a strange question. Ron put the video phone Mushy into the space and tilted his head in surprise. Don't you have any confidence in yourself? Your charm is almost overflowing, except for the funny factor. The dance just now is indeed very good. You. Wai Wei suddenly opened her eyes wide, her eyes full of anger, fear, and terror. Here it comes. The old rules are 2 chapters first 6k. This chapter is a bit of a welfare color, and I am currently studying how to make it more sexy without being 404. Chapter 148. The open net malicious manipulation. What a good expression. Ron carefully observed Wai Wei's reaction and made sure that the other party did not have any psychological problems because of the knife just now. Then he looked at the embarrassed Wai Wei with a critical eye, and he solved his doubts with just one glance. It turns out that the hourglass figure is like this when it is untied. I learned it. However, now it is a business date. Ron suppressed his thoughts, and just as he took a step, he found that Wai Wei had pulled out a peacock saw from somewhere. I won't let you succeed, bastard. You villains from a cholera country will never have a good end. Wai Wei was about to commit suicide with a face full of grief and anger, and the peacock saw was aimed at her snow-white neck. Then, in Ron's surprised eyes, she didn't stab it. Huh. The suppressed low laugh seemed to pierce Wai Wei's psychological defense line like a sharp knife. She looked like a social death, exuding the breath of destruction, and she jumped up and spun the peacock saw. Then she shouted, "Go to hell," and rushed to Ron for nothing. A second later, Wai Wei was pinned to the ground by Ron with her hands tied behind her back, screaming. It seemed that she could already foresee the sad future of being penetrated. However, Ron only used one sentence to make her quiet down. Why do you think I'm from Baroque work? You're not. No. How long do you want to play tricks on me? If you want to kill me, go ahead. I'll just treat it as a dog bite. I can tell you who the boss behind Baroque works is. Don't you want to know who? The guy who exists in the country of Alabasta and is called a hero for repelling pirate attack. How could he be a king? That's one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Vivi couldn't move. Her face was dazed. How could she not know this person? The 7 warlords of the sea who had signed a contract with her father to protect the kingdom. Even in the Grand Line, he is a well-known big shot. There are countless pirate groups killed by the other party, and the piled-up bones have made the other party a hero in the kingdom. Yes, only such people would make great plans to plot against a country, right? Ron directly pointed out the key point. Otherwise, what is he after? A long-time pirate who has changed his mind and wants to do good things? Is he giving his all for a just cause? To protect the so-called smiles of everyone and people's gratitude? Stop kidding. He is a pirate. Do you have any evidence? Let me ask you a question. Is there more desert or oasis in the kingdom of Alabasta? Of course it is desert. What is the root cause of the emergence of the rebels in your kingdom? Dancing powder can take away everyone's reign, but it is definitely not my father's doing. Your answer is not on the point. The root cause is the lack of rain. Crocodile is a demon ability user, and the natural sand fruit sand people can freely manipulate sand, can turn himself himself into sand, and even in desert landforms he can stir up desert storms. If desert storms regularly attack oases and disrupt the weather, then it is normal for there to be no rain. What? Wai Wei was stunned. In just less than an hour, she received too much information. My brain was a little overwhelmed, but soon she began to realize that this was indeed possible. The premise is that what the other party said is true. Do you want me to prove myself? Ron leaned over and saw Wai Wei's expression. But now is not the time for you to make conditions. The secret I told you is very valuable. If you want to follow up, you should get things done first, right? After saying that, Ron let go of his hand, stood up and sat on Kalu. Vivi climbed up in doubt and found that the other party's eyes were fixed on her. She lowered her head and a piece of white blocked her view of her toes. She was slightly exposed. Ah! Vivi screamed, wearing her white coat backwards to block her body, and then looked at the man with a face full of regret. After all, I don't know how to trust you. You are not from Baroque work, right? Yes, that's right. The company's purpose is mystery. All members will only perform tasks, not like you at all. But you can know so much. Your origin must not be simple, right? Vivi said so, staring at Ron closely. Are you interrogating me in reverse? Ron tilted his head, and his face was full of the 6 words, put yourself in the right position. No, no. Wai Wei waved her hands hurriedly and said hesitantly, I have to know who you are. After all, I don't know if you are lying to me. Is that so? Okay. Ron touched his smooth chin and thought about his position. Just an explorer passing by. My ideal is just to change this annoying world. What a perfunctory answer. Wai Wei was speechless for a moment and then said, you are really lying to me, right? Is that kind of thing really what you should consider now? Ron shook his head with a smile. Or have you forgotten the fear just now? Do you need me to help you recall it? No. Wai Wei's delicate body trembled and she timidly lowered her voice. So, what do you want to do? Didn't you just say the follow-up? What is it? Probably to cooperate with you to finish the daytime drama. I plan to destroy the base of the Baroque work. Ron stood up and stretched. What I want you to do is very simple. Tell irrelevant people not to show up at night. Then keep quiet and wait with a carom, waiting for the end of things. Of course, you can also take advantage of the situation and use those people from Baroque works to try to kill me. You can also run away with a carom. It's up to you. If you really think you can run away, I just want to make it clear that I have the ability to change the bad situation of Alabasta without rain, civil war, and being watched by villain. Then, your next reaction will determine my attitude towards you. As soon as the voice fell, Ron left without looking back. Wai Wei sat there in a daze, staring blankly at the receding figure. Behind her, a ghost quietly emerged from behind the tombstone and then shrank into the ground. Obviously, Ron did not really let go completely after leaving. In Ron's plan, it is necessary to be cautious in dealing with Crocodile, so the Revolutionary Army needs to join. The Revolutionary Army's whereabouts are secretive, and Ron and his group have no ability to find the other party unless they use a lottery. After all, everything is possible, but Ron obviously wouldn't count on such a somewhat illusory means. He counted on the royal family of Alabasta, and Vivi, who infiltrated Baroque works for the kingdom, is obviously a good entry point. As for why he is not more gentle, human nature is complicated. In a short-term contact, malice is far better than goodwill to achieve the goal. It's impossible to expect him to turn into Luffy and gain full favor with a few words, right? I don't have that ability. Of course, such a decision is based on Ron's inertial thinking. Maybe goodwill is more effective. It is possible to use it. However, it doesn't matter anymore. Next, it depends on Vivi's reaction. With the ghost watching, there will be no omissions. It is normal to choose to escape. Ron has already prepared. The other option is to stay and wait, which is the result he expects but thinks is unlikely to happen. That means that the power of Baroque works in the kingdom of Alabasta is stronger than expected. Vivi is like a drowning person. She will grab this life-saving straw at all costs. Of course, it is not about getting the news, but about dealing with Crocodile. The princess of Alabasta, who grew up in the Grand Line, knows better than anyone how powerful the 7 warlords of the sea are. Crocodile's plan, it is difficult to resist successfully with the so-called truth and the power of the royal family. Ron himself knows it, so in his gradually formed plan, he needs to destroy the bounty hunters of Whiskey Peak with thunder. Only in this way can the attention of Baroque works as a whole be attracted. Then in the next island, defeat the senior staff from Baroque work. The best expectation is to weaken Crocodile to the point where he is left alone. Of course that is difficult, but it seems not impossible. Nicole Robin, the system of Baroque work seems to have the possibility of reverse use. For example, turn the president into me. Ron's thoughts rolled and his back disappeared. The night began to fall silent and the noisy banquet gradually came to an end. In a corner of a small house, a carom, who was called out by Vivi, looked uncertain. Actually, is it that Crocodile guy? Wait, a carom? We can't be sure if what he said is true. Vivi hurriedly reminded, fearing that a carom would not understand and fall into the trap of that terrible guy. No, it is indeed possible. We have been infiltrating Baroque works for a year. although we still haven't found out the identity of the boss. But judging from what the members of Baroque Works can do and the traces they left behind, Crocodile has the ability, Akaram said with a firm face. Of course we can't tell the truth now, but we can see what the group will do next. Didn't Ron say he wanted to destroy the base of Whiskey Peak? Well, then give him this chance. If he kills all the members of the base, at least it means he is not from Baroque Work. In that case, the possibility of Crocodile is increased. Is that so? Well, it's also a chance, Vivi thought calmly, and found that it was indeed the case. At this time, Akaram stood up and pulled Vivi up. What? You must leave here first and leave the verification to me. No, Akalam, I can't abandon you. Wei resolutely rejected Akalam's idea with her actions. After a stalemate, Akalam was afraid that the noise would be too loud and he could only compromise. Your leaving is the best choice. Akalam said so. Chapter 149 Murder Night. On a dark and windy night, Weiwei's answer was also very simple. But I can't do it. I begged you to come to explore the Baroque Work, and I can't let you take risks alone. Akalam. Looking at the determined princess, Akalam smiled bitterly. Although Weiwei was kind, she was stubborn. It was okay before, just looking a bit like a boy. Serious, responsible, broad-minded, not afraid of getting hurt. But after entering the Baroque Work, she was forced to be stained with blood by the environment in a real sense. The changes became bigger. But this is also a matter of course. Killing and lurking are not something a princess should bear. When their subordinates fail to let the responsibility fall on Vivi's shoulders, irreversible changes will inevitably occur. At least, Akaram knows that Vivi has almost shown no mercy in killing pirates in previous actions. Let's see what they do. If they can't even get through this level, it's just a big talk to deal with Crocodile. After all, that's a terrible pirate with a bounty of 80 million Baileys before he became one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Akaram frowned and pushed the door open with Vivi. In the silent night, the bounty hunters with ulterior motives began to act. All those guys have fallen. Is it time to act? Isn't there a green-haired swordsman who can drink a lot? Someone questioned. I've already said that no man can be stronger than me. The muscular woman spoke with conviction, and her eyes were fixed on the man with the mustache. If you don't agree, we can have a contest. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Ha ha ha. Mr. 9, are you scared? At some point, hundreds of bounty hunters gathered in an open space. They were men, women, and even children. The adults were surrounded by alcohol, and the children were not drinking, but they were also excited. Looking at the houses in front of the open space where there were enemies, their target was very simple: the prey in the house that represented huge wealth. While talking, they directly regarded those people in the house as meat under the knife, and they were relaxed and casual. But speaking of it, that Bonnie is really a big eater. She almost ate half of our food reserves. That Nami is also a big drinker. She drank 13 cups, but I still drank her down. Is that your credit? 4 people were drunk before. It doesn't matter. I was the one who drank her down in the end. Okay, stop arguing. A total of 72 people have all fallen down. What should we do next? Where is the mayor? You should ask me to execute the command. Akalam came out with Vivi at the right time and glanced at the complacent bounty hunters. He said coldly, these guys are numerous and very strong. Don't capture them alive. Just kill them directly. Whether it's artillery or musket, no matter what means, just get rid of the enemy. Wow, the execution command is too cautious. Killing them will reduce the bounty by 3 levels. A pair of bounty hunters who looked like mother and son retorted. Then you decide for yourself. Akalam rolled his eyes and pulled Weiwei back. These bounty hunters had no idea the point has been completely exposed. The people lying inside are not lambs to be slaughtered, but a group of unknown criminals. However, he did not mean to remind them. Even if there are children among these bounty hunters, so what? If there were no such guys and no wanton behavior of Baroque Works, Alabasta would not be in a situation where civil war is imminent. I don't know how many people were instigated, used, and finally became knives stabbed into the country. It would be fine if they deserved it, but the royal family of Alabasta is the most benevolent ruler, especially the current King Cobra. It is almost putting the people on their own head. If there were no inexplicable drought, dancing powder, and civil strife, the country would not be on the verge of collapse. There is no doubt that Akalam is full of hatred in his heart. Just then, the moon was in the sky, and a voice suddenly sounded from a tall tower similar to the style of desert resident. As expected, as a swordsman, no matter when and where, you can't let those gimmicky guys like you kill me at will. Who that is? The bounty hunters were in a commotion, and finally saw a figure sitting cross-legged on the tower under the moonlight. The swordsman with a loincloth raised the Sandai Kaititsu to the moonlight, admiring the brilliance of the blade. Neck, you can test your swords on these enemies. Almost at the same time, the wall of another THRESTRE building was broken, and the rubble was smashed through by the figure. Bonnie walked out with a bounty hunter with blood on his face. They are very tired, so I'll play with you today. Since you didn't poison the food, I'll beat them half to death. Behind Bonnie, there were Derry and others sleeping peacefully on the ground, as well as several bounty hunters who ran away. Who cooked book? Didn't you say to put a lot of sleeping pills in it? I did. Damn it, a pirate worth 20 million plus a swordsman. Whatever, kill them, get the bounty. In the chaos, the hunters quickly reached a consensus, and Akalem watched coldly without intervening. The slogan of the Baroque works is to build an ideal town, but everyone who joins knows that this is a criminal organization. No one here is innocent. Almost at the same time, a figure flashed in the dark alley. Let the fighting be left to that muscle idiot. Treasure, here I come. Nami shuttled through the alley with the magic weather stick book in her hand, rushing to the possible treasure location she had figured out at the party. Because Ron did not give a very clear order and did not restrict her from participating in the party, Nami knew that he did not have any complicated plans but simply wanted to destroy this place, so she naturally started to look for treasure. Although it is impossible to hide all the treasures, Ron probably won't mind if she hides a little bit secretly. 400 million? No, it should be more than 300 million debt. As for my sister, maybe she is more excited to fight. Boom! The explosion of flames lit up the night sky, and the beauty in red flames was no longer as weak as before. Several bounty hunters who tried to catch her in the house were blown out of the house by the raging flame. Next, is it our turn to perform? Nochigo was wearing flame armor, and the tail of her red skirt swept across the gravel on the ground, leaving a charred burn mark. From a distance, she looked like a queen driving fire. Monster, monster, flame. This guy is a demon ability user. Damn it, isn't he drunk? Don't you understand? We've been seen through. Where's the executive commander? Why is he gone? Come out and save him. Stop talking nonsense. Shoot. After all, they are hunters who dare to hunt pirate. After discovering that the leader has disappeared, 100 bounty hunters quickly organized a counterattack. Compared to the pirates of the Four Seas, they have high-powered weapons such as flintlock rifles that can fire continuously and shoulder-fired rockets with huge calibers. In a flash, the sound of gunfire and artillery like fried beans tore through the silence of the night. Zoro jumped down the tower first and avoided the rain of bullets with his agile steps. Monster, I can't hit it. Where's the shotgun? Hurry up. The alert bounty hunter didn't say the second half of the sentence and raised his spear to block with a change of expression. Zoro, who appeared out of nowhere, clenched the third-generation kaititsu and slashed down without mercy. The blade flashed, and the man and the gun were chopped into pieces. Blood splashed in the air. He seemed to have turned into a ghost and rushed through the crowd, constantly harvesting the lives of the hunters while swinging his blade. These enemies were not strong enough for him to use the sword style, but were just pure whetstone. During the battle, Zoro was also observing the situation on Nakago's side. If there was anything wrong, he had to cover for his companion. However, Nakago's performance was surprising, as if the battle on the deserted island had inspired her. The power of the dragon spell began to show different uses. The armor woven with flames has a certain degree of defense, but it is not omnipotent. It can be consumed by bullets and then penetrated. However, it needs to reach a certain threshold in a short period of time, and it is obviously the case now. There are too many hunters. Zoro took away some of the enemies in the middle. Bonnie was responsible for the left, and she was responsible for the right. The remaining enemies must be about 30 people, and their firepower is either guns or cannons, which is very fierce. However, just as Ron sighed, Nochigo is very talented in fighting. After experimenting with the dragon spell on the deserted island, she figured out its function and weaknesses and then changed its usage. When she found that a long-range enemy was attacking her with a gun or cannon, Nochigo would use a fire column, but it was not a one-time burst but an intermittent burst. The concentrated fire power would heat the air, causing the air around her to expand continuously, forming a small-scale shock wave. The frequency can be 3 times per second. So, those bounty hunters suddenly discovered that the fireman here was also in existence they could not deal with. Whether it was a bullet or a cannon, it would be pushed away by the shock wave before it hit the enemy. Even if it was shot at the ground and tried to splash with fragments, it would be pushed off course by the shock wave. Even the shrapnel flying everywhere would hurt companions. What's even more terrifying is that the fireman's speed and strength are extremely huge. When the fire explodes, the fireman rushes out more than 10 meters as if teleporting. One punch will knock anyone away and embed them into the wall. Is this power? No, Kaigao was happy, feeling the power that she longed for but could not get when she was weak. She seemed to be as powerful as Eren at that time. Ignoring bullet and artillery, she could burst out tremendous power with just a wave of her hand. Although strength and speed are brought by gathering fire in the fist or the sole of the foot, causing air expansion and flame ejection power. But there is no doubt that this is the power she longed for when she went out to sea. Boom! No, Kaigao took a step, turned into a red flame that swept over more than 10 meters, and punched a woman holding a door panel sword. The latter raised the sword in horror to block, and a huge force was transmitted in the explosion of fire. The door panel sword immediately shattered into hundreds of pieces, which were smashed by a punch. The woman holding the sword flew backwards and smashed through the wall, unconscious. Hold the feeling of power. No, Gjo slowly withdrew his hand hand, and the bounty hunters around him were already at a loss. If they approached, they would be pierced by the flaming spear summoned by the opponent, or simply burned by the flames and unable to hold the knife. If they didn't approach, they would be completely helpless against the enemy with flintlock rifles or rocket launchers. What should they do? Run away? But they will be regarded as defectors and purged by the company. As a member of Baroque work, the bounty hunters are very clear about the company's strength and its cruelty to defectors. However, the reality is that they have no chance to make a decision. Nojijo, who has mastered the power, grasped a little inspiration, raised his claw-like hand armor together, and then spread his palms in parallel. 2 clusters of flames ignited from his palms, and 2 streams of red flames erupted instantly in the fusion of fire and fire. Almost instantly, Nojijo twisted his waist and spun like a gyroscope. 2 straight pillars of fire followed the rotation of the palm, sweeping all the enemies around in an instant. It was as gorgeous as the dance of the fire elves, but it brought the destruction of fire. A circular fire scene suddenly appeared on the open ground, and the wailing firemen rushed out of the flame, rolling on the ground trying to extinguish the flames on their bodies. But more people had been destroyed by the flames and fell motionless in the fire. What a terrible power! A demon ability user. In a small building not far away, Akaram's eyes were solemn, and Wei shuddered with his hands on his chest. Both of them thought about it from another's perspective and found that their performance in that place was probably not much better than others. At this moment he and she had a common idea. Such a powerful pirate, why is there no fame at all? It's totally unreasonable. After a moment, Akaram and Wei came back to their senses, looked at each other and nodded. Now it seems that they are definitely not from the company. The company will not destroy its own property. Even if there is a problem, it will send those agents with high odd numbers, rather than a group of people who have never heard of it and can even go with Bonnie and her group. Akaram concluded. Yes, the employees of Baroque Works are not even dog. Yeah, Vivi nodded subconsciously, and then felt that Akaram was wrong to say so. Just turned around, but found that Akaram looked at her with a confused face. At this moment the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Why don't you talk? Ron sat in the chair with interest, holding his chin with his hand and looking at the 2 people who turned around stiffly. You. Vivi shuddered and pulled out the peacock saw with his backhand. Akaram narrowed his eyes and subconsciously put his hand on the tie mechanism on his chest. From the outside it seemed that he had adjusted his tie because of nervousness. Of course this was actually a lie. He didn't plan to attack now, but just wanted to let the enemy have a preconceived, harmless impression of this action. As long as the secret of his hair is not revealed, Akalam will have an absolute chance of winning in this narrow room. You are the one who tortured Wei, right? Now you have switched your offense and defense. Akalam thought so, and his scrutinizing eyes met Ron's half smile. It's really interesting. Do you want to fight? I made a mistake, and the explanation will be tomorrow's plot. The last chapter is 4K. Today is also a day of 10,000. Chapter 150. I will do the job for money. I am fair. Almost when Ron was talking, he flicked his fingers continuously. Flying Finger Gun X2. Biu. The sound of air cutting sounded. Akalam felt a chill in his ears, and then a sense of relief on his shoulders. With a clang, it was the heavy curly hair that fell to the ground. What do you want to do? Wei became nervous instantly, and the peacock saw started to rotate on her little finger. Before you are on guard, please think carefully. Can you 2 beat any of my men outside, or me? If you can't, I advise you to be more obedient. Ron pointed at the 2 with a look of contempt. The evil spirit aura surrounded the body, bringing endless oppression. I understand. Wei bit her red lips lightly, put away the peacock saw, and Akalam also took a step forward silently, sitting casually on a wooden box, blocking the princess behind him. In fact, after seeing the strength of the 3 guys, they knew that the opponent was so powerful that they could not resist the so-called escape from the fact that Ron could appear quietly and find them accurately. In fact, it did not exist from the beginning. The possibility of counterattack was also pitifully low, and Akalam was almost disarmed when he met him. The other party knew too much. The information of both sides was almost one-way transparent. The moment he realized this, Akalam said, so, what do you want? Since you know our identity and origin, you choose to be the enemy of Baroque work. You must have something to ask for, right? Money, things, or something else? What I want is very complicated but also very simple. Before saying these, tell me your intentions first. Ron seemed a little careless, giving people an elusive feeling. Akalam observed for a moment but could not get any useful information. Unable to understand, what exactly does this person think? What is the reason for the attack again? Akaram felt a chill in his heart, and his sense of Ron was infinitely magnified in a mysterious direction. Finally, Vivi couldn't help but stand up, took a deep breath and said coldly, I will expel all the people of Baroque works from the land of Alabasta without leaving a single one. Let the kingdom no longer fall into civil strife. Let the dancing powder disappear from the country, and let the rain return to the people's land. No matter what you think or plan, I will not change this goal. In other word, you have decided to be the enemy of Baroque work? Ron sat up straight and asked, this guy, is he still a member of Baroque work? Akaram's heart sank slightly, but when he thought carefully about the senior agents in the company, he had seen almost every one of them. After all, the executive commander is the main person in charge of the frontline base of Baroque work. In terms of status, it is already considered a middle and senior management. Even if it is the partner of that boss, he has seen it once, and there is absolutely no such person. So, Akaram rejected the speculation himself and said firmly, yes, we investigated for a year. All the chaos in Alabasta now is because of Baroque work. Before that, even if there was drought in several parts of the kingdom, under the leadership of King Cobra, we supported each other and survived. Ron asked again, good answer. Then, what can you do for this goal? You have to say what you can do first. Vivi couldn't help asking, and her long blue hair was quickly pulled back. She showed a slightly serious face. You told us that the person behind Baroque works is Crocodile, so how can you prove it? Prove? Unfortunately, Crocodile hides very deeply, and I don't have very solid evidence to show. But I know that Miss Sunday in Baroque works knows the identity of the boss behind the scene. You only need to investigate and you can find out her secret. Ron didn't lie. This is how Vivi and the two in the original timeline discovered Crocodile's identity. If it's true, what do we have to pay for this secret? Akalam asked in a deep voice, obviously worried. No need. This is the basic trust. I just want you to understand that I am not an enemy, but a force that you can fight for. Ron smiled slightly and gradually guided the rhythm to his own hands. The narrow thinking space, the urgent situation, the weight of Crocodile, everything became the chips in his hands. But this is actually a rhetoric, because Ron's fundamental goal is to obtain the position of the 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile is the first enemy in his plan. However, he did not say that Crocodile is also my enemy. Instead, he put himself in the position of a third party who can exchange help for a price. This will undoubtedly get more from Vivi and the others. As for whether it can be deceived, there is no problem at all, because Vivi and the others received a one-sided information outpouring, and the mindset was completed from the beginning. The more they speculated about whether the boss behind the Baroque works is Crocodile, the more they could accept Ron's implied positioning. Of course, the most important thing is that neither of them is really smart. What do you want? So, the topic returned to the beginning, starting with Weiwei's nervous speech. First of all, I am not a righteous partner. I just accidentally found this situation profitable. Plus I have the ability of Crocodile and the entire Baroque works, so I contacted you. Ron raised an index finger, and my request is very simple. Profit. Don't worry, I am not asking for it without reason. You can understand us as mercenaries who do things for money. It's just that I don't just take money. There are other things. Is there a clearer way to say it? Weiwei showed an expression of clear stupidity. Is that so? I can do that. Ron thought for a moment and said slowly, I can help you make it rain. I will charge 100 million for a 1-hour rainstorm in the coastal areas. You should understand what this means, but the timing of the rain must be decided by me. As for the inland areas, I will review the situation and notify you if I am able. Rainfall? Akalam wanted to question something, but was shocked when he heard the word rainfall. The fundamental reason for the civil unrest in the kingdom of Alabasta, which was instigated by the Baroque work, was the lack of rain. Yes, no need to question it. I will charge you only after the rain. This price is very fair. The amount of rain during a thunderstorm is extremely large. At the beginning, 1 hour directly turned Quint Island into a swamp. Although the cost is about 5 million baileys, the profit is only 20 times. However, if it rains rashly, it will inevitably attract Crocodile's attention, and he will also bear the risk. So, it is really fair. Akalam and Vivi looked at each other, and after trying to calm down, they continued to ask, what if the entire Baroque works is destroyed? That depends on whether Crocodile is included. If not, I'll give you 500 million baileys. I can guarantee that you will never see the existence of Baroque works again. Ron spoke confidently. In fact, it was true. The only person he was really afraid of was Crocodile. Although the other senior agents were powerful, their demonic abilities had long been transparent. What's the difference? Akalam was a little confused, but soon Ron's next sentence made him react. But I need to remind you that Crocodile is a very good conspirator. If he finds that Baroque works has been exposed, he may cut it off in time and turn it into an empty shell. If he does not give up his goal of seeking national independence, a second Baroque works will soon appear. Yes, the root of the problem lies in Crocodile. If this person does not die, even if the current situation in Alabasta is eased, there will be a second recurrence. Unconsciously, whether it is Akalam or Vivi, when thinking, they subconsciously regard Crocodile as the mastermind behind the scene. Then, what if we kill or expel Crocodile? What will we have to pay? Vivi couldn't help asking, unconsciously falling into the other party's rhythm. First of all, you need to understand how powerful Crocodile is. Before he became one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he was a pirate with a bounty of 80 million baileys. He once fought with Whitebeard and escaped escaped unscathed. After becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he repelled countless pirates. He protected your country, which is an undeniable fact. Being able to do this means that his strength is strong enough, and you should understand his weight. Ron began to paint crocodile with gold paint and then grinned. Facing such an enemy, even I dare not rashly claim victory. If you want me to enter, what price can you offer? If everything is as you said, we can pay everything. Vivi had a firm face and her little hands clenched into fists and couldn't help waving. I mean, your Alabasta kingdom, not you, your highness the princess. Ron reminded straightforwardly. What can 2 people pay? He wants the wealth of the entire Alabasta kingdom. The silver roulette is still short of more than 300 million to make up for the next grand prize, but there are still 10 billion waiting for it. The golden town of Sky Island may be a place to make a lot of money, but 10 billion Baileys is really a terrifying number. Even the purchase price of the Operation Fruit from the world government is only 5 billion Baileys. The wealth of a kingdom. How about 10 billion Baileys? Ron said without mercy. You really dare to make an offer? Vivi and Akalem twitched their mouth, but this price did not seem unacceptable. Ron's offer was not a random offer. The land area of the Kingdom of Alabasta exceeds 10 million square kilometers. There are several large cities, and the resources are not rich but at least not bad. The reason is very simple. They can afford 600,000 standing troops. Here it comes. There are still 2 chapters. The Whiskey Peak plot ends and the Alabasta plot officially begins. The foreshadowing is almost done.